Superdimensional Wizard Chapter 1455 to Chapter 1523. Angor's words reminded Isabel of her professor. Karafi's nickname was Soul Death Flame. His personality was in line with his nickname. He was cold to others and violent in his actions. However, a person with such a style was exceptionally gentle to souls. Giving freedom to souls was something Karafi often did. Their lives were already miserable when they were shackled by chains. At least their souls can be freed after death. Karafi often said this, which was similar to what Angor said today. I don't know what kind of person Mr. Karafi is, but I don't care about a soul. I care about who it is. Angor spoke in a soft voice. That's right. Isabel nodded. Angor seemed to be more rational in this aspect, which was similar to her own view of things. Only the heart. Karafi, on the other hand, treated all souls equally. At the very least, you're similar to my mentor in one aspect. Isabel paused for a moment before continuing, why would I reject your offer? Isabel accepted Angor's request without hesitation. Angor chuckled. He knew Isabel would agree to his request. After all, if Flower Sparrow chose to stay in Dark Castle, Isabel wouldn't lose anything. Isabel had always been very lenient with Flower Sparrow, which was evident from the fact that Flower Sparrow could interact with Natasha. Angor also learned about Isabel's attitude toward Flower Sparrow. Still, he asked Isabel anyway, hoping for an extra guarantee. Human nature was complicated, and it was hard to generalize. No one could tell whether Isabel's gentleness toward Flower Sparrow was just a facade. Therefore, Angor made the request. Besides, using Prelude to Rebirth didn't cost him anything. Besides, he could get another round of experiment data. After Isabel nodded, it was time for Angor to accept the request. Isabel stepped down from the platform and signaled Angor to begin. Angor looked at Emolia and took out Prelude to Rebirth. Emolia, who had been in a deep sleep, seemed to have sensed some fluctuations in the outside world. Her tightly shut eyes slowly opened. There was no white in her eye sockets, no pupils, only pure darkness. This darkness was like a terrifying and deep whirlpool, as if it could devour everything, including light. As Emolia opened her eyes, a strange rhythm emerged from her body. This rhythm was stirring up the smoke coffin covering her body. Clearly, Malia was unwilling to be trapped. He did not want Emolia to break free and cause more trouble, so he pulled the trigger without hesitation. A beam of white light shot out from the muzzle and went straight for Emolia's forehead. After letting out a miserable shriek, Malia's expression turned from calm to ferocious, before finally calming down. At the same time, the appearance of a half-undead vaguely appeared on her face. Isabel stared at this scene without blinking. Even though she had witnessed Manderhela's transformation before, she was still surprised to see the effect of Prelude to Rebirth again. As the half-undead form began to take shape, he could clearly feel the chaotic energy inside Molia's soul dropping rapidly. However, compared to Torres and Manderhela, Emolia's transformation was much slower. However, Emolia's transformation speed was much faster than when he was using ordinary undead creatures. Seeing this, Angor's eyes flickered as he came to a conclusion. When Emolia was fully transformed, Angor fired the second shot. After the sixth shot, Emolia's eyes closed and fell unconscious as the chaotic energy inside her body continued to drop. The whole process took Angor about 3 hours. Judging from this, Emolia's transformation was not as fast as Torres and Manderhela's. Angor did not have much data on Prelude to Rebirth, but based on the current situation, he could infer that the speed of transformation depended on two things, the nature of the soul and the total amount of soul power. A special soul could be transformed in the blink of an eye. Angor could even fire 6 shots in a row without taking a break. However, for a normal soul, Angor would need to rest for a while after each shot. He needed to wait for the soul to reach the level where he could fire a second shot. Therefore, the nature of the soul determined the speed of transformation. And the total amount of soul power was another factor. When Angor tried to transform a normal soul, it took him days to do so. Emolia only took 3 hours, which was already quite fast. Since Emolia was not a special soul, Angor could conclude that the total amount of soul power was another factor. Half an hour later, Emolia opened her eyes again. Her eyes were no longer dark. Instead, they had returned to the appearance of a normal soul. That cold and gloomy expression also became rich, especially when Emilia saw Isabel. The joy that burst out from the bottom of her eyes could not be concealed. Seeing the two people staring at each other in silence, Angor knew better than to say goodbye. Isabel must have a lot to tell Emilia now that she was a soul, and Angor would only disturb them if he stayed. Besides, Angor also received new data about Prelude to Rebirth, which he needed some time to sort out. Since Prelude to Rebirth had run out of bullets, he would have to wait until next time to deal with the infant spirits. Angor left the wizard tower at the center of the mountain and walked along the long corridor to the entrance of the cliff where he saw Grand Priest Bayer waiting for him. Behind the priest was a group of clerics in white robes. They were all looking at him with curious and excited expressions. "Mister, it's been a while. Why don't you come to the Centenary Palace?" The clerics behind Grand Priest Bayer also looked at Angor expectantly. Some of them looked familiar to Angor. Some of them were friends and family members of the Crockets who left with him. For them, Papaya and the other branch clans were probably the most important thing to worry about. Now that Angor was here, they would be glad if they could learn more about the Crockets, even if they couldn't see them with their own eyes. With that in mind, he nodded to Baya. "All right." It took several hours for Angor to leave the Centenary Palace. Escorted by the clerics and flying boar knights, Angor arrived at the altar and returned to the inner world. As soon as he arrived at the dark forest, he noticed something strange. Dark Castle was always covered in dark clouds, where lightning bolts danced in the air. But this time Angor noticed something different. The dark clouds in the sky were still there, but they were much thinner than before. The lightning bolts were nowhere to be seen. Under such circumstances, a tiny ray of light penetrated the clouds and shone down on the ground. The light was still dim, even darker than the gloomy sky of the surface world. However, it was rare to see this kind of light in Dark Castle, which was always shrouded in darkness. Dark Castle might be reborn because of the undead creatures. Angor stared at the faint light. "So, this is the result, right?" While thinking, Angor walked toward the gathering place of the undead creatures. It took him half a day to collect 6 more bullets. After so many deaths and banishment, the number of undead creatures in Dark Castle had decreased significantly. Angor only saw less than 100 undead creatures on his way to the space node. However, this was only limited to the area around Dark Castle. There were still plenty of undead creatures further away in the Dark Forest and the Corpse Forest below the castle. After returning to Soul Society, Angor planned to go back and sort out his experiment notes. However, when he reached his temporary residence, he saw Sunders coming out of the room. "Professor? You came just in time. I've already talked to Greya. She and Felicia have come out of the ice cave." Sunders was planning to go to Ice Cave. Angor's eyes lit up when he heard the news. He came to Dark Castle to fulfill his promise to Boboda, and to meet Greya. After hearing about Greya's escape, Angor decided to follow Angor to the Ice Cave. Angor knew the way to Ice Cave very well. He spent a lot of time there with Shadow, and he even did most of his alchemy work there. They went through B3, the Soul Exile, and B4, the Insect Nest, and finally arrived at Ice Cave. Before entering the Ice Cave, he already noticed that many apprentices from Dark Castle were gathered here. He even saw Natasha. "You went to Soul Genesis Garden, but you didn't know about the strange phenomenon that happened in Dark Castle. Not long ago, a ray of light pierced through the air and reached the clouds like a giant spear. The light pierced through the clouds and stirred up a pool of water. The electric snakes that usually shuttled back and forth in the low-pressure black clouds suddenly disappeared. Even the thick black clouds had become much thinner. And the source of this light phenomenon was the Ice Cave. That was why so many curious apprentices gathered around here." When Sunders finished explaining, Angor finally understood why he sensed a faint light coming from the dark clouds. Looking at it now, it should be because of this phenomenon. As for the glimmer that penetrated through the black clouds, it was hard to say whether it was sunlight or a source of light that had drilled into the clouds. "So Greya and Felicia's feast is ready." Sunders looked at the entrance of Ice Cave. "Let's check it out." Angor and Sunders moved forward, and the other apprentices quickly parted to let them through. Angor raised an eyebrow when he saw the entrance of the Ice Cave. The other apprentices were all standing around the entrance, but no one dared to enter. They were not afraid of angering Greya or Felicia, but an extremely clear energy permeated the passageway in front of him. The strength of this energy was extremely terrifying. Apprentices would easily be injured if they entered. On the pure white floor of the ice cave, dark red blood could be seen. It was obvious that some apprentices had already entered and suffered heavy injuries. Of course, the apprentices did not dare to enter recklessly. Sunders also noticed the dispersing energy. Without any hesitation, he stepped inside, and Angor followed closely behind. The energy was strong, but Angor could easily handle it with his body before he became a wizard. Now that he was a wizard, he could easily find the prying point of the energy and move it to the side without getting hurt. Sunders walked forward while Angor followed behind him to sense the clear energy around them. The energy was harmful to humans, but when he checked it carefully, he realized that it contained a high concentration of light energy, as if it could purify all filth and darkness in the world. Angor remembered hearing that Greya and Felicia came to Dark Castle to help the castle. They were studying a feast that could completely remove the undead energy in Dark Castle. If the feast referred to the energy source in the tunnel, Angor believed it was possible. While Angor pondered, they went deeper into the ice cave. The temperature in the ice cave was extremely cold. The deeper they went into the pure white tunnel, the more they could feel the temperature drop. When they were even deeper in, the tunnel was filled with thick white frost, and the walls on both sides of the tunnel were already frozen. Sunders suddenly stopped. Angor looked ahead and saw a fork in the road ahead. Sunders closed his eyes and sensed which path to take. Soon, Sunders opened his eyes and chose the left path. Angor looked at Sunders' choice with a strange expression. Coincidentally, Angor and Shadow also came across the same path, and they chose the left one in the end. Now that he was back on the same path, he had a strange feeling. He had a feeling that Greya and Felicia's feast might be created in the same place where he and Shadow rested. The reason he had this thought was because the place where they had rested at that time was outside the magic material storage room. If Greya and Felicia wanted to help Dark Castle find a way to remove undead energy, they would not use their own materials. Angor guessed that they used materials stored in the ice cave, which meant they had a better chance of choosing that place. As expected, when they reached the end of the hallway, Angor saw several figures standing in the open space where he and Shadow used to rest. The space was much wider than the rest of the hallway. Moreover, after arriving here, the clear energy had become extremely dense. If an ordinary apprentice were to come here, they would not only be injured, but would also suffer fatal injuries. The density of the energy was too high, to the point where it could penetrate through every opening. Even a normal official magus would have to calculate the prying point of the energy before moving forward. Sunders and Angor were obviously not ordinary wizards. Sunders never stopped moving, and the energy around him did not affect him at all. Angor did the same. Angor was not an expert at calculating. He could make mistakes sometimes, but his body was strong enough to resist the energy. When they reached the open space, or rather, the small square, Angor saw a strange light orb surrounded by a hazy mist. This ball of light was about the size of a person, and it flickered with a flickering light. The energy in the ice cave was all dissipated from this ball of light. He finally saw Greya and Felicia, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Greya was standing below the light orb. The flickering light illuminated her face, giving her a heroic look. Even though the body she was currently occupying was actually that of a gentle girl. Felicia was standing behind Greya. She was wearing a long black dress with a purple hinge. There were tiny specks of light on the dress, which looked like stars in the night sky. Felicia had a calm expression on her face. 2 butterflies of different colors were fluttering around her. She looked like an aloof flower on a high mountain. In front of Greya and Felicia were Isabella and Lady Kimberly. When Angor and Sunders arrived at the square, everyone looked at them. Most of them were looking at Angor. Sunders already told Greya about Angor's breakthrough through a message. Even though Felicia and Greya were prepared for this, they still couldn't help but feel shocked when they saw Angor. Greya had already invested in Angor, and she always had faith in him, so she was not surprised to see Angor's breakthrough. Felicia, on the other hand, knew nothing about Angor. She knew that Angor was a talented alchemist, but she never thought that Angor's potential was high enough to be a real alchemist. Now that Angor had broken through, Felicia felt a strong sense of danger coming from Angor. She couldn't believe it at all. Angor's power level was enough to threaten him. It was like a story written by a drunken screenwriter without any sense of logic. And yet, it was happening right in front of Felicia's eyes. Kimberly and Isabella also looked at Angor. Kimberly showed her admiration, while Isabella quickly looked away and took a few steps back. Kimberly smiled at Greya and Felicia. "We've learned a lot about the feast. Since Sunders is here, I'll leave the rest to you." Greya nodded at Kimberly. "I don't care if the feast succeeds or not, but thank you for helping Dark Castle." With that, Kimberly and Isabella turned to leave. When they walked past Angor, Kimberly nodded at him. "Congratulations again. You've already stabilized your mana whirlpool." Angor smiled back. Kimberly winked at Angor. "Don't forget that our alchemy exchange isn't over yet. I've been waiting for a long time." After Kimberly finished speaking, she left with Isabella. Isabella did not say a single word. She was severely injured by the zombie forest incident, and her strength was greatly weakened. She no longer had the confidence to face Angor, so it was better for her to leave in advance rather than arguing with him. After Kimberly and Isabella left, Angor and Sunders walked up to Greya. Greya looked at Angor from head to toe and sighed in relief. "You're growing faster than I expected. Sometimes, I feel like I'm being pushed forward by fate. I'm just a small boat drifting with the current. Sometimes, I'm surprised by what happens next." Greya nodded. "You're right. Fate is unpredictable, and it always catches people by surprise. I didn't expect to hear such shocking news when I came out of seclusion. This is also why real-life experiences are often more dramatic than those of actors on stage." Greya chuckled. "By the way, you didn't believe in fate before." "I still don't." Angor raised an eyebrow. After a while, a long table made of ice appeared in the small square. The foggy ball of light happened to be right above the table, and on both sides of the table were two adepts from Candy House and Phantom Island. Angor broke through as well. "Mr. Phantom. TSK. You really have a sharp eye for choosing students. How about I ask Mr. Phantom to check on my next disciple?" Greya teased with a smile. However, Sunders remained expressionless in the face of Greya's teasing and did not respond. "Still the same." Greya looked at Angor and muttered, "Don't learn from your professor." Angor chuckled but didn't say anything. Greya clicked her tongue in her mind. So these two are the same kind of people. "By the way, why did you choose to do it in Dark Castle at this time?" Greya asked curiously. Angor did not try to hide anything. He briefly explained what happened to him. Both Greya and Felicia frowned. They didn't expect Frost to be one of the mysterious characters in the story. Someone who might be beyond legendary. Greya wanted to continue the topic, but she decided against it because of Frost. Frost was in Dark Castle, and it wasn't a good time to talk about a legendary wizard behind his back. Aside from Frost, Greya was happy to hear about Angor's breakthrough. Ever since Angor became a wizard and Toby offered to leave him, Angor and Toby already had something to do with each other. This bond was Greya's investment in Angor, so she didn't want anything bad to happen to Angor. Greya asked for more details and finally understood why Angor used the word fate earlier. He did have a feeling that fate was unpredictable. Greya sighed and changed the topic to the main topic. Greya began to tell Angor about her recent experiences. After creating her new spell at Phantom Island, Greya stayed in Brute Cavern for a while. Even after Sunders went to the Abyss Plane and Angor returned to the Old Earth, Greya stayed behind. Until Dark Castle sent an apprentice to Phantom Island to look for Greya. Although the apprentice was sent by Dark Castle, it was Felicia who sent him here. Isabella invited Felicia to help when Dark Castle was plagued by undead creatures. Since Felicia and Greya stayed in Dark Castle for a while, Greya owed Isabella a favor. Therefore, Felicia agreed to help Isabella to solve the undead problem in Dark Castle. However, Felicia couldn't do much on her own, so she asked Greya to come to Dark Castle from Phantom Island. It wasn't hard for them to kill one or two undead creatures, but it wasn't easy to get rid of the root of the problem. What Dark Castle needed the most right now was to find a way to solve the problem. Greya and Felicia spent half a year in Dark Castle and came up with a plan called Banquet of Purification. Due to thousands of years of accumulation, the resentment of the undead creatures in Dark Castle had spread from energy to material. The land itself had become barren, and even the trees had withered. Because of the chain effect, the weather was affected as well. The clear sky was now covered by dark clouds. The changes in climate, soil, and environment, as well as the resentment of the undead creatures, turned Dark Castle into a natural place for undead creatures. Even undead creatures who didn't die in Dark Castle were attracted by the natural environment and gathered here. After years of accumulation, the number of undead creatures in Dark Castle was beyond imagination. In the past, these undead creatures were a natural barrier to Dark Castle. They could deter outsiders and prevent Dark Castle from being spied on. But now that Kimberly and Isabella had returned, they didn't need such a barrier anymore. Well, they might as well change it. The Banquet of Purification wasn't meant to kill the undead creatures. It was meant to change the atmosphere of Dark Castle. Making this place no longer a gathering place for evil spirits was also a fundamental change. Greya pointed at the floating orb. That's the Feast of Purification. Angor looked at the ball of light curiously. To be honest, he did not feel like a banquet at all. Greya noticed his confusion and chuckled. Do you really think food cooked by gourmet wizards is meant for humans? Humans were only one of the many diners of the gourmet wizards. They could even be said to be the most inconspicuous one. The food made by a gourmet wizard could not only be given to humans, but also to other creatures, including elemental creatures, or even non-creatures. For example, feeding this continent, this world, and even the stars in the universe were all within the scope of a gourmet wizard. And the so-called feeding was not just a method of eating with one's mouth. Greya and Felicia's Feast of Purification was meant to feed this place that was tainted by the grudges and resentment. The Feast of Purification would dispel and purify the negative energy, thus changing the atmosphere of this place. Angor couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. His understanding of gourmet wizards was still too one-sided. He often compared the food made by gourmet wizards with potions made by apothecaries. However, the structure of the gourmet magi was no smaller than that of the other branches. Lady Greya, it seems the Feast of Purification is a success? Angor sensed the extremely dense light energy in the air. You are now an official magus. If you still use honorifics to address me, it will be a mess. In the future, just call me by my name. Greya didn't answer right away. Instead, she corrected Angor's words first. As for whether it's a success or not, that's hard to say. Greya shrugged. We tried our best. We'll see if we can change Dark Castle when the time comes. With that, Greya took out a plate and a strange-looking metal object that looked like a spoon. Let's call it a tableware for now. Greya used the tableware to scoop up the ball of light. That ball of light that was filled with terrifying energy was like a meatball that was placed on a plate. Without hesitation, Felicia took out a lid engraved with strange runes and covered the ball of light with it. A series of crackling sounds came from the lid. At the same time, a large amount of gray smoke began to emit from the gap between the lid and the plate. After a while, the noise slowly disappeared. Felicia put the Feast of Purification away into her exile space. As the ball of light disappeared, the powerful energy in the air slowly dissipated as well. Our original plan was to merge the feast into the space, but the success rate wasn't high. Greya paused for a moment. Lady Kimberly told us that you've captured the source of the chaos, and you're using Prelude to Rebirth to clear out the undead creatures. So, we decided to wait until most of the undead creatures are gone before activating the feast. That should work better. That way, the success rate would be much higher. Angor could already imagine how much Dark Castle would change if the feast was successfully activated. Not to mention the chirping of birds, the fragrance of flowers, and the warm sunshine, at least the environment would not be as bad as it was now. Angor was looking forward to that day. When Greya finished talking about her experience and the Feast of Purification, they finally talked about Sunders and Angor. Sunders came to see Greya to discuss the matter they discussed before, which was to find Greya's body in the Nightmare Realm. However, this matter needed to be discussed at length, so there was no need to talk about it now. The rest was up to Angor. Angor carefully dispelled the remaining energy in the air and placed Toby on the table. Grea's attention was immediately attracted by Toby's body. Toby was lying quietly on the soft bed. His chest was rising and falling as if he was sleeping. However, as Toby's creator, Greya knew Toby very well. She quickly sensed that something was wrong. Greya held Toby in her hands and released light spots from her fingers. When the light spots merged with Toby's body, a large amount of black smoke began to rise from his body. The black smoke only lingered for a few seconds before it disappeared. Greya, on the other hand, was still surprised. She also fell into deep thought. A while later, Greya finally snapped out of her thoughts. "How's Toby? Is he facing a calamity?" Angor asked eagerly. Greya gave him a strange look and sighed. "Like I said, maybe I spoiled Toby too much. Toby has been with me for so many years, and he never changed. So when he decided to follow you, I let him go, hoping that you can change him. Or rather, I hope that he can grow with you." "That's great. The last time I saw Toby, he didn't only face a calamity, but also survived it and resolved his anger. Just as you predicted, he's facing a calamity now." Greya did hope that Toby could grow stronger. After all, this was the only creature she ever created using Genesis. However, this kind of growth speed had already exceeded her imagination. He had just passed the tribulation of wrath not long ago, and now he was facing another tribulation. Was this a roller coaster? Toby left Barbie's restaurant only a few years ago, and he already went through 2 calamities? What did you do? Why did Toby go through another calamity so quickly? Greya asked curiously. "What did I do?" Angor sighed. "Nothing. Toby just ate something." "Ate something? Are you talking about food?" Greya's attention was immediately focused on food. "Yeah." Angor nodded. "Orloff's tentacle crab." "Orloff's tentacle crab?" As a gourmet wizard, Greya was no stranger to the crab. It was a strange crab with sea anemones growing on its back. It was discovered by a wizard named Orloff in the Abyss Plane, which was why it was named Orloff's tentacle crab. Orloff's tentacle crab was indeed an ingredient. However, as a gourmet wizard, Greya believed that the most delicious part of the crab was not the meat itself. Rather, it was the sea anemones growing on the crab's back. Greya gave it some thought. Orloff's tentacle crab did contain a lot of energy as an ingredient, but that was only limited to mortals. As a supernatural, Toby shouldn't suffer any side effects from eating the crab. Then why did Angor mention Olaf's tentacle crab? Angor sighed and explained what happened to him in a simple way. It all started with a pilgrim of misfortune. Angor stopped talking about Toby's unconscious state. After that, he only casually mentioned that a powerful senior had helped Toby remove the curse. He didn't go into the details of what had happened in between. Still, Greya and Felicia were already surprised by what Angor told them. Greya didn't expect Toby to have such an interesting story behind his coma. What surprised her the most was that Angor went to the Abyss Plane while she was out of contact with him. Greya was curious about Angor's experience in the Abyss Plane, but now wasn't the time for gossip. They returned to Toby's story. The curse of disaster had caused Toby to fall into danger, and it had also triggered the 5-flavor calamity in Toby's body. This was the cause and effect of everything. Angor wasn't to blame. No one expected that the silent Dead Sea, where the pilgrim of misfortune resided, was connected to the Overwatch base by an underground river, which caused Toby to accidentally eat Olaf's tentacle crab, which contained the curse of disaster. Greya considered and asked, "You said that Toby acted very differently when you entered his dream last time?" "Yes. In the dream, Toby didn't change much in front of me. But behind my back, he was very hostile towards some of my servants. He even attacked them." Angor explained his experience in detail. "There's something else. The scene in the dream should be Pad Manor, where I was born. It's located in the heart of the old earth. But in Toby's dream, Pad Manor was located on a small island surrounded by an endless sea." Possessiveness, Greya muttered in a low voice as if she had thought of something. Toby was a creature created by Greya using a Genesis spell. When creating him, Greya placed 5 different flavors in a dish: sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty. These 5 flavors were created from the organs of a legendary monster that Greya accidentally found. They corresponded to the 5 flavors inside Toby's body: love, hatred, resentment, anger, and sorrow. Toby once went through the first tribulation, Fury Tribulation. Greya sensed that Toby had already gone through the tribulation. What would the second one be like? From Angor's description, Greya seemed to have a better idea of what was going on. The tribulation of extreme resentment. Because Toby didn't want to share, he hated Toby. Because of hatred, he became jealous. And because of jealousy, he became even more possessive. Toby didn't show such strong hatred in his dream, but his possessiveness toward Angor was very clear. The small island in Toby's dream was a symbol of Toby's desire to monopolize Angor. The island was isolated from the rest of the world by the sea, and Toby hoped that Angor would not leave. According to Angor, when he entered Toby's dream, Toby only showed signs of 5 flavors tribulation. Toby didn't really experience the tribulation yet, which meant Toby didn't hate him as much. He tried to enter Toby's dream again, but he was immediately kicked out. Instead of seeing the pad matter, Toby only saw a dark mist that looked like a grudgeful spirit. If he left the dream, he would be haunted by Zaz very soon. The second time Angor entered Toby's dream, he saw that Toby had already gone through the tribulation. This tribulation was called the tribulation of extreme resentment. Angor listened to Greya's explanation and was still worried. He didn't care what kind of tribulation Toby was facing. He just wanted to know if Toby could survive it. It's not long since Toby went through the tribulation of 5 flavors. Toby hasn't fully grasped the power of his griffin form yet. Now he's going through the tribulation again. It's going to be very difficult. Greya sighed and shook her head. Angor's heart skipped a beat. Is there any other way? Like using external forces to help Toby? Greya fell into deep thought. Greya loved Toby just as much as Angor did. She was also worried about Toby's condition. However, she really didn't know how to help him. The second tribulation of the 5 flavors tribulation, if compared to the realm of Magi, was actually a huge barrier to breaking through to become an official magus. If Toby succeeded in overcoming the tribulation, he would be as strong as a wizard. In fact, he might even be stronger than ordinary wizards. However difficult it was for an apprentice to break through the barrier, Toby's tribulation would be equally difficult. Apprentices would always be fully prepared when trying to break through the barrier. If something unexpected happened during the process, they would have a detailed plan to deal with it. Toby, however, was different. First of all, he hadn't fully grasped the power of his griffin form, and there was no external force to help him. He didn't even know how to deal with the tribulation. Toby had to rely on himself, or rather, his luck. Consecutive tribulations were a very dangerous thing to do. The curse of disaster had led to such a dangerous situation, so it was naturally impossible for it to be resolved so easily. Even if the curse of disaster was removed, this matter had already entered an irreversible state. Greya thought for a long time. She even took out Toby's notes and flipped through them. However, she still couldn't think of a way to help Toby. Is there really no other way? Angor asked in a hoarse voice. Nothing is absolute in this world. Even the undead can crawl out of the swamp of depravity. Don't lose hope. Sunder spoke up first. You're right. Nothing is absolute in this world. Even the undead can crawl out of the mire of depravity. Greya nodded. There must be a way. But I don't know enough yet. Greya considered for a moment. I have a suggestion. Angor looked at Greya and waited for her opinion. I remember you once said that you were in Dark Castle when Toby entered the Calamity. Greya looked at Angor and saw him nodding. You also said that Toby acted strangely in Dark Castle. Angor considered and nodded again. The last time Toby was in the Soul Genesis Garden, something did happen. Every time Angor approached the temple, Toby would react strangely. I did some research. Toby's soul is very special. It's incomplete, but it didn't act strangely. It's because of the taste disaster. Toby's soul is in balance with the taste disaster, but the taste disaster is also affecting Toby's soul. So I think Toby's tribulation has something to do with his soul. Maybe we can find a way to solve the problem by studying his soul. Gray's explanation reminded Angor of what Grand Priest Bayer said when he saw Toby in Soul Genesis Garden. Angor didn't know about the taste disaster back then, so Grand Priest Bayer told him, Toby's soul is being invaded by anger. Only by defeating it will Toby wake up. And it turned out that Grand Priest Bayer was right. Once Toby defeated the anger, he would be free from the tribulation. I don't know much about souls, Gray continued, but I don't know much about them. But I think Isabel, the Lord of Twilight, is the most knowledgeable person in the entire southern wizarding region. Maybe she can help us find a way to solve Toby's problem. Angor considered for a moment. He didn't expect to ask Isabel for help in the end. He believed Isabel would agree to help him, but whether she could solve Toby's problem was more important. I understand. I'll ask Lady Isabel about it. Greya was going to hold a banquet to celebrate Angor's breakthrough, but before she could say anything, Angor had already left the ice cave with Toby in a hurry. Clearly, he was going to find Isabel right away. Greya shook her head and sighed as she watched Angor leave in a hurry. I didn't think Angor would become so strong in such a short time. Greya paused and looked at Sunders. Since he's gone, we can't continue the banquet. How about we talk about the Nightmare Realm? Angor didn't expect to return to Soul Genesis Garden so soon after he left. After leaving the altar outside Hippocrack, Angor glanced at the holy mountain from afar. He didn't go to Isabel right away. Isabel was probably reuniting with Molia after a long separation, and it wasn't a good time to disturb them. So, he sent a magic letter out of courtesy and waited for Isabel's response. Angor made it clear that he had something to ask Isabel for help. Since his prelude to rebirth was full, he could use this chance to turn the baby's soul back into a soul. While waiting for Isabel's response, Angor went to the Centenary Palace. Not long after he took his seat, the High Priestess of Bayer, riding on a black and white flying boar, knocked on the door of the temple. Angor used his spirit ripples to summon Grand Priest Bayer from the Holy Mountain Temple. As soon as he entered the door, Angor told him what he wanted. He placed Toby on the table and asked Bayer to check the boy's soul condition. Bayer had been praying near the Soul Genesis Garden for many years. His soul wasn't strong, but he was much better at sensing souls than most people. In fact, he was even better than Angor. Plus, Bayer saw all kinds of souls in Hippocrack's magic array. His understanding of souls wasn't any worse than a soul wizard's. Bayer didn't ask why. Instead, he looked at Toby. After a long while, Bayer knitted her brows. Is this the second time? Angor nodded. The last time Bayer saw Toby, he was unconscious. Although Toby was still unconscious this time, the state of his soul was completely different from before. Resentment, jealousy, all these emotions have seeped deep into its soul. It was completely different from the first time Bayer saw Toby. Besides, Bayer also made some special discoveries. Back then, the reason why Bayer noticed Toby was due to the uniqueness of Toby's soul. Toby's appearance was clearly that of an unremarkable little bird, yet concealed within that tiny frame was an exceedingly massive soul. Even though Toby's soul was incomplete, Bayer could still sense an innate soul pressure. This was the innate difference between souls. Bayer couldn't see the shape of Toby's soul back then, but his senses wouldn't lie to him. Now, Toby's soul was completely different from the last time he saw it. Back then, Bayer sensed anger from Toby corroding its soul. Back then, Toby's soul gave him a violent feeling, like a blazing sun. But now, when Bayer tried to sense Toby's soul again, the burning sensation was replaced by a chilling sensation. Darkness, dampness, obscurity, evil, madness. This chilling sensation didn't come from the body, but from the soul. It was as if a chill seeped out from his spine and went straight to his brain, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Despite Bayer's vast knowledge, he still felt a sense of fear after sensing Toby's soul. He couldn't help but take several steps back. This was the first time Bayer had encountered such a soul that made him shudder in fear. Of all the countless souls he had encountered over the past 1,000 years, this was the first time he had encountered such a soul. What do you think? Angor stared at Bayer. Bayer's fear didn't fade away. After a long while, he recovered and said, I can feel that its soul is being corroded. Perhaps this corrosive force can be called poison. Most of its soul has been lost, but the poison hasn't completely implanted itself into its soul yet. There seems to be a private area in its soul that is rejecting the evil, resentment, and jealousy. But if this private area is also taken over by the darkness, perhaps what? Angor already had an idea, but he still didn't want to give up. Perhaps it will never wake up again. Baya paused. And even if it does wake up, will it still be Toby? Angor didn't say anything. Toby's condition looked worse than he had expected. In the face of the tribulation of extreme resentment, Toby seemed to be completely defeated. Only his last bit of land was still holding on bitterly. He couldn't imagine how much longer Toby was in such a dangerous situation. These questions were like swords that stabbed into Angor's heart. He felt his heart bleeding whenever he thought about it. Forgive my shallow knowledge. All I can do is perform some basic analysis, but I'm unable to provide further assistance to Mr. Baya lowered his head in regret. Angor didn't expect to find a solution from Baya. He shook his head. That's enough. Anyway, thank you for your analysis. After Baya left, Angor sat quietly in the palace. When Hippocrate was shrouded in darkness, Angor finally sensed a familiar energy fluctuation coming from outside. Isabel's reply finally arrived. There was not a single word written on the letter. But as he unsealed it, he saw a band of light that shone brightly in the darkness. It looked like a silver river that traveled through space and reached the sacred mountain in the distance. This was a letter that pointed the way. Isabel didn't write a single word, but her meaning was clear enough. Angor stepped on the path of light and followed the winding path until he reached the cliff behind the sacred mountain. As soon as Angor arrived at the top of the mountain, he immediately sensed waves of soul essence coming from the temple at the top of the mountain like a surging tide. He purposely took Toby out to check on his condition. Toby didn't show any reaction. It seemed the situation this time was very different from last time. Angor entered the cliff and followed the long corridor that led him to the center of the sacred mountain. Angor walked through the dreamlike interior of souls and returned to Isabel's wizard tower. When he entered the hall again, he sensed a strange atmosphere. It was as if the air around him was being shackled, which made him feel suffocated as soon as he stepped into the hall. However, the atmosphere didn't bring about any noise. It was so quiet that Angor could even hear his own heartbeat. However, this kind of extreme silence only increased the stagnant atmosphere, causing the air to suddenly become a little more somber. Angor took a closer look and noticed that the source of the strange atmosphere was the two witches in the hall. One of them was Malia, who was turned back into her soul by prelude to rebirth, and the other was Isabel. He didn't know when Isabella had also appeared here. She and Imolia were standing on opposite sides of the hall. They were not confronting each other, but for some reason, Angor felt that they were both paying attention to each other. The tense atmosphere between the two also became dense, as if they would draw their swords at any moment. Isabel was sitting on a sofa in the middle of the hall. She didn't show any expression, but Angor could tell that a storm was brewing in her cold eyes. Angor was sure that Isabella and Imolia had some sort of conflict between them, and they were obviously fighting against each other. But Malia had just recovered from her undead state. How could she possibly fight with Isabel? Angor recalled the story Isabel told him earlier. It was about Malia. When Soul Death Flame Carafe left the southern wizardry region, Malia suddenly disappeared. Isabel thought that Malia left with Carafe. But she didn't expect to see Malia's soul in Dark Castle 1,000 years later. Isabel had been wondering about this for a long time. What happened to Malia 1,000 years ago? Did she really leave? Or did something happen to her and stay in the southern wizardry region? Angor had a hunch that Isabel had something to do with Malia's disappearance. However, it was only a guess. There was no solid proof. Of course, he didn't want to pry into Dark Castle's past. It was better for Dark Castle to deal with it themselves. Sit here. Isabel pointed at the sofa across from Angor. Angor's arrival eased the tense atmosphere a little. Isabel didn't say anything, while Malia was looking at Angor curiously. When Angor looked at her, Malia smiled at him and nodded. It seemed she liked Angor. I received your magic letter. We'll talk about the infant spirit later. You mentioned that you need my help. What is it? Isabel looked at Angor and asked. Yes, sir. Angor didn't say anything. He took out Toby and placed him on the table. I would like to ask Lady Isabel to help me see if there is any way to save it. Isabel looked at Toby. As a soul manipulator, she didn't look at someone's appearance. Instead, she looked at the brilliance of their soul. The gray bird looked dull on the outside, but its soul made Isabel's eyes light up. Apart from Toby, Angor's soul was the only thing Isabel felt this way in the past few years. The bird's soul is incomplete. Even so, it still has great potential, Isabel said. It's a pity that it's not doing well. If you don't mind, can you tell me more about it? Angor nodded and told Isabel about Toby. He didn't tell her that Toby's organs came from a legendary monster. He only told her that they came from a powerful monster. The rest of the information was more or less the same, including the fact that Toby was once cursed. Isabel didn't say anything. Instead, it was Malia who spoke first. Toby's dreams are filled with possessiveness. Malia sneered. What a coincidence. Someone's possessive too. Possessiveness is fine. But someone who wants to destroy everyone who tries to get close to them. That's a scary thing. Angor didn't know what Malia was talking about at first. They were talking about Toby. Why did they suddenly talk about someone else? But when he looked at Isabel's angry face, he realized something. Obviously, Malia was taking the opportunity to mock Isabella. Is this to say that Isabella also has a strong desire to monopolize? But who would Isabel be possessive about? The answer was obvious. Isabel's teacher. Because of her possessiveness, Isabel wanted to destroy everyone who tried to get close to Isabel. Did that mean Malia was one of them? If that was the case, Isabel must have something to do with Malia's disappearance. Isabel cleared her throat and said, let's not argue about something that has nothing to do with you. Malia was still angry, but since Isabel had spoken, she didn't say anything else. Isabel, on the other hand, didn't say a word. Isabel looked at Angor. I've learned about Toby's condition. Toby's soul is in a special state. His resentment and his true self are fighting a tug of war. Angor nodded. Isabel's true self referred to Baya's private space. That was Toby's true self, which was being attacked by the outside world. Considering how strong Toby's true self is, this tug of war will last for a while. But I can foresee that the result won't be good. In other words, no matter how long it took, Toby's private land would be invaded sooner or later. This was because the tribulation of extreme resentment had already gained the upper hand. This was a one-sided situation, and Toby no longer had the power to fight back. At this point, Isabel suddenly changed the topic. However, I don't think its essence is a problem with the soul. Angor looked at Isabel in confusion. Isabel didn't explain right away. Instead, she closed her eyes and carefully sensed Toby's condition. Her calm expression slowly changed to one of confusion before she finally realized what was going on. As I thought, Toby's soul is too pure. Even though it's being corrupted, it's not too tainted. Toby's soul is only one side of the problem. If we want to solve the root of the problem, we won't be able to save him. In other words, even if Isabel managed to get rid of the taint in Toby's soul, the taint would continue to invade Toby's soul. This taint, or venom as Baya mentioned, did not come from Toby's soul. To save Toby, they had to get rid of the source first. Angor looked a little disappointed. So you can't save Toby, Lady Isabel? It was rare for Isabel to see the fear in Angor's eyes. I can try to get rid of the taint in Toby's soul. But I don't recommend it. Why? Adaptability. Right now, Toby's soul and the taint are in a relatively balanced state. His soul is at a disadvantage, but at least it's balanced. Isabel reached out a hand to stroke Toby's feathers. But if the balance is broken, Toby's soul won't be attacked from both sides for a while. Like I said, as long as the taint isn't dealt with, the taint will come back. And when the taint army invades Toby's soul again, Toby's soul won't be able to adjust, and he'll be utterly defeated. So I think Toby's soul can at least hold on for a while longer. Angor didn't know as much about souls as Isabel, and he didn't think Isabel would lie to him about something like this. So he chose to believe Isabel's words. But Isabel didn't give him a solution, which confused him again. Greya couldn't save Toby, and Isabel couldn't give him a solution. He did not know what to do next. Was Greya telling the truth? The tribulation of 5 flavors was an anomaly given to Toby by the world's will. It was a test to see if he could exist in the world. The intervention of external forces might make Toby's tribulation even more difficult. However, Toby was now completely defeated by the tribulation of extreme resentment. If no external force intervened, he could only watch as Toby's final line of defense was breached, and his own land became fertile ground for evil. Is there really no other way? Angor mumbled to himself. Is there really no other way? Isabel didn't know what to say. She couldn't come up with an answer. Suddenly, a harsh voice reached his ears. I can give you a suggestion. To his surprise, it was Isabella who had been silent all this time. There was no shrill laughter in the background. Instead, there was a gust of wind that scattered her voice. Isabel looked at Isabella. She didn't say anything, but there was a complicated look in her eyes. Emilia sneered and mocked, so your suggestion is to stab someone in the back with a cold knife and push them into the bottomless abyss? Isabella ignored Malia and kept her eyes fixed on Angor. Go ahead, Angor said after a moment of silence. Do you still remember what Frost said? Angor thought Isabella was going to pretend to be pretentious, but she didn't. Instead, she went straight to the point. Do you remember what Frost said? Frost said that he's a wizard who believes in fair trade. As long as we can pay the price, he'll make any deal with us while he's in Dark Castle. I know Kimberly went to see Frost when you were trying to stabilize your mana whirlpool. I don't know why, but I think she got what she wanted. Therefore, my suggestion is that you should go to Frost. Angor didn't expect Isabella to come up with such a suggestion. He thought it would be an unreliable one. But it didn't sound like a bad idea at all. Angor never thought about going to Frost for help. Maybe it was because he always admired Frost's strength, or maybe it was because he didn't want to see Frost's help. But after hearing Isabella's words, Angor began to consider this possibility. Even Greya and Isabel couldn't do anything about Toby's condition. Perhaps they had to seek help from Frost, who was much stronger and more experienced than them. Angor quickly made up his mind. He put Toby back into his pocket and nodded to Isabella. Thank you for the suggestion. Isabella didn't reply. It was as if she was thinking about something else. So you're going to follow Isabella's suggestion and go to Frost? Isabella asked Angor. If there's no other way, it'll work. Isabel looked worried. Angor had at least some basic knowledge about Frost, but Isabel had never met Frost before. Speaking of which, Isabel had stayed in the Soul Genesis garden for the past few days because she was afraid of Frost. But since Angor had already made up his mind, she didn't have the right to stop him. We don't know what Frost's goal is. Be careful. He told me the reason why he appeared in Dark Castle. It should be a coincidence. Angor considered. As for his faction, I know a little bit about it. It shouldn't be a problem. Originally, Isabel had wanted to inquire more about Frost. However, as Frost was currently in the otherworld, she could only give him a simple reminder. She was worried that she would incur Frost's displeasure if she tried to find out more about him. Hence, in the end, she decided not to ask. Next, Angor stayed in the hall and turned one of the 2 infant spirits into a soul. Speaking of which, the infant spirit was a third faster than Emilia. No one said a word during the process. They all focused on the infant spirit's transformation. However, Angor could still sense the hostility between Emilia and Isabella. 2 hours later, Angor left the wizard tower. Perhaps Emilia and Isabella would fight each other again after he left, but that wasn't something he needed to worry about. A while later, Angor arrived outside Frost's room. He didn't knock on the door right away. Instead, he thought about how he should tell Frost what he wanted to say. While he was thinking, the door was opened by itself. Creak. Creak. The door was swung open. Why don't you come in and share your thoughts with me? Frost's elegant voice reached Angor's ears. Come in. Angor followed the voice and entered. The lights in the room were dim, and many corners could not be illuminated. It was still pitch black. Frost, on the other hand, was standing under an oil lamp with his back facing Angor. He was playing with a black flute. Angor's pupils shrank when he saw the flute. The shiny flute was the mystery item Frost showed Angor earlier, the Symphony of Darkness. Frost was holding a clean piece of leather from an unknown magical creature and carefully wiping the dark movement. When he was done, Frost turned around and stared at Angor. I thought you came to find me because you wanted to continue the unfinished conversation. However, from your eyes, I can see that you have an urgent request. Frost gestured for Angor to sit down. Tell me. What do you want from me? Angor was a little confused by Frost's calmness. Before coming to Frost's room, Angor visited Kimberly to verify Isabella's words. Kimberly also admitted that she made a deal with Frost and paid a certain price in exchange for a certain result. He didn't ask for the details, but Kimberly did tell him about her meeting with Frost. What can you pay? Frost asked Kimberly as soon as he saw Kimberly. According to Kimberly, only by letting Frost know what he can get from you will he decide whether or not to make this deal with you. However, from the looks of it, Frost did not seem to have mentioned the so-called price. Angor considered for a moment and decided to ask, Mr. Frost, do you want to know what I need to pay first? Frost remained silent. Angor couldn't see his expression because of the mask, but he heard Frost chuckling. The price varies from person to person, of course. Why don't you tell me what you want to know first? Angor considered for a moment and took out Toby. Frost looked at the sleeping Toby without showing any surprise. Angor always carried Toby with him, and he rarely put it in his bracelet. Even when he was talking to Frost about losing control, Toby was still in Angor's pocket. Frost must have sensed Toby's presence long ago. Frost had noticed Toby a long time ago. He could see that Toby was special, but he wasn't too curious. There were too many strange creatures in this world, and Toby wasn't one of them. However, since Angor put Toby in front of him, Frost took a careful look. What a strange creature. It's not allowed to exist in this world, but it's also accepted by the world, Frost commented. I'm afraid it's one of a kind in this world. Even in Phantom City, it's qualified to be an upper-class citizen. Seeing Angor's puzzled look, Frost gave him a simple explanation. Phantom City was a strange city in the origin world. Its full name was Gruz Dayward's Phantom City. There were many strange creatures in the city, which Gruz Dayward classified into 3 classes of citizens. Those at the top of the pyramid were considered upper-class citizens. However, it is said to be a city of magical creatures, but in the eyes of outsiders, it is more like Gruz Howard's private confinement garden. That's why people don't like it. But that doesn't stop them from thinking about it. People in the origin world will always think of Phantom City when they talk about strange creatures. After Frost finished introducing the Phantom City, he added, Gruz Howard is an expert in the study of magical creatures. I heard that he is a good person, but when he sees rare creatures, he becomes extremely greedy. So, if you have a chance to visit the origin world, don't go to Phantom City. Otherwise, if he sees your little pet, heh. Frost suddenly chuckled. His smile looked calm, but Angor felt a chill running down his spine. Toby's not my pet. He's my friend, Angor said. Frost raised an eyebrow. Alright, your friend. Frost took Toby from him and gently stroked the creature's feathers. The grayish feathers, coupled with her fair hands and the 3 rings on her fingers that shone with a mysterious light, gave off a sense of incongruity. Its situation is very interesting. Frost stroked Toby's head a few times and seemed to understand the situation. He then said in a graceful and soothing tone, This is the first time I've seen a creature evolve by defeating an emotion that has fused with its flesh. This should be a unique way for it to evolve, right? Frost already knew a lot about Toby before Angor even told him about it. Angor was impressed by Frost's insight. Angor didn't try to hide anything and told Frost about Toby's origin as well as the 5 flavors disaster. You want to save it? Frost understood what Angor was trying to do. Yes, I want to save him. Frost said, its current situation is similar to when you became an official wizard. This is a way for it to level up. I don't mind you interfering with it. But, if we don't use external intervention, can it survive? Frost pondered for a moment and said with certainty, no. Then I'd. Frost gently rubbed Toby's cheeks with his fingers and put the creature back on the table. If you really want to, it's not impossible. Angor's eyes brightened up. This was the first time he heard Frost speaking positively about Toby's abilities. However, once an external force intervenes, it may bring about great trouble in the future. You have to think carefully. What kind of trouble? Frost shrugged. That depends on how far you want to go and what choice you make. Angor considered for a moment. Can I talk to someone about it? Frost nodded. Angor stepped out of the door. Soon, an envelope with a pair of white wings flew out of the room and slowly went into the pocket of a female apprentice. The apprentice didn't know that she was carrying an envelope. She walked down the stairs and stopped at the 4th level of the nest. It seemed she was going deeper. A gust of cold wind picked up the envelope and blew it into another apprentice's body. The female apprentice came to the ice cave from the hive. When she stood outside the ice cave, the letter flew past her shoulder. She sighed and said, "I think there was a white shadow." The letter then disappeared into the depths of the tunnel. Soon, the letter arrived in front of Grea's face. Before Grea could open the letter, it turned into a puff of fire, from which Angor's figure was revealed. Such a clever illusion connection. Even I was fooled. Grea looked at Sunders, who was sitting in front of her. There are still traces of illusion nodes. It's not worth mentioning, Sunders said with a blank expression. Grea rolled her eyes at Sunders. She didn't know why, but she could see the smug look in Sunders' eyes. What a man, Grea muttered in her mind and looked at Angor's illusion. Angor told Grea what happened when he went to find Isabel and Frost, as well as what Frost told him. He had already made up his mind, but Grea was still the one who created Toby. In a way, Grea was like a mother to Toby. He had to talk to Grea about Toby's future. Save him, Grea said. Without hesitation. Using external forces to interfere with Toby's life might lead to complications, but at least Toby wouldn't die. But Toby had no chance to survive without outside help. Grea did not even need to think about which choice to make. Plus, it's not a permanent injury. There's always a way to deal with it. With Grea's answer in hand, Angor returned to Frost's room. Frost looked up. The gears on his bronze mask slowly turned as he spoke. I see you've made your choice. I won't give up on Toby, Angor said with determination. Frost nodded. Since you've made up your mind, let's analyze the situation. Toby's body is special. Apart from a frame, you can't even see his own soul or flesh. Therefore, the so-called calamity of the 5 flavors can be simply described as using the emotions of the 5 flavors to enrich the framework and connect the soul and flesh within. Once Toby overcomes, or rather, conquers, the Toby will be able to truly transform, and he will no longer be limited by his original body. Therefore, Toby's problem isn't limited to his body or soul. We need to look at the root of the problem. This was also the problem that troubled Isabel and Grea. They couldn't find the root of the problem at their current level, but for someone like Frost, it wasn't hard at all. Once the root of the problem was found, there would be many ways to solve it. However, no matter what method, as long as there was an external force involved, they would have to deal with the resentment inside Toby. Based on my own assessment, I've removed some of the riskier methods. You have 2 choices. I think the risk of the first option is the lowest. Frost took out the pitch-black flute and placed it next to Toby. It is currently in the midst of the tribulation of extreme resentment. The resentment, jealousy, viciousness, and evil that it emits, all of these emotions are actually a form of malice. You can use the dark symphony to gather all of them together and turn them into the visage of evil. The so-called face of evil was the personality formed by the resentment in Toby's body. Bird's frame. Just like Roland, Toby would have 2 different personalities. One would be normal, and the other would be the visage of evil. As long as Frost controlled the dark symphony, Toby would be able to suppress the visage of evil and behave like a normal person. When Toby was in trouble, the visage of evil could also boost his strength. As far as Frost was concerned, this was the least risky option. However, Angor still felt uneasy. It was like planting a remote-controlled bomb inside Toby's body, and the controller was in Frost's hands. Leaving one's life in the hands of another meant losing one's freedom forever. If Angor had to choose, he wouldn't choose the dark symphony. The second choice is to suppress the resentment inside Toby's body. To put it bluntly, it was a simple and violent method. Given Frost's power, he could easily restrain the resentment inside Toby's body and suppress it. The resentment inside Toby's body is its own problem. It won't be easy for external forces to resolve it. Besides, it's very risky and might even be permanent. Frost wasn't lying. He could help Toby resolve the resentment. However, as he said, Toby would only be satisfied if he defeated the 5 flavors tribulation. If Frost tried to resolve the resentment, Toby would never be able to achieve it. It was very likely that Toby's future path would be ruined. Therefore, Frost chose a compromise. Suppress the resentment. It's very risky. But at least the resentment won't be destroyed. The resentment will still have a chance to resolve itself, and it won't affect Toby too much in the future. However, the more Frost tried to suppress the resentment, the stronger it would become in the future. As Toby grew stronger, the resentment would grow stronger as well. If the resentment inside Toby's body was like a mayfly right now, one day, the resentment inside Toby's body would become a giant beast. It was already very difficult to deal with the mayfly level of resentment. In the future, it would be unimaginable how terrifying it would be to face a fully grown giant beast. It was basically like an insurmountable mountain. Moreover, at that time, due to the linkage of the 5 taste tribulations, the suppressed resentment would very likely erupt together with the next 5 taste tribulation. In other words, if Toby chose the second option, he would still have to face a stronger version of Angor's resentment. If Toby's body did not undergo any changes, the result would still be uncertain. Now it's your turn. Which one will you choose? Frost opened his hands. As his hands floated in the air, Angor could vaguely see a golden scale. The 2 options were like 2 weights of different materials, swaying on the sides of the scale. Both options had their pros and cons, and the consequences were different. The first option was to solve the problem now, but there would be a remote-controlled bomb placed inside his body that could be controlled by someone else. The second option was to delay. There would be several calamities in the future, and the chances of surviving them were slim. However, his fate was still in his own hands. Which one should he choose? If you can't make a decision, I'd advise you to choose the first option. It will lower the risk to you, Frost's elegant voice echoed in Angor's ears. Angor pondered for a moment and made up his mind. However, he did not make a decision right away. Instead, he asked, "What's the price for these 2 options?" Frost said, "These 2 choices are nothing to me. You don't have to pay any price." Anyone with a bit of a thick skin would have accepted the offer already. However, Angor did not believe that such a free lunch would fall into his lap. Did this mean he had to pay a favor? Seeing Angor still staring at him without saying anything, Frost shrugged. "If you must pay a price, why don't you do it for me? If you become a mystery alchemist one day, I'll ask you to pay the price." "And if I don't?" Angor asked. "Then I'll pretend the favor doesn't exist." Angor fell into deep thought. Should he trade? If it was just asking for a favor, Angor could accept it. However, a favor was a very broad promise. An empty favor was a favor, and so was a sacrifice. If he wanted to give her a favor, he should at least set a limit. "If I do become a mystery expert one day, I hope you won't ask for anything that goes against my will when you ask me to return the favor." "Sure. Not only will I not go against your will, but I also promise that I won't put you in danger." Once Angor became the mystery alchemist, he would become a treasure trove that could never be used up. Frost even lowered the upper limit of the favor, which surprised Angor a little. Angor didn't think his favor was that important. However, Frost's condition was something that could happen after he became the mysterious alchemist, and Frost seemed to respect Angor's wishes. Angor began to doubt himself. "All right." Angor finally nodded and accepted Frost's offer. Frost's lips curled up slightly. "Since you've already agreed, it's time for you to choose. Which one do you want to choose?" Faced with the same choice again, Angor did not hesitate. "The second choice is to suppress it." Frost clicked his tongue and caressed the piece of music lovingly. "Looks like you're being rejected." The bone flute glowed even brighter as if it was responding to Frost's words. Frost chuckled and put away the piece of music. "Your little demon, friend, may face a greater disaster in the future." I hope you can make up your mind again. Are you sure you want to make this choice? Yes. Angor nodded. Frost shrugged. All right. Let's not waste time. Let's do it. Frost's hand suddenly glowed with a blinding green light. Despite Angor's current strength, the light was too bright for him and forced him to turn his head away. He waited for the green light to fade away before he turned around. Toby didn't look any different from before. However, when Angor took a closer look, he saw black smoke rising from Toby's body. The black smoke was extremely thick. It didn't smell bad, but it carried strong negative energy. Resentment, hatred, jealousy, evil. All kinds of negative energy related to resentment were growing inside Toby's body. Angor gave Frost a puzzled look. What's wrong with Toby? I've suppressed it. It's normal now. But... Frost looked around. This isn't a good place to transform. Let's go to the void. Transform? Angor noticed the word and gave Frost a puzzled look. Without any warning, Angor and Frost were teleported into a dark void. This wasn't an illusion. It was the real void. He clearly sensed that the target anchor that had been hanging high in his mind was not far away. Angor followed the anchor's direction and saw the door anomaly. He didn't feel any space ripple or ripple at all. How was he brought to the void without being affected by anything? What kind of powerful spell was this? At the same time, Angor was also confused. He did not understand why Frost would suddenly appear in the void. Before Angor could ask, Toby told him the answer. Toby released the black smoke faster and faster, and the area it covered was getting bigger and bigger. With Toby as the center, the area within 10 meters was filled with the black fog filled with resentment. He began to worry about Toby's safety. However, his worry only lasted for a short while because the thick black mist around him suddenly became solid. Angor looked at the terrifying monster that came out of the black smoke in shock. He finally understood why Frost had mentioned transformation earlier. Toby had already transformed. Just like the griffin, Toby used Frost's power to suppress the resentment and barely survived the second calamity. Even though the resentment had become a hidden danger in Toby's body that could not be ignored, it had still given Toby new powers and used the resentment as an incarnation. It was a monster that Angor couldn't tell what it was at all. Its body was still surrounded by black smoke, but Angor could already see its general shape. It was at least 10 meters long and had a pair of wings that covered the sky. Angor didn't know what kind of monster it was, but the feeling it gave him didn't change at all. It was still gloomy, resentful, jealous, cold, damp, and chilling. As Angor pondered, the monster was still struggling. However, all of a sudden, its head stretched out from the black fog. Its scarlet eyes were filled with endless madness as it roared at the void without a care in the world. Terrifying energy waves continued to grow and spread. Angor now understood why Frost brought Toby into the void. Once the monster transformed in Soul Realm, the energy waves it released could easily kill any apprentice nearby. This was the power of a wizard-level wizard. As the monster roared, Angor also noticed that the tongue sticking out of its long head was actually a scarlet forked tongue. This was clearly a gigantic python with blood-colored patterns all over its body. While Angor was still trying to figure out Toby's transformation, the giant python suddenly crawled out of the black smoke, allowing Angor to see its entire body. Its head was a python, but its lower abdomen still had the characteristics of a bird, as well as a pair of wide wings. When it came to its tail, it turned back into a snake again. Overall, the creature was full of power. Also, because it was a snake, Angor could smell the dark, wet, and fishy smell, which made him shudder. What kind of creature was this? What was Toby's transformation this time? Snake bird. Frost answered Angor's question. Angor couldn't see Frost's eyes under the mask, but he could tell that Frost was appreciating the creature. The snake bird is a very rare magical creature. Such a graceful and huge snake bird is probably hard to find even among the snake birds. Frost praised, full of jealousy, vanity, and resentment. What a harmonious mix. While Frost was praising, Toby, who had transformed into a serpentine bird, suddenly went crazy. Toby turned its twisted neck and pointed its cold, scale-covered head at Angor in a strange way. His scarlet eyes were filled with a demonic aura. Toby angrily flicked his forked tongue and dove at Angor. Toby had clearly lost his mind. His movements were swift and violent, and his mouth was wide open, revealing fangs that glowed with a ghostly green light. Clearly, Toby had not swooped down to express joy, but was filled with murderous intent. When Toby was about to reach Angor, a crystal wall appeared in front of it. Toby swung its tail, and the crystal wall shattered into pieces. But when one was destroyed, another one would appear. No matter how Toby attacked, it couldn't get close to Angor. When Toby was about to go berserk, a strange sound suddenly came from the dark void. Toby quickly turned around and looked at the source of the sound. A tiny dot of light appeared in the darkness. When it got closer, Angor noticed that it came from a six-petaled flower. The flower was drooping, and the light around its petals looked like fireflies. Not to mention why the flower appeared in the void, why was it moving? Also, it seemed to be getting closer and closer. When he tried to take a closer look, he noticed a giant shadow under the flower. It was a black worm that was at least several dozen meters long. The worm's body was in the shape of a loop, which moved back and forth along with the air current behind it. A worm with a flower on top of its head? This was the first time Angor saw such a thing. The strange sound he heard in the darkness was coming from this worm. As Angor looked at the worm curiously, more lights appeared. Below each fluorescent light was a corresponding worm. The fluorescent lights were all different and colorful, like colorful clouds floating in the void. If one ignored the ugly worms under the flower, it would look like a dream. "What's that?" Angor asked. "A worm bus, or worm bus," said Frost. "It's a monster that can travel through the void." Worm buses were creatures of the void, but they liked to eat plants, so they often visited different worlds. The reason why they were called buses was because of this characteristic. When you lost your way in the void and couldn't find a road sign or an intersection, as long as you followed the worm bus, you would definitely find a suitable world for survival. However, although the worm bus liked to eat plants, it did not mean that they were herbivores. The flower on top of their heads was a kind of glowing organ similar to a deep-sea worm, which could attract food in the void. It was obvious that they were omnivorous monsters, and they would even eat humans. Therefore, the bus worm was not a gentle monster. Moreover, the worm bus was also very powerful. It was a social creature that lived in groups. Weaker wizards would have no choice but to run if they encountered it. These dozen worm buses must have sensed Fairy Tale World and are preparing to have a good meal. "We're very close to Fairy World. As long as you don't provoke them, they won't eat you. After all, you need to leave some space in your stomach to store your favorite plants." Of course, Angor wouldn't do that. However, that didn't mean Toby would listen to him. Toby was furious when he realized that he couldn't break through Angor's defense. Now that the worm buses showed up, Toby's attention was diverted. Without hesitation, Toby swung his tail and turned into a streak of dark red light that flew toward the group of worm buses. Angor's pupils shrank. He tried calling Toby's name, but he didn't get any response. He already attacked. "You," which means he's lost his mind. "You can't do anything to him," said Frost. Even so, Angor was still worried about Toby's safety. He didn't know how Toby's condition. But could Toby handle so many worm buses? While Angor was worrying, Toby had already attacked one of the nearest worm buses. Angor was worried about Toby's safety. However, Toby didn't seem to be afraid at all. Instead, he used his snake tail to wrap around one of the buses. The fight didn't get too intense because it ended quickly. After Toby caught a worm bus, he bit down on the flower on the head of the worm bus. As the light was extinguished, the worm bus's life was extinguished. After killing one of the bus worms, Toby casually threw its corpse into the void and immediately rushed toward the second bus worms. "The glowing organ on top of the bus is its weakness, but it shouldn't die so quickly," said Frost. "So your little friend not only turned into a serpent bird, but he also has the poison of a serpent bird. Furthermore, this poison looks very unusual." The skin of a worm bus was as thick as the skin of a bloodline wizard. The only thinner part was the glowing organ on top of its head. Angor wasn't sure if it was Toby's nature or luck. Toby saw through the weakness of the worm bus and injected the poison into the body of the worm bus through the light-emitting organ on top of its head. That was how he managed to kill the worm bus in one hit. However, he was still surprised by how Toby defeated the worm bus. It sounded easy, but it wasn't easy to do. It had to have extraordinary speed, strength to shackle the worm bus, and strength enough to kill the worm bus. All three were necessary. Ordinary magi might not be able to do so. Toby, on the other hand, had all three, especially the power of the sequence of gravity, which boosted its speed beyond imagination. When Toby turned into a griffin, Angor thought the bird was already as fast as it could go. However, Toby's snakebird form was even faster than a griffin. It was also because of this that it was able to use its tail to entangle the worm buses before they could react, killing them with a final blow. One after another, Toby killed all the worm buses. While Angor was still in awe of Toby's power, he also noticed that Toby was only killing for the sake of killing. It didn't seem to care about the buses at all. It was as if Toby only wanted to enjoy the thrill of torturing the buses. What's going on with Toby? Angor frowned and looked at Frost. Frost quietly looked into the distance. Toby was still slaughtering the worm buses. His red eyes didn't have any warmth. They were cold and crazy. If its nature isn't like this, then it must have chosen to suppress its resentment, Frost said calmly. Do you have a solution? Angor quickly asked. Instead of answering, Frost asked, his transformation seems to be related to the taste disaster? Angor nodded and told Frost about how Toby turned into a griffin of wrath. Frost nodded. If Toby overcame the taste of wrath and turned into a griffin of wrath, then this serpent bird should be called a jealous serpent bird. When Toby turned into a griffin of wrath, his mind wasn't affected because he overcame the taste of wrath. But now, Toby didn't defeat the taste of wrath. Since his incarnation is related to the taste of wrath, Toby will be able to touch the suppressed resentment. That's why he's going crazy. There are only two ways to calm Toby down. The only way to settle this once and for all is for it to release the resentment that I've been suppressing to face and defeat it. If Toby turns into a serpent bird, this situation won't happen. The second is to wait until Toby runs out of energy and leaves the serpent bird form. Only then will Toby return to normal. Frost couldn't do the first one right now, so he had to wait for Toby to leave the serpent bird form. So you're saying that suppressing the resentment means that Toby will lose his mind when he turns into a serpent bird? Will he be fine when he's not in the serpent bird form? Angor asked. Yes, Toby will regain his mind when he's not in the serpent bird form. But the resentment is only suppressed, not eliminated. Even if Toby regains his mind, his actions will still be affected to a certain extent. Angor sighed in relief. It didn't matter as long as Toby could wake up. While they were chatting, there were only a few bus worms left on the other side. They were obviously scared by Toby's brutality. When Toby wasn't paying attention, they dug a hole in the void and the rest of the bus worms went in. No one knew where they went. Toby suddenly stopped moving. Black smoke began to rise from his body. As the black smoke came out, Toby's enormous body began to shrink. In the end, the 10-meter-long snake bird was reduced to the size of a palm, and the black gas around it also disappeared into Toby's body. Toby, on the other hand, closed his eyes and continued to sleep. Angor walked to Toby's side and held the bird in his hand. Toby sensed something when his hand touched Angor's skin. Toby moved his head and rubbed against Angor's hand. Then, he turned around and went back to sleep. Seeing this, Angor's anxious heart finally calmed down. Although Toby was still unconscious, it was clearly different from before. If everything went well, Toby would regain his mind when he woke up. However, Angor still had a long way to go when he thought about the resentment inside Toby's body. Just as Frost said, the longer Toby suppressed the resentment, the stronger the backlash would be. He had to find a way to get rid of the resentment as soon as possible. Then how should I deal with the suppressed resentment? Inside Frost's room, Angor looked at Toby who was resting on Frost's palm and asked for help. The suppression of the will of extreme resentment is not a deep seal. One day, when it feels ready, it will be able to break the seal easily. Frost paused. As for how it will deal with it, that will be up to it. As I said, there are very few places where external forces can interfere. If you try to use external forces to neutralize the resentment, you'll cause irreparable damage to it. So, whether it can survive the resentment tribulation is still up to it. Unless you want to use darkness movement. Frost changed the topic and looked at Angor again. So, I'm done with Toby. Do you have any other problems? I can solve them all at once. Since you might ask for favors in the future, I'll let you do it for free this time. Angor was surprised. He never thought about how valuable a favor he owed Frost, but Frost seemed to be serious about it again and again. Apart from Toby, Angor couldn't think of anything else. Suddenly, an idea came to him. Anything? Angor quickly asked. Frost saw the urgency in Angor's eyes and nodded. As long as it's within my power. Angor was about to say something. Of course, he wanted to solve John's problem the most. But before he could say anything, he remembered John's words, "I'd rather die than let my homeland be harmed because of me." Frost was very strong. Perhaps he could really see through John's plan. Angor only knew a little about Frost's power. No one knew what the man was really thinking. If John's homeland was harmed because of this, John would never forgive himself. Besides, he wouldn't be able to hide it from the alien eye. He swallowed the words he was going to say. Frost looked at Angor's expression and raised an eyebrow. What? You think I can't handle your problem? Angor shook his head. Apart from John's problem, there were two other things that troubled him the most. One was the scroll that could increase luck. But he already acted like he was in a hurry, which meant Frost wouldn't believe him. There was only one other thing left. Mr. Frost, what do you think of the abyss? Demons? Frost looked at Angor with disgust. They're a bunch of lucky ones who are protected by the laws of the abyss world. But at the same time, they're also parasites of the abyss world. But I won't deny that there are some with wisdom among the demons. These wise ones are basically ancient beings who have lived for countless years. Even the sorcerers of the origin world would still show respect to these ancient beings. Ancient beings? Angor's mind. Frost gave Angor a strange look. Yes, the Queen of Abyss is an ancient being. But how do you know about her? The Queen of Abyss was a terrifying being that even Frost didn't want to talk about. She was a self-centered lunatic who spread the horror of death in the Abyss world. Apart from several top-level ancient beings, the Queen of Abyss world was probably the last thing a wizard from the origin world would want to run into. But Frost didn't think Angor was strong enough to get in touch with someone as powerful as the Queen of Abyss world. Angor hesitated. I once met one of the Queen's followers in the Abyss world. Oh? Who are you talking about? Corendo. Frost already had an answer in his mind when Angor mentioned that he met the Queen of Hell's subordinates. Corendo was the only one who came from Barren Face. If Angor really met a follower of the Queen of Abyss world, it could only be Corendo. As expected, the name Angor mentioned was Guide of Death Corendo. Angor didn't lie to Frost. But how did Angor meet Corendo? Why didn't Corendo kill Angor? Frost was puzzled. But he didn't ask about it. He was more interested in Angor's question. Angor suddenly mentioned a demon god, and he knew something about the Ancient Ones. What was it that Angor wanted him to help with? Did it have something to do with the Ancient Ones? Or did Angor want him to kill a god? Let's not talk about the Ancient Ones for now. I just want to know if your problem has anything to do with the Ancient Ones? Angor shook his head. No, it has something to do with a demon god. With that, Angor took out a space capsule and placed it on the table. Frost glanced at the space-soft capsule with a puzzled expression. His brows furrowed slightly. Inside the capsule was a statue of a demon whose head and body were covered by a pair of black wings. The tail of the statue was exposed, which looked like a hook that was filled with books. The Scholar of Cruelty's object. Frost immediately recognized the statue. Yes. If possible, I hope you can help me break it, Mr. Frost, said Angor. The object was a container that contained the consciousness of a demon god. As long as one prayed to the demon god for mercy, the demon god would automatically send its consciousness to fulfill the request. However, using the object meant that one would become a demon god's follower by default. Angor rejected the Scholar of Cruelty's request to become his follower, so the Scholar of Cruelty created this object to observe Angor's soul. However, the Scholar of Cruelty seemed to have lost his confidence after witnessing the death of Lord Flameless True Soul, so he never sent his consciousness to the object again. Still, keeping the object around was always a threat. Angor couldn't break the object himself, so he took this chance to ask Frost about it. Frost sighed in relief when he heard that the request wasn't about the Ancient Ones. However, he still gave Angor a thoughtful look. For someone who was only an apprentice not long ago to learn about the secrets of the Abyss Plane and obtain a demon god's object, this was no easy feat. Also, the aura of the demon god on the object was very weak, which meant the demon god hadn't shown up for a long time. This was strange. Did the demon not dare to come? Or was there another reason? It seemed Angor had a lot of secrets in his past. Frost nodded. If it's just breaking a subjugated object, that shouldn't be too difficult. But are you sure you can bear the consequences of the demon god's arrival? It won't come. Huh? The Scholar of Cruelty won't come. After witnessing the death of Lord Flameless True Soul, the Scholar of Cruelty probably wouldn't come. When the Scholar of Cruelty gave the item to Angor, he promised that if Angor broke the item, he would not blame Angor. Frost didn't know where Angor's confidence came from, but he didn't bother to ask. Breaking an object wasn't a big deal. Even if the Scholar of Cruelty did come, it would only be a wisp of his consciousness, which Frost could easily destroy. Frost didn't think too much about it. He reached out his hand and covered the single-use space capsule. Frost's hand glowed faintly, and he pulled his hand back in the next second. Angor didn't feel anything. He only sensed some ripples of spatial energy in the capsule, and everything was over? Puzzled, he reached his spirit feelers into the capsule. The Scholar of Cruelty's object was gone. Angor gulped. He always knew Frost was strong, but he didn't know how strong he really was. But now, looking at the empty space capsule, it was as if a storm had been set off in his heart. The energy ripples were so weak that Frost didn't even destroy the capsule. How did he destroy the object of a demon god from the Abyss Plane through all the barriers? He couldn't even begin to imagine how strong Frost was. While Angor was in a daze, Frost quietly scanned the area. Demon objects weren't cheap, and there weren't that many demon gods in the Abyss Plane. As far as Frost knew, destroying an object meant that the demon god behind it would send his or her consciousness here. Thus, Frost was currently on his guard and keeping a lookout. Angor was still in a daze, while Frost's frown grew deeper. The Scholar of Cruelty didn't send his or her consciousness here. More importantly, the Scholar of Cruelty didn't even look at Angor. It was as if he never created the object. Just as Frost was filled with doubts, his ears suddenly twitched and he raised his head to look in a certain direction. Angor was still shocked by Frost's strength when he heard the noise behind him. He turned around and saw Frost staring at an unknown space. A small dot of light appeared out of nowhere and slowly floated in front of Frost. The moment this tiny speck of light appeared, it began to expand and transform. In the end, it turned into a ball of raging flames. Angor looked at the flame and saw a red light flashing in front of his eyes. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the flame again. This time, he saw something moving inside the flame. The red light that he had seen earlier had come from the image. It was a figure inside the flame. The figure stood in the darkness. Angor could not see the person's face, gender, or clothing. The only thing that stood out was a bright red scarf that looked like blood. The scarf emitted a bright red light and covered half of the figure's face. The red scarf was pulled very long, and it fluttered in the void like a wandering scarlet viper. Angor felt something strange about the scarf. Staring at it, he felt like he was being dragged into a mysterious vortex. There was nothing but darkness around him. His soul and consciousness slowly disappeared. When Angor thought even his basic senses were about to disappear, he heard someone coughing in the darkness. Angor opened his eyes and saw nothing but red. His body was tightly bound. Let him go. He's just a common wizard in my temporary residence. Frost's elegant voice echoed in Angor's ears. A common wizard? In my opinion, it's not ordinary at all. It was a man's voice. However, his nasal cavity seemed to be covered by something, so his voice sounded a little muffled. Despite that, the man still put Angor down. When the strange sensation on his skin disappeared, Angor landed on the ground. Angor finally noticed that it was a long red scarf that tied him up. This long red scarf came from the image in the flames. As Angor was untied, the scarf slowly retracted back into the image. When the scarf completely disappeared from the world, the figure in the image gave Angor a cold glare. Following that, the image of the flame slowly dissipated. Finally, it turned into specks of light and disappeared into the void. Angor exhaled deeply. He could still remember how he felt when the scarf wrapped around his body. Suffocation, powerlessness, and the feeling of his soul and consciousness sinking. Everything felt so real. He had no idea what was going on. Just a second ago, he was still talking to Frost. How did this happen in the next second? Who was that figure in the flame? And what was with the red scarf? Also, why did he suddenly attack him? Angor's mind was full of questions. While he was still confused, Frost's voice traveled into his ears. I'm sorry to have implicated you. But Zorn didn't want to kill you. He just wanted to make sure no one else heard our conversation. Just like me, Zorn is a member of the Order faction, Frost said. Zorn is a member of the Order faction. After I escaped from the box of reincarnation, I told the Order faction about what happened here and asked for reinforcements. Zorn was sent here by the Order faction. He contacted me just now to confirm the mission. Frost shrugged. That's all Zorn wanted to keep. Since I already told you about the box of reincarnation, I won't hide it from you. Angor had a rough idea of what was going on. But he was still curious. According to Frost, Zorn wasn't here. So how did the scarf travel through time to bind him? Frost smiled. Zorn is a mystery hunter as well. He's not as experienced as I am, but he did manage to get rid of a mystery hunter before. That scarf was one of the spoils of war he obtained during that mission. So the red scarf is also a mystery item? Angor hesitated. Frost nodded. Yes. But I won't tell you the details. After all, it's not a mystery item in the form of order. Knowing more about it might not be a good thing. Angor nodded in understanding. It wasn't a mystery item in the form of order, but it could still be controlled. Just like the Dark Symphony, it was also a half-lost mystery item. Angor was still curious about the scarf, but he knew that curiosity killed the cat. Besides, Frost once warned him that when a mystery item went out of control, even if they were separated by a great distance, they could be dragged into the mystery item's rhythm. When it came to these mysterious items, if one did not have sufficient strength and knowledge, the less one knew, the safer it would be for them. Frost explained, Zorn is already near the small world where the box of reincarnation is. My short rest is about to end. Are you going to enter the box of reincarnation again? Angor asked curiously. I'll have to talk to Zorn when I get there. As he spoke, Frost stood up from his seat. He stretched out his hand and lightly tapped the void. A black vortex gradually formed. It seems that our unfinished conversation will have to wait for next time. Angor had a lot of questions about mystery items, and he hoped Frost could give him some answers. However, things always changed faster than he planned. Angor bade farewell to Frost in a serious manner. He was still wary of Frost, but he had to admit that Frost had helped him a lot in the past few days. Frost smiled and said, rather than asking me to take care of myself, I hope you can take care of yourself. Angor gave Frost a puzzled look. Behind Frost was a space vortex that was slowly taking shape. He stood in front of the vortex and observed Angor's reaction. Angor felt Frost's gaze lingering on his left earlobe, his gloved right hand, and finally stopped at Angor's right eye. You've had a lot of adventures. Frost stared at Angor's right eye. But no matter how lucky you are, it won't last forever. Every person who stepped through the thorns and finally became a magus, their life experiences are enough to write a magnificent epic. So, what you have to remember is that you may be very special in your own world, but in this general plane, you're just one of the many living beings. So that I can ask you to return the favor in the future, you'd better survive. It won't be easy to do that. So, take care. I'll be looking forward to our next meeting. With that, the vortex behind Frost turned into a tunnel leading to an unknown space. Before leaving, Frost gave Angor one last look. After spending several days with Angor, Frost realized that Angor was hiding many secrets. Angor's hidden right hand and eye, the strange soul, the flame mark that carried the energy of origin, and so on. Even Frost, who always tried to control his curiosity, couldn't help but look into them. However, whenever he tried to find out more about Angor, he always had a bad feeling about it. He had a nagging feeling that things would become troublesome, or even have unpredictable consequences. Because of this, Frost didn't bother to look into Angor's secrets. However, his curiosity didn't diminish. As he found more clues about Angor's secrets, such as the summoned object, Frost became more optimistic about Angor's future. The more secrets one had, the more powerful one would become. Maybe he'll really become a mystery expert one day? With this thought in mind, Frost stepped into the dark vortex. There was a delicate plate in front of Angor. There was a cloud of smoke on the plate. The smoke kept changing. Angor could see different scenes through the smoke. Sometimes, he saw mountains, and sometimes, he saw a palace surrounded by mountains. At this moment, he saw a beautiful girl swinging on a swing. It was not an exaggeration to say that the smoke was a work of art. Angor praised in his mind. Without hesitation, he lowered his head and inhaled the smoke into his body. Strangely, Angor thought the smoke would make him choke, but it did not. When he inhaled the smoke, he suddenly felt a cool sensation rushing into his brain. It was as if he was enlightened, and his old and rigid mind was opened up. This is Wilson's gas spirit. It can keep you awake for a long time. Sunder's voice reached his ears while Angor was still immersed in the smoke. There are at least 100 different gases mixed in this dish, which is enough to reach Wilson's level. You're worthy of being called the best gourmet wizard in the southern wizardry region. Greya, who was sitting in front of Angor, chuckled lazily. It's an honor to be praised by Mr. Phantom. But you didn't say this when I opened my restaurant. Is it because you feel guilty about eating my meal for free? Sunders gave Greya a disdainful glance but did not say anything. Greya looked at Angor again. I prepared this banquet to celebrate your breakthrough. Too bad I spent all the ingredients on the Feast of Purification. It's a bit shabby. As far as I'm concerned, this is the best meal I've ever had in years. Greya responded with a teasing tone. But Angor's compliment made Greya smile like a blooming flower. Angor was not flattering Greya though. He barely had a proper meal all these years. If he was hungry, he would eat mosey meat to fill his stomach. Mosey meat was tasteless, and it tasted like wax if he ate it for a long time. During his time in Pat Manor, Leon forced him to eat at the dining hall every day. Greya's food tasted good, but it was nothing compared to Greya's gluttony. Apart from Wilson's gas sprite, there were also several plates in front of him, all of which were filled with strange-looking food. He tasted them all and enjoyed the delicious food on his tongue. The food did not only bring him physical sensations, but it also brought him great joy. Plus, Toby's condition was getting better. The heavy burden on his mind was finally lifted, which made him feel much better. Thinking about Toby, he took the bird out of his pocket and placed it on the table. Toby was still sleeping soundly, but as it breathed in and out, Wilson's gaseous sprite also entered its nose. Even in his dreams, Toby let out a comfortable gurgle. How's Toby doing? Greya looked at Toby curiously. Greya didn't have time to check on Toby's condition since she was busy preparing the food. Now she finally had the chance to ask. Angor briefly explained what happened in Frost's room. Since the box of reincarnation was extremely dangerous, Angor omitted the part about Zorn. He only said that Frost received some kind of message and left Dark Castle. Greya sighed in relief. You only managed to suppress your resentment, but it's still better than failing the tribulation. Resentment was triggered by the curse of disaster, so it was normal for Toby to fail since he wasn't prepared for it at all. Toby's resentment was still there, but at least he had enough time to prepare for the next tribulation. Even if the next tribulation would be worse, it wasn't completely unsolvable. Greya had never met Frost before, so she only focused on Toby's condition. Sunders, on the other hand, was different. The first thing that came to his mind after hearing Angor's words was the deal itself. Why was his condition merely a groundless favor, or rather, why would a legendary being like Angor care about such a favor? What was it about Angor that caught Frost's attention? Sunders was very curious about Frost, but he couldn't ask Angor directly since he was still in Dark Castle. Now that he was gone, he decided to ask Angor in private. As he pondered, they heard some squeaking noises coming from the distance. Everyone looked at the source of the noise and saw Felicia pushing open a door and walking out of her private winery. She was holding a tray in her hand. The tray was covered with a cover, but from the gap under the cover, a faint blue light could be seen. "Hey, Greya, what's making you so happy?" Felicia didn't know what was going on because she was making drinks for the banquet. Greya's eyes narrowed into slits. "I thought this banquet was meant to celebrate Angor's breakthrough. But now, it seems that there is one more reason to hold a banquet." Felicia walked over and opened the lid of the tray. A dense blue light was released instantly. As the light covered the entire hall, Angor heard the sound of ocean waves, the unique veins of the ocean, and the rich aroma of coconuts. Then, he saw illusions appearing in front of his eyes. Bright sunlight, golden beaches, white coconuts, and flying seabirds. Wait. Angor rubbed his eyes. This wasn't an illusion. At this moment, Felicia asked, "Another reason for the banquet? What is it?" Before Greya could answer, Felicia heard some rustling noises coming from the tray. She turned around and saw a pair of red, beady eyes. The beady eyes were filled with innocence. However, the movements of its mouth were not ambiguous at all. With a whooshing sound, one of the wine cups on the tray was completely empty. Felicia's eyelids twitched. Greya didn't need to answer. She already knew what Greya meant by the other reason. "Someone tell me, when did this sneaky bird wake up?" Yes, it was Toby who was drinking from the tray with an innocent look on his face. Perhaps frightened by Felicia's roar, Toby shuddered and turned around without hesitation. He flapped his wings, trying to find someone who could protect him. Toby looked at Angor, then at Greya. Who should he choose? Even Angor wanted to know who Toby would choose at this moment. But no one knew the answer in the end. As soon as Toby tried to fly away, his eyes went blank. Then he fell from the sky. Angor used Hand of Spell just in time to catch Toby. When he placed Toby on the table, everyone noticed that the bird's eyes, which were covered in gray feathers, were dyed red. There was a small hole at the end of Toby's beak, which was bubbling with the smell of alcohol. It looks like it's drunk?" Angor hesitated. "It doesn't look like it. It's definitely drunk." Felicia sneered. "My coconut shell ocean is not fruit juice. I don't think he'll wake up if he doesn't sleep for at least 3 days." Angor chuckled. He was imagining a touching reunion with Toby when he woke up. But as it turned out, Toby was only woken up by a glass of wine. He drank a glass of wine and passed out again. Felicia gave Toby a cold glare and looked at Greya. "So this thief is another reason for you to hold a dinner party?" Greya's lips twitched. "Yes, he was. I hope he's not." Felicia didn't like Toby's attitude, but she still gave Greya, Sunders, and Angor each a glass of wine. As for Greya's glass, she placed it in front of Angor, which was supposed to be Toby's. This made Greya and Angor feel a little embarrassed. "Although I don't really like Toby, that damn wine thief, it's still a good thing that he's awake." "I'll give him that glass of wine as a gift," Felicia said. The third level of the abyss. A giant figure was running forward with brisk steps. Accompanied by the melodious violin music and the sweet wine aroma of the Icefire Bentley, this colorful figure passed through the eternal darkness of the Dead Land, climbed over the dusky mountains, leaped over the cold deep ravines, and finally arrived at a dense forest. It was rare to see such a lush forest in the abyss. What was even rarer was that after passing through the forest, Angor saw an endless body of water. The colorful figure finally slowed down and revealed itself at the edge of the water. It was a giant white elk the size of a small hill. Clouds surrounded the elk, giving it an ethereal appearance. What was most surprising was that between the elk's intertwined horns, there was a faint 7-colored light mist floating. In the light mist, one could vaguely see the phantom of a city. The beautiful sound of the violin and the rich aroma of wine came from the illusion of the city. If Angor was here, he would have recognized the elk as the phantom elk he saw back at Winter Palace in Niederding, Xianxia. This was the largest illusion beast that the Moonfrost Alliance had raised in the abyss. Between Xianxia's horns, there was an alternate dimension called the Illusion City. Many wizards of the Moonfrost Union were stationed in the Phantom City all year round. Some of them were even stationed by other wizard organizations. In other words, the Phantom City was a wizard market in the abyss. Thanks to Kashimi's presence, the Phantom City became a veritable moving castle. While Kashimi was strolling by the water, a young boy about 14 or 15 years old wearing a deer antler hat ran out of the Phantom City. When he saw the large body of water and the lush forest, the young boy cheered happily. Using Kashimi's antler as a slide, he slid to the top of Kashimi's head and pressed his cheek against the soft fur. "Thank you for your hard work." The young boy did not speak. Instead, he sent out a spirit ripple. Kashimi roared at the sky as if responding to the boy's words. "My professor told me that the Abyss project is over for now. Once we reach Sky Island, we should be able to rest for a while." At this point, the young man looked sadly at the right corner of Kasimi's body. There was a hole there left by a group of demons they encountered not long ago. He rubbed his head against Kasisomi and said with a rumbling voice, "When we reach Sky Island, you won't be in any danger anymore." Kasisomi didn't respond to the young man with any sound, but the hairs on its head began to move. Each strand of hair was like a hand that tossed the young man up and gently caught him. The boy laughed and played with Kashithomi for a while. At this time, a shout came from above. "Trom, you really are here. Teacher asked you to go over. It seems like he has something for you to do." The one who spoke was a brown-haired female apprentice. She walked out of the illusion and stood in the middle of the antlers. The young man, Trom, nodded and stroked Kasimi's fur. "I'll leave first. I'll come back later to accompany you." Kasimi called out softly in response. Trom came to the center of the two horns. Looking at the colorful city in front of him, he jumped lightly. Like a jubilant deer, he jumped into the colorful light. When Trom opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the streets of the illusion. There were tall and short buildings on both sides of the winding stone road. Perhaps because the abyssal natives lived in the illusion, the style of the buildings leaned towards the primitive style. However, although the buildings were primitive, there were many wizards living here, so they were filled with all kinds of magical colors. There were magical neon lights, strange vehicles, alchemy puppets, illusion beasts, and so on. Trom was clearly very familiar with the illusion. He didn't stop because of the chaos in front of him. Lowering his head, he ran into the depths of the street. Soon, Trom reached the end of Lance Avenue. There was the tallest wizard tower in the illusion. It was the base of the Moonfrost Union and also the core of the illusion. Trom's teacher, Queenie Sudor, the Pale Witch, lived here. When Trom saw Queenie, she was supporting her chin with the back of her hand. Her light blue eyes were quietly staring at the crystal ball on the table. There was energy gathering inside the crystal ball. Mortals would not be able to understand the arrangement of energy, but in the eyes of extraordinary humans, the changes in the energy displayed many images. Trom looked at the crystal ball curiously. He seemed to see a figure in it. It was a handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes. Trom's eyes lit up. He wasn't unfamiliar with this person. A few months ago, the Moonfrost Alliance had sent a message to Fantasy City. This person was on the message. The name was Angor Pat. Trom had never met Angor before, but when he read the message and heard about Angor's achievements from Queenie, he couldn't help but admire Angor, who was known as the most powerful apprentice in the world. Most likely, everyone who heard about Angor's feats were shocked by what they heard. Even those who were deliberately unconventional and liked to sing a different tune would definitely respect him in their hearts even if they didn't say it out loud. As an apprentice, not only did he break into the demon city of Lasudran alone, but he also had an abyss dragon with him, which caused chaos in Lasudran. When Angor disappeared from Lasudran and everyone thought he was dead, it was revealed that he was alive and well. Not only did he return to the southern wizardry region, but he also made friends with a magnate from Iceberg Valley. This was something that wizards couldn't do. Or rather, it was something that even Sir Monkey couldn't do. But an apprentice did it. All the apprentices, even those from the Moonfrost Alliance, felt an inexplicable sense of excitement. Trom was the same. He was also called a genius, and he even had a symbiotic contract with Kasumi. But his admiration for Angor was no less than the other apprentices. Trom's admiration was similar to Glenn's. He admired Angor, but what he really wanted to do was to defeat Angor. He wanted to defeat Angor's target and replace it so that he could set a higher goal for himself. Unfortunately, Angor wasn't in the Abyss Plane, and he couldn't go to the southern wizardry region right now. Professor, why did you call me here? Although Trom was asking, his eyes were fixed on the crystal ball. Queenie couldn't help but laugh when she saw Trom's expression. Why? Are you curious about the news? Trom scratched his head and nodded shyly. Is it about Angor? Yes. Queenie nodded. Then what is it? Trom's eyes lit up. Queenie didn't answer right away. Instead, she changed the topic. Are you still going to challenge Angor? Trom nodded to show his determination. Queenie raised an eyebrow. Fine. I'll give you a chance. Trom looked at Queenie in confusion. Queenie waved a hand, and an image of the outside world appeared in front of him. Kasumi was walking along the water, surrounded by a dense forest. Queenie muttered to herself, so we're at Myriad Waterfall's waters now? We're not far from Sky Island. How about this? Queenie looked at Trom. After you deliver the goods to Sky Island, send a letter to Lady Sennefer for me. Once you're done, I'll allow you to join the Rising Star competition in the Southern Wizardry region. Maybe you'll have a chance to fight Angor then. Queenie's tone was a little strange. Trom couldn't believe his ears. He was just worrying about not being able to go to the Southern Wizardry region to challenge Angor, and now Queenie was giving him such a big surprise. Teacher, is what you said true? You're not lying to me, are you? Trom tried to confirm again. Queenie nodded. I'm not lying. But I have a condition. What is it? Trom quickly nodded. You have 3 years. If you can defeat Angor in 3 years, I'll give you a chance to enter the Moon Emblem. If you can't, you'll have to accept a small punishment. What kind of punishment? Queenie grinned. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Do you think I'll trick you? Trom knew Queenie didn't trick him. She only tricked him into entering the demon monastery, or made him sign a symbiotic contract with Kasumi when his body was broken. It seemed Queenie was behind all of this, but Trom was the one who benefited from it all. Thinking about this, Trom nodded. Trom was overjoyed when he heard that he could join the Rising Star competition in the Southern Wizardry region. However, he didn't notice Queenie's evil grin behind his back. Kasumi was only taking a stroll, but he was already very close to Sky Island. It didn't take him long to reach the island. Trom took a magic letter from Queenie. There was no writing on it, but he could sense some energy coming from it. It was probably an encrypted letter. I've calculated the time and it's almost time for the Rising Star competition registration deadline. To save time, I told Miss Sennefer in the letter that we can send you back to the Southern Wizardry region through a special tunnel. Are you saying that I don't need to come back later? Trom hesitated. If he left now, what would happen to Kashimi? Queenie seemed to have seen through his thoughts. Yes. Don't worry about Kashithomi. I'll take care of him while you're in the southern region. But don't forget our promise. I'll be waiting for the day you succeed. After leaving the City of Illusions, Trom laid on Kasasomi's soft fur for a long time and talked to her about the future. Kasasomi seemed a little sad to hear that Trom was leaving the abyss. She whimpered. Trom tried to comfort her. I'm going to challenge my goal. I'll come back as soon as I defeat him. Trom talked for a long time, but in the end, it was time to say goodbye. Riding on a flying carpet woven from Kasumi's fur, he slowly arrived in front of Kasumi. He leaned close to her forehead and whispered, "Wait for me." Kasasomi raised her head in response. Trom waved at Kasasomi and flew into the sky on the snow-white flying carpet. Sky Island was located above the waterfall realm. Even though Trom had been here many times, he was still shocked when he came here again. What shocked him wasn't the island, but the countless waterfalls around it. These waterfalls all came from the water below. The reason why Trom was so shocked was that these waterfalls had nothing to rely on. They went against the flow and connected to Sky Island above. They were like countless water dragons protecting the central dragon palace of Sky Island. Trom went up the waterfall against the current. Along the way, he didn't forget his youthful nature and played with the waterfall. By the time they arrived at Sky Island, apart from the iconic antler hat, their entire bodies were soaked. Trom jumped off the flying carpet, and his body suddenly changed from a human to a short white elk. Like a roller, Trom shook off his wet fur. When he was dry, he turned back into a human from an elk. Feeling refreshed, Trum smiled and looked up at the buildings in the distance. His next mission was to find Sennefer and give her the letter. Then he could go back to the southern region. With this thought in mind, Trum flew toward the center of Sky Island. When he found out where Sennefer was, she was in the central tower of Sky Island. According to the guards, Sennefer was in a meeting with Monkey. Trum had no choice but to wait outside. He didn't have to wait long. A few minutes later, he received permission from the guards to let him in. Trum was confused. He didn't see any guards go in to inform Sennefer. Besides, he was ready to go to Sennefer later. Why did they suddenly let him in? While Trum was still confused, he was brought to the main hall of the central tower. As soon as he arrived at the center of the hall, his heart skipped a beat. There were a lot of people in the hall. Some were sitting, some were standing, some were floating in the air, and some were squatting on high pillars. They were all official wizards. Sennefer was standing in the center of the hall. Sennefer and the other wizards around her, including Monkey, were all there. Trum gulped and lowered his head. He didn't dare to say a word. He was brought to Sennefer under the watchful eyes of the guards. He didn't sense any aura around him, but the wizards around him, especially Monkey's, were staring at him. This was the first time Trum was in such a situation. He didn't know if he should speak now or wait for Sennefer to ask him first. The more Trum felt, the more he thought about Angor. Faced with such a scene, his legs began to tremble. Back in Lasudran, Angor didn't just fight countless demons alone. He also stirred up chaos when humans and demons were fighting. That was something Trum couldn't compare to. Sennefer finally spoke, but she wasn't talking to Trum. Now, tell me. Why did you bring this little guy here? A deep male voice replied, it's just a simple sign of inspiration. Trum peeked at the speaker and saw a man wearing a luxurious robe with 12 floating bells on it. The man's face was young, and his skin was as white as a baby's. However, he had a pair of eyes that seemed to have seen through the vicissitudes of life, and his hair was as white as dried weeds. He looked both young and old at the same time. It was Trum's first time meeting this man, but he knew who he was. The 12 bells on the man's head confirmed Trum's suspicion. Pendulum Bell Lucci, a prophet who believed in the wheel of time. Omen? What do you mean? Sennefer frowned and looked at Lucci. Everyone looked at Lucci, including Monkey, who was wearing a silver mask. Why don't you ask this young man instead of me? Lucci didn't answer. Instead, he tossed the question to Trum. When Sennefer turned to look at Trum's hands trembled as he revealed his identity. Oh? Your Sordo student? Everyone looked at Trum with pity. So his teacher was that evil witch? It was hard to believe that this young man didn't go crazy. Sennefer nodded. Queenie told me about you. I heard you signed a symbiotic contract with Kasumi? Trum nodded awkwardly. You know how important Kasumi is to the Moonfrost Union. With it as your symbiotic partner, I'm sure it won't take long for you to become one of the core members of the Moonfrost Union. Sennefer went straight to the point. I heard you wanted to talk to me about something? Trum hurriedly took off his antler hat, revealing a head of short, jade-green hair. The hat wasn't just a decoration to him. It was also a small portal bag. He rummaged through the hat and found the magic letter Sennefer gave him. He handed it to Sennefer with both hands. After doing all this, Trum quietly stood to the side. Sennefer unlocked the envelope and began reading. As she read, her frown grew deeper and deeper. In the end, her eyes were filled with confusion. Sennefer remained silent for a while and picked up the envelope. She tapped on it with her index finger, and a thick magazine fell out. Trum didn't expect to see a magazine in the envelope. He looked at the cover and saw Angor's face. The title of the magazine was The Sky of Truth. Sennefer quickly flipped through the pages. When she was done, she handed both the letter and the magazine to Monkey under everyone's curious gazes. Mengchi glanced at it and understood the content in his heart. Oh? Are you sure it's true? Monchi asked in a strange tone. Sennefer shook her head. It's just a rumor. But maybe Queenie brought it here so that we can verify it. Monchi considered for a moment and handed both the letter and the magazine to Lucci so that he could use the power of divination to determine the authenticity of the content. Lucci read the letter and the magazine and frowned. How can it be so fast? Lucci murmured and immediately closed his eyes. As the energy in his body flowed, the 12 round bells hanging around him began to turn. The wheel of time of various shapes and sizes began to accelerate the flow of time. When the illusion of an eye appeared behind Lucci's back, he reached out a hand and tapped the bell in front of him. The bell trembled violently and shattered. Lucci frowned. The prophecy failed. He thought for a moment, picked up the magazine and flipped through it. He seemed to think of something, so he picked up a round clock and made a new round of prophecy. This time, the prophecy did not fail. What's the result? Xenifer asked impatiently. Lucci rubbed his forehead. I can't tell if he's going to break through or not. The item he used to block prophecies is still as powerful as ever. But there's a way. According to the records in the magazine, when he broke through, he even triggered a creation phenomenon. If his goal was to directly step onto that path, then this phenomenon should still exist. Therefore, I reviewed the phenomenon in the fairy tale world. Most people didn't know what was going on, but that didn't stop them from listening attentively. Trom was also curious. When he saw Angor's picture on the cover of the magazine, he had a hunch that the contents of the envelope might have something to do with Angor. Lucci paused and said with a solemn face, indeed, the record in the magazine is correct. According to the southern wizarding region, a phenomenon of creation appeared in the inner world of fairy world a few days ago. It hasn't disappeared yet. A phenomenon of creation was not an alchemy phenomenon, which was extremely rare in the wizarding world. If the phenomenon of creation was real, then the content of the magazine was very likely to be true as well. So he's really a wizard now? Xenifer couldn't believe what she just heard. Everyone finally realized something. The letter was about Angor's breakthrough. Angor's breakthrough? But when they thought about it again, they realized that something was not right. They had spent a lot of time worrying about Angor, and today, they gathered here because of Angor. Monkey had just returned from Ice Valley and confirmed Angor's words. Because of this, they knew Angor too well. A guy who had been a sorcerer for less than 10 years, who was not even 20 years old, had already become an official sorcerer. This news was simply too shocking. Lucci dropped another bombshell on Xenifer. That's probably the case. Not only is he a formal wizard, but he's also on the path of Truthfinder, judging from the creation vision. Again, the wizards were stunned. They thought that Angor's breakthrough was due to luck, and that he used an external force to achieve it. But now, they were told that Angor was already half a step into the path of truth. Their thoughts were shattered again. Everyone had a strange expression on their faces. Just a moment ago, they had been calling him kid and lucky little guy. Now, he had become a magus, and even surpassed most of the people present. They couldn't accept it. However, Trom found it even more difficult to bear. Angor. Wizard. Path of truth. These words kept echoing in Trom's mind. His expression changed from shock, to despair, and then to depression. He finally understood why his teacher made that promise to him. Defeat Angor in 3 years? Not even 30 years, Trom's eyes were filled with tears because of Queenie's lies. When he came back to his senses, only Xenifer and him were left in the room. Xenifer already knew about Trom and Queenie's agreement. She gave Trom a sympathetic look. Your teacher wants you to go to the southern wizarding region now. Trom wasn't in the mood to go to the southern wizarding region after knowing that Angor had become an unreachable goal. But he couldn't refuse. I'm going to the southern wizarding region as well. I'll take you there this time, Xenifer said while looking at the cover of the magazine in her hand. On the cover, Angor was smiling. I've learned a lot tonight. I've learned a lot of things that I've never thought of before. Hopefully, I'll be able to talk with Wizard Pat again in the future. The old wizard walked to the end of the black forest with a smile on his face. Angor nodded with a smile. The white-haired wizard was Wizard Ivan, who visited Dark Castle yesterday to express his gratitude. Angor could tell that Ivan was here to thank him for saving the Sky Ghost ship, but he also wanted to build a good relationship with Angor. Angor recalled Sunder's comment about Ivan, which was that the man was a friendly and amiable wizard. After a night of talking with Ivan, Angor could tell that Ivan was just like Sunders said. Ivan was a typical theoretical scholar, and his behavior was considered kind among light wizards. He had just advanced, so he didn't have many connections in the wizarding world. Wizard Ivan, who had a gentle personality, was actually a better choice. Angor didn't reject Ivan's offer. The conversation lasted for an entire night. Ivan planned to stay for a few more days to strengthen their friendship, but he also noticed that the atmosphere in Dark Castle was different from before. Earlier, when he ran into Lady Kimberly, the Truthfinder wizard seemed to be chatting with him, but her words implied that she wanted him to leave as soon as possible. Ivan could stay here shamelessly, but he also wanted to mend his relationship with Dark Castle. Both Isabel and Kimberly were back, and Phantom Island was willing to establish a good relationship with them. In the future, Dark Castle would become the core of the Wizard Alliance in Fairy Town. It would be better for Silent Hill to mend their relationship as soon as possible. Therefore, when Kimberly asked him to leave, Ivan couldn't refuse. He told Angor that he had a research project to do. Now, it was Angor who escorted him to the edge of Dark Forest. Ivan looked back at the Dark Forest and saw the undulating curves. Speaking of which, Dark Castle seems to have changed. Angor followed his gaze. There are fewer undead creatures? Ivan nodded. More than that. I feel like I'm looking forward to something. Ivan raised his head and looked at the sky. The thick black clouds had dispersed at some point, revealing a crack. A ray of sunlight shone through, slowly illuminating the dark black forest. The pitch-black forest was gradually covered by a golden glow. Ivan sighed and looked at Angor. It's the same feeling I got from you. You're full of vitality. Ivan praised sincerely, then slowly flew up into the sky. I'm looking forward to our next meeting. Angor nodded in response. When Ivan's figure disappeared into the horizon, he looked at the direction of Dark Castle and fell into deep thought. Not long after, Saunders' figure slowly appeared in the distance like a piece of ink fading into water. Saunders was dressed in a gentleman's suit. From his neatly combed hair to his shiny leather boots, he looked meticulous. Wizard Ivan left? What do you think of him? Let's go. Angor nodded. As you said, he's an elegant wizard. He has the spirit of an academician, and he's good at listening and communicating. He's one of the best in the wizarding world. Saunders raised an eyebrow. Too bad. Such people usually don't last long in the wizarding world. Saunders knew that Angor wasn't an academician and had his own ideas. However, he still didn't want Angor to follow the path of an academician. He didn't want Angor to be dragged to Seagull Academy by Wallace after returning to Brute Cavern. Angor shrugged. He did admire Wizard Ivan's character, but that did not mean he was going to follow Wizard Ivan's path. If he followed Wizard Ivan's footsteps, he would probably end up like Wizard Ivan, who had been a wizard for hundreds of years without making any progress. Let's go. The feast is about to begin, Saunders said. It's not that big of a deal, but it's still a great experience to witness the change of a world. Besides, Dark Castle is Phantom Island's future ally. Let's go and see how our future ally has changed. With that, Saunders' figure slowly disappeared. It was just an illusion that spoke to Angor. Angor wasn't surprised. He already sensed the presence of an illusion as soon as Saunders showed up. Both the material and energy levels indicated that the illusion was real, but Angor knew what Saunders was capable of. However, Angor still had a long way to go before he could reach Saunders' level. He looked at the direction of Dark Castle and sighed in relief before heading there. The feast Saunders was talking about was Grea's Feast of Purification. It had been 3 days since the banquet. During this time, Angor helped Isabel convert the remaining infant spirit and created another magazine of bullets. After using Prelude to Rebirth, the number of undead creatures in Dark Castle decreased significantly, which meant Grea's Feast of Purification could be used again. After some discussion, Grea decided to use it today to change Dark Castle's aura as soon as possible and prevent more undead creatures from gathering in the city. Both Saunders and Angor were invited by Isabel to witness the feast. Angor didn't mind. After all, he was partly responsible for the feast. When he arrived at the top of the corpse forest, he saw the ruins of the castle still standing. He also saw apprentices walking around the ruins. The apprentices all showed their respect to Angkor. Most of them looked at him with admiration, but some of them even looked at him with admiration. Although the ruins were still there was another structure added to the place. A long, thin pillar rose from the ground and reached into the sky. When the pillar reached a height of about 10 meters, an oval platform slowly appeared. Its overall shape was like an enlarged dragon blood tree. Angkor's goal was to reach the top of the tree. Angkor kicked the ground and flew into the sky. He didn't use night jump this time, so he didn't go too fast. Still, it was a milestone for him. His flight this time relied on his profound control over energy. If he wanted to, he could control the wind element or use his spirit power to float in the air. He didn't need to use any cantrips. This was something he couldn't imagine when he was an apprentice. This meant that his application of energy had undergone a qualitative change compared to when he was an apprentice. 2 minutes later, Angkor landed on the platform. The platform was empty. There were no decorations or engravings on it. It was just an ordinary platform with a round table in the center. Sunders, Greya, and Felicia were all here. However, Dark Castle only sent Lady Kimberly and several other wizards. They met when clearing out the undead creatures. Kimberly explained to Angkor that Isabel was still in the corpse forest. She would come later to check on Angkor's condition. Angkor noticed that Kimberly only mentioned Isabel. She didn't mention Isabel. Angkor went to the Soul Genesis garden again when he was working on his second infant spirit. He saw Isabel and Molia chatting happily. Angkor didn't ask about Isabel either. Therefore, he did not know how the knot between Molia and Isabella was resolved in the end. The banquet of purification was very important to Dark Castle, but Isabella still didn't show up. Angkor couldn't help but wonder why she didn't show up. However, he didn't ask Mrs. Kimberly. After all, not everyone had arrived yet. Perhaps when Isabella arrived later, Isabella would also follow. The wizards were still whispering to each other before the feast began. Angkor didn't join them. Instead, he looked at Felicia and took Toby out of his chest pocket. Toby felt very comfortable in Angkor's hand. He rubbed his head against Angkor's hand and even burped. It had been 3 days, and Toby still hadn't woken up from his drunken stupor. Angkor thought Toby was fine, but he still decided to ask Felicia about it just to be safe. Greya glanced at Toby and pondered for a moment. Well, Toby should have woken up by now. It's time for him to wake up. Felicia thought for a while and said, I remember you said that it was in a coma for several months. Angkor nodded. Toby had been unconscious ever since he brought him out of Shadow Cave. Judging from Toby's blood aura, Toby can be considered a wizard-level monster. But he didn't survive the tribulation of extreme wrath, so he's in a false state. In this state, Toby will be able to absorb more energy from the outside world. Felicia paused. Toby has been in a coma for a few months. Now that he's running low on energy, and he's even more desperate for energy after his pseudo-advancement. Let's not talk about the after-effects of the coconut shell ocean, but it contains a lot of energy. I think Toby should be absorbing energy right now. If I'm not mistaken, Toby will wake up when he's done. Greya agreed with Felicia. So Toby didn't wake up to steal the wine because he was hungry. He must have sensed the rich energy in the sea of coconut shells and wanted to replenish himself. Felicia nodded, but her face remained expressionless. That should be the case, but it doesn't change the fact that it is a wine thief. The sea stretched as far as Angkor's eyes could see, forming a line with the sky. In the afternoon, the golden sun shone brightly on the surface of the sea, creating sparkling spots. The sound of the waves was soothing and rhythmic. The sound of seagulls chirping from time to time gave Angkor a sense of peace. This was a piece of land near the sea, and it was also a short white beach. Toby was lying on the soft beach, snoring away without a care for his image. Angkor sighed in his mind. He was worried about Toby's condition, so he entered the creature's dream, and now he was inside Toby's dream. As it turned out, Toby was not only drunk in reality, but also snoring in his dream. Since Toby was the center of Angkor's dream, Angkor couldn't walk around. He could only observe his surroundings. Still, Angkor was relieved to see the current state of the dream. Compared to the last time when he was troubled by the dark and negative energy, this was much better. Angor couldn't see anything else, but the sunny beach and the surging waves in front of him already gave him a sense of peace. Toby's dream had changed. It seemed that the creature had gotten rid of the shadow of agony for now. Furthermore, the fact that Toby dared to lie down and sleep on the beach meant that he was very confident in the safety of his surroundings. Since Toby was still sleeping, Angor decided to return to reality after observing for a while. However, just as he was about to leave, he heard a faint rustling sound by his ear. The first thing he saw was a pair of bare feet with distinct joints. Toby seemed to have sensed the movement around him as well. He yawned and raised his head, only to see Olga in her maid uniform. Ori carefully lifted Toby up. "Supreme Toby, the young master has ordered the kitchen to make some dried fish. He's waiting for you in the dining hall." "What's above everything? Where did that come from?" While Angor was complaining in his mind, Toby enjoyed it very much. He jumped from Ori's arms to her head. Stepping on Ori's head made Toby feel like he was looking down on the world. Ori took Toby along a small path and headed deeper into the island. After passing through a dense forest of palm trees, Ori brought Toby to a small path that Angor found quite familiar. It looked like the winding path that led to Pad Manor at the end of Gru Town. Angor's hunch was right. Soon, they arrived at Pad Manor. Toby seemed to have had enough rest on Ori's head. He flapped his wings and flew into the sky. While flying in the air, he gained a general understanding of the place. A small island surrounded by the sea. The island was surrounded by a beach. And Pad. And Angor's mind was right. Toby's is his mind. Toby chirped happily and dove down to the second floor of the manor. Following Toby's gaze, Angor saw himself on the balcony. Toby landed on Angor's shoulder and rubbed his head affectionately. "Come on, let's have some dried fish." Angor smiled at Toby. Toby chirped again and hopped on Angor's shoulder in excitement. Now Angor was sure that Toby changed the image of surrounded by the sea because he wanted to keep it all to himself. And the target was Angor, who was trapped in the manor on the isolated island. Just as Frost said, Angor's resentment was suppressed, but it would still affect Toby's mind until he survived the calamity. Even though the environment in the dream was much calmer than before, this series of images still revealed Toby's hidden thoughts. The rest of the dream was still peaceful. Toby and Angor went to the dining hall and enjoyed the dried fish that filled the entire room. Angor was also lying in the middle of the pile of dried fish and munching on them one by one. He looked at himself in the dream and saw how obsessed he was with the dried fish. He wanted to complain more and more in his mind. He thought the rest of the dream would be fine. But Olga's maid walked into the dining room. Toby glanced at her but didn't mind. Angor frowned. "How can a servant come in when the master is eating? That's rude." Toby glared at Olga. While the maid trembled in fear, Toby quickly pushed her out of the dining room. Angor rubbed Toby's head with a smile. "You did well. A disobedient servant deserves to be taught a lesson." Toby happily rubbed his head against Angor's hand. Meanwhile, Angor's consciousness inside Toby's body was greatly shocked by what just happened. When Angor entered Toby's dream for the first time, Toby didn't only show affection to Angor in the dream, but he also hated and envied all the maids in the manor who were close to Angor. But this time, Angor clearly felt that Toby still wanted to Angor for himself, but he didn't care about Angor's servants at all. This meant that Toby's jealousy was lessened. Everything was going well, and Angor was glad to see it. But what he didn't expect was that Toby was getting better, but a variable had appeared in his dream. It was Angor in the dream. Angor wouldn't treat Olga's maid like that. He even encouraged Toby to teach her a lesson. Angor once read Freud's book about dreams. It clearly stated that the images in dreams were based on reality, but they didn't belong to it. However, no matter how detached it was, the dreamer's image in the dream must be based on his or her perception of reality. In other words, Toby's impression of Angor in the dream must be the same as how it viewed Angor in real life. In reality, Angor never showed any disgust toward Olga's maid, nor did he say those words. This meant that something happened in Toby's dream. Either Toby's perception was wrong, or Angor had a problem. Angor didn't think that Toby's perception was wrong. The dream itself was peaceful, so Angor was the only one who had a problem. He turned around and looked at him who felt a little awkward before. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt that the Angor in the dream was standing not far away from him with a smile. His originally clear blue eyes were also faintly dyed with a layer of gloominess. Angor walked out of the dream bridge and opened his eyes in reality. He was still standing on the high platform of Dark Castle, surrounded by wizards. They were whispering to each other. Greya was looking at Angor curiously. She wanted to know what Angor saw in his dream. However, when Angor opened his eyes, he frowned and fell into deep thought. Greya's heart skipped a beat. After a while, Angor finally woke up. Greya couldn't wait to ask about Toby's dream. Felicia and Sunders also looked at Angor curiously. Since it was related to Toby's secret, Angor didn't tell them about it directly. Instead, he used their spirit bond to describe his dream in detail. His description of Angor in the dream, as well as his strong doubts about Angor, was very accurate. Toby himself didn't change, but the character he played in the dream changed drastically? Greya frowned. Something is wrong. I don't know much about dreams, but I'm sure that the main character of the dream is still the dreamer, while the other images are created by the dreamer's will. There's no way Toby would set you up as the only character in the dream. What on earth had gone wrong here? Felicia said, I have a guess. Is it possible that you're also an outsider in the dream, just like how you were in Toby's dream? Outsider didn't mean that someone else invaded Toby's dream. It meant that the Angor in the dream wasn't the product of Toby's will. So who played the role of Angor in the dream? If we think of your dream as a play, then the villain must be you, Sunders said. Think about it carefully. What are the villains in the play? Sunders considered for a moment and said, what are the villains in this play? Negative emotions? Angor asked. That's not all. You did something else in the dream, Sunders said. He was guiding Toby's thoughts. Angor tried to recall what happened in the dream. When Ori came to the dining hall, Angor in the dream was obviously angry at Ori. Seeing Angor angry, Toby attacked him without hesitation. After attacking Ori, Angor happily said, a disobedient servant deserves to be taught a lesson. It was obvious that Angor was trying to lead Toby to the right path. But why would he do that? With this question in mind, Angor tried to figure out what would happen in the end. The answer was simple. Toby's personality changed drastically, and he fell into the abyss of negative emotions again. Angor suddenly understood what outsider Felicia was talking about. Perhaps it was the suppressed resentment in Toby's mind. It was suppressed, but it didn't disappear completely. Frost said that it would continue to affect Toby. Clearly, it was showing up now. In the dream, Angor was Toby's greatest bond, so Angor could easily guide Toby's thoughts. He sighed in relief when he thought about this. The resentment would affect Toby sooner or later. He just didn't know how Toby would express it. Now that he knew what it looked like, as long as he could find the right solution, he might be able to slow down or even prevent Toby from being influenced by the resentment. As for how to solve the problem, the first thing he thought of was to influence Toby's dreams to solve the problem. How could he influence Toby's dream? The easiest way was to take Toby into the dream wasteland. That should be enough to prevent Toby from coming into contact with the spirit of resentment. However, Angor knew that the spirit of resentment could only affect Toby through Angor in Toby's dream. If the spirit of resentment had other ways to do so, Angor would have to think about it carefully. Angor decided to ask Freud about it after the banquet was over. After all, Freud was an expert when it came to reading dreams. Freud used to be known as Dream Reader, so he might be able to come up with a better solution. Although Toby seemed to be affected by the spirit of resentment, the boy's condition was still stable. Angor decided to put the matter aside for now and wait until the banquet was over. Greya continued munching on the unknown meat without caring about her ladylike appearance. By the way, I'm curious. Why do you want to learn Dream Walk all of a sudden? Are you going to combine your dreams and illusions in some kind of way? Or are you harboring evil intentions and planning to enter the dreams of some young girl? Angor ignored Greya's teasing. At first, I wanted to enter the dream of someone close to me. He's been unconscious for a long time, so I wanted to meet him in his dream. Are you referring to your mentor? Greya knew about John's story when Angor and Sunders became teacher and student at Barbie's restaurant. Angor nodded. Huh? He's still unconscious? Greya asked curiously. You can't save him with your current strength? He's suffering from a very troublesome illness. It's not easy to cure. Angor didn't want to talk about it too much. Greya noticed Angor's hesitation and didn't press further. What happened next? You said you learned Dream Walk because you wanted to enter your teacher's dream. What happened next? Thanks to the help of nightmare energy, the dream wasteland was created. He naturally became even more serious about practicing the dream entering technique. But he couldn't say it out loud. Later, I found Dream Walk very interesting. There are always many wonderful things hidden in a dream world. You don't care about them in the real world, but they're affecting you in real life. They'll show you interesting things in your dreams. Moreover, every image has a different interpretation and meaning. Many problems presented in dreams are often difficult to think of in reality, which can give me a lot of inspiration. Greya raised an eyebrow. You're right. There are many wonderful images in your dreams that can inspire you. However, dreams aren't the only thing that can inspire people. Just like how you study illusions and I study delicacies, they can also inspire people. In my opinion, what you just said doesn't sound like something an illusionary adept would say. Instead, it sounds like something a dream adept would say. Angor chuckled. What he just said didn't come from himself. It was something Freud told him when he was trying to decipher Dream Walk. Freud was always in a good mood when talking about dreams. Angor might as well use Freud's words. You didn't tell me your real thoughts. Greya narrowed her eyes at Angor. Angor smiled but did not say anything. So there's a deeper secret behind your Dream Walk skill, Greya muttered. Greya muttered in a low voice, am I right? Did you really ruin a girl's wet dream? Angor didn't bother to answer. After resting for about an hour, Isabel finally left the forest of corpses and appeared on the platform. Isabel's appearance meant that the feast of purification was about to begin. However, Isabella was nowhere to be seen. It was Emolia who came with Isabella instead of Isabella. Emolia was Angor's savior, after all, and she always liked Angor. When she saw Angor looking at her, she nodded at him to greet him. Angor smiled back. Isabel must be really mad at Isabel for tricking Emolia. I wonder what's going on with Isabel right now. Isabel nodded at Kimberly, who walked to the front of the group with a big smile and gave an impassioned speech to the witches of Dark Castle. The undead creatures are eliminated. The Bloodbath project is cancelled. The dark past is gone. A new chapter of Dark Castle will begin in the future. Kimberly's speech only resonated with the witches when she talked about eliminating the undead creatures and changing the atmosphere of Dark Castle. However, most of the witches didn't agree with her on the Bloodbath project. They didn't necessarily agree with Isabel's point of view, but they didn't object to the idea since they also had a vested interest in it. Bathing in the blood of young girls and using a secret method to preserve one's youth was the cheapest way to maintain one's youth. As a matter of fact, most of the witches agreed with the idea. Besides, Isabel wasn't the only one who proposed the Bloodbath project. 3,000 years ago, Bloody Queen Mary, a legendary witch of Dark Castle, had been bathing in the blood of young girls to preserve her youth. Because of this, there were still some witches in Dark Castle who supported the Bloodbath plan. However, Isabel didn't want Dark Castle to be surrounded by undead creatures. She wanted to change the situation. The opposing wizards eventually gave in. Of course, this was only on the surface. Whether they would do something else in the dark was another matter. Every wizard organization had a decent appearance, but there was also a side to it. It was a dark side. After finishing her speech, Kimberly walked to Greya and Felicia. Let's begin the feast. Greya nodded and stood up together with Felicia. When they reached the front of the stage, Greya suddenly asked, "Where's Isabel?" The other wizards all frowned at Greya's question. Kimberly didn't change her expression. Isabel has something to do, so she's not here today. Isabel interjected, Sunders and Angor are both here. Since Dark Castle is going to establish a friendship with Phantom Island in the future, we don't need to hide it. Even if we don't tell them, they'll find out sooner or later. Isabel glanced at Angor as if she was trying to hide something. Isabel mentioned Emolia to Angor before, and Angor also saw the conflict between Emolia and Isabel in Soul Genesis Garden. Anyone with a brain could guess what was going on. Since Angor already knew, there was no need to hide it anymore. After receiving Isabella's hint, Kimberly said without changing her expression, "Isabella has made some mistakes in the past. In addition, she was seriously injured in order to prevent the undead from self-destructing in the zombie forest, so she's currently in confinement to recuperate. She probably won't appear again for a while." When Kimberly mentioned Isabella's mistake again, a trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. She did not like Isabella to begin with, and when she learned that Isabella had caused Emolia to lose her physical body and turn into an undead, she felt even more disdain for Isabella. Now that Isabella had been punished, she deserved it. Greya, on the other hand, didn't know about Emolia's incident. She only thought that Isabel's 1,000-year plan caused the undead creatures to overflow and caused Isabel to be unhappy. Since Isabel wasn't going to show up, Greya didn't say anything else. She exchanged a glance with Felicia and walked to the edge of the stage. Felicia raised a hand, and her black dress fluttered in the wind. 2 purple-colored butterflies circled around her fingertips and flew into the air. The 2 butterflies split into 4 butterflies, and then 4 into 8. In an instant, countless butterflies appeared in the sky. In the middle of these butterflies, there was a beautifully patterned food lid that covered the porcelain white plate and was held up in the air. Although the lid of the plate was still covered, everyone's eyes were on the plate. They all knew that the main character of this event, the Feast of Purification, was inside the food lid. While the butterflies fluttered in the air, Greya and Felicia didn't stay idle either. They both worked on constructing a gourmet spell. Although the feast had been completed, the 2 of them still needed to work together to activate such an enormous feast. After all, the feast wasn't meant to be eaten by intelligent creatures. It was meant to be eaten by the land itself. To feed the feast to the land, they couldn't just stuff it into the ground. Even if they drank a potion, they still needed to adjust their body condition so that the potion was suitable for them. Besides, they were going to give the feast to the land, which required a lot of preparation work to adapt to the changes in aura. In the eyes of the others, all they could see was Greya and Felicia releasing all kinds of energy into the plates. The plates acted like transfer stations that guided the absorbed energy into the plates, which then disappeared into the ground. As more and more energy poured down, the surroundings did not seem to have changed. But on the energy level, with their location as the origin, more and more of their surroundings were covered by a thin layer of energy. This kind of energy carried a clear aura of light purification, as if the area around Dark Castle was shrouded in a layer of light fog. And the light mist was still spreading. No one knew what was going on, but they knew that when the light mist covered the entire area of Dark Castle, the transformation would begin. The light mist extended all the way to the pit where Sunbird fell. When they sensed the death aura coming from Sunbird's fall, both Greya and Felicia stopped spreading their spells. Now, their foreheads were covered with sweat, and their energy was also showing signs of exhaustion. If the Sunbird's pit was included, they would definitely be sucked dry alive. Everyone could see that the entire Dark Castle was shrouded in a mist of light. It was a wonderful experience. The light mist contained the power of purification and light, while Dark Castle was covered by darkness, and the chaotic hatred of undead creatures. The 2 completely different elements clashed against each other. The winner of this battle was the light mist. In other words, before the darkness could gather, the light mist had already suppressed it. If the banquet failed, perhaps the darkness would reignite not long after. But at least in this short period of time, it would be very difficult to overturn the glorious scene created by the light fog. Greya and Felicia exchanged a glance. Both of them looked exhausted, especially Greya. Her lips were pale, and her legs were trembling. Greya's body wasn't the same as Felicia's, so she needed more energy than Felicia. Fortunately, Greya survived the ordeal. "Open the lid." Greya spoke to Felicia while panting. What happened next was not for them to decide. It was up to the guests, the land itself, to see if they were satisfied with the feast. Felicia nodded and moved her lips. Some of the butterflies in the sky fluttered their wings and flew to the top of the plate. The butterflies gently flapped their wings and slowly opened the lid. As the lid opened, golden light began to pour out. Powerful energy gushed out from the lid. If the previous light mist only contained a portion of the purifying energy, Then the current golden light was formed by the purifying energy. All the magi on the platform could clearly feel the pressure brought about by the surging energy. When the lid was completely opened, the main body of the feast, the light orb, slowly rose from the plate into the air. At first, the light orb was the size of a meatball, but as it rose, it grew bigger and bigger. When the light orb reached its maximum size, it began to fall. The speed of its descent was extremely fast, and it soon reached the ground. Then, like the setting sun, it gradually merged into the earth. Everyone, including Felicia and Greya, held their breaths and waited for something to happen. If one were to compare this banquet with a traditional banquet, the light mist that filled the air could be called the preparation before the meal. The light ball that sunk down was the true beginning of the meal, and what everyone was waiting for was the reaction of the diners to this banquet. Did they accept it? Or were they rejected because they didn't satisfy the guests? This would determine whether Dark Castle's aura could be changed. Everyone held their breaths and waited. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Even after 5 minutes, there was still no change. A portion of the Magi's faces were already filled with disappointment. However, he noticed that Greya and Felicia didn't change their expressions at all. Maybe the customers haven't finished their meal yet? Angor wondered. Several minutes later, the first change finally occurred. It wasn't Dark Castle, but the light mist created by Greya and Felicia. Just like the light orb also sank into the ground. For some reason, Angor had a strange thought when he saw this. If the guests were people, the light orb would be their staple food, while the light mist would be a bowl of soup to quench their thirst. At this moment, the diner had finished the main course and wanted to drink some soup. Thus, the light mist began to sink. As Angor's imagination ran wild, the light mist slowly disappeared until it was all gone. Dark Castle returned to its previous state, which was completely dark and gloomy. What followed was silence. Dark Castle didn't change at all. Even those who didn't live in Dark Castle couldn't help but feel a little uneasy when they were thrown back into the darkness after experiencing the light of day. Did it fail? After a long while, Amagus asked. Felicia looked away and didn't know what to say. She also believed that the feast had failed. Perhaps the guests didn't like the taste. Let's wait, Greya suddenly said. They waited for another 10 minutes. Without the light mist, they were once again welcomed by the chilling wind of Dark Castle. The whistling of the wind made people shudder unconsciously. We don't need to wait anymore, right? A wizard couldn't help but ask again. They were already disappointed, and they couldn't see any hope if they kept waiting. Wait. Greya's answer was the same as before. Just as everyone was getting impatient, Isabel suddenly raised her head and looked at the dark sky. Wait, I seem to feel a slight change. Isabel's words stunned everyone. They followed her gaze and looked at the sky. They didn't know when, but the thick clouds began to move away like the ebb and flow of the tide. When the clouds finally moved away, they finally revealed a crack in the sky, allowing the golden sunlight to shine on the land of Dark Castle. The crack grew bigger and bigger, allowing more sunlight to enter. The dark world seemed to have disappeared in the blink of an eye. Even the dust particles floating in the air could be seen clearly by the naked eye. Clouds began to scatter around Dark Castle. Countless cracks in the sky brought in more sunlight. The whole Dark Castle was in a rare state. Darkness and light separated the dusk. Isabel looked at this scene that she hadn't seen in a long time, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. The other wizards also looked at the scene in awe. They didn't see anything like this in the world of light, but this was the first time they saw something like this happening in Dark Castle. Looks like the customer's reward is finally here after such a long meal, Sunder's voice echoed in Angor's ears. Angor nodded. His blue eyes were illuminated by the falling light, making them even more beautiful. Looks like the guests are quite satisfied with the feast. Angor looked down at the golden light in the distance. Those who heard his voice followed his gaze. Wisps of black smoke began to rise from the ground. They could even see them with their naked eyes. The black gas was filled with a sense of resentment, but as the sun shone on the earth, the black gas began to evaporate and drift into the air wherever the sun shone. Seeing this scene, everyone realized that this banquet was not a failure as they had guessed before. It was just that the guests didn't react fast enough. The fact that the black smoke was evaporating told them everything. The so-called black smoke was actually an old disease that had been accumulating in this land for many years. The Magi present could kill the undead and banish them, but no one could get rid of the lingering effects of the land. As long as the disease wasn't removed, it would remain forever. Even if Angor's prelude to rebirth could wipe out all the undead creatures in Dark Castle in a short time, as long as the disease remained, there was always a chance that it would come back again. Thanks to Felicia and Grea's help, Grea was finally able to get rid of the lingering disease that no one else could. Above their heads, the sun shone brightly. Clouds of black smoke began to rise from the ground. At this moment, even a witch with a heart of stone was touched in the softest part of her heart. Light shines, hope comes again. Madame Kimberly looked at this scene with misty eyes, a gentle smile hanging on her lips. As Sunder said before, this time's event was not too thrilling, nor were there any dramatic ups and downs. After confirming that the customers were satisfied, everything was progressing steadily in the established direction. The black gas was steaming and the sunlight was shining. There weren't too many waves. Angor wasn't a member of Dark Castle, so he couldn't feel their excitement. Still, he felt a little moved by the sight. The 1,000-year dream of the past was now opening a new chapter in the light. No one knew where Dark Castle would go next, or what kind of story would be written in the new chapter. But at the very least, he could be sure that if he didn't make any changes, hope would never appear, and he would only continue to sink. When the entire Dark Castle was bathed in sunlight, and the dark clouds and lightning serpents were all gone, Grea and Felicia came to them, hand in hand. Lady Kimberly bowed to them and thanked them sincerely. The black smoke wasn't completely gone yet, but everyone knew it was only a matter of time. After witnessing such a shocking scene, no one misunderstood the role of gourmet wizards anymore. Even Angor had a better understanding of what gourmet wizards meant. They weren't just some random wizards. Their purpose was closer to the essence of the world. At least, Angor couldn't imagine how he could change the foundation of this land. The witness banquet ended under the illumination of light. Dark Castle's aura seemed to be changing, but there were still many problems that needed to be solved. For example, the Sunbird's Fall pit wasn't just a death zone. It was also filled with dead bodies and undead creatures. There might be something even more terrifying inside. There was still some distance between the Fall pit and Dark Castle, but there was still a tunnel that led to the castle. Therefore, this was also a problem. Still, Angor didn't have to worry about it. Isabel would take care of it one by one. In the coming days, Dark Castle would probably fall into a long period of change. It might be painful for Dark Castle, but Angor could see hope for the future. As an outsider, Angor could not get involved in this period of change. What he needed to do now was to leave. As long as he decided to leave, he could leave any time. But before that, there was something else he needed to do. He reached his spirit feeler into the bracelet. As expected, he saw the same thing as the last time he came here. Boboda was busy studying the nest. Little Sparrow, who was wearing a yellow dress, floated behind him and leaned her head on Boboda's shoulder. It looked like they were close friends. Just like Boboda, Sparrow was also studying the nest. She and Boboda would talk about it from time to time, which made Angor feel a little embarrassed. He should have cared about this matter, but he didn't. Big brother? Flower Sparrow turned around in less than a minute after Angor sent his spirit feeler into the bracelet. It's me, Angor answered calmly. Yes, it's me. Boboda was about to stand up, but Angor stopped him. Keep studying. I won't disturb you. But I need to talk to Chloe alone, so I'll take her out first, said Angor. Boboda's face turned pale. He looked a little worried. Angor smiled. Don't worry. I'm not taking Chloe away. I just need to talk to her about something. Even so, Boboda still looked a little sad. After spending several days with his sister, he was so happy that he even tried to avoid certain things. Now that Angor said he wanted to talk to his sister alone, Boboda remembered the things he didn't want to think about. Whether Flower Sparrow would be taken away or not, Boboda wouldn't be able to stay with her for long. When his body collapsed, his soul wouldn't even belong to him anymore. The interactions of the past few days were like a beautiful dream, but there would be a day when the dream would be awakened. Babota couldn't help but feel sad when he faced the reality. Flower Sparrow looked at Babota's expression and knew what he was thinking. Her expression quickly changed from helplessness to hesitation. In the end, she seemed to have made up her mind. She took a deep breath and said to Babota, "I'll be right back. Don't worry, I'll stay with my brother." After saying that, Hua Zhuke felt her soul slowly being drawn in. She did not struggle. Instead, she followed the pull and disappeared from the bracelet, leaving behind Babota with a sad face. When little Sparrow opened her eyes again, she found herself in a dark and spacious quiet room. Other than a long table and chair, there were only black and white checkered tiles, dim lighting, and a cold atmosphere. Angor sat in front of a long table. There was an ancient bronze lampstand in front of him. The flickering oil flame in the glass only illuminated the area several meters around him. Flower Sparrow looked at Angor, who was sitting in front of the table. For some reason, she felt something different about him. The flickering firelight made his facial features even more distinct. His blue eyes were tinged with a faint glow as if something was growing in them. Even though there was clearly no change to his appearance, Hua Kei felt that he had become more stable and powerful. She had only been in the bracelet for a few days, so how could there be such a drastic change? What happened in the past few days? Angor looked at Flower Sparrow, who was floating in the air. "You know what I'm here for, don't you?" Hua Kei regained her senses and nodded. "Have you made up your mind? Do you have an answer?" Angor looked at Flower Sparrow and waited for her answer. 3 days ago, he sent a message to Flower Sparrow and told her about his deal with Isabel. Flower Sparrow could choose to stay or leave Dark Castle with Angor. He gave Flower Sparrow several days to think about it. Now that the Feast of Purification was over, it was time to give her an answer. "I'll be leaving Dark Castle in a few days, barring any accidents. I hope you can give me a definite answer." Angor looked at Flower Sparrow's innocent face and softened his tone. "Trust me, I'm not trying to pressure you. I'll support you no matter what you choose." Hua Kei lowered her head and thought for a while. It only took a few seconds for her gaze to change from hesitation to determination. She raised her head with a rare solemn expression. Coupled with her baby fat cheeks, she gave off the illusion of a little adult. "Can you stay for a few more days, big brother?" Flower Sparrow asked. "Why?" Flower Sparrow hesitated. "I saw something in my vision. I think it'll only take a few days for us to cultivate a soft metamorphosis worm. So, big brother, please stay for a few more days." "That's the only reason?" Angor blinked. Flower Sparrow nodded. "I understand." Angor nodded and accepted Flower Sparrow's request. As long as he stayed for a few more days, he would be able to obtain a soft morphing worm. This was definitely a win-win situation. However, Angor also understood Flower Sparrow's attitude. She didn't want to leave with him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked Angor to stay. She could still cultivate the soft metamorphosis worm if she went with him. Angor didn't really care about the soft metamorphosis worm, but he was more curious about something else. "Why do you want to stay?" Angor would respect Flower Sparrow's decision. In fact, Angor believed that it was better for Flower Sparrow to stay with Isabel since Isabel was a soul wizard from the Order faction. However, Angor believed that Flower Sparrow would choose to go with him. Babota was still in his bracelet, and he couldn't leave Babota in Dark Castle. Angor wondered why Flower Sparrow chose to stay. "I want to change," Flower Sparrow said without hesitation. "Lady Isabel once told me that as long as I cooperate with her experiments, I will become even more powerful." Hua Kei replied without hesitation, her clear eyes filled with determination. "So, you just want to get stronger?" Angor was surprised by Sparrow's answer. Flower Sparrow nodded. "Yes. But, that's only one of the reasons. What about the others?" Angor was curious. Hua Kei was silent at this moment. After a while, she lowered her head and stammered with an embarrassed and even ashamed tone, "Can I make a deal with Big Brother?" Angor was waiting for Flower Sparrow to come up with another reason, but Flower Sparrow suddenly jumped to another topic. "A deal?" Angor looked at Flower Sparrow's guilty expression and found it funny. "Why don't you tell me about it?" Hua Chichua's little face was twisted into a ball, and wrinkles were all around her nose. Angor chuckled. I don't know why you're looking at me like that, but don't feel embarrassed. I'm sure you've learned a thing or two about wizards. There's a well-known rule in the wizarding world: equal exchange. Wizards are always willing to make deals. You don't need to feel guilty because of your feelings. As long as I accept your offer, it's a done deal. Flower Sparrow still felt a little uncomfortable after hearing Angor's words. She felt ashamed that Angor had helped her a lot, and she still wanted to ask for more. But on second thought, Angor and Flower Sparrow didn't really care about who did more. When they first met, Flower Sparrow gave Angor information about Greya and offered to give him the soul orb she needed to survive. Angor took pity on her and set up an illusion for her. Later, Flower Sparrow gave him a necklace, which helped him escape from Babota's clutches. As for bringing Babota to Flower Sparrow, it was because he promised Babota. Of course, it was also because he felt sorry for Flower Sparrow. However, it was hard to quantify the friendship between them. There was no such thing as who gave more or who gave less. Flower Sparrow hesitated for a moment before she stammered, Metamorphosis worm, I want to. So you're saying that you're going to use the birth of a soft morphing worm to make a deal with me? Flower Sparrow nodded with a flustered look. Angor considered for a moment. When he saw Flower Sparrow and Babota studying the metamorphosis worm nest together, he found it funny. He gave the siblings some time to spend with each other, but Babota took Flower Sparrow to study the metamorphosis worm nest. Later, Flower Sparrow told Angor not to blame Babota. She was the one who suggested the idea. Angor asked her why she chose to study the metamorphosis worm nest. Flower Sparrow's answer was to help Babota, but she didn't really mean it. It was obvious that there was more to it than meets the eye. Now that he thought about it, Flower Sparrow probably already wanted to make a deal with Babota. May I? Flower Sparrow was a little uneasy. Of course. Angor nodded without hesitation. Metamorphosis worms were extremely valuable. One could say that there was not even one metamorphosis worm in the entire southern wizardry region. What Flower Sparrow wanted was more than just a live metamorphosis worm. As long as the metamorphosis worm queen was still alive, the metamorphosis worms could continue to be born. This was a huge benefit. As a bargaining chip, the metamorphosis worm queen was definitely worth a lot. Now, Angor had to see what Flower Sparrow wanted in return. Flower Sparrow must have thought about it carefully before making this offer. Now that he thought about it, he wondered what Flower Sparrow would ask for. Angor looked at Flower Sparrow and waited for her answer. Angor frowned when he heard Flower Sparrow's offer. Save Babota? That's what you want? Angor asked in disbelief. That's what you want? Flower Sparrow nodded. Angor frowned. Babota didn't tell you what happened to him? You want me to save him? In order to gain more power, Babota sacrificed his soul to the Abyss Lord. In other words, once Babota died, his soul would return to the Abyss Lord. There was only one way for Angor to save Babota. He had to find a way to save Babota's body before he died. But that was impossible. However, this was still impossible. Babota had squandered his body to the brink of collapse in order to obtain more power. The fact that he could live for 2 more years was all thanks to the benefits that Lord Flameless True Soul gave him when it disintegrated. Now that Babota's body had reached an irreversible state, not even another demon god's true soul could save him. In other words, Babota's soul would return to the Abyss Lord. Big Brother told me what happened to him. I know everything. Flower Sparrow lowered her head. Since you know about it, do you think I can save him? Let's not talk about whether or not I can save him. Do you think I can defeat that great demon god? Or do you have some kind of misunderstanding about the great demon god's power? Flower Sparrow didn't answer. Clearly, she knew exactly how powerful the great demon god was. Angor rubbed his throbbing temples. He didn't expect this at all. That's an impossible deal. Flower Sparrow looked up. It can be done. So you don't have a misunderstanding about the great demon god's power. You have a misunderstanding about my power. I've never thought of putting Big Brother in danger. To me, Big Brother is my most important benefactor, friend, and relative. Flower Sparrow's voice was trembling. She looked at Angor with her clear eyes, as if she wanted to show her sincerity. I only proposed this because I saw it. Saw it? Angor knew that both Flower Sparrow and Dodoro were origin worshippers, and both of them were gifted with the gift of prophecy. Now, Flower Sparrow had gained a special soul because of her ability to foresee things. What she saw was actually foresight. Angor was curious. What did Sparrow foresee? What did you see? Hua Kk, I saw my brother's body crumble, and I also saw his empty soul fall into a dark abyss. He was dragged along by a huge shadow, and he was reduced to a puppet like a puppet. This is another reason why I want to stay in Dark Castle. I hope that one day, I can break into the abyss and save my brother's soul. It's a dream, but I still want to give it a try. If that's the case, why do you want me to save him? I did see both his T-body and soul's TSS soul. But I'm not sure if I'm S or SWAS. Something else? Hua Kk nodded and told them what she saw. I don't know why. I clearly saw Big Brother's soul enter the abyss, but I saw him and Big Brother appear in a vast wilderness. A wilderness? Are you sure? Angor's tone was strange. He was starting to understand what Flower Sparrow was trying to say. I'm not sure. I think I'm dreaming. Hua Zhuke lowered her head and said in a sad tone, however, I really did see a piece of wilderness. There was nothing in the wilderness. There were no mountains, no flowing water, not even a big tree. Flower Sparrow's eyes were still misty as she continued, but I think I saw a city at the end of the wilderness. I don't know if it's real or not, but it's my brother's only hope. Angor remained silent for a long time after hearing Flower Sparrow's words. Flower Sparrow looked a little nervous. I don't want to waste Big Brother's favor. Whether you agree or not, I'll cultivate the metamorphosis larva in the end. Angor stopped her. Don't worry about it. The deal is still valid. I have some idea about what you're talking about, and I'll consider it. You can go back now. I'll give you an answer when I've made up my mind. With that, Flower Sparrow's body began to sway, and another attractive force appeared around her. Flower Sparrow felt her soul being pulled away. Before she was pulled away, she shouted, the reason I want to stay in Dark Castle is not only because I want to save Big Brother, but also because I don't want to be a burden to Big Brother. I want to become stronger and repay Big Brother's kindness. Angor sighed. He walked to Flower Sparrow and crouched down to stroke her forehead. I told you, you don't owe me anything. Perhaps Flower Sparrow's words made Angor feel a little uncomfortable. But when she explained the reason, Angor understood what she meant. Seeing Flower Sparrow's hesitant expression, Angor sighed and walked to her. A bond is an emotional connection. I know what you're afraid of. But I want to tell you that whether I agree or not, I won't let my emotions affect my view of you. Flower Sparrow had always been pure and kind, both in life and in death. Angor knew this very well. It was something that could not be faked. Humans might not mean what they said, but the purity of their souls was obvious. Flower Sparrow's request today was too much, and she felt that she was betraying Angor's kindness. But for Angor, it was only a matter of whether he agreed or not. Perhaps the choice made him uncomfortable at first, but he would not let it affect his impression of Hua Kk because of his rejection. However, Flower Sparrow had always been shackled by shackles, both in life and in death. She finally felt that she could get some warmth from Angor, which was why she did not dare to ask for more. This time, her request was filled with uneasiness and guilt. Still, Angor did not doubt Flower Sparrow's decision. At least in his opinion, Flower Sparrow's courage was also a kind of growth. I'm glad you can make your own request. Besides, I don't mind making a deal. Let's go back. I'll think about your offer seriously. Angor smiled gently. Okay. After Flower Sparrow returned to the bracelet, Angor stayed in his soundproof room for a long time. He was thinking about Flower Sparrow's proposal. At first, he didn't think that the deal would go through. The cost of saving Babota was too high. Perhaps even Frost might not be able to deal with the peerless great demonic god. A powerful demon god was not something that ordinary demon gods could compare to. However, when Flower Sparrow mentioned that Angor and Babota appeared in a wasteland, Angor finally understood what Flower Sparrow meant. The so-called boundless wilderness, if nothing unexpected happened, should be referring to the wilderness of dreams. The dream wasteland did not contain a person's body or soul. Even if Boboda lost both his body and soul, his consciousness could still exist in the dream wasteland. Flower Sparrow did not understand the nature of the deal. She was simply offering Boboda the right to stay in the dream wasteland. He didn't like what Boboda had done in the past, but he was willing to give Boboda a chance to stay in the dream wasteland. However, there was still a certain danger. In the end, Boboda's body and soul would still belong to the Abyss Lord. In that case, would the Deep Lord discover the dream wilderness and bring about an ominous change to the dream wilderness? This was why Angor did not agree to Flower Sparrow's request right away. He needed to think about it carefully. Angor pondered for a while as he considered all kinds of possibilities. However, he did not know much about dreams or the abilities of demon gods. He could not come to a conclusion right away. In the end, he stood up, extinguished the lamp on the table, and left the soundproof room. He planned to discuss this with Sunders and Freud. There was no doubt that Sunders knew more about demons than Freud, and Freud knew more about dreams than Freud did. Perhaps he could get some answers from them. His short, curly gray-green hair was all wet. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his cheeks were pale. This was what Angor saw when he found Sunders. When Sunders noticed Angor's arrival, he cast a cleanse spell to remove the sweat on his forehead. "You're here?" Sunders summoned a chair and asked Angor to sit down. "Are you ready to leave?" "I might need to stay here for a while," said Angor as he glanced at the glass bottle on the table. The bottle was empty. At the same time, Angor sensed a familiar aura coming from it. A twisting protozoa? Angor looked at Sunders. Sunders' expression was normal, but his face was still pale. "You went to the nightmare realm, Professor?" Sunders lowered his head and nodded. "Yes, I went there for some reasons." "Something about Greya?" Sunders nodded. "Yes. I used a twisting protozoa that contained Greya's soul energy and went to the nightmare realm where she lost her body. I want to locate the nightmare realm again." Sunders remained silent for a while. His eyes were deep and lifeless as if he was recalling something. "What happened next?" Angor asked. Sunders shook his head. I don't remember." "Forgot?" Sunders continued, "I only remember that I reached a dark intersection. My memory was automatically blocked. I can't remember anything else. The nightmare realm was full of strange things." Sunders' memories were blocked several times when he entered the nightmare realm. However, the blocked memories were mostly about important objects, such as singularity dispersive meditation, which he could not remember or bring out, or some letters or books he read in the nightmare realm. This time, what was a little unexpected was that it wasn't the memory of any object that was blocked, but his entire experience was blocked. Before his memory was blocked, he was still walking on a long, dark path. Something must have happened after that intersection. Maybe he encountered a battle or saw something important. Either way, he could not remember anything. The last part of his memory was in a dark space. Sunders could feel wind moving around him, which meant it was not an enclosed space. However, Sunders was panicking as if he was about to face a great terror, so he used the twisting protozoa and returned to reality. "I don't know what happened between the intersection and the final pitch-black space. My memory of the entire experience has been blocked. But I have not forgotten that feeling. Panic, fear, all these feelings are still in my mind." Sunders' eyes were filled with complicated emotions as he continued, "But I did not forget that feeling." Sunders felt cold sweat all over his body when he recalled those feelings. One could imagine that something extremely terrifying must have happened at that time. Angor's hair stood on end as well. He felt a chill down his spine. Even though Sunders had entered the nightmare realm many times, each time he did so, he was always on tenterhooks. The nightmare realm was just too creepy. Maybe Sunders looked at Angor's eyes. Angor's nightmare form was very powerful. If he could remember singularity dispersive meditation, then the memory block would not affect him much. "But you've just broken through. It's dangerous for you to go to the nightmare realm where Greya lost her body. But once you've stabilized your strength, you can try exploring the outermost area of the nightmare realm." Of course, Angor would only do that if the Queen of Stitches did not come after him again. He would have to go to the Nightmare Realm next time to test it out. Let's talk about the Nightmare Realm later. Back to the topic. You said you're going to stay in Dark Castle for now. Why? Angor followed Sunder's words and did not ask about the Nightmare Realm. Instead, he told Sunders about Flower Sparrow's answer. I see, Sunders nodded. I didn't think they'd actually come up with something like that. Yes. That means she's going to stay in Dark Castle. Sunders nodded. He did not comment on Flower Sparrow's decision. But Flower Sparrow offered me a deal, Angor said. That's why I'm here, sir. I'm not sure about it. Under Sunders' gaze, Angor told Sunders about his conversation with Flower Sparrow. No doubt about it. Flowey must be referring to the Dream Wasteland. I don't mind bringing Babota into the Dream Wasteland, but I'm worried that the Dream Wasteland will be exposed to the eyes of a powerful demon god. Sunders considered for a moment. I can't say for sure. But I remember a wizard once did a study on the influence of a demon god on his or her followers, and he did some comparative experiments. Maybe they can give you some ideas. Angor was speechless. Someone did that. Sunders noticed Angor's confusion and explained, wizards live for a long time, and it's not uncommon for them to study all kinds of strange subjects. This topic was no longer that unpopular. However, anyone who gets involved with a demon god's work will not end well. That researcher ended up being targeted by a demon god, and, well, let's not talk about it. Angor recalled the time when he followed Sunders to the Valley of Souls to see Ness. Ness was also studying something about sex. Speaking of which, Sunders briefly explained the wizard's research to Angor. Believers of demon gods could be found all over the general plains. It was impossible for them to pay attention to everyone. They would only pay more attention to the potential seeds. However, before these seeds turned their potential into actual strength, they would not be valued too much by demon gods. So how did the demon gods value their believers? The answer was the oath they took when offering sacrifices. If a believer's oath was to sacrifice everything to the demon god, the believer would be completely transparent to the demon god. The demon god would know everything about the believer, including everything about the believer's ancestral root. In other words, as long as the believer offered his or her everything, even his or her consciousness, the demon god would be able to find it. If a believer's oath was to offer his or her soul so that his or her soul would return to the demon world upon death. In this case, the demon god would not know much about the believer. Of course, if the demon god wanted to check the believer's memories, he or she would be able to find out about the believer's secrets. However, it would be impossible for the demon god to find something that had nothing to do with the believer's soul. In conclusion, whether or not taking in Babota would expose the Dream Wasteland to the demon god depended on what kind of oath Babota had sworn when he made the sacrifice. If the oath Babota chose was not a complete sacrifice, then there was still room for negotiation. However, Babota must not reveal anything about the Dream Wasteland to the demon god before his or her death. Otherwise, the demon god would still be able to find out about Babota's soul. Only when Babota's soul was completely cut off from his or her consciousness, allowing his or her consciousness to be brought into the Dream Wasteland and become a resident of the Dream Realm, would he be able to avoid the demon god's prying eyes. Of course, there might be some risks involved. But at this level, it was impossible to completely avoid them. Still, Angor planned to visit the Dream Wasteland and discuss with Freud about how to view this matter from the perspective of a dream. Angor told Sunders about his idea, and Sunders nodded in agreement. Before Angor could return to his soundproof room, Sunders suddenly spoke. Oh, there's something else I haven't told you yet. Angor turned around, expecting Sunders to tell him something about the relationship between the demon god and his believer. Earlier, when you were meditating in your soundproof room, Kimberly sent an apprentice to look for you. Miss Kimberly? Angor frowned. Is it about alchemy? No. Someone from the R&D department is looking for you. Sunders gave Angor a strange look. R&D department? Floating Mech City? Angor was surprised. He just left Floating Mech City not long ago. Why would someone from the R&D department want to see him? And how did they know he was in Dark Castle? Who is it? Angor asked out of curiosity. I don't know. They didn't come to Dark Castle. They used other methods to send messages. If you want to know more, you can ask Kimberly. Angor nodded. He didn't know why the R&D department wanted to see him. But considering their loose rules, it shouldn't be anything important. Angor decided to go to the Dream Wasteland first. On the main street of First Heart City, a black figure was running fast. The surrounding passers-by were not surprised at all by the black shadow. It was as if they were already used to it. They even felt that the black figure was much slower today. For example, on the roof of a small building on the street, Derek, who was polishing stones with his grandfather, asked, "Why do I feel that Sheriff Torres is much slower today? He doesn't seem to be on the roof anymore." Usually, Torres ran and jumped on the roof, which caused a lot of damage to the buildings. But today, Torres was running on the street, which was very strange. Derek's grandfather happened to be carving a tree branch. He looked up and slowly lowered his head. It has nothing to do with the sheriff. It has something to do with the person behind him. The person behind him? Derek looked over suspiciously and noticed that there was indeed a figure following behind Sheriff Torres. The figure looked much more delicate, and it seemed to be a woman. She was more than 10 meters away from Torres. She was panting and gritting her teeth as she ran. Derek also noticed that Torres turned around and roared several times. Although he could not hear the voice, Derek's eyes were very good. He could tell what Torres was saying from the shape of his mouth. "Don't follow me." Derek was puzzled. Torres was clearly chasing the woman away, so why was he moving slower than usual? In response to Derek's question, his grandfather smiled and said, "That's because our sheriff is a very kind person." A kind person? Derek still did not understand, but his grandfather did not continue to explain. Derek had to change the topic. He looked at the woman who was following Torres. "I don't think I've seen this woman before." "Oh, I've seen her once," Derek's grandfather said. "A few days ago, I saw her near the square when I was installing trees and stone carvings with the city construction team. At that time, the sheriff grabbed her wrist and ran towards Sky Tower." Grandpa Derek paused for a moment, then clicked his tongue and said with a nostalgic look on his face, "The feelings of young people are really passionate. I can't help but recall my lost youth." It was a beautiful time running under the sunset. Seeing that his grandfather wanted to talk about the past, Derek hurriedly stopped him. "I heard from Constable Torres that he's several thousand years old." "He's several times older than Grandpa." "Grandpa Derek. He must be lying. I've seen the sheriff's face after he took off his helmet. It was so tender." "Tender as water?" Derek recalled Torres's exposed chest and abdominal muscles. It was hard for him to imagine how tender his face could be. Derek couldn't help asking. The conversation after that slowly turned into gossip. At the top of Heaven's Tower, Angor was quietly observing Torres and Mandira, who were standing behind Torres. Even though he didn't hear the conversation between Derek and his grandfather, he could tell that Torres was much slower than before. He didn't jump into the air again either. "So, it's because of Mandahara?" Angor asked. "Yes. Torres might look unruly all the time, but he has a gentle side to him." It was Freud who approached them. Angor was surprised. "You mean Torres is interested in Mandira?" Freud shook his head. "As far as I can tell, he's not. If Mandira was replaced by anyone else, Torres would act the same way. He's a carefree man who doesn't want to take responsibility for anything. However, he only cares about himself. If it involves someone else, he's willing to take responsibility even if he doesn't say it out loud." Angor didn't understand what Freud meant. Freud explained, "I've been trying to figure out how to deal with Torres, but I couldn't think of anything. But Monroe gave me a suggestion. She said we can send someone to work with Torres. Even though Torres doesn't like having someone on duty with him, he'll only throw a tantrum at me when a mission is assigned to him. As for the person carrying out the mission, that is, Mandela, he's surprisingly gentle." Angor finally understood what Freud meant. Torres was a man who didn't want to take responsibility, but he had a strong sense of responsibility. This arrangement could really help curb Torres' unruly personality. "Lady Monroe has a good eye for talent," Angor praised. Back when Monroe was still a candidate for the city lord position, she already invited John to be her assistant many times before she knew who John was. Now, she even saw through Torres's hidden personality. She had a keen eye for talent. "You're right, Lady Monroe. You're an excellent woman." Freud was also praising Monroe, but he was secretly glancing at Angor. He was still thinking about the rumor he heard from Leon. Indeed, Angor's aura had changed a lot. It was different from before. Could it be that Leon's rumor was true? Then why did you give this task to Mandela? Angor suddenly asked. Freud shrugged. I had a sudden idea, so I did it. In fact, Freud had thought about it for a long time. When Mandira first entered the dream wasteland, Torres was the first person she talked to. Mandira didn't ask Torres to follow her, but Torres was someone Mandira was familiar with. It would be easier for Mandira to stay with someone she was familiar with first. Besides, Torres was a friendly person who didn't mind Mandira's cold attitude. This was a good way to neutralize Mandira's feelings. The only thing Freud was worried about was that Torres might leave Mandela behind while patrolling the area. Now, Angor knew that Torres was much gentler than he thought. Did anything happen to Mandahila recently? While Mandira was working, Tai spent most of his time chasing after Torres, just like now. Freud pointed at the two figures that were getting smaller and smaller in the distance. I can see that, at least at this point in time, she's focused on the chase. She's not thinking about the real world. That's good. Using his nightmare illusion, he used his omniscient view to observe Mandebra's expression. Mandebra's expression had changed a lot since he was sent to the dream wasteland. At least, he was no longer as cold as before. Mandira is a very sensitive person. I'll try my best to change her personality without leaving any traces. Angor nodded. That's all for now. With that, he turned around and walked into the tower. Meanwhile, Mandira, who was still chasing after Tai, looked into the distance. She felt like someone was watching her just now. But when Mandahara turned around, he saw nothing. Maybe it's just an illusion? Mandahara didn't think too much about it and continued to chase after the bastard in front of him. Do you have something to say? Angor sat down in the room where Freud usually did his research. Angor noticed that Freud kept sneaking glances at him. Freud seemed to have a lot of things to talk about. Freud scratched his gray hair in embarrassment. Sir, your brother told me something, and I'm interested in. Angor looked at Freud in surprise. Freud wanted to talk about something related to his big brother? I have a question for you, sir. Have you become a wizard, sir? Freud asked after a moment of hesitation. Yeah. Didn't I tell you when I came here last time? Angor didn't think Freud would ask such a question, but he didn't try to hide it. No, you didn't. Angor suddenly remembered something. Oh, I forgot to tell you about it. Freud was thrilled when he heard about Angor's breakthrough. But when he saw Angor's "oh, I forgot" attitude, he couldn't help but want to complain. How could he forget something so important? If Freud became a wizard on his own, he wouldn't act like a normal wizard no matter how he tried to keep a low profile. Angor, on the other hand, was different. However, it was only his aura. Freud didn't think that Angor's breakthrough was related to him at all. If Leon didn't tell him about Angor's breakthrough, Freud would have been kept in the dark for a long time. Thousands of complaints surged out from his heart, but in the end, they all turned into a single sentence. Congratulations, sir. It's a bit of a rush. I'll tell you more about it later. But I'm curious. How did my brother Leon get involved? Freud's face was expressionless as he slowly told Freud about the rumors that Leon brought to him. It already reached Floating Mech City? Huh? Was it reported by Sky of Truth? Angor frowned. Last time, this magazine reported about him and Isabel's return to the southern wizarding region. How did they know? Freud took out a stack of papers from his drawer. I asked Leon to copy the article from Truth Sky. Have a look, sir. Puzzled, he took the paper and saw the handwriting on it. It was written by his brother, Leon. It took him several minutes to go through all of them. Most of what was written in the book was true. There was even a part where it mentioned that Wizard Pad was already outside of the Truth Gate, which was also true. But most of the content was so touching that Angor felt it was a bit too much. Aside from the compliments, Angor wanted to know how the news got to Floating Mech City so fast. Did someone from Dark Castle spread it? Angor looked at the author of the article. Your Grandpa Stone? Angor looked at the name and did not say anything. He was too familiar with this name. Last time, the author of the article in Truth's Sky was the one who revealed Angor's connection with Mystery and Isabel's return. Angor did not care much about these two things since there were too many people around. Even if the magazine did not report them, they would spread out in the future. However, the reason why he had such a clear impression of this writer, even to the point of gnashing his teeth, was because this guy's exposé was a complete gimmick. For example, the two articles in Truth's Sky were titled Shocking. A 1,000-year-old wizard returns to the south. The wizarding world will be reshuffled. Shocking. A mysterious alchemist was turned into a marionette because of. The content and tone of the article were all gloating over Angor's misfortune, which made Angor want to beat the hell out of the person who wrote it. Now, the author was showing up again. Angor's eyes lit up. Speaking of which, the two articles published in the Sky of Truth actually took place in Silent Hill, so it was very likely that the author was in Silent Hill at that time. Either he was from Silent Hill, or he was a supernatural who had something to do with Silent Hill. Back then, Angor was busy with the Purification Garden, so he did not have time to think about the author's identity. But now, the author revealed something again, and to Angor again. This made Angor more concerned. Apart from the wizards of Dark Castle, only the people from Silent Hill who were on the ghost ship knew about Abel's breakthrough. The author's pseudonym was Grandpa, which meant the author was not from Dark Castle. After all, most of the people from Dark Castle were witches. It was possible that the author was from Dark Castle, but it was unlikely. Angor's eyes flickered when he looked at Silent Hill again. He had a good talk with Wizard Ivan before, and he knew that Wizard Ivan was a typical scholar. Angor did not think that Wizard Ivan would use such a pompous style to write his articles. If it was not Wizard Ivan, then it had to be one of the other apprentices on the ghost ship. It was indeed possible. However, there was another possibility. Wizard Ivan would definitely report the damage to the Sky Ghost ship to the higher-ups of Dark Castle. By that time, the news of Abel's level up would probably spread as well. Therefore, everyone in Dark Castle could be the author, not just the apprentices. He looked at the name again. Your Grandpa Stone. Stone, when he saw the name Stone, he could only think of one person who came from Silent Hill, Talos the Two-Faced Sprite. Taros was one of the witnesses when Isabella was trying to kill him in Silent Hill. If Taros was your Grandpa Stone, he could easily write those two articles. When he tried to bring Taros' personality into the style of the article, his face turned even darker. Arrogant pen name, gimmicky title, exaggerated style. Everything was exactly the same as Taros. Now, this article could be said to be overly praiseworthy, even kneeling and licking his boots. It also showed the cowardly side of Taros' nature. If Taros really wrote the article, it would be very likely that Taros would admit defeat when he learned that Angor was already halfway to becoming a Truthfinder wizard. Besides, Angor was also a member of the R&D department and had the support of wizards from Phantom Island and Brute Cavern. So it's really him? Angor's eyes turned gloomy. Who is it? Freud asked. Angor narrowed his eyes. He had already forgotten about Taros. Who would have thought that Taros would show up in this way? It's nothing. Angor hid his expression. He did not want to tell anyone about his personal grudge. Angor gently put the paper back on the table. It's not comprehensive, but it's mostly true. Freud was already shocked, but he could not help but feel a little surprised. At first, he thought the article was too exaggerated and one-sided. But now, even Angor admitted that it was true. This meant that Angor had not only become a wizard but also created a new spell. He was already halfway to becoming a Truthfinder wizard. Freud had so many questions in his mind, but he did not know where to start. In the end, he lowered his head and sighed deeply. No matter what, Angor's breakthrough was a great thing. Freud was now on Angor's side. The stronger Angor became, the greater his future would be. This was a matter of sharing glory and glory together if one were to fall. Do you have something to say? Freud sighed again. It's just that. I'm glad I joined you earlier, sir. Otherwise, I'd be as nervous as the others. Of course, it was because someone who caught up with them later had surpassed them by decades or even centuries in just a few years. As for the anxiety, it was because Angor's breakthrough had not been confirmed yet. Of course, there were also people who went to ask the prophets. However, there were not many prophets in the world, and when they asked about Angor's breakthrough, the prophets simply smiled and did not answer. Everyone in Floating Mech City was waiting for an answer. Freud finally calmed himself down and began to think about a deeper question. Since you've advanced to the next level, shouldn't you consider acquiring a new power? Freud cared about the dream wasteland the most at the moment. Although First Heart City seemed to be developing well, due to the incomplete laws, there were still many areas in the dream wasteland that violated the laws. The residents of First Heart City had already noticed this, but they knew very little about it. Plus, they were still adapting to the new city, so there wasn't much of a reaction yet. However, Freud himself already felt that many of the places were too fake. It would be best if he could improve them as soon as possible. In order to get the core authority as soon as possible, I'm going to find a scroll that increases luck first before I try to get the authority. Freud was a little disappointed, but he understood that this was the best decision he could make. After all, without the luck attribute, if the authority that came next time was still insignificant, then it was as good as nothing. After chatting for a while, Angor finally got down to business. Regarding Babota, Angor wanted to hear Freud's opinion from the perspective of dreams. Half an hour later, Angor left the dream wasteland and returned to reality. Freud's opinion was similar to Sunder's, but there was one point that inspired Angor. When Babota's soul was about to fall into the abyss because of the oath he swore, Babota's consciousness was pulled into the dream wasteland. The most important thing was to sever the connection between Babota's soul and consciousness. This way, even if the demon god realized that Babota's soul was too empty, it would not be able to track it down. As for how to sever the connection, it was a simple task for Angor. He could do it by using the gatekeeper authority. Angor already had an idea after listening to Freud's and Sunder's opinions. He was inclined to agree to Florica's proposal. However, there were two prerequisites. First, Babota's oath to the demon god did not involve sacrificing everything he had. Otherwise, even if he cut off the connection between his soul and his consciousness, the demon god could still track him to the dream wasteland if it wanted to. The second condition was that Flower Sparrow could not reveal their deal to Babota, not even the slightest bit. Only when Babota's soul returned to the abyss and his consciousness was pulled into the dream wasteland could Angor tell him the truth. This way, even if the demon god searched Babota's memories, he would not be able to find anything. If Babota already knew about this, Angor would not agree to the deal either. Angor returned to reality and told Florica about this as soon as possible. Florica's reply made Angor feel a little better. Babota's oath was about sacrificing his soul after death. Florica did not tell Babota about her deal with Angor because she did not want Babota to worry about it. With these two prerequisites fulfilled, Angor agreed to Florica's proposal. With that done, Angor left the soundproof room. Now that he was done here, he was going to see Kimberly. He was wondering why someone from the research department suddenly contacted him. What's the matter? Following the guidance of a cyborg, he arrived at the hall where Kimberly was waiting. Kimberly's room was surprisingly clean. There were no other decorations except for a table and a chair. Please wait for a few minutes, Mr. Pat. Madam is still in the workshop. She'll come out soon. As soon as she finished speaking, a door appeared not far away from Angor. The cover of the door was painted with bronze bearings, gears, and chains. It was the door of the workshop. As the door that clearly represented mechanical alchemy was pushed open, Kimberly walked out gracefully with her fantasy forest hairstyle. Kimberly washed away the smell of rust on her body and sat down. Kimberly smiled at him and said something that confused Angor. Speaking of which, I should be thanking you for today. Thank me? Why do you say that? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have expected to see Mr. Muse so soon after returning to the southern wizarding region. According to the ranking system in the wizarding world, mediocre Muse was actually weaker than Kimberly. But Kimberly still called him Mr. Muse without thinking, which meant she was really excited. You mean it was Director Muse who contacted me? Angor was a little surprised. Kimberly nodded. Yes. Mr. Muse, the director of R&D department. Also, the Beast Emperor is with him. Even Mayor Lawson? Angor was a little confused. What do they want from me? Beast Emperor referred to Beast Emperor Lawson. In Floating Mech City, Lawson was as famous as Muse. If Muse's research department was responsible for creativity, then Lawson's main city district was responsible for combat. Together, the two city lords were responsible for the miracle of the sky in Everin Kingdom. I don't know about that. Apart from using your name to make my presence known to His Excellency Muse, I didn't find out anything else. Kimberly shrugged. If you want to know, you'll have to ask him yourself. He was here to find out the purpose of the research department, so it was not a bad idea to get in touch with them. Kimberly said, then come with me. I can't do long-distance communication across worlds. Kimberly stood up and led Angor out of the room. As they walked, Kimberly explained the long-distance message to Kieran. It was a signal tower built at the center of Soul Realm, which was exactly the same as the one he saw at White Clam's branch in USA country. Originally, this signal tower was under Isabella's control, but now that Isabella was forced to confine herself and Isabella was in the Soul Genesis Garden all year round, Mrs. Kimberly temporarily took over Isabella's job and coordinated with Dark Castle stations in various places. Since a few years ago, due to the undead chaos, we haven't been paying attention to the signal towers. Isabella didn't care about the affairs of Dark Castle. She only contacted Lawson once in a while and didn't care about the other stations in Dark Castle. Now that I've taken over, I've been so busy that I don't even have time to do alchemy. Kimberly didn't hold back when she complained about Isabella. I was going to find some time to continue our alchemy exchange, but now I've been occupied with all these trivial matters. Kimberly's long-winded explanation gave Angor a general idea of the situation. No wonder Sunders couldn't contact Dark Castle stations when he was in Floating Mech City. After passing through many corridors in Soul Realm, Kimberly finally brought Angor to the center of Soul Realm. There was a familiar wizard tower in front of him. Don't you think so? Kimberly sneered. When Isabella built this wizard tower, she built it exactly according to Lady Isabella's wizard tower in the Soul Genesis Garden. Even the decorations inside are the same. Angor took a closer look and confirmed that the wizard tower was exactly the same as the one he saw in Soul Genesis Garden. Isabella's master control was showing up all the time. The signal tower is on the top floor. Come in. Kimberly pushed the door open and saw the familiar corridor of statues. Just as Kimberly said, even the decorations in the hall were exactly the same as the one in Soul Genesis Garden. Kimberly led Angor upstairs and soon arrived at the signal tower. When activating the signal tower, Kimberly took out nearly 100 magic crystals as the power source without batting an eyelid. Back when Bismarck contacted Floating Mech City at White Clam Company, he only used 3 magic crystals. Now, he needed more than 30 times that amount. It was obvious how much energy was needed to communicate between different worlds. Also, this world referred to the affiliated world of the Southern Wizardry region, not the real world. Angor knew that Floating Mech City hadn't developed a signal tower that could allow them to communicate between different worlds. But if they did, the cost would be so great that even wizards would feel heartache. Now that Angor thought about it, Isabella must have cut off communication with all the outposts because of the undead rampage, as well as the terrible cost of magic crystals. After all, not everyone was an alchemist like Kimberly, who had a lot of magic crystals. Soon, Kimberly finished setting up the signal tower. When the light screen slowly emerged, the image was shown. Kimberly? A cold male voice came from the other side. It's me. Kimberly looked at the screen and saw a handsome man in a black robe. Not seeing Muse, the corners of her mouth unconsciously drooped. In front of the man's narrowed eyes, a thumb-sized phantom dashed out of the fantasy forest on Kimberly's hair and bowed to the light screen as a greeting. The man on the screen was Robot Emperor Lawson. Lawson didn't pay attention to Kimberly's strange hair. Instead, he looked at the other person beside Kimberly. Mr. Lawson. Angor bowed politely. Lawson looked at Angor from head to toe. A complicated emotion flashed in his cold eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Wizard Pad, I didn't expect you to make it this far in such a short time. Judging from the way Lawson addressed Angor, Angor knew about Angor's breakthrough already. A bit of luck, and a bit of luck. No matter what, it's still your strength. Can you? Before Lawson could finish, a lazy voice came from behind him. Angor? You finally showed up. TSK, TSK. I didn't think you could cause such a big commotion. A face with a lazy smile appeared behind Lawson's back and waved at Angor. It was the director of research department, the man who called himself mediocre and stood at the top of the southern wizarding region, Muse. Director Muse. Angor bowed. Madam Kimberly told me that you wanted to see me? We'll talk about that later. Let's talk about you first, Muse said with a big smile. Me? What's there to talk about? There are plenty of things to talk about. You're the most talked about person in Floating Mech City these days. Muse pointed at Angor. You know, I've heard a lot about you in Floating Mech City. I didn't see you breaking through it all back in research department. How did you do it all of a sudden? I wouldn't believe it if Madam Kimberly didn't tell me. Muse's words kept coming out of his mouth like a string of cannons. When he finally finished, he returned to the previous question. How did you break through so suddenly? Accident and luck. Angor's answer was the same. Muse didn't believe him. But since Angor didn't want to answer, he sighed. Fine. I won't force you to tell me. Finally, Muse returned to the main topic after talking a lot of nonsense. When Muse told Angor the reason, Angor's eyes widened. You want me to be a judge for the Rising Star competition? To be precise, you're a special judge. You don't have to do anything. To put it simply, he was going to judge the winners. For the sake of fairness, there were several judges for the final rounds of the competition. Muse wanted Angor to be a special judge. Angor could give his own opinion or do nothing. There were other judges anyway. It did not sound like a difficult task, but he did not understand why he was asked to do it. Wasn't the Rising Star competition held by Floating Mech City? Was it appropriate for an outsider like him to be a judge? There are several special judges. 2 of them aren't from Floating Mech City. If you agree, you'll be one of them. Muse saw through Angor's confusion and explained. Why me? Angor asked. Because you're quite famous these days. Muse smiled. Of course, I'm just kidding. But you've just become a member of the R&D department. You should show your face, right? Also, this is a task from the R&D department. It's not compulsory, but you'll get a lot of credit points. The credit points could be used to purchase special materials, which was a benefit for R&D department members. Speaking of which, I heard that the magazines in Floating Mech City have been trying to contact Dark Castle to confirm whether you've really made it to the next level. With you as the special judge, it'll be a great way to put an end to all this. Plus, you haven't gotten a title yet, right? You can use this chance to confirm your title. Most importantly, I really want to see how those people who were once your peers and self-proclaimed geniuses will react when they see you. When Muse said this, a mischievous smile appeared on his face. Angor had a feeling that the last reason was Muse's real intention. He didn't give Muse a definite answer until the connection was cut off. He didn't know how long he would have to stay in Dark Castle. Floret was confident that she could create a metamorphosis worm, but Angor wasn't sure how long it would take. Floret couldn't give him an exact time either. So he couldn't give a definite answer. Still, he didn't want to block the way. Once he finished his business in Dark Castle, he would go to Floating Mech City. His brother was still there, after all. If he came back early, he could accept the mission and earn some credit points for the department. If he couldn't, there was nothing he could do. After Muse knew about it, he just smiled and said, "Then I'm looking forward to your early return. As long as the Rising Star competition is not over, I'll leave you a quota for this mission. Consider it a bonus for joining the department." After leaving the signal tower, Kimberly kept talking with Angor about the department and Muse. However, he didn't know much about the department. As for Muse, he didn't know much about it either. The only person he knew was Mitra, who was a member of the department. He didn't know much about mechanical alchemy, which Kimberly wanted to know. Angor understood her desperation. Kimberly inherited alchemy techniques from thousands of years ago. Ancient techniques didn't necessarily mean good. When the wizarding civilization was in decline, the older the techniques, the better. But now, the wizarding civilization was clearly on the rise. Potions, fragrances, magewefts, and other alchemy techniques were constantly being developed with the passage of time. Not to mention the newer and more advanced mechanical alchemy techniques. Angor understood Kimberly's desperation. "Why don't you go to Floating Mech City and study for a while?" Angor suggested. Kimberly sighed and shook her head. "I want to, but Isabella is in confinement now, and I have to take over her work. There are too many things I need to do. I just hope Molia can find a suitable body as soon as possible so that she can help me with some of my work." Kimberly frowned in distress. The phantom in her hair forest also ran out to hang on to Kimberly's hair and stroked her cheek comfortingly. "If only Floating Mech City floated to Fairy World. I can study there without going out," Kimberly mumbled. It was the first time he saw such a troubled look on her face. To the apprentices, magi were always high and mighty, seemingly unreachable. However, this was only because they were not strong enough to enter the circle of magi. Since Kimberly was willing to show this side of her, it meant that she accepted Angor. "Even if Floating Mech City is willing to come to Fairy World, I don't think the Wizard Alliance will let them in," Angor said. It was important to keep the balance between wizard organizations. Even if Floating Mech City was a neutral organization, it still had to be prepared. Brood Cavern also had spies and pawns planted by Floating Mech City. Baroque was one of them, and Parasite Queen, who tried to take Angor's place in Sky Tower, was also one of the city's moles. "You're right. I guess I can only go to Floating Mech City when I'm done here." Kimberly sighed. "However, your idea is not impossible." Kimberly gave Angor a doubtful look. Why did he suddenly change his mind all of a sudden? "I mean, maybe one day, you won't have to leave Fairytown to study at Floating Mech City," Angor said in a serious tone. "How is that possible?" "Unless it's in a dream," Kimberly grumbled and quickly walked out of the wizard tower. Angor looked at Kimberly's back and raised an eyebrow. It could really be a dream. 2 more days passed. The dark clouds above Dark Castle were gone, and the lightning bolts were gone. People could still feel the warmth of sunlight in the daytime. The apprentices who lived in the shadow world for many years felt like they could finally see the light again. Most of them went to the surface, and the Soul Realm was much quieter. Angor walked through the quiet corridors of the Soul Realm. Natasha was leading the way with her long, curly blonde hair. After going through several corridors and going further, Natasha led Angor out of the Soul Realm. About 10 minutes later, they arrived in front of a large metal door. "This is where I'm going to test my spells. Because of the undead creatures, this place has been abandoned for a while." Natasha pushed the door open and saw a dark corridor behind it. There were locked doors on both sides of the corridor. "The deeper we go, the bigger the area and the stronger the defense." Natasha walked into the corridor first. She didn't know where she touched, but lights were lit up one after another. The darkness was dispelled, and the light was restored. "Master, are you going to test a spell? How big is the area? What are the properties required?" "Oh right, there are also alchemy puppets as test subjects. You can use them as test subjects at any time. If you want a live one, you'll have to wait for a while. I don't think there are any in stock yet." Angor waited until Natasha finished her explanation. "I'm going to test a spell, but it's not an offensive one. It doesn't need to be too big. Just find a place with a stable space. As for alchemy puppets, I don't need them." Natasha considered for a moment. "I see. Please follow me, sir." Natasha led Angor to a room that could be considered a small plaza. It was even bigger than Angor's courtyard. The walls on all sides were a vast expanse of whiteness, with a cold metallic texture to the touch. There was an eternal light source above them, which brightened up the place. Apart from that, there was nothing else in the space. Angor didn't think such a large space was necessary. But according to Natasha, there was no one else in this place apart from him, so he didn't mind spending a little. After Natasha left, Angor stood in the center of the white space and began to think. This time, he asked Natasha to bring him to the experimental site to test the model of the door. He didn't know what would happen if he activated the door model covered in special energy, but he still came here just in case. Besides, he didn't need to worry about anyone peeking at him. Back to the model of gate, he didn't touch it after his breakthrough because he found an obvious limitation of the model of gate from the information he already had. Once he activated a new door model, the special energy contained in it would return to zero. In other words, if he wanted to use the new model again, he would have to wait for the special energy inside the model to fill up again. Angor didn't know how long it would take for the energy to fully fill up, so he didn't want to test it out recklessly. After several days of rest, Angor's mana whirlpool finally stabilized, so he looked at the door model again. He planned to test it out after leaving Dark Castle. But since he had to stay here for a while because of Floral Sparrow, he might as well use this chance to test it out. While he was at it, he also decided on a proper name for the door model. Apart from the restriction of the special energy, there were other restrictions. However, he needed to test them out himself to find out what they were. Angor closed his eyes for a long time. When he opened them again, he saw something shining in them. Following the rhythmic movement of energy, countless glowing lines slowly appeared in front of him. These lines began to meander and grow, intertwining with each other like tree branches. In the end, they faintly formed the outline of a door. The door wasn't fully formed yet, but Angor could tell that it was different from the door models he used in the past. Not to mention the lines of light, just the aura emitted by the gate was very unique. It was made up of 3 different types of energy: space energy, special energy, and illusion energy. When Angor was constructing the model of the door, he already sensed the presence of illusion energy. However, he didn't think the door would be affected by the illusion since it was just a simple teleportation. But he didn't expect it to affect the door here. Well, it wasn't the right word to say. At least, Angor believed that space energy, special energy, and illusion energy formed a perfect balance even though the latter was the main energy source. Without the help of illusion energy, the door might not be as interesting. What Angor wanted to know the most was what would happen when the illusion energy appeared on the door. It couldn't be that this technique had become exaggerated because of the illusion, right? Or would it create a large number of illusions around the door? As Angor pondered, the outline of the door became clearer and clearer. As the door appeared, Angor sensed that the special energy inside the model of the door was slowly becoming entangled with the door in front of him. The special energy was like a chain that tightly connected Angor and the door. Because of this, the special energy covering the model of the door began to shrink rapidly. However, this didn't mean that the energy was going away. Angor could feel that the energy was still in a balanced state, and it would cover the model of the door again in the future. However, he couldn't tell how long it would take until after this experiment. After making sure that the energy would continue to expand, Angor no longer paid attention to the spell slots. Instead, he stared at the door in front of him. The appearance of this door was almost exactly the same as the door model on the spell slot. The only difference was that the door model on the spell slot was made up of countless patterns, while the door in front of him was made up of countless intertwining glowing lines. It was a beautiful sight. Angor was more concerned about the appearance of the door. The door had no door. Instead, it was covered by a thin layer of light mist. The 3 types of energy Angor sensed earlier were all on this layer of mist, and the special energy was the main one. Angor felt that he had a deep connection with the door in front of him, but he still couldn't tell what was behind it. Angor took a deep breath. He was here to test the door anyway, so he couldn't back down now. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and entered the mist. Alex followed the priest who had adopted him into the Church of Crudge. It was said that the church had stood in the town for more than 200 years. There was a time when the church was flourishing, but because God had never done any miracles and the town's residents were getting fewer and fewer, the Church of Crudge began to fall into disuse. Especially in recent years, when the road to the holy city was cut off, the clergy could no longer be sent, and the Crudge church became even more dilapidated. Now there was only Alex and Brent Lang, and Sister Tessa, who worked in the garden every day. Father Ballenlang, who had adopted Alex, was now over 70 years old. Whether it was his body or his mind, he was no longer what he used to be. As for Sister Tessa, she was over 60 years old. This resulted in the entire church being taken care of by Alex alone. As for Alex, he couldn't clean up the church all by himself. This made the Crudge church look a little gray and dilapidated. The colorful paper on the windows had turned yellow. Not to mention the carving of the Father God at the top of the church. Because there was no ladder, no one had cleaned it for several years. Alex looked up at the somewhat dirty and mottled face of the Father, and there was no trace of mercy. On the contrary, he faintly felt a sense of gloominess and terror. Alex, looking directly into the eyes of the Father God is an act of disrespect. Brett Lang reprimanded. I was just thinking. Alex paused, as if he didn't know how to express it. After a long time, under Brett Lang's gaze, he whispered, why has the Father God never given his glory? After Brett Lang heard this, he didn't say anything. He stretched out his trembling old hand, took out a book from his white robe, put it in front of his chest, closed his eyes and said, Father God above, please forgive this lost child. He hasn't been baptized, so he can't see the mercy of the Father God. Your humble believer will use the rest of his life to lead him to find the light from the confusion. After Brett Lang finished speaking, he recited a few words of the Father God's precepts. Then he opened his eyes and looked at Alex. Brett Lang didn't say anything, but his quiet gaze made Alex feel pressured. He couldn't help but lower his head. Alex, you are questioning the Father God. Brett Lang's tone was stern. This is even more disrespectful than looking directly into the Father God's eyes. I know I was wrong. Alex lowered his head, avoiding Brett Lang's gaze. Brett Lang, it's good that you know you were wrong. But I want you to think from the perspective of the Holy Bible. Alex actually wanted to argue. The rules of the Holy Bible were too harsh and rigid. If he thought from there, it would kill his ability to think. He would end up like Sister Tessa, who only knew how to water and plant flowers in the garden. However, Alex didn't say anything to refute. He lowered his head and didn't say anything. Brett Lang looked at Alex and sighed softly. I know you have a lot of doubts, but doubts are a cage that troubles the mortal heart. When you really become a priest, you will understand that the Father God will certainly answer all your doubts. So, your doubts now are unnecessary. Moreover, I am old. I expect that I will soon return to the Father God's kingdom. Only you can take over the Crudge church. You are questioning the Father God, so how can I rest assured that the church will be handed over to you? Brett Lang said sadly. Alex's face was full of guilt. It was my fault. Brett Lang sighed. Ever since I brought you, who had lost your memory, back to the church, I could see that you didn't fit in. Why don't you try to fit in? After all, you will live here in the name of a priest for a long time. Alex still lowered his head and admitted his mistake, but in his heart, it was a different scene. Brett Lang wanted to scold him a little more, but at this time, the door of the church was pushed open. A middle-aged woman wearing a black dress and a cloth apron around her waist walked in, sobbing softly. The middle-aged woman glanced at Brett Lang and Alex with red eyes, then sobbed. Tears rolled down her cheeks like pearls from a string. Brett Lang looked at her with pity in his eyes. The middle-aged woman cried until she was out of breath. After a long time, she heard a rustling sound in front of her. She looked up and saw a white-haired young man reach out his slender hand and hand her a handkerchief. It's Alex. Ugh. Where's Father Brett Lang? The middle-aged woman took the handkerchief and looked around, but she didn't see anyone else in the church. Father Brett Lang has already left for the cemetery. He said he would personally go and perform the last rites for Night Raven. I will explain for you, madam. Alex's eyes were full of pity. Hearing Night Raven's name, the middle-aged woman froze for a moment, and tears flowed out of her eyes again. Raven, my Raven, how could you abandon Mother? She cried out in despair. Madam Connie, I know you're sad after losing your son. Perhaps it'll be better if you tell me what's bothering you, Alex said as he led Connie to the confessional on the side of the church. Because of her son's death, Connie seemed to have lost her soul. She staggered and followed Alex. When the confessional was first built, it was a small red wooden cubicle. However, as time passed, the red paint slowly peeled off, revealing the dark black wood inside. The gradual change of red and black gave the illusion of dripping blood. Connie walked into the confessional and couldn't wait to speak of her sorrow. Alex sat on the other side, listening quietly. Night Raven was a member of the town's night squad. He patrolled Ghost Town all year round. Alex had seen him once. He was a very bright young man. However, Night Raven was already dead. His body couldn't even be found. Only a head was left. When it was discovered, it was hanging 10 kilometers outside the town, on the pier of the stone bridge leading to the holy city. This was clearly an unnatural death. However, Night Raven wasn't the first person in town to die an unnatural death. Ever since Alex was brought to Ghost Town by Brent Lang 3 years ago, according to Alex's own statistics, this was already the 17th. Every one of them only had their heads left. Their bodies had all disappeared. To date, this series of strange cases still hadn't been solved. No one knew who the murderer was. It could be said that this was a huge shadow that haunted the entire town of Ghost Town. When Mrs. Connie had finished speaking about her helplessness and sorrow, Alex lit a prayer candle for her, and said a few words of consolation before sending Mrs. Connie out of the church. Before Madame Connie left, Alex asked, "Miss Faithy is about to give birth, isn't she?" Connie paused. "I'm not familiar with Faithy, so I don't know. But I think Raven mentioned it before." "That's true. Why do you ask?" Alex smiled. "I'm just asking. That's all." After sending Connie off, Alex returned to the church. He pushed open the door to the confessional and walked in. He sat there quietly, thinking about a few things. After some time, Alex suddenly raised his head and looked up in a certain direction. "I don't know why Father Brent Lang and Madame Connie can't see you. But I can see you. I really want to know. You've been following me all day. What's the matter? And, who are you?" There was nothing in the direction Alex was looking. However, from Alex's own vision, there is a blonde young man who looks about the same age as him floating there. HTTPS, please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. When Alex woke up in the wee hours of the morning to clean the church, he noticed the shadow of a blonde youth floating above the church. But at that time, Alex didn't take it seriously. He thought he was hallucinating. Ever since he was adopted by Father Ballenlang and brought back to the Crudge Church, he would have hallucinations from time to time. For example, he would see some illusions flashing in front of his eyes, and some inexplicable scenes. In these scenes, he would play an inexplicable role. Alex had been troubled by these hallucinations for a long time, and had asked Father Ballenlang for help. Father Ballenlang was silent for a long time, and then he touched Alex's hair and said in a compassionate tone, "It seems that you have been through something very painful. Perhaps that's why you lost your memory." Alex thought so too. He guessed that these hallucinations were fragments of memories from the past. Faced with such a situation, Alex only had two choices. He could either face the past and find his lost memories, or he could ignore them and focus on the future. Father Ballenlang's suggestion was to let Alex forget the past. That was what Alex did on the surface. Because of this, when Alex first saw the blonde figure, he thought it was a hallucination. After remembering the figure's appearance, he ignored him and didn't even tell Father Ballenlang. But the strange thing was, Alex's previous hallucinations were only fleeting. But this blonde figure had been there for a long time and hadn't disappeared. At first, the blonde figure looked around above the church. Then, he landed and followed behind Alex. From the moment Alex and Father Ballenlang entered the church, until he explained to Mrs. Connie, he had been loitering nearby. This made Alex understand that perhaps this blonde figure wasn't a hallucination, but a real person. But why couldn't Father Ballenlang or Mrs. Connie see this person? Alex secretly observed the golden-haired figure for a long time. He found that the golden-haired figure had a thoughtful expression on his face, as if he was thinking about something. He often observed his surroundings, but his expression was very calm. One could even say that he was calm. Since this was a person who could think, and the other party didn't show any malice, Alex decided to talk to him. After Alex asked the previous question, the blonde figure looked at Alex quietly. "Before asking who I am, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? However, after observing you for an entire day, I've discovered that you're quite thoughtful, so I'll forgive your rudeness," the golden-haired figure said calmly. "By the way, you can call me Pat." Angor looked at the young man in front of him. After Angor introduced himself, the young man stood up, took off his gloves, and bowed with a hand on his chest. Alex. He already knew Alex's name from what he saw during the day. What he wanted to know was information other than his name. However, this young man looked very polite, but he didn't reveal any additional information. Mr. Pat, you haven't answered my question. Why are you here? Also, why can't others see you? Are you a spirit? Angor raised an eyebrow. Why am I here? Actually, I really want to know too. One day ago, when Angor was testing the door model in Dark Castle, something strange happened to him as soon as he stepped through the door. He felt as if his consciousness was separated from his body and turned into a core, which then entered the door behind the door. His body was left behind in the lab. As soon as the core entered the door, Angor felt something. His memories, experience, way of thinking, and logic were all reread. It was very strange, just like the strange world he was brought to by the alien eye. Not only was his mind clear, but it also worked at an unimaginable speed. The only difference was that this time, Angor's emotion module wasn't removed. Since the special energy came from that strange world, Angor didn't feel too surprised. Instead, he memorized everything in his mind so that he could write a summary in his handbook later. Something unexpected happened while he was trying to clear his mind. The core of his consciousness was surrounded by countless light dots and was moving forward. Angor was startled. He quickly looked around and saw that the core of his consciousness was located in a strange tunnel. He didn't know what it was, but he didn't know how to describe it. That was because the passage was filled with spatial energy, as well as that strange special energy. Angor didn't know where the tunnel led to, but he was more curious about the light dots around him. Why were they dragging his consciousness forward? Out of instinct, Angor tried to control the light dots. When he thought about it, the light dots actually moved under his control. However, as soon as he controlled the light spots and stopped the core of his consciousness, the strange tunnel suddenly collapsed. Angor felt his consciousness turning upside down like raindrops falling from the sky and sinking into the ground. It felt like he was falling from a different dimension. The space around him quickly crumbled, and his mind slowed down until it returned to normal. When the core of his consciousness finally stabilized, he noticed that he was now above a small town. He didn't check the town right away. Instead, he tried to sense his own situation. The first thing he discovered was that the core of his consciousness actually existed in a body. He was confused at first, but when he checked his body carefully, he realized that the so-called body was made up of illusion energy. In other words, it was an illusion. The illusion was exactly the same as when he first stepped into the mist, including the clothes he was wearing. Angor could feel the illusion energy inside his body, which meant his consciousness could control it. However, he couldn't use anything other than illusion energy. The second thing he noticed was the energy inside his body. He sensed that there was a special energy in the core of his consciousness. This special energy was like a line that connected to the unknown void. Following the string of energy, Angor soon found a door. It was the same door as the one he stepped into. Angor could clearly feel that the string of energy went through the door and connected to Dark Castle, where Angor's body was located. Angor realized that if he stepped into the door now, his journey would end, and he would return to Dark Castle. However, he didn't do that. Since he already knew that the special energy was connected to his consciousness, he could return to Dark Castle whenever he wanted. He might as well stay here and observe the situation. There were only two things he could find after inspecting his body. First, he was only an illusion. His real body was still inside Dark Castle. Second, he could return to Dark Castle whenever he wanted by following the special energy. Next, Angor began to think about the most important thing, the effect of the door model. Angor recalled what happened inside the strange tunnel. He was sure that the end of the tunnel wasn't this town. The reason why he landed in this small town was because he wanted to control that light spot. For example, the light spot was a train, his consciousness was the passenger, and the destination of the train was the end of the tunnel. But because the passengers wanted to fight for control of the train halfway, the train didn't go on the right track. So the passengers were forced to get off the train halfway and ended up in this small town. Angor had a rough idea of what happened. However, he still didn't know what the tunnel was or where it ended. There were still many questions about the door model. But as far as he could tell, the door model allowed him to use his illusion to travel through space. Or maybe it was just a side effect of the door model. The real effect was to go to the other side of the strange tunnel. Angor had no idea. He would have to wait until he activated the door model next time. For now, he planned to check the town first. He wanted to know where the town was located. He was an incompetent passenger who got off halfway, but he could at least learn something about the tunnel from his current position. Angor slowly landed in the town. To avoid unnecessary attention, he used an illusion to set up a thin layer of camouflage around the town. Ordinary people shouldn't be able to see him. The first place he arrived at was Courage Church. Angor planned to find the mayor of the town or the manor of a noble first. Usually, such places would give him basic information. However, when he noticed that he was standing in front of a church, his eyes lit up. Mayors or nobles couldn't record locations due to legal reasons. Churches, however, were different. They were under the jurisdiction of a religion, which had its own rules and regulations. Besides, there were always clergymen coming and going, so the church should have some information about its location. Angor decided to land inside the church and look for clues. Angor didn't find anything during this process. Instead, he found an interesting young man. It was Alex. HTTPS, please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version, Angor wasn't referring to Alex's personality. There was something strange about Alex's aura. If one were to describe auras as halos, Alex's aura would be as bright as the sun while the others were covered in darkness. Since he could only use illusions at the moment, he couldn't tell why Alex's aura was so different from the others. Angor decided to observe Alex carefully. While doing so, he noticed that Alex seemed to be able to see him. When the others looked at him, they didn't notice it at all due to the illusion. But when Alex looked at Angor, his pupils betrayed him even though he tried his best to hide it. Could it be that Alex was a supernatural being? But he didn't look like one. Angor thought Alex would keep pretending that he didn't see him. But when everyone left the church, Alex took the initiative to talk to Angor. "Are you a ghost?" Alex asked again. Angor looked at Alex carefully. The white-haired boy looked about 16 or 17 years old. The boy didn't show any other emotion when talking to Angor. No fear, no surprise, only curiosity. Angor wouldn't be surprised if Alex was just a naive child. However, Alex was obviously very thoughtful, but his thoughts were not on others, but on himself. When it came to external objects, even outsiders, he had an attitude of indifference and indifference. It was not easy for him to be curious about Angor's appearance. "Have you ever seen a ghost?" Angor asked. "So you're not one," Alex said in a confident tone. "You're very observant." Angor nodded. "I don't know if I've ever seen a ghost. Maybe I have. That's what my heart tells me." "Is it because of your memory loss?" Angor remembered that Father Branlang mentioned something about Alex's memory loss. "Eavesdropping isn't a polite thing to do," Alex said in a soft voice. "Yes, it's because of my memory loss. I don't remember what I've been through. But my heart tells me that I've seen a ghost before." Alex paused. "Mr. Pat, have you ever seen a ghost?" "Yes, I have." "So there are ghosts in this world?" Alex muttered in a low voice. "So ghosts really exist in this world?" Angor thought Alex would ask more about the ghost, but he quickly calmed himself down. "Then what is Mr. Pat if he's not a ghost? Why can't others see you?" "It's normal that others can't see me. I think you should ask why you can see me." "Why can't I see you?" Alex asked without hesitation. "I don't know." Angor grinned. Alex was taken aback by this hostile exchange, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Angor had no idea. But he believed it had something to do with Alex's memory loss. Maybe Alex used to be a supernatural. After all, supernaturals had strong intuition, while the illusion he used was a very low-level one. It was a simple application of illusion energy, which had nothing to do with spells. Ordinary talents would be able to sense that something was wrong, and it wasn't difficult for apprentices who had just entered the school to see him. "I'm curious. Aren't you scared when you see someone you can't see? If you want to kill me, you have plenty of chances." If you don't, why should I be scared? Alex ignored Angor's question and took out a piece of paper to write something down. The inference of Knight Riven's death? Angor muttered to himself, so clerics are working part-time as detectives now. Alex continued to scribble on the paper with the pen. However, the contents were very simple. It only listed Knight Riven's name, then on the other side of his name was written Faithy's name, and below it was marked Faithy's birthday present. Alex thought for a moment and crossed out all the characters. Instead, he wrote down a place name, Holy City. Where's the Holy City? Angor saw Alex focusing on his work, so he planned to walk around the church and leave. However, he didn't expect Alex to write down a place name. Angor was looking for a location, so he asked directly. Alex put down his pen and gave Angor a puzzled look. He didn't expect Angor to not know about the Holy City. Why are you following me? Alex didn't ask about the boy's background. Instead, he asked another question. I want to know something from you. Angor didn't try to hide it. What is it? Location. Angor pointed at the Holy City on Alex's paper. I want to know where this place is, where the Holy City is, and what's the name of this continent. Alex narrowed his eyes. You're not from this continent, are you? I don't know. Angor shrugged. I'm waiting for your answer. I'll only know if I'm from this continent after you tell me. Alex looked at Angor in silence. He couldn't help but feel that this strange person was full of unknowns. This is Gust Town, which is located southeast of the Holy City. The Holy City is a citadel of the Kruj Celestial Court, which is also the closest city to Gust. Rumor? You've never been there? Alex shook his head. At least, I don't remember. Holy City was clearly written on the paper. You've never been to the Holy City? What do you mean by Holy City? Or do you think Raven's death has something to do with the Holy City? Alex shook his head again. There's no evidence. It's just that, at this point, Alex suddenly fell silent. Angor was here for information, not to solve a case, so he didn't care about the answer. He was about to ask more questions when Alex interrupted him. But I think it's not just Raven's death. Miss Camelot, Uncle Maney's family, all these cases have something in common. Alex secretly studied the cause of death of these people. He couldn't find the killer, but he did find something strange. However, for some reason, he didn't tell Father Brumling or anyone else about it. Angor was a complete stranger to both Alex and Gust. After thinking for a moment, Alex slowly revealed his long-suppressed desire to tell Angor. Knight Raven has a lady he has long admired by the name of Fathi. He once told me that he wanted to confess his love to her on her birthday. Later, I heard that Fathi told her friend that if she could go to the Psalm Hall and listen to a holy choir on her birthday, she would have no regrets in life. The Psalm Hall is in the Holy City. I believe Raven must have heard about it. Fathi's birthday was in a few days, so he went to the Holy City alone. His head was found on the bridge leading to the Holy City. Angor didn't want to listen to the analysis of the case, but Alex was completely immersed in the case. Raven wasn't a single case. There were many cases before him where all the victims were left with only their heads. The sheriff said that the murderer killed without hesitation. But I don't think so. I found something in common. They all died because they wanted to leave Gust. Miss Camelot was going to the Holy City to visit a family she hadn't seen for years. Uncle Maney's family was moving to the Holy City. It's very likely that Raven was going to buy a ticket to the Psalm Hall for Fathi. It's all the same. All the victims were trying to leave Gust. Whether intentionally or not, they would die as soon as they stepped out of the town. The entire town is like a birdcage that can't be escaped. Whenever a bird tries to fly away, its wings will be broken by an unknown hand. Angor wasn't interested in the cases in Gust at first. But after listening to Alex's explanation, his interest was piqued. If Alex's deduction was correct, then all the people who died because they wanted to leave Guster Town. This meant that there was more to this case than met the eye. After all, it was impossible for everyone to tell their destination to someone else. But all of them died as expected. This was obviously not something an ordinary murderer could do, especially when Alex had analyzed one of the victims. Her death was most likely caused by an argument with her husband that night, and she was about to leave the town in a fit of anger. Even a wizard who could read minds would not be able to perfectly predict other people's movements. A person's mind was fickle, and there were countless possibilities every second. Which murderer would be able to grasp everyone's movements without missing anything? Even if it was just an accidental quarrel, he would still be able to capture it and kill it. Angor believed that this was not an ordinary case. Maybe it was the work of a supernatural. As long as anyone tries to leave Ghost Town, accidents will happen. So, what do you think is the reason? After releasing his inner desire to talk, Alex regained his composure. I don't know either. Then you're studying these cases because you're curious? Alex shook his head without hesitation. I'm not curious. HTTPS, please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version reading website, not curious? Angor was a little surprised by Alex's answer. I'm just curious. Alex lowered his head and muttered in a low voice. What do you mean? Alex didn't answer. Instead, he stared at the words on the paper. His eyes flickered as if he saw something else through the words. Angor decided to change the topic. Aren't you curious at all? Why did they die when they left Ghost Town? Also, aren't you curious about what's going on outside? Alex remained silent for a long time before he spoke slowly. I'm not curious about what's going on outside. I'm more curious about. Alex raised his head and looked at the pitch-black ceiling of the confessional. He seemed to see a cage that was imprisoning him. However, he didn't look at the cage for long. Instead, he was looking at the void beyond. This world. Angor left the Kruge church. He didn't get much information from Alex. Alex had been living in the church all his life, and he didn't even visit Ghost Town, let alone other places. The ancient books only recorded some things that happened in the Holy City, and the rest was vague. Angor decided to leave the church and explore the outside world. Ghost Town was quite similar to Gru Town. It wasn't a big place, but it had mountains, fields, and a small stream flowing through it. Most of the buildings in the town were made of wood. Perhaps the residents didn't care much about maintenance. Many of the wooden walls were covered in mottled marks. Some were caused by insects, while others were caused by moisture. The air was filled with a musty smell. He walked around the town and found the mayor's and the sheriff's rooms. To his disappointment, he didn't find any other information about them. In the mayor's room, there was a very simple topographic map. However, the map only covered Gust and its surrounding areas. Beyond that, it was completely blank. Angor left the mayor's room and looked at the mountain in the distance. It was said that it led to the Holy City, which was hundreds of kilometers away. Since he couldn't find anything in Ghost Town, he decided to go to the Holy City. He took to the air and flew toward the mountain. Now that he didn't have a physical body as a burden, he could rely on the power of illusion to float, and his speed wasn't slow. A few minutes later, he was about 10 kilometers away from Ghost Town, where he saw a long, raging river. The width of the river was at least tens of meters, and the rocks in the middle caused the water to flow horizontally. The splashing water even formed a layer of white mist on the surface of the river. This river was the only way to reach the Holy City from Ghost Town. He landed on the ground and slowly approached the only stone bridge on the river. If he remembered correctly, the head of the knight named Raven was found on this bridge pier. He looked at the piers of the bridge and saw a rope hanging from one of them. Below the rope was the raging river. He flew to the rope and saw the dark bloodstain on it. Because of the mist below, the rope was still wet. It seemed that this was the place where Knight Raven's head was found. Angor glanced at the rope and checked his surroundings. Since he didn't find anything out of place, he kept flying forward. He was interested in the series of cases in Ghost Town, but what he needed to do right now was to determine his current location. As for the case of the suspected supernatural, he could investigate it again after he had confirmed the location and if he still had time. After all, he was only an illusion right now. Even if there was a supernatural mystery behind this case, he couldn't figure it out without a physical body. With that in mind, he did not linger and kept flying forward. After crossing the river, Angor kept flying along the main road. But in less than a minute, he suddenly stopped. He looked at the mountains in the distance and felt something was wrong. In his sight, there were luxuriant trees, flowers, and green hills in front of him, which formed a beautiful curve. However, Angor noticed something strange about the situation. From where he was, he could hear the wind howling. The leaves on the trees were swaying, and some of them were even falling down. But there was nothing in front of him. There was no sign of any disturbance. It was just like a still painting. Something was definitely wrong. Angor became cautious. But he didn't back down. Instead, he moved forward more carefully. When he reached the limit of his flying range, he stopped. He carefully reached out with his illusion. Angor's pupils shrank when he heard the answer. Illusions weren't as sensitive as spirit power, but he still felt that his illusions had hit a barrier. When he tried to break through the barrier, the illusions bounced him back. He tried harder this time, but the barrier didn't budge. He still couldn't leave. Angor quickly flew along the barrier. After flying for more than 10 kilometers, he was sure that everything around him was a barrier. Maybe the scenery behind the barrier was just a projection. He looked up at the sky with a strange expression. If there's a barrier here, what about the higher sky? With this question in mind, Angor flew for another kilometer and found another barrier. Angor slowly descended to the ground. He was now close to the raging river. He could even see the stone bridge in the distance. He looked at the bridge in the distance and suddenly remembered what Alex told him. The entire town of Gust was like a birdcage from which no one could escape. Every time a bird tried to fly away, its wings would be broken by an unknown force. Is that the reason? Angor muttered. Perhaps Gust was really just a cage, and the series of murders were all caused by the people in this cage discovering the secret of the cage. So they were living in a fake world, and that was why they were killed by the mastermind behind the scenes. But what was the point of doing that? Weeds flew to take root. Beasts killed people to fill their stomachs. There had to be a reason for everything. Even the tricks of some random evil gods had a purpose. For example, they wanted to find something interesting. So why did the mastermind spend so much effort to turn this place into a birdcage from which no one could escape? He turned around and looked at the town of Gust in the distance, which was filled with buildings. Is there a purpose in that place? Night slowly replaced the curtain of day, and the sky was dotted with stars. In the quiet night, Alex held the scripture in his hand and read it word by word. When he finished reading the scripture with sincerity and determination, Father Brumlang gave him a satisfied smile. Your words already carry the power of divinity. I believe that when you become a priest, you will bring the good news of our Father to the suffering people. Under the dim light of the oil lamp, Father Brumlang's smile was a little distorted. Alex stood up and bowed as if he didn't see anything. My father, he said. When Alex looked up, Father Brumlang was no longer in front of him. Instead, a dark figure appeared in his place. The figure chuckled eerily and slowly reached out a hand from the darkness. The hand broke free from the shackles of darkness and turned into a fair and soft hand. The most prominent feature of the hand was its purple nails. Come, take my hand. Let's fall into the abyss together. The eerie voice brushed past Alex's ears like a gust of wind. Alex remained expressionless. He didn't try to grab the hand. A few seconds later, the scene in front of him suddenly disappeared, and Alex returned to the small room. However, there was still a hand in front of him, which was covered in old wrinkles. Father Brumlang reached out and stroked Alex's snow-white hair. Why are you in a daze? No, I was just thinking about the content of the Divine Codex. It gave me new inspiration, Alex lied without changing his expression. Father Brumlang didn't notice anything strange. He even nodded in satisfaction. Keeping the scripture in mind at all times is the basic discipline of a priest. You did well. After Brumlang finished speaking, he looked at Alex's white hair with envy. According to the Bible, Father God was born with white hair. Your hair is as white as snow, without a trace of impurity. Perhaps you really are blessed by Father God. I'm sure you'll become the best priest in the world. Alex nodded. That's my wish. Father Brumlang left Alex's room with a satisfied smile on his face. After Brumlang left, Alex fell into deep thought. His eyes kept flashing. Half an hour later, Father Brumlang's ears twitched, and he looked outside the window. He didn't know when it happened, but he saw a dark figure standing outside the window. Is that Sister Tessa? No one answered. Is it Mr. Pat? Alex hesitated. The window opened, revealing Angor's face. He walked into the room and saw Alex's calm expression. You're not surprised to see me here, are you? Something big and small happens every hour, so I won't be surprised if someone comes to visit at any time, Alex answered with a question instead of answering the question. Actually, I'm more interested in knowing why you're still alive, Mr. Pat. Why do I have to die? Angor stood in the shadow. Alex looked at the floor but did not see anything. He seemed to have realized something as he said, I'm certain that no one in Ghost Town has a deep understanding of this continent. So, I assume you're going to the Holy City. So, in your eyes, as long as I leave Gust, I'll die? Alex nodded. That's right. Since you're still alive, Mr. Pat, can you tell me why you came back? Angor blinked. Do you want to know the truth behind those people's deaths? No. Alex shook his head without hesitation. If you don't want to know, why did you ask me why I came back? Angor grinned at Alex. Alex remained silent. Angor's question meant the murders had something to do with leaving Ghost Town. Did someone kill the people who left Ghost Town? Or did they discover something that prevented them from leaving? There was no way a massacre would leave no traces behind. They must have found something. But what did they find? So, it's the confinement? Alex looked at the smiling Angor and asked, so, the confinement? Angor raised an eyebrow. You're not stupid. Alex already said that Ghost Town was like a birdcage, and anyone who tried to leave would break their wings. It was not hard for him to find the answer from Angor's question. Still, Alex did not fully believe Angor's words. Angor was a mystery to him, and it was possible that Angor was trying to mislead him. However, Alex kept his thoughts to himself and did not reveal them. Once I crossed the river, there was a barrier I couldn't leave. I couldn't go any further, so I came back. Angor shrugged. After Alex heard this, he didn't say anything. Instead, he thought to himself. Speaking of which, aren't you curious about what's outside Ghost Town? Angor recalled Alex's answer when he asked this question. Back then, Alex said that he was not curious at all. But he was more curious about this world. At that time, Alex lifted his head and looked at the endless void through the ceiling. For a moment, Angor felt like he saw a fellow traveler. After walking around Ghost Town, he was even more certain of this answer. As the others bent down to pick up sixpence, Alex saw the moon in the sky. This was a seeker of knowledge who was looking into the distance. However, those who seek knowledge also need to be flexible. If you only breathe in the wind from afar and don't lower your head to pick up the bread on the ground, then you will also starve to death. He wanted to know if Alex was just an ambitious dreamer or someone who was chasing after the moon. Again, Alex gave the answer without hesitation. Yes, I'm sure you'll be able to do it. But this time, the answer was different from before. I'm curious. Angor gave Alex a meaningful look. If Alex could walk out of this cage one day, perhaps he would become one of those who pursued the truth. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had the talent and opportunity. I'm curious as well. I don't think we can figure out where this place is without solving the mystery. How about we talk about it? Alex didn't answer. Instead, he took out a small bottle of lamp oil from the box and poured it into the lamp. Judging from how fast the oil was being consumed, the lamp would last for at least an entire night. Alex showed his support with his action. Angor found Alex more and more interesting. What do you think about this cage? Angor threw out his first question. He only asked Alex because the boy was an outsider who accidentally stumbled into the confinement. Alex, on the other hand, was the person involved. He lived in Auguste, so he should know something. Alex thought for a moment. He knew what Angor wanted to ask. I lived in Ghost Town for 3 years, and I spent most of my time learning from Father Ballenlang's books. I rarely left the church. I don't know what secrets there are in Ghost Town. You didn't find anything strange about it? I don't know. Alex was a strange person himself. He paid more attention to himself than to other people. Since Alex didn't know, it meant he might have found something strange but didn't care about it. At least, Angor thought so. What do you think about it? Alex thought for a moment. He didn't talk about the cage itself. Instead, he talked about Crudge Church. According to the records I read in the church, Crudge Church in Gust Town has existed for 200 years. During that time, the Holy City sent clergymen to the church. Until 5 years ago, the road to the Holy City was cut off. That's why the clergymen didn't come. The road to the Holy City was cut off? Angor looked at Alex in confusion. If that was the case, why did Raven and the others go to the Holy City? The main road was cut off. You can still reach the Holy City if you go through some dangerous or secluded mountain paths. But it's very troublesome. That's why the townspeople didn't go to the Holy City in recent years. Because of that, not many people died in the series of cases. After Alex finished his explanation, he continued the previous topic. So, if the records are not deceiving me, the confinement was formed within 5 years. After talking about the time when the confinement was formed, Alex began to analyze the various major events that happened in the past 5 years. But Gust Town wasn't a big place. Apart from the series of murders, nothing major happened in the past 5 years. However, the evidence suggested that the murders were the aftermath of the confinement, not the actual cause of the cage's formation. Alex didn't know how to answer this question. If that's the case, why don't we think about it from another angle? Angor suddenly asked, what if the records are fake? There's no reason for the people who wrote the records to lie about something like this, right? You're right. But what if everything, including the entire Gust Town, is a hoax? Alex's pupils shrank. If everything was a scam, then the existence of the confinement was for this scam. But why? If I remember correctly, you lost your memory, right? Alex nodded. I was adopted by Father Bromling 3 years ago. That's all I can remember. And did Father Berling tell you where you came from? He didn't know. He only said that I floated here along the river, and that I was unconscious. Floated here along the river? Angor raised an eyebrow. So, you're an outsider like me, right? Which means you can't be sure that the history of Gust before you came here is real. Alex gulped. I'm not sure. But I don't think it's necessary to make up the history. You don't think it's necessary. But I think it's quite possible. Angor reached out a hand, and an illusion of a sandbox appeared above his palm. Since it's hard to find the reason for the confinement, why don't we start from the real thing? Alex looked at the strange sand table illusion, and his mind moved. He wanted to ask what it was, but in the end, he suppressed his doubts and didn't ask. I think the confinement has 2 forms, Angor said. He pointed a finger at the sand table, and the image of mountains and forests quickly showed up. A translucent glass box appeared above the sand table, and one of the mountains was placed inside. This glass box is the first form of the confinement. It's a piece of land that's cut off from the outside world, so people inside can't get out. As for the second form, Angor removed the glass box, leaving the sandbox behind. This sandbox is the second form. The confinement is a man-made area. It has nothing to rely on and is just a box garden created by a certain transcendent. Angor put away the illusion. If the confinement is the first form, then the history here might be real. But 5 years ago, the confinement appeared and cut off the communication between Gust and the outside world. But if the confinement is the second form, then everything here might be fake, including the so-called history. Fragments of memories flashed in Alex's mind. He seemed to see a confinement in the darkness. As Angor spoke, he suddenly thought of something. If the confinement was the second form, then the confinement must have been created for a special event or for a special person. Angor spent a long time walking around Gust. He noticed that the people who lived here did not doubt their place of origin at all. They all believed that they were natives who lived here for many years. The only exception was Alex. The man lost his memories. He was the only one who did not know about the past. He might even be an outsider. If the confinement was the second form, could it be that Alex was the reason for its existence? Of course, this was only a guess. Even if the confinement was the second form, it could be someone else or something else. I'm sorry. I think the confinement might be one of these two forms. But I think it's still too early for me to try to figure out the mind of its creator. Alex paused. I think we can start from the truth of this murder case. Alex didn't mention the previous incident, nor did he talk about the memory that flashed through his mind. Instead, he talked about the previous murder case. This series of deaths, including Night Riven, all happened because they wanted to leave the town of Gust, either subjectively or objectively. Once they leave Gust, they will definitely discover the truth. Someone was trying to stop them from finding out. Perhaps we can learn something if we find the person who killed them? Alex's suggestion was reasonable. But, what if the murderer is not a person? Or someone who doesn't exist in the confinement? After spending so much effort to create such a cage, if I were to do it personally because of such a small matter, I'm afraid that it would be somewhat lacking in style. I'm more inclined to believe that there's a scavenger inside the cage who's trying to kill anyone who discovers the secret. Of course, maybe I'm wrong. After all, I'm not a god. I can't predict the will of the world. Angor chuckled. I think you do understand the will of the creator. So, are you going to look for the murderer now? Yes, but I'm not sure if I should put it into action yet. After all, everyone who tried to find the truth is dead. If I go deeper, I might die as well. The only exception is you. Alex stared at Angor with a thoughtful look. He didn't care about Angor's background at first, but now, he wanted to know who Angor was. I'm just a passerby. Angor shrugged. Will you help me then? It sounded like a casual question, but Alex's eyes were fixed on Angor. He was trying to figure out which side Angor belonged to. Was Angor lying to him? Or was Angor on the same side as the Cage Lord? Or was he the Cage Lord himself? If what you're trying to do is to find out the location of this place, I can help you. Of course, Angor would only help Alex if he stayed behind. If he had to leave early due to some unforeseen circumstances, Angor wouldn't be able to help him. Alex stared at Angor for a few seconds and nodded. Thank you. Angor didn't say that he would help Alex directly. However, if he wanted to find out the location of the cage, he had to find out the truth first. For the rest of the time, Alex seemed determined to solve the case and find the truth. He took out a box full of files. Angor looked through them and saw that Alex had collected a series of murder cases. Didn't you say you're not interested in these cases? Why are you collecting so many files? Angor asked in a teasing tone. Alex paused. When I first started collecting information, I thought that it might implicate me. After all, I thought that the murderer would randomly choose his targets and that I might be his target. But as I gathered more information, I found out his secret. As long as I don't do anything stupid, I won't get into trouble. So, later on, when I collected information, it was just a hobby. A hobby? Angor noticed that Alex didn't show any emotion when he said the word. It was completely different from the compassionate look he showed when he was comforting Connie. Angor. So your hobby is to write about their deaths with a pen? What you're saying doesn't sound like a priest at all. Alex said, being a priest is just a job on the surface. There are all kinds of things inside. At least, I won't cause trouble for my believers. As I recall, there are only 2 priests in Krudge Church, right? You're a would-be priest, and the other one is Father Braun Lang. So, when you said that Xian would cause trouble for others, you were referring to him? Alex curled his lips but didn't say anything. Angor recalled the deep interaction between Braun Lang and Alex, and he suddenly found it interesting. Alex was not only a serious person, but he also knew how to control himself. It seemed like he was interacting intimately with others, but his feelings were actually very cold. He only had passion for the goal he had set. As for other things, even if it was a matter of urgency, he would not be moved. Very much like a well-mannered demon. Although this demon didn't eat people, it didn't mean he looked down on them. Of course, a demon was a demon. If necessary, Alex would kill without hesitation. As Alex said, he wouldn't cause trouble for his believers for no reason. But what if there was a reason? The next day came in the blink of an eye. Angor floated in the confessional of Krudge Church and quietly watched Alex casually reveal Raven's last wish to Connie. No matter how polite a demon was, he still had fangs. Just like now. Chapter 132 of the Bible. Father once told his believers to try not to have any regrets in life. If they do, even if they are taken to the Holy Kingdom, they will still be worried and even lose their minds. After Alex finished, Connie's eyes went blank for a moment, as if she had made up her mind. What are you thinking, Connie? Let's continue to read new chapters of the Divine Scripture so that your sad heart can be freed from the cage created by Night Raven as soon as possible. Only then did Mrs. Connie react. Oh, I'm not thinking of anything. Alright, continue reading. Before Mrs. Connie left, Alex, with a compassionate expression, once again mentioned Sir Raven's last wishes without a trace. Mrs. Connie, on the other hand, left thoughtfully. After Mrs. Connie had left, Father Balalang came in and spoke to Alex for a while. Then he patted Alex on the shoulder and praised him. Mrs. Connie was very pleased with your explanation. She just said that she had understood what she wanted to do in her pious communion with the Father. It's all thanks to you. Well done. Alex accepted the compliment with a smile on his face. When Alex was alone in the confessional, his smile was still there, as if he was still happy about Father Branlang's praise. But perhaps only he knew what he was truly happy about. Are you going to push Connie into the abyss of death? Angor slowly landed and looked at the smiling young man in front of him. The door of the confessional was not closed yet. A gust of wind blew in from outside, lifting the young man's half-length white hair. Together with his handsome face, he looked like a beautiful painting. I didn't. I only told her what I knew about Night Raven. I can't decide what she wants to do, Alex said. Everyone makes their own choices in life. Why would I help someone make a decision? Nice words. But was that really the truth? The easiest way to find the murderer was to find another victim. When the murderer was committing a crime, it was also the easiest time to find out who the murderer was. It was actually very simple to create a new victim. As long as the murderer's logic was followed, the new victim could be easily found. Next, Alex set his target on Connie. Connie lost her beloved son, and she was in a state of grief. If Alex told Connie that Raven's last wish was to buy a ticket to Hymnal Hall for his sweetheart, then Connie would very likely go and buy the ticket to fulfill her son's last wish. If Alex used his words to persuade her, there was a 90% chance that Connie would go to the Holy City. Once Connie left Ghost Town and went to the Holy City, she would naturally become the target of the murderer. This was Alex's plan. Even if he didn't say it directly from the beginning to the end, he had already made it very clear what he wanted to do through his metaphors and hints. Alex took out a pen and paper and began to write quickly. Angor glanced around and saw Alex's plan. The man had already included Connie's death in his plan. From this, it could be seen that his words were completely different from what he was thinking. When Alex finished his plan, he looked at Angor. Now that Raven is buried, Connie will probably leave as soon as she gets back. She'll leave this afternoon. Mr. Pat, do you want to come with me later? To do what? Both Angor and Alex knew that they were going to see the murderer's true identity. Just as Alex had speculated, Mrs. Connie had told no one, and had immediately packed a bundle when she came back from the church, and left the deserted house. She walked toward the outskirts of Ghost Town. At first, she was still in a daze. She stumbled along the way and walked very slowly. It wasn't until the sun had set and the velvet-like curtain of night covered the sky, coupled with the sound of flowing water, that Mrs. Connie finally raised her head from her daze. Only then did she realize that she had already left the town of Gust, and was now at the riverside. Not far ahead was the stone bridge where she found her son's head. Madame Connie's eyes filled with tears when she saw the stone bridge. She ran towards the stone bridge quickly, her eyes filled with grief as she kept calling out Rue Wen's name. Meanwhile, behind a tree about 100 meters away from Mrs. Connie, Alex watched the scene calmly. I don't know if the confinement is real or not, but at least Mrs. Connie's feelings for her son are real. It was Angor who spoke. He floated behind Alex and watched the scene. You really want to send her into the abyss? I'm only telling Mrs. Connie part of the truth. There were no ripples in Alex's eyes, but there were slight ripples in his heart. Looking at the scene in front of him, he seemed to see a certain memory. In this memory, there was a vague figure that slowly turned its head back in the depths of his memory. However, no matter what Alex did, he could not see the figure's face. If I hadn't been in the cage, do you think what I said to Mrs. Connie would have hurt anyone? Alex asked and answered his own question. No. No. So, it's not my fault. It's the confinement. Alex's words were cruel and calm. Angor raised an eyebrow. At first, it sounded reasonable. But on closer inspection, one would realize that Alex had changed the concept. He believed that even if he did, Alex would at most say something like, "Oh, I see." Alex would still do what he was supposed to do behind Angor's back, just like how Angor treated Father Brumling the same way. More importantly, Angor knew that Alex was not trying to put himself on the moral high ground because he felt that what he did was wrong. Alex knew exactly what he had done and said. His coldness seeped into his bones. This was a very unique and interesting person. Angor believed that Alex was the real reason why the confinement was created. They heard someone crying in the distance. Mrs. Connie knelt by the river and looked at the rope tied to the bridge. Her tears flowed uncontrollably. Alex looked at the scene in the distance and suddenly said, "If the confinement is the second form Mr. Pat mentioned, and it was created by the owner of the confinement, then, are Mrs. Connie and Raven really mother and son?" "Maybe not," Angor said. The corner of Alex's mouth curled up. "Then I'm very curious. If all of this is fake, why would the person who created this confinement impose these meaningless feelings on them? After all, as long as there's an emotional connection, there will be variables. When someone living in the confinement wants to leave, even if she doesn't know it, it's still a variable. So, what's the point of killing these caged birds?" To sum it up, it could be summed up in one sentence. What was the creator of the confinement doing? Mrs. Connie's crying slowly stopped. She stayed by the river for a long time until a cold wind came. She shivered and woke up from her daze. She looked at the dark night and felt a little scared. She took out a match from her bag and lit up a portable nightlight she prepared in advance. Mrs. Connie seemed to have found a trace of comfort in the dim light. She slowly stood up and looked at the rope hanging on the pier. She whispered, "Last wish. I will fulfill your last wish and let you go to the kingdom of God without any regrets." At this point, Mrs. Connie took a deep breath, and her eyes became much clearer. She walked towards the bridge with slightly more determined steps than before. Seeing that Mrs. Connie had started walking, Alex followed her from a distance. "Mr. Pat, how far are we from the edge of the confinement?" "With Connie's speed, it should take her about an hour." Alex nodded with a thoughtful look. He now had a question in his mind. The victims of this series of murders were killed after they discovered the truth about the confinement. Or were they discovered by the killer before they reached the edge of the confinement? If the latter was the answer, then it meant that the murderer might already be nearby. However, both Alex and Angor preferred the former. The victims were killed because they discovered the truth about the confinement. Perhaps the wall of the confinement had some kind of mechanism that would alert the killer once someone touched it. Just in case, Alex decided to be more cautious. Time slowly passed. Mrs. Connie had left the stone bridge for an hour without any accidents. Since the main road was cut off, Mrs. Connie had already started to climb over the mountains. The dense forest at night brought with it a terrifying atmosphere. There were also all kinds of dangerous snakes and insects. Mrs. Connie's steps were obviously slower. An hour had passed, and she still hadn't reached the confinement wall. Mrs. Connie seemed to be tired. She found a stone pillar and rested her feet. Angor slowly landed beside Alex several dozen meters behind Mrs. Connie. "She's less than 100 meters away from the confinement wall." Hearing this, Alex nodded with a solemn expression. Whether Mrs. Connie found out the truth or not, this place was already dangerous. The killer could show up at any time. Mrs. Connie only rested for a short while before she stood up and walked forward. Alex didn't dare to follow. He could only watch Mrs. Connie walk into the darkness with the lamp in her hand and disappear. Alex waited in silence. A minute later, a shrill scream pierced through the night sky. It was Mrs. Connie. Did the killer finally show up? Alex raised his head abruptly and looked in the direction of the sound. At first, there was no trace, but not long after, a figure carrying a night light ran in this direction in a panic. A gust of wind blew over, and Alex smelled a faint scent of blood. At the moment, Alex was hiding in the crevice between two stones. He secretly looked over, trying to see who the murderer was. However, Mrs. Connie was still too far away. He couldn't see clearly. Huh? Suddenly, Alex heard some rustling behind him. He turned around and saw Angor frowning in the dim moonlight. Angor seemed to have noticed something. Alex wanted to ask Angor for more details, but he didn't dare to make a sound. He didn't want to attract the killer's attention. He could only keep looking through the crack. The smell of blood was getting stronger in the wind, which meant Mrs. Connie was getting closer to Alex's position. The more dangerous it was, the calmer Alex became. He didn't release any aura. Like a wolf hunting in the dark, he silently looked for the source of the blood. Light flashed. When the light suddenly lit up nearby, Alex's pupils shrank. He finally saw the killer chasing after Mrs. Connie. But when he saw the person, his mind went blank. Why him? How could it be him? Mrs. Connie was only about 20 meters away from Alex's hiding place. Due to the undulating hills, she didn't think about running toward Alex. Instead, she was running down the slope as fast as she could. With the help of the night lamp, which Mrs. Connie was still holding, and the weak moonlight, Alex could see clearly. Mrs. Connie's left hand was completely gone from her elbow joint down. The thick smell of blood in the wind came from there. Mrs. Connie kept panting. The killer behind her was getting closer and closer. Her expression was filled with fear. Suddenly, Mrs. Connie's foot slipped, and she fell to the ground. The night light in her right hand also fell from the air in a parabola. When the night lamp fell to the ground, its weak light illuminated a pair of feet. The killer was behind her. How could there be a pair of feet in front? Mrs. Connie looked up in panic and saw that the owner of the feet was a woman with a graceful figure, but her face carried a layer of hatred. Why you? How is this possible? Mrs. Connie looked at the woman, trembling. At this time, the killer behind her also showed up in the light. It was a man about 2 meters tall, wearing a black bronze armor. There was a knight's sword at his waist, but now only the scabbard was left. The man was holding the sword in his hand. The man's face should be very handsome, but now, like the woman who just showed up, he carried hatred and cruelty. As the man held the knight's sword and approached step by step, Mrs. Connie kept crying. Raven, Raven. It's Mommy. Don't you recognize Mommy? Angor raised an eyebrow at Mrs. Connie's words from afar. He looked at Alex. Alex nodded to him, confirming the man's identity. This killer was Night Raven, who died a horrible death not long ago. And also Mrs. Connie's only son. Mrs. Connie was lying on the ground, unable to move. She could only watch as her former son slowly walked to her. On the other side, the woman who just showed up also approached Mrs. Connie with strong malice. Mrs. Connie only felt that the world had become strange. Why did her dead son come back to life, not recognize her, and want to kill her? Didn't this Carmelo die a year ago? Why was she still here? And just now, why did she run into a wall when she wanted to move forward? There was clearly nothing in front of her. Why did this world suddenly become so strange? N35 Chinese. Night Raven and Camelot, who had been resurrected from the dead, approached the trembling Mrs. Connie step by step. Why? My dear Raven, why? I'm Mother, don't you recognize me? Mrs. Connie's eyes were filled with grief and absent-mindedness. She looked at the once familiar and beloved face that had now become unfamiliar and sinister. Why was this? When Night Raven stood in front of Mrs. Connie and raised his longsword, Mrs. Connie felt the cold light of the sword and felt despair in her heart. Just as the knight's longsword was about to slash down, the rustling sound of fallen leaves being stepped on came from not far away. Night Raven and Camelot suddenly turned their heads and looked at the forest in the darkness. With rustling sounds, a lynx the size of a leopard jumped out of the forest. It looked at Night Raven and Camelot warily. Its back arched, its fur stood on end, and it let out a roar from its throat. Camelot snorted coldly and looked over with its pitch-black eyes. When it saw these eyes, the cat that was pretending to be angry immediately cowered. It let out a shrill meow and quickly ran into the depths of the forest. Camelot and Night Raven did not chase after it. They prepared to kill Mrs. Connie first. However, when they turned their heads, they found that Mrs. Connie had already disappeared from the ground. Camelot was furious, but Night Raven did not show his emotions. Instead, he pointed at the row of bloodstains on the ground. Mrs. Connie was seriously injured, and it would be difficult to stop the bleeding in a short period of time. As long as they followed the bloodstains, they would definitely be able to find her. Camelot and Night Raven looked at each other and nodded. Their feet tapped the ground as they ran forward, merging into the darkness and disappearing. After Camelot and Night Raven left, Alex let out a sigh of relief and looked at the darkness in the distance with a puzzled expression. Why did they revive? Not long ago, Alex had seen Night Raven's head with his own eyes. How could he suddenly revive? And a year ago, when Miss Camelot was buried, Alex was also in the cemetery, so he knew very well that Camelot was definitely dead at that time. And just like Night Raven, Camelot only had a head, a pale face and terrifying scars. Alex could still clearly recall them. Why were the two of them resurrected? Could it be that they faked their deaths? The head wasn't actually theirs? If that's the case, don't tell me that all the people who died in the past are still alive? Alex couldn't find an answer. He didn't know much, and his memories were all gone. He could only look at Angor, who seemed to know something. They didn't come back to life. They're undead, Angor muttered in a low voice. Angor knew something was wrong the moment he saw Raven. He didn't have a body, but he didn't lose his vision. Furthermore, he could clearly sense that what made up Night Raven was not his flesh and blood, but his abundant soul force. However, their soul energy was filled with chaos and disorder. They were not ordinary souls, but fallen undead. But there was something else he couldn't figure out. The chances of a mortal regaining a complete soul after death were slim, let alone becoming an undead. What happened in the short 2 days after their deaths? Undead? Alex's frown deepened after he got the answer. The pursuer is an undead? Then it seems that the trail is broken again. After all, they could not interrogate the undead. Not necessarily. Maybe there's someone controlling the undead, Angor said. He couldn't help but think of Mandebra. Mandebra could control undead creatures, and some soul manipulators had their own ways to control undead creatures in a small area. But I'm not sure if the person controlling the undead is someone inside or outside the confinement. If the person controlling the undead was the creator of the confinement, it would be difficult to find the truth. But if the person controlling the undead was inside the confinement, they might have a chance. Alex quickly realized something and looked at Angor. Let's find Mrs. Connie. Earlier, Alex needed Mrs. Connie to leave the city so that she could seek her own death and find the murderer. But now, Alex wanted to make sure Mrs. Connie was still alive. Since Mrs. Connie already knew the truth, if the person controlling the undead was inside the confinement, he or she would do everything possible to kill Mrs. Connie. As long as Mrs. Connie was still alive, the person might give himself or herself away while trying to kill Mrs. Connie. Angor knew what was going on in Alex's mind. He gave the man a meaningful glance. Alex was the one who wanted Connie dead, and he was the one who wanted Connie alive. It didn't mean Alex had found his conscience. Instead, it made him look even more cold-blooded. Angor suddenly felt that Alex might not be immortal before he lost his memory. Firstly, Alex was able to see Lucien behind the illusion, which meant that Alex was very sensitive to energy. Secondly, Alex's actions and thoughts were not like that of a mortal, but more like someone who had been immersed in the wizarding world for many years. Of course, this was only Angor's speculation. Maybe Alex was just an elegant freak with a unique way of thinking. Several minutes later, Alex arrived at a cliff with Angor's guidance. Mrs. Connie is here? Alex was puzzled. If I'm not mistaken, she's here. Angor pointed at a pile of weeds. Alex carefully walked over and removed the weeds. He saw a small cave. The cave was so small that he could see the end of it. It was dim, but Alex still saw Mrs. Connie hiding inside. He also smelled a strong scent of blood. Alex gently pushed Mrs. Connie. She didn't react. Her chest was still moving up and down. She must have just fainted. However, blood was still flowing. Mrs. Connie wrapped her arm tightly with her clothes, but it was better than nothing. If she couldn't be treated immediately, she would die soon. We can't touch her now. We have to stop Mrs. Connie's bleeding first. As Alex spoke, he began to take out all kinds of bottles and jars from his robe. These were all medical supplies. Alex took them with him before he left. He was worried that he might be discovered by the murderer, so he planned to use them on himself. He didn't expect to use them on Mrs. Connie instead. Since he was worried that the two undead creatures would come after him, Alex moved as fast as he could. Even so, he was still one step behind. When he was about to finish, he heard the resentful cries of the undead creatures in the distance. Alex left Mrs. Connie behind without hesitation and prepared to leave first. Compared to saving Mrs. Connie, his own life was obviously more important. However, his reaction speed was very fast, but Night Raven and Camelot arrived even faster. When Alex raised his head, he realized that he was only 10 meters away from Night Raven. Raven Knight was holding his longsword tightly. With his strength, it would be easy for him to rush in front of Alex and finish him off. For the first time since losing his memories, Alex smelled the scent of death. Raven Knight approached him step by step. Alex's pupils shrank. He was so scared that sweat flowed like mercury. When Raven Knight was about 3 meters away, Alex was ready to fight back with all his strength. However, he suddenly noticed that Raven Knight wasn't looking at him. Instead, he was looking around in confusion. It was as if Raven Knight didn't see him. Camelo also came over and pointed at the bloodstains on the ground as if she was trying to convey something. Alex looked down and saw the bloodstains that had spread all over the cave when Mrs. Connie ran here. Now, the bloodstains took a strange turn and extended into the unknown darkness. Seeing that Raven Knight didn't pay any attention to her, Camelo humphed and walked into the darkness first. Raven Knight hesitated for a moment and followed after her. Just like that, a life-threatening crisis had mysteriously disappeared into nothingness. Mr. Pat, what's going on? Alex looked at Angor and asked, "What's this, Mr. Pat?" "A small illusion," Angor said casually. He didn't explain further. The illusion he used was not only to block the undead creature's vision, but also to hide their energy perception and smell. This was definitely not a small illusion. Alex sighed in relief. "Thank you. You saved my life. That Night Raven just now has an amazing perception. He might have noticed that something is wrong. Before he can react, you should do whatever you want to do as soon as possible." Alex nodded and quickly walked into the cave. He quickly went through the unfinished business of stopping the bleeding. Soon, Alex returned with Mrs. Connie on his back. "It's almost done. We'll find a safe place and stitch her up. It's time to go. I feel that Night Raven has already begun to return." Alex nodded and quickly ran down the mountain with Mrs. Connie on his back. A few minutes after they left, Night Raven arrived outside the cave. When he saw the cave overflowing with blood, he thought of how the blood had suddenly disappeared when he and Camelot were chasing after it. He immediately understood that their chase was fake. Mrs. Connie had been hiding here. Raven Knight immediately released a strange energy wave, and Camelo followed the sound. The two undead creatures saw this and rushed down the mountain without hesitation. However, under Angor's guidance, Alex was getting farther and farther away from Raven Knight and Camelo. HTTPS, please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version, Mrs. Connie felt like she was floating in the darkness, all kinds of images flashing in her mind. They were all warm scenes of her and her son, Raven. But all of a sudden, these warm scenes were shattered into countless pieces, and only one scene was left. The usually gentle knight, Raven, showed a ferocious and evil face. He raised his long sword high and slashed it down at her. Mrs. Connie's eyes flew open. Her forehead was covered in sweat, and she couldn't stop panting. It took her a lot of effort to calm down from the scene just now. Was it a dream? Mrs. Connie whispered. But at this moment, she heard a familiar voice. "Mrs. Connie, are you all right?" Mrs. Connie turned her head to look, and saw Alex, dressed in a white divine robe, had appeared beside her at some point. "Alex, why are you?" Mrs. Connie was about to ask, "Why are you in my house?" But as she tried to sit up on the bed, she suddenly realized something terrifying. She couldn't feel her left hand. She suddenly seemed to remember something. She raised her left arm and looked at her empty left hand. Countless memories flashed through her mind. The forest at night, and the two people who were chasing her. My left hand, Raven. Camelot. Mrs. Connie muttered absent-mindedly. Alex said, Mrs. Connie, can you tell me what happened? Your left hand, why is it gone? Mrs. Connie turned her head back hesitantly. Can you help me sit up? Alex helped Mrs. Connie sit on the bed. Mrs. Connie then had a chance to look around. She found that she wasn't at home, but in a narrow wooden hut. The air was filled with the smell of rotten wood. Where is this? Mrs. Connie said absent-mindedly. She remembered that she seemed to have escaped into a stone cave yesterday, and then she couldn't remember anything else. This should be a forest keeper's hut. But when I came here, it had been abandoned for a long time. Because you were bleeding too much, the situation was very critical. I couldn't bring you back to town immediately. I could only treat you here temporarily. How did you find me? Mrs. Connie looked at Alex with a hesitant gaze. After everything that had happened last night, she felt that the whole world was full of strangeness. Even though Alex was smiling elegantly and gently, she couldn't let her guard down. Alex said with a look of pity, last night, I remembered something I had talked to Night Raven about. I was feeling sad and wanted to talk to Mrs. Connie, but I found that Mrs. Connie wasn't there. I waited for a long time, but Mrs. Connie didn't come back. I remembered that I told you about some of Night Raven's last wishes during the day. I guessed that you might have run to the Holy City overnight. I thought it would be dangerous to travel at night, so I chased after them. Then I searched the mountains, and found Mrs. Connie lying in a cave. Alex's lie was extremely clumsy. However, his tone was very sincere and carried an elegant tone. It was as if someone was pitifully reciting a holy scripture, causing one's thoughts to be unconsciously guided. Moreover, Mrs. Connie had just experienced a great change, and her mind was very uneasy. So she didn't think about whether Alex was lying or not. As long as Alex could come up with a random reason, she would believe him. I see. Then when you found me, did you see? Mrs. Connie swallowed her saliva, and her expression suddenly became terrified. See what? My son, Night Raven, and Miss Camelot. When Mrs. Connie said these two names, there was not only fear, but also a slight tremor in her voice. Isn't Night Raven already dead? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to expose your scars. I'm just a little confused. And Miss Camelot, she was buried last year. Mrs. Connie, are you hallucinating? Alex looked at Mrs. Connie with confusion in his eyes. Mrs. Connie lowered her head and shivered. I also hope it's a hallucination, but my left hand is gone. This means that it's not a hallucination, it's real. They're not dead, and they even want to kill me. Even my Raven has forgotten about me, and wants to kill me. Boo-hoo. Mrs. Connie, please don't be agitated. You can't be agitated in your current condition. If the stitches come loose again, it'll be bad. Alex made a compromised look. All right, I believe you. Mrs. Connie looked at Alex with a face full of tears. She murmured, You really believe me? Alex sighed helplessly, as if comforting a child. Of course I believe you. But speaking of the resurrection of the dead, I still feel a little creeped out. Can you tell me what happened to you last night? Your hand looks like it was cut by a sharp blade. Who did it? Mrs. Connie didn't care if Alex was just brushing her off. She also longed to talk about the nightmare last night, to relieve the psychological pressure. It all started from yesterday afternoon. Mrs. Connie rambled on, and told him everything about her experience from leaving Gust to going to the Holy City. Alex knew everything about the first half of the story, but he still controlled his facial expression, and acted as if he was surprised and sad at the right time. It wasn't until Mrs. Connie talked about the most crucial moment, when she was about to cross the mountain to the other side, that Alex pricked up his ears. I clearly saw the road ahead, and even the shadows of the trees, but suddenly. Mrs. Connie had a strange look on her face. I bumped into a wall. It was clearly a place with air, but there was a wall, and there was no road ahead. I thought I was confused, and wanted to go around to the other side, but there was no road on the other side either. Just as I was puzzled, a human figure suddenly protruded from the wall, and a person came out from the wall. When I saw his face clearly, I realized it was my son, Raven. I was very excited to see Raven appear in front of me alive, but the next second, I realized that Raven had pulled out the knight's sword at his waist and was slashing at me. I instinctively raised my hand to block it, but my left hand. Mrs. Connie swallowed her saliva, her face full of lingering fear. Mrs. Connie continued to talk about how she ran away, and how she finally escaped. But Alex already knew everything after that, and he knew it even better than Mrs. Connie. When Mrs. Connie finished, she looked at Alex eagerly. "Do you still believe me now?" Alex nodded. "Yes, I do." Mrs. Connie finally smiled, but then she began to cry. "Wonderful. Someone still believes me. I'm not crazy. Those people really did appear." Alex stepped forward and hugged Mrs. Connie. "I believe you. Relax. The nightmare will end, and everything will be fine." Mrs. Connie sighed in relief and leaned on Alex's shoulder. "Thank you," she said in a low voice. Angor, who was hiding on the side, clicked his tongue. How would Mrs. Connie react when she found out that Alex was the one behind all this? However, it would be difficult for Mrs. Connie to find out. After all, Alex only encouraged her with his words, and everything was Mrs. Connie's own decision. A moment later, Mrs. Connie calmed down a bit, and Alex let go of her. "I believe you, but I still don't know how the dead can come back to life." After getting Mrs. Connie's attention, Alex continued, "If Raven Knight and Camelot came back to life, will those who died in the past also come back to life?" Mrs. Connie was a little absent-minded. "I don't know. Maybe? If they can all come back to life, then there must be some secret behind this. And this secret might be the undercurrent hidden beneath Gust Town." Speaking up to this point, Alex seemed to have thought of something. His face suddenly turned grim. "Oh no. Looks like we can't bring Mrs. Connie back to the town for now. You found out the secret of resurrection. If someone deliberately hid this secret for so many years, they would never let you live to tell them. Someone will definitely come after you. That evil mastermind behind all this. What is he trying to do? Resurrecting the dead and manipulating them to kill people. According to Godfather's teachings, this is the act of a demon, an unforgivable sin. These people will definitely be punished by Godfather." Alex mumbled to himself for a while, then looked at Mrs. Connie, who was still in a daze. "How about this, Mrs. Connie, you stay here for a while, and I'll go back to town to investigate this matter in secret. As the preacher of Godfather's teachings, I will find a way to expel this undercurrent from Ghost Town." Alex's impassioned words made Mrs. Connie uneasy. Was she really in a dangerous situation? But just as Alex said, she did find out the secret of resurrection. Most of the time, the more you knew, the more dangerous you would be. Mrs. Connie knew this. Alex is reliable. Maybe he's right. I can't just show my face. Otherwise, I don't know what will happen. Mrs. Connie thought to herself. Angor was amazed. Alex managed to fool Mrs. Connie with a few simple words. He even changed the secret of the confinement to the secret of resurrection, which made Mrs. Connie even more convinced. This guy was really a natural-born priest. At the very least, his ability to fool people was already at the point of perfection. But won't it be dangerous for me to stay here alone? Mrs. Connie was a little afraid of being left alone. I can stay here with you, but I won't be able to find out the truth. Alex paused. Also, after hearing what you said, I feel a chill down my spine. Even your own son was brainwashed after coming back to life. I don't even know who to trust anymore, so I don't dare to ask someone else to come and take care of you. And you're injured now. You can't move around freely. Alex looked distressed. I'll have to trouble you, Mrs. Connie. Don't worry, I'll come here every day to bring you food and the latest information. After hearing Alex's words, Mrs. Connie understood that this was the only way. She nodded. All right. I'll wait for you. If one day I don't come, it means I've already been, Mrs. Connie quickly said. No. You must be careful. My matter can wait for now, but you must be careful. Alex nodded solemnly. HTTPS, please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version reading website, when Alex left the hut, his face was still full of sadness and reluctance, but the moment he closed the wooden door, the muscles on his face went back to their respective places, and his face became expressionless again, as if a meeting had been dismissed. Angor saw the change in the man's expression. "I think if you don't want to be a priest one day, you can consider becoming a stage actor," Angor suggested sincerely. Alex only gave him a silent glance. "If you want to become an actor, I can introduce you to a place called Torchlight Academy. The actors there are very good in all aspects." Alex completely ignored Angor's words. Then, he looked around at his surroundings. There was a woodland around, so the ground was quite flat. However, because the forest was very dense, the vision was not very clear. Finally, Alex looked at a high cliff not far away. A moment later, Alex reached the high ground and looked down. He could clearly see the wooden hut and the surrounding forest. It was an excellent vantage point. "Now, we just have to wait," Alex said in a plain tone. Of course, he was waiting for the pursuer to come. The place where the forest keeper's cabin was located was actually very far away from the scene of the incident last night. It was located in the opposite direction of Gust. It could be said that it was in two completely opposite directions. What they needed to do next was to see if the pursuer would come here. If Raven and Camelot could not find Mrs. Connie's trace in a short time, they could be sure that the one controlling the undead was not someone from outside the confinement. After all, if the controller was outside the confinement and peeking inside, he or she must have great foresight. He or she would be able to grasp every movement inside the confinement as soon as possible. Mrs. Connie could not hide even if she wanted to. On the other hand, if they could not find Mrs. Connie's trace in a short time, it meant that the controller of the undead was inside the confinement. Furthermore, he could only detect the person who was touching the barrier at the first moment. If the controller escaped, he would have to spend a lot of effort to catch him or her. Therefore, Alex chose to wait here. If no one came to kill Mrs. Connie in a short time, it would mean that Mrs. Connie was not from outside the confinement. That would be when Alex would make his move. Once the controller spent a lot of effort to find Mrs. Connie, she would definitely give herself away. Alex was very considerate. However, if one thought about it carefully, they would realize that Mrs. Connie, who was just rescued by Alex, was being used as bait again. While waiting, Angor and Alex discussed some small details, such as local customs, language, and racial characteristics. He hoped to find out the general location of Gust Town through these details. Maybe it was because he saved Alex's life last night. His attitude was a bit better than before. As long as it did not involve Alex himself, he would answer any question Angor asked as long as he knew the answer. However, Gust Town did not have any special customs, apart from the fact that people would go to Kruj Church to worship during major festivals. However, this custom wasn't too special. Basically, it was common in countries where religion and politics ruled together. Alex had also said that although he didn't know which country Gust belonged to, he was sure that the Kruj Divine Court was the only religion in this country. Angor could not find the exact location of Gust Town from what he knew so far. But Angor believed that it was somewhere in the southern wizardry region. After all, he only traveled through that strange tunnel for a short time. Based on his understanding of space and time, Gust Town should still be in the southern wizardry region. Also, the residents of Gust Town were humans, not humanoids. Their language and characters were all in the common tongue of the continent. All the clues pointed to the fact that Gust Town was the center of civilization in the wizarding world. But there was one thing he noticed. The residents of Gust Town spoke the common tongue of the continent, but they still had a distinct local accent. Alex, on the other hand, did not have the same accent as the residents of Gust Town. Angor tried to ask Alex about the accent, but Alex had no memory of the past, so he could not tell him anything. Still, Angor had an idea. He did not know where Alex's accent came from, but he believed it was from somewhere on the Fey continent. From Angor's point of view, he could understand both the accents of Gust Town and Alex. But Alex's accent would make it easier for him to understand. Alex stopped talking when the sun was setting. I took out a leather water bottle from my waist and drank a mouthful of water to moisten my throat. Then, I said, "It's been almost 20 hours, and those two undead still haven't come. It seems that my guess was right." There must be an undead controller, and this person is definitely not outside the cage. Alex turned around and looked at the mountains in the distance, where he could vaguely see the buildings of Ghost Town. Maybe this person is hiding in the town, switching between the two identities, treating everyone as a joke, carrying out the orders of the creator of the confinement, and slaughtering anyone who discovers the truth. Alex stood up and bowed to Angor. "Thank you for your help, Mr. Pat." Angor knew what he meant. He slowly floated down the cliff and approached the log cabin. Looking inside, Angor saw Lady Connie looking at the setting sun with a blank expression while murmuring the name of Raven. There were obvious tears on her cheeks. Angor pointed at the door, and an illusion wave slowly spread out and enveloped the entire log cabin. Alex, who was on the cliff, witnessed the gradual disappearance of the forest keeper's wooden house with his own eyes. This was the second time he witnessed the power of an illusion, but he was still shocked. Where did the supernatural power come from? Would he be able to obtain this kind of power? While Alex was still in a daze, Angor had completely hidden the log cabin behind the illusion. In other words, Lady Connie was safe again for the time being. Earlier, Alex used Lady Connie as bait to find out more about the undead manipulator. However, now that he knew how powerful the manipulator was, he had to delay the manipulator from finding Lady Connie as much as possible. That way, the manipulator would make more noise, which would help him catch the manipulator. Therefore, Alex asked Angor to hide Lady Connie so that the manipulator could find her sooner. Lady Connie didn't know what was going on. Angor didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. After hiding Connie from sight, he returned to the cliff. Without a stable source of energy, the illusion won't last long. About a week if no one destroys it. Alex nodded. A week is enough. Under the sunset, they walked along a secluded path back to Ghost Town. When they reached the town, it was already night. Angor and Alex took several turns along the deserted roads before sneaking back to Crudge Church. Lady Connie's escape must have been a surprise to the manipulator. It was obvious that someone was helping Mrs. Connie. Someone might have even discovered the truth about the confinement. Therefore, it was very likely that the other party was investigating the townspeople. That was why Alex was so cautious on the way back. When Alex opened the door to his room, he suddenly frowned and walked around the room, deep in thought. "What's wrong?" Angor asked. Alex said, "The note I left, the position of the pen, and even the dust on the door frame haven't changed. Which means Father Baronlang didn't come to my room today." Angor glanced at Alex's desk, where a piece of paper was pressed under an ink bottle. Alex wrote something on it. "I'm going to the river to read a scripture. I might come back late." According to Alex, he floated to Ghost Town by following the river. Sometimes, he would go to the river to read a scripture to regain his memories and to express his gratitude to God. Father Baronlang knew about this, which was why Alex used this as an excuse to leave the note last night. But the evening passed, and Father Brumlang did not come to his room. Father Baronlang usually comes to me every morning to listen to God's teachings. Why didn't he come today? Alex was puzzled. But soon, he found an answer to his question. He heard some noises coming from the front yard. Alex opened the window and saw the church, which usually had only a few night lamps lit up at night, suddenly brightly lit. "Let's go check it out." Alex took off his dusty clothes and put on a more formal robe, which made him look more solemn and holy. After changing his clothes, Alex adjusted his expression and headed to Crudge Church. Before they entered the church, they could hear the cries coming from inside. Alex pushed the door open, only to see a group of people surrounding Father Brent Lang, crying non-stop. Father Ballenlang looked a little tired, but he still tried his best to comfort the people around him. When he saw Alex come in, he said to the people around him, "Father above, please calm down. Father will definitely expel the dark clouds over our heads." After that, Father Ballenlang turned his head and whispered something to a sheriff wearing a round hat. The sheriff took over Father Ballenlang's job and comforted everyone while Ballenlang walked to Alex's side. "Alex, what took you so long?" Father Baronlang asked in a low voice. "Sorry, I was studying a scripture today. I didn't pay attention to what happened outside." Alex purposely did not mention where he was studying the scripture. Studying a scripture is a good thing, but you also need to pay attention to your believers. Father Baronlang's expression softened a little. Alex immediately understood from Father Baronlang's reaction that Father Baronlang did not know that he was not in his room all day. It seemed that his excuse of going to the river to read a scripture could be ignored. "Father, may I ask what happened? Why is everyone so sad?" Alex put on a sad face and asked. "Sigh." Father Baronlang sighed and told him what happened. Two things had happened in Ghost Town today. The first thing was that Madame Martin, who was herding sheep in the pasture at the entrance of the town, had suddenly disappeared. As Madame Martin was a devout believer, Bran Lang had followed the sheriff to the pasture early in the morning because of this incident. After a day of hard work, he still couldn't find where Madame Martin had gone. However, there was some blood and flesh near the place where Madame Martin had disappeared. Although he couldn't confirm whether the flesh was human tissue, the sheriff wasn't optimistic about Madame Martin's current situation. This was also the reason why Bran Lang hadn't been in the church all day. The second thing was that Taylor Xianxia's 9-year-old son, Anthony, had died. These two things weren't directly related, but because of Madame Martin's disappearance in the morning, the whole town was in a state of panic, and Taylor Xianxia was also affected. After she finished cooking at night, she was about to call Anthony to eat when she realized that he wasn't there. Anthony was usually naughty, and Taylor Xianxia didn't really control him. When Anthony was hungry, he would come back to eat. However, because of Madame Martin's disappearance today, Taylor Xianxia had a bad feeling in her heart. She asked Anthony's friends and found that Anthony didn't play with them today. They thought that Anthony was punished by Taylor Xianxia and couldn't go out. After hearing this news, Taylor Xianxia felt even more uneasy. She quickly ran to the sheriff for help. Then, not long ago, the sheriff led a team of knights and asked Anthony's friends. In the end, they found Anthony's body in the secret base that he liked to stay in. "Only the head is left?" Alex's eyes were grave as he asked softly. Father Baronlang nodded. "Yes, the body and limbs are gone. Only the head was placed on a broken doll in Anthony's secret base." Father Baronlang's eyes were filled with compassion, and his face was filled with pain. Alex also looked sad as if he could empathize with Taylor Xianxia who was in pain in the church. However, Alex's thoughts were running fast, and his eyes were getting darker and darker. After Father Baronlang finished speaking, he added a few more details and went to comfort the grieving family members as well as the residents who were uneasy because of these two incidents. Alex retreated to a quiet corner and looked at the chaotic scene in the church from afar. He said softly, "The situation has escalated." Angor, who was hiding nearby, nodded. "The disappearance of Madame was still uncertain, so let's not talk about it for now. But it was very likely that she was also dead." Anthony's death, however, was a watershed. Anthony's death was exactly the same as the previous series of murders, but the reason why the murderer wanted to kill Anthony was different. In the past, Night Raven, Lady Camelot, and the others had all died because they were trying to leave Gust and discover the truth behind the confinement. That was why they were killed. However, Anthony was different. He was only a 9-year-old child. No matter how naughty he was, it was impossible for him to run to a place dozens of miles away without the company of his family. Moreover, the tailor had clearly said that Anthony was still sleeping at home when she woke up in the morning. Anthony had been murdered between the morning and evening of the tailor Sanzi's visit to the tailor's shop. In just a few hours, with Anthony's speed, he would not be able to run to the edge of the cage. Therefore, the cause of Anthony's death was completely different from the previous series of murders. If Night Raven and Camelot were really Anthony's murderers, then the situation had really escalated. Why did they kill Anthony? Alex muttered. It's been a constant for a long time. But something unexpected happened, Angor replied. Alex nodded. Lady Connie's escape is indeed an unexpected factor. However, what I don't understand is why they want to implicate Anthony. While Alex was still puzzled, Father Brumling asked Alex to go to the place where Anthony died. Since Anthony's head was still there, Father Brumling wanted to recite Father's rites of death together with Alex. Angor also whispered to him, if you can't figure it out, let's go and have a look. Alex nodded. Soon, the group left the church. Since they were going to recite the rites for the dead, the sheriff and Father Brumling advised the residents to go home first. Only Xianxia the tailor, who had lost her mind, was allowed to go with them. Under the sheriff's lead, the group headed to Anthony's secret base. On their way to the base, Alex frowned harder and harder. The sheriff of Ghost Town was a middle-aged man with a conspicuous reddish-brown beard. He noticed Alex's strange behavior and asked, "What's wrong?" Everyone looked at him. Alex adjusted his expression and spoke in a low voice, "Nothing. I'm just a little confused. Did you find anything? Tell us." The sheriff didn't find anything himself, and he didn't think Alex would find anything either. So he spoke in a joking tone. "Of course I didn't find anything. I just have a question. Our route seems to be the same as Madame Martin's ranch?" Alex asked. The sheriff nodded. Indeed, the distance overlaps, because Anthony's secret base is actually very close to Ms. Mating's ranch. They're practically neighbors. Because of this, we suspect that Madame Martin may have. The sheriff didn't finish his sentence, but everyone knew that Madame Martin was very likely to have met with an accident. Perhaps it was because there were 2 suspected murders in one day, which made everyone uneasy. No one spoke for the rest of the journey. Alex had been dutifully pretending to be sad, but he had some doubts in his heart. Not only did he find that Anthony's secret base and the ranch overlapped, but he also noticed that this was a road leading out of town. Moreover, if they continued to walk along this road, it was actually the road to the Holy City. Was there a connection between the two? Soon after, they arrived at Anthony's secret base. It was a small house made of abandoned iron sheets. It might be a stretch to call it a house, because it looked like a pile of iron sheets from the outside, but there was a narrow compartment inside. After Alex entered the secret base, the first thing he saw was a teddy bear on a shabby table opposite him. However, the head of the yellow teddy bear had disappeared and was replaced by a child's head. It was Anthony. Anthony's eyes were tightly shut, and his face was pale. Blood flowed out of the wound on his neck and seeped into the teddy bear. It looked both peaceful and eerie. When the others saw this, they either trembled in fear or covered their mouths to vomit. However, Alex was very calm, to the point of indifference. It was only when he noticed Father Ballenlang looking at him that Alex's expression instantly turned sad. "Let's begin. For the poor people of God, let's recite the dead rites of the Father," Ballenlang said to Alex sadly. Alex nodded and silently recited the dead rites of the Holy Bible under the witness of the sheriff and tailor Xianxia. Although Alex seemed to be reciting it seriously, he was constantly looking at the scene from the corner of his eyes. There weren't many things in the secret base. The iron sheet outside might be a little messy, but the things inside were actually very neat. Because it was neat and simple, Alex immediately noticed the scarlet stains on the walls and the large pool of blood on the ground. When Alex saw this, he seemed to realize something. After Alex finished reciting the rites of the dead, he left the secret base with the excuse that he was sad and couldn't bear to watch. He walked to the side and spoke to Angor, who was hiding nearby. "I'm sure this is the first scene." This meant that Anthony had been killed in his secret base. Also, it meant that Anthony never went to the confinement wall. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died in the secret base. This place was very far from the confinement wall. Why would someone kill Anthony? That's Lady Mating's farm. I went there just now, and I can clearly see the secret base from there. Alex, what do you mean? I have a theory. Maybe Anthony died because he saw something he shouldn't have, or someone who shouldn't be there. And Lady Mating might have the same reason. She saw what happened in the secret base in her farm. Of course, Alex knew what Angor was implying. Because of this, he felt a chill running down his spine. The secret base and the farm were both outside the town, and there was a road leading to the Holy City right here. Could it be that Anthony died because he saw someone coming from the other side of the road, but who did he see? And in such a way, the answer was obvious. Only Raven Knight and Camello. Alex felt a chill run down his spine when he guessed the answer. According to this logic, if he continued to deduce, Raven Knight and Camelot might be there. Alex couldn't help but turn his head to look at Guster Town. At night, Gust Town was as quiet as a ghost town. The 2 horrifying undead creatures were probably somewhere in the town right now, staring at them with creepy eyes. Alex knew that Anthony's death was a landmark case. It meant that the established events in the past were beginning to change, and the situation was gradually heating up. No one knew what terrifying thing would happen next. This terrifying unknown was like a mass of dark clouds that wouldn't disperse, floating above the town of Gust. That gloomy and oppressive atmosphere made Alex feel suffocated for a moment. Is this the only case? Alex returned to the Kruj church and whispered to Angor, who was hiding beside him. Don't you already know the answer? Angor asked. The second day after Anthony's death, Gust was still shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. When Alex got up, he found that Father Ballenlang had stayed up all night in the church. His face was pale and mournful as he knelt in front of the statue of the Father, praying silently. Seeing Alex's arrival, Father Ballenlang slowly turned his head. Where are you going? I'm going to the river to read a scripture. Father Brumlang remained silent for a moment and nodded. Go. But Gust isn't safe right now. Don't go too far away. Be careful. Alex nodded and left the church under the gaze of Father Ballenlang. What Alex didn't notice was that Father Brumlang's eyes became gloomy after Alex left. In the end, Father Brumlang sighed helplessly. You hinted that Father Brumlang's heart isn't on the right track. But I saw him praying for Anthony. It doesn't look fake, Angor asked. Last night, when Alex was sleeping, Brumlang took a look around the town. When he left, he saw Father Brumlang praying in the church. When he came back in the morning, Father Brumlang was still praying silently. The sincerity felt very real to Angor. Alex said, as a clergyman, Father Bertram Lang is a qualified clergyman. Besides, he's very afraid of death. Alex didn't want to talk about other things. After all, Father Brumlang saved him and adopted him. He didn't want to talk about Father Brumlang either. 2 hours later, Alex arrived at Mrs. Connie's hut, where she lived. Mrs. Connie was still sleeping on the bed. Her face was pale, and her eyes were in a daze. There were obvious tear stains on her cheeks. It seemed she had been crying all night. Alex brought food and medicine, and read a passage from the Bible with Mrs. Connie. Although Alex himself did not believe in the contents of the Divine Codex at all, it was very suitable for brainwashing, or in other words, for giving hope to people at the bottom of the valley. At last Mrs. Connie's expression softened a little after the reading of the Bible. When can I get back to town, Alex? Mrs. Connie could not help asking. Alex had a hesitant look on his face. After keeping Mrs. Connie's curiosity in suspense, he said slowly, I had some doubts when I heard what you said yesterday. But when I went back last night, I found out that something big had happened. Alex told Mrs. Connie about Anthony's death and Martin's disappearance. Although Alex didn't say who was responsible for the crime, he kept leading Mrs. Connie to think of her own experience. Mrs. Connie trembled in fear after hearing that, even though Alex did not provide a complete chain of evidence to show that Anthony's death was related to the two undead who were chasing after Mrs. Connie. But the more Mrs. Connie imagined it, the more afraid she became. Gust is now in a period of turbulence. It's best if you don't go back, Mrs. Connie. Don't worry, I promise you in the name of God the Father that once the turbulence subsides, I will immediately bring Mrs. Connie back to town. A clergyman used the name of God the Father, so Mrs. Connie naturally believed him without a doubt. But Mrs. Connie did not know that although Alex was a clergyman, it was only a glamorous outer shell. He was definitely a non-believer in his heart. What he said in the name of God the Father was actually no different from farting. At noon, Alex returned to Gust Town with a serious look on his face. When he stepped into Kruj Church, he was surprised to find that the church, which was usually not full, was now full. Everyone was silently praying to the statue of God the Father. Obviously, the incidents that had happened one after another, including ravens, had affected the townspeople. Before the murderer could be caught, everyone could only place their hopes on God, even if God had never shown his miracles. Alex blended into the praying crowd without any hindrance. He stood in front of the window, closed his eyes, and chanted the teachings of God's Bible. The sunlight that shone through the window, in the mottled light and shadow, looked as holy as the Son of God. The worship made all the participants feel as if they had received salvation in their hearts. But this salvation only lasted for less than half an hour before it was broken again. The door of the church was suddenly pushed open, and the dim church was instantly covered by strong light. Everyone rubbed their eyes that were stung by the sunlight and looked back. A small shadow jumped into their sight. When their eyes gradually adjusted to the light, they noticed that it was a little boy wearing an ochre-colored newsboy hat. His face was pale and panicked as he rushed toward a fat middle-aged man in the church. The boy said something to the middle-aged man, and the man's eyes rolled up and he fainted on the ground. The church was filled with panic and clamor. Alex took a few steps back and hid in the shadows. Angor, who was floating in the shadows, spoke softly, "The boy is right. That man's wife and daughter are all dead." Alex nodded. He did not hear the specific information, but he knew how to read lips. What Angor said was exactly what the boy wanted to say. Because of this, the man fainted in horror. "Did they do it?" Alex asked. "Probably." Soon, the sheriff came back with news. The dead were not only the middle-aged man's wife and daughter, but also a neighbor next door. There were 3 people in total. Only their heads were left, and they were placed on a plate. It was horrifying just to hear about it. There was also a lot of blood splattered at the scene, which basically confirmed that the first crime scene was at home. After this was confirmed, the people in the church, who felt as if they had been saved by chanting God's Bible, all disappeared. Everyone's faces were pale as they trembled. With such a rampant killing spree, no one knew if they would become the next victim of the serial killer. Everyone was anxious. Some of them even lived alone and did not dare to go home at this time. Even though the sun was shining brightly outside, they still felt chilly. The sheriff had to send a team of knights to take them away from the church. Alex followed the knights out of the door. He planned to check out the scene of the death. Before he left, he looked back at the empty church and noticed that Father Brumlang, who was standing at the front of the group, had a terrible look on his face. Later that night, Alex went to the top of the church and stood on the watchtower. This was not only the highest point of Courage Church, but also the highest point of the entire town. Facing the chilly night wind, Alex looked at the low buildings around him. Because there were no night lights, most of the areas were dark. It was the best cradle for evil and murder. This was because the consecutive murders all pointed to one thing: the pursuer might still be somewhere in Gust. Alex wanted to come here to check out the situation and see if he could catch a glimpse of them. "Will they do it again?" Alex asked. "As long as we don't find Mrs. Connie, the opened Pandora's box won't close. And it would only get worse." While they were talking, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from behind them. Alex turned around and saw Father Ballenlang walking up step by step. "Alex, were you talking to someone?" Father Brumlang was confused. Alex shook his head. "No, I was just talking to myself." Ballenlang looked at Alex suspiciously. Then he looked around. The watchtower was very small and couldn't hide anyone. Because of this, Ballenlang didn't ask any further. Instead, he asked, "What are you doing here so late at night?" Alex said, "After so many murders, I've been worried sick. I couldn't sleep, so I came out for some fresh air." Father Brumlang spoke in a low voice, "God the Father will bless the faithful and help us survive this." He paused and continued, "The town isn't safe now. You should go back and rest, and what?" Alex was confused. Father Brumlang sighed and shook his head. "Nothing. Go back and rest. At least Courage Church will be safe with God the Father's protection." Before Alex could say anything else, he heard a terrible scream coming from the darkness. Alex looked back and saw the scream coming from the south side of the town. Alex wanted to leave the watchtower and check it out. But Father Brumlang stopped him and shook his head. "Go back and rest. I'll take care of this." Alex was silent for a moment, but still nodded in agreement. Seeing Alex walk down the watchtower step by step, his figure blending into the night and disappearing from sight, Brumlang sighed faintly. "What will come, will come." Alex returned to his room and lit up an oil lamp while looking outside the window. He didn't know what those screams meant, but he did hear some noises coming from the street. Did they show up again? This was the doubt in Alex's heart. In addition, he also had doubts about Father Ballenlang. He always felt that Father Ballenlang was a little strange. It seemed the old man had other intentions when he tried to stop Alex. About 10 minutes later, a figure slowly showed up in his room. "Did you find anything, Mr. Pat?" Alex had just returned to his room, but that didn't mean Angor followed him. Angor immediately went to the south of Ghost Town to check the location of the incident. 2 more people died, and Angor's eyes suddenly turned gloomy. Alex waited for Angor's explanation. "I saw the culprit as well." "Really? Is it Night Raven?" Alarmed, Alex quickly asked. Angor shook his head. "Not Raven Knight or Camelot. 2 other people." Next, the illusion energy around his consciousness slowly manifested into 2 figures in front of him. One of them was a plump woman, and the other was a very thin and sickly man. "They're undead as well." Alex swallowed his saliva and stared at the 2 illusory figures. He muttered in a low voice, "I know both of them. One of them is Madame Mating, who disappeared yesterday. It seems that she has also met with misfortune. The other one, Mr. Shrek, who died 2 years ago." The perpetrator was not Raven Knight or Camelot, but it made Alex feel an even more intense chill. Did this mean all the people who were killed by Raven Knight became undead? Alex already had a similar idea, but he still couldn't believe it. It took Alex a while to digest the shocking news. "Mr. Pat, where did they go in the end?" he asked after he calmed down. If he knew where the undead went, would he be able to find the person who controlled them? Angor shook his head. "They melted into the air and disappeared." Disappeared? In my opinion, it's more likely that they entered a special space within the confinement. Of course, it was also possible that the undead had left the confinement, but this possibility was very small. A special space? Alex didn't know what that meant. But before he could ask, Angor tossed another stun grenade at him. "In addition to seeing the 2 undead, I also caught a human figure at the scene." "It's a human, not an undead." Alex looked up in surprise. "A living person? The one who controlled them?" "Maybe. I couldn't see it clearly because that figure was the first to disappear. I only saw a blurry back. But I can be sure that it was a human. He brought the bodies of the people he killed into the special space I mentioned." "Are they male or female? What are their characteristics?" Alex quickly asked. "I don't know. Angor didn't have a physical body, so he couldn't use his illusions to get information quickly." Speaking of which, the figure looked a little hunched. Stooping was an obvious characteristic, but there were at least 800 people in Gust with stooped backs, if not 700. It was unlikely that someone could find them with such a feature. "No matter what, at least we've confirmed one thing. That person is most likely in Ghost Town," Alex said. "Apart from that, the special space is also useful." Angor's figure slowly disappeared and turned into a white cage. Before yesterday, they had only regarded this world as a white cage. But today, they were sure that there was another special space in this world. Angor pointed at the white cage, and a shadow appeared under it. Under the illumination of the light, it looked like a black cage. And this black cage was probably that special space. "Why did you kill these people?" Angor asked another question after he finished explaining what he saw. Yesterday, Anthony's death and Martin's disappearance led them to think that they saw Raven Knight's face, which led to their deaths. However, today's incident was strange. Whether it was the murder case during the day or the 2 people who had just died, there was no special connection between the 2 incidents. So why did they kill them? Could it be that they were seen when they were looking for Mrs. Connie in town? Alex still used yesterday's logic to make a guess. They must be looking for Lady Connie. But if they're doing it openly, more people will see them. If they're doing it in secret, it'll be hard for others to find them. Mr. Pat said that undead creatures are born to be cruel. Maybe they just want to kill people? If it's an undead creature, it won't be just these people who died. Angor rejected several of his guesses, and the reason for the killings became a mystery. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Alex's mind. If it's not because of the undead, could it be because of the controller? Because they couldn't find Lady Connie, the manipulator started to escalate the situation until it got out of control? It was possible, but it was just a guess. However, this was still just a guess. Nothing could be confirmed until the controller was found. With that done, Alex once again took out the case he had recorded. He wanted to find traces of the manipulator from the case. "Don't you think Father Brumlang acted a little strange in the watchtower?" Angor suddenly asked. Alex paused and nodded. "Yeah. But I don't think he's the manipulator. Father Brumlang was with the sheriff for the whole day yesterday, and he was also here when the accident happened." Therefore, Angor was sure that Father Brumlang was not the manipulator. According to the timeline, he's not the manipulator. But we can't be sure. "There's only one manipulator," Angor said. "Of course, judging from Father Brumlang's behavior these days, I don't think he's a manipulator either. Just like you said, I don't think Father Brumlang is a manipulator. But, he's acting strange. I think he knows something." He went to the crime scene as soon as he heard the screams. When he came back, he saw Father Brumlang still in the watchtower, looking at the scene with a grim expression. Angor even sensed the desperation in the man's heart. Because of this, Angor believed that Father Brumlang was not the manipulator, but the old man must know something about it. There was something else he didn't want to tell Alex yet. His intuition told him that Alex, an outsider like himself, was the reason why the cage was built in the first place. If this conjecture was correct, the people around Alex needed to be put in question. Especially Father Brumlang, the man who saved Alex, adopted him, and tried to brainwash him with the Holy Bible. After a long silence, Alex nodded. "Father Brumlang might know something, but from what I know of Father Brumlang, if he doesn't want to talk about it, no one will be able to get an answer." "I don't know. Things are changing now, and he might be killed as well," said Angor. Angor's words reminded Alex of Brumlang's words. At least the Church of Crudge would be safe under the protection of God the Father. Did he mean that Alex would be fine as long as he stayed in Crudge Church? Did Brumlang say this intentionally, or unintentionally? Why? Alex finally nodded. "I'll find an opportunity to test Father Brumlang's words." The night slowly faded away, and a new day arrived in the morning. The morning should have been full of hope, but because of the murder last night, the entire town of Ghost was in a gloomy mood. Ghost Town was much bigger than Gru Town, with a population of nearly 10,000 people. With such a large number of people, the death of one or two people would only cause a portion of the people to panic. As for the majority of the people, they might be lucky, or they might not care at all. They simply did not care about the misfortune of others. However, people kept dying, and these people's identities, statuses, and residences were all the same. No one could be sure that they wouldn't be the lucky ones if the serial killer kept on killing. Because of this, almost everyone in Ghost Town began to feel anxious. However, there were different kinds of people who were anxious. Most people still needed to live when they couldn't fight back. So, they just kept their worries to themselves and did what they should do. A very small number of people were affected by anxiety. Some of them stayed at home, trembling, and dared not move. Some went to the church to recite the scriptures and pray for the salvation of the Father. Some went to the magistrate's office and prayed for the protection of the knights. Some people thought they made the right choice, but they didn't know that they were already walking toward the abyss. Alex stood at the top of the church and looked at the end of the street. A dozen people carried their luggage and headed out of the town. Without a doubt, they chose to leave Ghost Town. They hoped to stay away from the fate of being killed. However, they didn't know that leaving didn't mean there was hope. It meant true despair. HTTPS, please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version reading website, aren't you going to stop them? Angor asked as he looked at the people who were about to leave the town. They made their own choices. They have to bear the consequences, Alex said coldly. If you don't stop them, they'll cause more casualties. If the townspeople find out what's going on, things will get out of control, Angor said. He could already imagine how the townspeople would assume that leaving the town was the cause of their deaths. When that happened, panic would spread, and everyone would realize that they were caged birds. No one could predict what would happen next. Tear away the calm facade, and you'll see what's behind it, Angor said. He was sure that Alex knew what was going to happen, but he was still not doing anything. Under his calm and indifferent state of mind, there was actually a restless heart that was ready to make a move. I need to break the facade, and the cage will see the exit, Alex said in a soft voice. Angor didn't answer. He kept looking at the people leaving the town. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow. Looks like you won't be able to break the facade now. Alex looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a group of knights on horses stopping the people who were leaving. Angor didn't know what they said, but the people who were leaving decided to go back the way they came. If it's not a coincidence, then the pair of hands hiding in the dark still wants to pretend that everything's fine. The corners of Alex's mouth curled up into a smile. Although it's not the result I want to see, it's still a variable. With that, Alex left the watchtower and walked out of the church in his neat and tidy robe. He greeted the terrified townspeople with a smile and comforted them with the teachings from the scriptures. No one could imagine that this man almost pushed the townspeople into the abyss of darkness not long ago. Alex followed the main road until he reached the patrolling area of the night guards. With a friendly smile on his face, he walked up and talked to someone. The person he talked to was the knight who stopped the people leaving the town. After a while, Alex left with a smile on his face. When there was no one around, Alex put away his smile and returned to his expressionless face. Yes, someone did instruct them to intercept him. The reason used was that a pack of wolves was found on the way to the holy city. Night Raven's missing corpse was most likely eaten by a pack of wolves. Alex paused for a moment, his eyes filled with ridicule. Pack of wolves? Maybe there really is a pack of wolves, but it's hard to say if they are real wolves. Did you find out who ordered you to do this? Angor's figure slowly emerged from the darkness. Alex said, it was the sheriff who told the knights about the wolves. However, I don't think the sheriff is the one who wants to whitewash things. Once, he snuck into the sheriff's house in Gust to find out more information. So he knew something about the sheriff. In Angor's opinion, the sheriff was a bit arrogant. But he never did anything bad to the townspeople, so he was barely qualified for the job. But Angor did not believe that this man was the same as the Dark Hand. If it wasn't the sheriff, then who was it? With the sheriff's arrogant personality, it's hard for him to listen to the opinions of his subordinates. There are only two people who can influence his decision. One is the real Lord of Gust, Viscount Vega. The other is Father Brumlang. Alex lowered his eyebrows. I just asked Viscount Vega. He didn't leave his house today. Father Brumlang left early in the morning and went to see the sheriff. In other words, Father Brumlang was the one who stopped these people from leaving. Compared to Alex's powerful aura, Father Brumlang's aura was as weak as a firefly's. He did not even have a sense of presence. However, as things progressed, Father Brumlang's presence grew stronger and stronger. Everyone in Gust was ignorant. Father Brumlang, on the other hand, seemed to have seen through something. I still don't think Father Brumlang is an undead manipulator, Alex suddenly said on their way back to the church. I don't know if he's an undead manipulator, but it's obvious that he's trying to put up a false front. According to this logic, the one thing that Father Brumlang was most dedicated to, other than whitewashing, was brainwashing Alex. In that case, Alex might really be related to the confinement. If the confinement was a prison, no one else was important. Perhaps the only person the prison really wanted to imprison was Alex. Angor was getting more and more interested. He only wanted to test the door's effect, but he didn't expect to witness such an interesting scene. His original plan was to return to Dark Castle first if he couldn't find the location. As a wizard, he could always find a way to locate it. Even if he couldn't, he still had Dodoro. However, after witnessing such a dramatic scene, Angor suddenly wanted to see how it would end. Alex returned to the Church of Crudge with a solemn expression. The church was brightly lit. Father Brumlang stood in front of the statue of God the Father and spoke of suffering, salvation, and hope in a compassionate tone. Whether they believed it or not, everyone was reading the scripture together with Father Brumlang. Alex didn't immediately ask Father Brumlang for an explanation. Instead, he quietly watched the scene in front of him. He didn't recite the scripture, nor did he show any pity. He had the same expression as the statue of God the Father in the church, one in front and one behind, like a real god, emotionlessly staring at all living beings. The wait wasn't peaceful at all. Alex heard someone running around on the street outside the church. Angor went outside to check and saw another dead man. And this time, it wasn't just anyone. With a bang, the sweaty sheriff pushed open the church door. Under the panicked eyes of the believers, the sheriff didn't say anything. He quickly walked to Father Ballenlang's side and whispered something in his ear. Father Ballenlang's pupils suddenly shrank. After a while, he nodded gently to the sheriff with pale lips. He then said to the believers, "Due to some matters, I need to leave temporarily. You can continue to recite the scripture in the church. I believe that under the gaze of God the Father, all darkness will be dispelled." Despite Brumling's words, the worshippers didn't calm down at all. The fear in their eyes and expressions spoke volumes of their uneasiness. Brumling didn't explain. He sighed and quickly followed the sheriff away. "I'm coming too," Alex whispered as he walked past the sheriff. Brumling looked at Alex and saw a different look in Alex's eyes. In the end, he nodded. "Let's go." The sheriff was sweating profusely because of the death this time. It was because the people who died were Viscount Vega's wife and his son and daughter. When they arrived at Viscount Beagle's mansion, it was already a mess. Viscount Beagle was kneeling in front of his ancestor's statue in the courtyard, his hands hugging his 3 heads as he muttered to himself in pain. The steward painfully told them that because of the series of murders in the town, Viscount Vega rested in his own secret room last night and slept all the way until noon. When he came out of the secret room, he saw that almost everyone in the mansion was dead. Only then did Alex realize that apart from Viscount Vega, a total of 18 lives, including the maids, had ended in the mansion. The butler, on the other hand, went to the town last night to find a place for his parents to stay, which saved him from death. The sheriff was stunned when he learned that there were 18 dead people. It wasn't just about human lives, but also the Viscount's family members. While the sheriff was worrying about his future, Father Brumling's lips were pale, and his limbs were trembling. "Are you all right?" Alex stepped forward and helped Father Brumling. Father Brumling didn't respond, but he whispered, "It's over." "It's over." The butler, who was standing closest to them, also heard Father Brumling's words and asked in confusion, "What's over?" Without waiting for Father Brumling to answer, Alex said, "Viscount Vega's emotions haven't calmed down yet. If we go and recite the funeral now, it may make the Viscount even more agitated. Moreover, Father Brumling is also grieving because he saw so many of the Father's people suffering, so he certainly can't carry out the funeral. Let everyone calm down first." After saying that, Alex helped Father Brumling to a remote corner, as if he wanted to calm Father Brumling down. Since Alex said that, the butler could only nod in agreement. On the other side, Alex took Father Brumling to a small garden. Because something big happened in the Viscount's mansion, there were no servants to trim the flowers. Apart from the almost dazzling flowers, there was no one else. "Father Brumling, I think it's time for us to have a chat." Alex put Brumling down on the bench and walked to the other side of the room, his back against the light. Father Brumling seemed to still be immersed in his own emotions, but the repeated "it's over" in his mouth stopped. Obviously, he also heard Alex's words. "Before we talk about other things, can you explain why you keep saying, 'It's over'? What's over? Is it over? Is it over? Is it over? Or, the confinement is over?" Alex swallowed the last sentence and didn't immediately reveal his cards. Instead, he quietly waited for Father Brumling's response. Brumling remained silent for a moment and shook his head. "You don't need to know that. It's getting late. I'll go do the funeral. As for you, you should go back and read your Bible." With that, Brumling stood up and prepared to leave. "I want to know the truth," said Alex. "There's no truth." Brumling turned around and did not look at Alex. "If there's no truth, then why did you stop those people from leaving Ghost Town and use the wolves as an excuse? Is it because you're afraid that they'll discover the truth?" Alex finally voiced the doubts in his heart. Brumling froze. His limbs trembled slightly. After a while, he turned around. "You know?" Alex nodded calmly. Brumling's expression changed. "Tell me, did you hide Mrs. Connie?" Alex was silent, but in Brumling's eyes, Alex's behavior spoke for itself. Angor noticed something interesting. After confirming that Alex had something to do with Mrs. Connie's disappearance, Brumling's chest heaved up and down as he panted heavily. His eyes were filled with disappointment and despair, and there was also a hint of regret. Several minutes later, Brumling finally calmed down. He pointed at Alex and yelled at the top of his lungs, "You're in big trouble. Now, go and release Mrs. Connie. Or it's all over." Alex did not move. He only stared at Bran Lang with a cold expression. "I'm waiting for your explanation, father." Bran Lang trembled in anger at Alex's attitude. "Didn't you see? What happened to Ghost Town after Mrs. Connie was taken away? Martin is dead. Anthony is dead. Now, even the Viscount's family is dead. Do you want to see more deaths? Do you want Ghost Town to turn into a ghost town?" Father Bran Lang yelled in anger. "Does this have anything to do with Mrs. Connie? Just because Mrs. Connie found out the truth?" Alex remained unmoved. "I've always thought, Alex, that you're a very independent and intelligent person." Bran Lang looked disappointed. "Why do you insist on getting involved in something that has nothing to do with you? That's not like you." "I didn't want to get involved at first. But something happened that made me curious about this world. So I want to know the truth." Alex said it casually, as if he was going out for a walk and choosing to walk on the left or right. It didn't affect him at all. "Curious about this world? What do you know?" Bran Lang suddenly calmed down. His high-pitched voice slowly lowered. "I don't know much. But I assume that Ghost Town is a place where is imprisoned." "A cage?" Alex stared at Bran Lang. He was sure that Bran Lang's eyes twitched when he said the word confinement. Bran Lang. You clearly didn't touch the space-time wall." "Space-time wall? Are you referring to the barrier of the confinement?" Bro Lang did not answer. Instead, he asked, "How did you know? Or have you recovered your memories?" A look of understanding flashed past Bro Lang's eyes. "You haven't recovered your memories. You must have guessed it through other means." "As expected of." Bran Lang suddenly stopped. He didn't finish his sentence. "As expected of what?" Alex asked. Judging from his conversation with Bran Lang, it seemed that Bran Lang knew quite a bit. He even knew what happened before he lost his memories. At that moment, a rustling sound came from behind him. Bran Lang turned around. He saw that the Viscount's housekeeper had appeared outside the garden at some point. He was looking inside curiously. When he saw Bran Lang looking over, the housekeeper smiled awkwardly and retreated. Judging from the distance, the housekeeper shouldn't have heard anything. But just in case, Bran Lang said, "If you want to know, come closer. You can't let anyone else hear about this. If word gets out, it'll hurt them." Alex walked to Bran Lang's side. Just as he was about to listen to Bran Lang's explanation, the sound of metal scraping against metal reached Alex's ears. Alex subconsciously turned around and did a backflip. Following the sound of cloth tearing, Alex felt a chill at his waist. He looked up and saw that Father Bran Lang had pulled out a dagger from somewhere. The dagger emitted a strong chill. Even under the sunlight, he could feel the sharpness of the dagger. There was a large hole at the waist of Alex's robe. Fortunately, Alex's reaction was quick. Otherwise, the dagger would have pierced his abdomen. "Father Bran Lang, what are you doing?" Alex asked. Bran Lang ignored him and swung the dagger at Alex. But Alex was still a young man. His reaction speed was much faster than the old Bran Lang. In just a few moves, Boluan Lang was captured, and the dagger was slapped to the ground. "Father, are you going to kill me?" Pressing Bran Lang to the ground, Alex's voice was soft as if he was talking to a lover. "Why?" Bran Lang spat out a mouthful of blood. He smiled in despair. "Saving you was the worst decision I've ever made. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ended up like this." Alex wanted to ask something else, but he felt another chill behind him. Alex quickly let go of Bran Lang and looked back. He saw a pitch-black ghostly hand reaching out of thin air. The hand was holding a sharp blade and swinging it at Alex. The attack was so fast that Alex couldn't dodge it even if he could see where it was coming from. Alex felt as if he was in an endless sea of knives. Memories suddenly flashed in his mind. These memories seemed to be combat experiences. If Alex could digest these experiences, perhaps his combat ability would be greatly improved. But at this time, he was in a death trap. There was no time to digest these combat experiences. He could only watch as the knives fell on him. Just then, Alex felt something pulling him away from behind. After the explosion, Alex was unharmed. He looked back and saw Angor standing behind him. It was Angor who saved him. "Thank you." Alex's throat went dry. This was the second time Angor saved him. Angor didn't answer. Instead, he looked to the side. Alex seemed to have realized something. He turned his head abruptly and saw the ghostly hand with the knife slowly disappear into the void. What was left behind was a corpse with its chest pierced through by a sharp knife. It was Bran Lang. Alex's chest tightened. Maybe the ghostly hand didn't want to kill him at all. Or maybe it was just a matter of convenience. His real target was Bran Lang. Alex walked over to Bo Luan Lang's body with a dazed look in his eyes. Bran Lang tried to kill him just now, but Alex never wanted to see Bran Lang dead. No matter what, Bran Lang saved him and even took him in. No matter how cold-hearted Alex was, he would never forget Bran Lang's kindness toward him. Even though Alex knew Bran Lang was trying to brainwash him with the Holy Codex, he still spent a lot of time reading and memorizing the meaningless rules of the Holy Codex. This was Alex's own way of saving Bran Lang's life. Alex thought that one day, he would disguise himself as the brainwashed version of himself that Bran Lang wished to see. That way, he would be able to repay Bran Lang's kindness. Who would have thought that before that day came, Bo Luan Lang would die? Alex stared at Bran Lang's corpse for a long time with a complicated expression. Finally, under the bright afternoon sun, Alex half knelt on the ground and slowly closed Bran Lang's wide-open eyes. Then, he began to recite the chapter of the death rites from the Holy Codex. It seemed he wanted to use this familiar method to send Bran Lang off. Angor watched from afar. The white-haired young man's every movement was elegant and holy, as if he was surrounded by a layer of light. No one would doubt Alex's identity as a priest if they saw him like this. However, as Alex himself had said, being a clergyman was only a superficial profession. There were many different kinds of people on the inside. He was actually referring to Bran Lang. But it wasn't wrong for him to say the same thing about himself. He was a man who emitted a holy aura from the inside out. However, his inner core might actually be a dark desert. Still, Angor was sure that Alex's prayer came from the bottom of his heart. It was Alex's way of expressing his feelings toward Bran Lang. When Alex finished reciting the death rites, he stood up and walked to Angor. "Looks like I messed up this conversation." Alex's white fur fell down. Maybe it was the wind, or maybe it had a mind of its own. It looked both sad and funny. A pair of hands rubbed Alex's white fur. Alex was a little surprised. Angor looked older than him, but not by much. It was inappropriate for a senior to touch a junior. Alex frowned and tried to resist. But when he looked up, he froze. It wasn't Angor standing in front of him. It was Father Bran Lang, who was wearing a complicated expression. Alex turned around in confusion and looked at the corpse where he had been chanting the death rites. It was still lying there with blood flowing out of the wound. But why was Father Bran Lang here? He hesitated and looked at Angor, who was floating in the air. Angor raised an eyebrow at him. "Like I said, I'll help you as long as you can help me find the location." Father Bran Lang clearly knew something. If Angor could save Alex, it wouldn't be hard for him to save Father Bran Lang as well. Alex looked at the corpse on the ground again, then at Father Bran Lang. He finally understood. The corpse was an illusion created by Angor. The man in front of him was the real deal. HTTPS, please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version, since you want to know the truth, I'll tell you. Perhaps it was because of the previous encounter, Bo Luan Lang's mentality had undergone a subtle change. He slowly walked to the side and pointed at the dagger that had fallen to the ground when he was subdued by Alex. "But before that, let's destroy this dagger first." Alex stepped forward and took the dagger in his hand. For some reason, when he held the seemingly ordinary dagger in his hand, he felt as if he was hearing the whispers of demons. He also felt a chill running down his spine. "This dagger is strange," Alex muttered. "It contains a lot of negative energy. It shouldn't exist in this world." Angor looked at Alex in surprise. As an alchemist, he could easily tell that the dagger was contaminated with death energy for a long time, which was why it was giving off such a chilling aura. but Alex was just a mortal. He didn't expect that he could see through the dagger so easily. This dagger came from the death dimension, and it contains the aura of that dimension. That's why she could sense the dagger and locate us, so she could kill me, Bran Lang said. She thinks I'm dead, but the dagger is still here. If she remembers the dagger, she'll come back at any time. We need to destroy the dagger as soon as possible. Bran Lang's words revealed a lot of information, including the death dimension and the she he mentioned. Alex was even more confused now. I know what you want to ask. I'll tell you everything once I'm done with the dagger, Bran Lang said. Alex hesitated and nodded. He was about to destroy the dagger when Angor walked over. He took the dagger from Alex's hand. This dagger contains a lot of death energy. It's harmful to living beings, but it's also effective against undead creatures. It'll be a shame to destroy it. While speaking, he waved his hand and covered the dagger with a layer of coating. The originally abundant death aura suddenly disappeared, and the dagger became simple and unadorned. Angor handed the transformed dagger to Alex. This dagger can harm undead creatures. I think it might be useful for you. As for its aura, I used an illusion to cover it up. The illusion is powered by the death energy in the dagger. As long as the death energy remains, the illusion won't disappear. Alex accepted the new dagger and didn't feel the chilling aura anymore. Also, the dagger would hide itself because of the illusion when he wasn't using it. Only when he wielded the dagger would it show up as a faint shadow. Now that he knew there were undead creatures in this cage, he might have to face them one day. Such a dagger would be of great use to him. Thank you. Alex thanked Angor in a serious tone. After the dagger's aura was concealed, Bran Lang let out a sigh of relief. You're the one who talked to Alex on the watchtower last night, aren't you? Angor nodded. I've never seen you in Gust. Who are you? Bran Angor looked at Angor in confusion. This was a sealed world. Why was there an anomaly here? I'm just a passing traveler who was forced to get off the train before it reached its destination. Bran Angor's answer didn't convince Bran Angor. He didn't know if he should tell the truth in front of such an anomaly. However, Alex didn't stop him. It seemed he wasn't wary of Angor. Besides, Bran Angor saved Bran Angor's life before. With this in mind, Bran Angor decided to ignore Angor's existence and began to tell the truth. You're right. Ghost Town isn't a complete world. It's a small dimension that was created by someone else. The cage you speak of may be able to express the meaning even more deeply, because we are all birds in a cage. Bran Angor didn't know much about the world outside the cage. Everything he knew was just a piece of memory. I didn't know that this memory didn't belong to me. I even considered it as my own truth. Until one day, when I was praying to the Father, I suddenly began to have doubts about what I was holding on to, and this doubt was like a seed that slowly sprouted and grew. Thus, I began to examine myself. I peeled back each and every memory. In the end, I confirmed one thing. Those memories did not belong to me. They belonged to an unknown existence. Perhaps, it was a powerful existence outside the cage who forcefully placed those memories into my mind. From that day on, I began to hide myself and serve God even more faithfully. I thought my life would always be like this. Until, Alex, you floated to Ghost Town along the river. Alex didn't understand what Bran Angor meant. What's that memory? What did my arrival change? Bran Angor remained silent as if he was considering whether he should tell the truth. But when he looked at Alex's determined eyes, he couldn't help but think about what Alex did when he thought he was dead. In the end, Bran Angor sighed. The memory doesn't belong to me. It's a long one. Without all the complicated information about the cage, there's only one thing I want to tell you. To kill all outsiders. Alex's pupils shrank. Father, you mean? Bran Angor nodded. Yes. That memory told me to kill outsiders. For example, you. Alex's throat moved, and his eyes flashed with surprise. He had always thought that he was just a cold observer of this matter, but he never thought that he was actually a participant, and a real core participant. Angor wasn't too surprised to hear that. He already noticed that Alex was different from the others in this place. Not only did he speak in a different way, but he also had a different way of thinking. Even his aura was different from the others. Back then, Angor had a hunch that the confinement was meant to protect Alex. And it turned out that he was right. What he didn't expect was that the cage was meant to kill Alex. But Alex was still alive, which meant Bran Angor didn't want to kill him. When I saw you floating towards me, I knew that my mission, the meaning of my existence, was to kill you. Bran Angor lowered his head. Maybe it was because of a moment of rebellion. Or maybe it was because your white hair reminded me of father. I know how terrible death can be. But I can't kill you because of a memory that doesn't belong to me. I can't do it. So Bran Angor didn't kill Alex. Instead, he adopted him. But the memory that didn't belong to Bran Angor kept reminding him to kill Alex. In order to prevent himself from being impulsive, Bro Lunlang taught Alex to recite the Holy Scripture at all times. Only when Alex recited the Holy Scripture would Bro Lunlang feel that he was the messenger of God the Father, in the name of God the Father. He couldn't kill Alex to go against Father's will. In short, Bran Angor was using his religious beliefs to fight against the memory. Bran Angor believed in God the most, so he decided to turn Alex into a father so that he wouldn't kill Alex. I know you don't care about the scripture. But I want you to read it not only to enlighten you, but also to save myself. Bran Angor continued, as you learned more about the scripture, my killing intent calmed down. I thought I won against the memory that doesn't belong to me. I thought this life would continue until I gave you the Kruj Church after 100 years. But that's when Mrs. Connie got away from her. Alex said, I just want to use Mrs. Connie to find out the truth about Ghost Town. What does she have to do with this? Who is she? Bran Angor didn't answer Alex's question right away. Instead, he continued, I know that the safety of Ghost Town is in a dangerous balance. That's because the powerful existence that built the confinement didn't do it for the sake of creating a paradise. The meaning of the confinement is chaos, blood, and slaughter. Moreover, it keeps all outsiders in this azure field. Because I know the meaning of the cage, I don't want the cage to become like that. That's why I tried my best to maintain this fragile balance. I adopted you and used the scripture to enlighten you, but I also hoped that you wouldn't destroy this balance. But, you are an outsider after all. Your vision has never been shackled by this small cage. You are also curious and thirsty for the truth. So, your pursuit of the truth has broken this fragile balance. Mrs. Connie's disappearance gave her the chance to turn the cage into a hell. Bran Angor turned back to look into the distance. The cries were still echoing in the Viscount's mansion. Her killing intent has been aroused. Even if Mrs. Connie comes back, she won't be able to change anything. This cage will eventually turn into a hell. This is probably going back on the right track. Bran Angor's eyes were filled with despondency and despair. Watching the balance being broken and the world falling apart, he didn't feel good at all. In his eyes, Bran Angor was like a marionette in a stage play. One day, the marionette realized something and realized that he was a marionette. He also realized that he wasn't moving according to his will. Instead, he was being pulled by strings. So, the marionette began to rebel. He tried his best to escape from the strings. Maybe he really did get rid of the strings at some point. But he forgot that the strings were only a trigger. The marionette was still on the stage. As long as the other actors on the stage were still doing their jobs, he would never be able to get rid of the stage play. He couldn't do anything about it. After a period of grief, Bran Lang finally came to his senses and spoke of the most important matter. The space of the dead in the cage, and her. As Bro Lunlang explained, Angor learned more secrets. Just as Angor speculated, the so-called dead space was just another dimension inside the confinement. This dimension overlapped with Ghost Town, which was similar to a fairy tale world. In the death dimension, not only were there mountains and forests in the confinement, even the houses and buildings of Ghost Town were replicated exactly like those in the death dimension. However, there were no living beings in the death dimension. It only belonged to the undead. Everyone she killed is in the space of the dead. It's a place where living beings cannot enter. It's the real world of the undead. At this point, Bran Lang finally began to talk about the she that he kept mentioning. Before he could say she, Bro Lunling spoke about a memory that did not belong to him. The memory not only told Bro Lunling about his mission, but also briefly mentioned the truth about the confinement, as well as the person who helped him in the confinement. And this person was her. Bro Lunling did not mention her name. Instead, he referred to her in the third person. My mission was to kill you, Alex. Her mission was to eliminate those who knew the truth about the confinement, and to turn it into a slaughterhouse once you entered. Bro Lunling paused. Those who tried to leave Ghost Town were killed by the undead under her control. The memory told me that she was my assistant. But after careful observation, I realized that she was more like a substitute. Or rather, an overseer. If she were to use a stage play as a comparison, although she and Bro Lang belonged to the same superior, they were actually playing two different roles. Bro Lunlang was in charge of killing Alex, while Angor was in charge of assisting him. How was she supposed to assist him? Angor's job was to push a peaceful script into a strange and bloody one. But now, Bro Lunlang was not doing his job. Instead of killing Alex, he even allowed Alex to stay. As a result, even though Angor wanted to push the script to a horrifying ending, she was stuck halfway through. She couldn't do anything because she had different powers. She had to endure all these years, Bro Lunlang said, until Lady Connie escaped. That gave her a chance. According to her duty, she had to kill the escapees with all her might and protect the truth of the confinement from being discovered by the people inside. Originally, she could only kill those who knew the truth. But because of Mrs. Connie's disappearance, she had an excuse to reach into the town of Guster and openly bring the Revenant in. What she did was actually an experiment. Within the rules that only belonged to her, how could she push this cage towards the world she wanted to become? Anthony and Martin, who died in the beginning, were actually her experiments. She was trying to see if she could take the initiative to let the two of them see the undead, and then use it to discover the truth and kill them. As it turned out, her method was successful. After tasting the sweetness, she began to slaughter without restraint. Her final goal was to turn Gust into a ghost town. All humans will become undead. Perhaps if one were to listen to it like this, it would be somewhat baffling. The people living in Gust were like caged birds, and she was going to kill them in the end. Why did they have to keep the truth of the confinement a secret? Why did they have to follow such a strange rule? Bran Lang's explanation was very vague. He only said that the creator of the confinement had set it up. Although he did not understand the meaning behind it, this kind of behavior to cover up the truth of killing was actually not uncommon in reality. Bran Lang continued, the reason why I said that is because she was doing an experiment. Not only was she testing the bottom line of her own rules, she was also testing my bottom line. Just as I understood her, she understood me very well. She knew that if I did not have a special reason, I would not kill you. So, she started with the balance that I wanted to maintain the most. She broke the peaceful life in Gust, made the people panic, and caused the undead to rise everywhere. She wanted to turn this place into a ghost town, and used this as a pretext to force me to make a move against you. I thought that was her plan, but the scene just now made me understand. Not only did she want to force me to make a move, but she also wanted to kill me. After killing me, even if she still could not go beyond the rules, she would be completely free from my restrictions. When that time comes, it would only be a matter of time before she wanted to turn Gust into a ghost town. Of course, in the end, Alex would not be able to escape. After Bran Lang finished speaking, Alex was silent for a moment, and then asked, was it her who took away the bodies and limbs of those people? Bran Lang nodded, and said softly, only a twisted life can nourish new life. Alex's eyes flashed with understanding, I understand now. The truth did surprise me. However, when I found out that this world was a cage, I already prepared myself for the worst. Thank you. Alex half bowed, and was very polite to Bran Lang. He was not only thanking Bran Lang for telling him the truth, but also for letting him stay in the first place. He remembered that when he floated along the raging river to Gust, Bran Lang was the first person to discover him. At that time, he had almost drowned in the water, but Bran Lang had reached out to him, and pulled him to the shore. After that, Alex fell into a coma. When he woke up, it was already 2 days later. Bran Lang's mission was to kill Alex. During those 2 days when Alex was unconscious, it was easy to imagine what kind of psychological struggle Bran Lang was in. If Alex had been in Bran Lang's position, he might not have disobeyed the mission in his heart, and would have just killed himself on the spot. Even if he knew that those memories did not belong to him. But Alex held on, or perhaps it could be said that in that moment, his religious faith defeated the impulse in his heart. Originally, Alex was very grateful to Bran Lang for saving his life. Now that he thought about it, Bran Lang had not only saved him, but the debt he owed him was even greater. After thanking him solemnly, Alex raised his head and said, "If your wish is to maintain the balance of this cage, I will find a way to do it for you." Bran Lang wanted to say something, but at that moment, the sheriff and the Viscount's housekeeper walked over. "Lord Viscount invites Father Bran Lang over," the housekeeper said. Bran Lang nodded, "I understand." A group of people walked out of the garden, and Bran Lang and Viscount Vega began to talk. Alex stood under the shade of a tree in the distance, looking back in the direction of Gust. On the surface, the town seemed to be shrouded in dark clouds, and everyone was living in fear. However, thanks to Bran Lang's efforts, the balance was not completely broken yet. Since Father Bran Lang only wanted to maintain the balance, Alex decided to give it a try, even if it was just an illusion. "You're going to let Connie out?" Angor asked. Alex shook his head. "She's just an excuse. Even if we manage to maintain the balance, she's still a huge threat." "How do you plan to maintain the balance then?" "Kill her," Alex said without hesitation, "and that's the only way to end everything." Killing her was an option to eliminate all future troubles. It was not hard to understand why Alex would make such a decision. "Do you know who she is?" Angor didn't ask how Alex was going to kill the woman. Bran Lang never mentioned her name, so he did not know who she was. But judging from Alex's reaction, it seemed that Alex already knew who he was going to kill. "Mr. Pat, do you know why the flowers in the graveyard are always blooming?" Alex did not wait for Angor to answer. Instead, he whispered the answer in a low voice, "Because only a distorted life can nurture the brightest new life." Angor still did not understand what Alex was trying to say. At this time Alex suddenly said, "Iris flower, in the teachings of Father God, is a flower that leads the dead to enter the kingdom of heaven. There are many irises in the garden of Crudge Church. You can see them from my balcony. Don't you think those irises are beautiful, Mr. Pat? HTTPS, please remember the domain name of this book." Mobile version reading website. Angor quickly realized who Alex was talking about. Apart from Alex and Father Bran Lang, there was another person who lived in the Crudge Church. It was Sister Tessa, who worked in the flower field every day. According to Alex's hints, Sister Tessa was the one who controlled the undead, and also the one who took away the flesh and blood of the corpse. And the reason why the iris field could bloom so well was because the fertilizer used by Sister Tessa was the corpses of the dead. Angor didn't have much of an impression of Sister Tessa. Thanks to Alex's reminder, Angor recalled seeing the undead manipulator before. Angor didn't see her face, but he did notice something special about her, a hunchback. Sister Tessa was a bit younger than Bran Lang, but she was still in her 60s. She was short and hunchback, which was exactly the same as the figure Angor saw. So the she mentioned by Bran Lang really was Sister Tessa. Angor found it interesting. Of the two people who were closest to Alex, one wanted to kill him but gave up, while the other wanted to kill him but couldn't. And Alex, who knew nothing, lived with these two people for 3 years. "How are you going to kill her?" Angor asked curiously. Alex didn't answer. He glanced at Father Bran Lang, who was still talking to Viscount Vega, and left the mansion. "You're going to kill her now?" "She doesn't know that Father Bran Lang is still alive, and she doesn't know that I already know the truth. It's the best time to do it. We don't know how strong Sister Tessa is yet. Isn't it too rash to just kill her?" As soon as Angor spoke, they heard a commotion coming from the street. Alex exchanged a look with Angor and quickly ran toward the source of the commotion. People on the street were running for their lives. Alex stopped someone and asked about the situation. The man quickly told Angor what happened. Someone was screaming from a room on the 3rd floor of a building not far away. Someone ran out of the building and said that someone on the 3rd floor was killed. Right now, the residents of Gust Town were all in danger. They were like birds startled by the twang of a bough. As soon as they heard that someone had been killed, they immediately began to run out. This was what caused the commotion on this street. According to the narrator, the neighbor of the victim seemed to have seen the murderers. There were two of them. One was a tall man in armor, and the other looked like a child. The neighbor vividly described that the tall man's back looked a bit like Night Raven, who had died a few days ago. As for the child, he wore the same hat as Anthony. To the listener, this was only a symbolic description. But to Alex, this might not be a symbol. The killers were Raven and Anthony. In the midst of the commotion, Alex looked up at the small building in the distance. The window on the third floor was pitch black, as if there was nothing there. Suddenly, a head with a pale face slowly rose from the bottom of the windowsill. It was a boy who was not even 10 years old. He looked down at the fleeing residents with a sinister expression. When the boy noticed that Alex was looking at him, his lips curled into a sinister smile. Immediately after, his figure disappeared. "It's Anthony." Alex suppressed the creepy feeling in his heart and said softly, "Creating such a huge commotion in the middle of the day." Just as Father Branlang said, their goal is to turn Ghost Town into a ghost town, a real azure field. Alex said in a low voice, "Perhaps my decision was a little arbitrary. But if we continue to drag this out, it will be impossible to maintain the false balance that Father Branlang is pursuing. Why don't we give it a try?" Alex had already made up his mind. He quickly ran towards the Crudge Church. However, before his plan could be carried out, an unforeseen event came first. Just as Alex was about to cross an alley and enter the Crudge Church from the back door, a little boy wearing a flying hat blocked his way. The little boy suddenly raised his head, revealing a terrifying face. His face was pale, and the area around his eyes were wrinkled strangely. His dark eyes were filled with hatred. "Anthony." Alex called out the boy's name in a soft voice. "Hee. You saw me, so you must come with me." Anthony chuckled eerily. His eyes were filled with bloodlust. Alex couldn't help but take a step back. But suddenly, he felt a chilling wind behind him. He looked back and saw a tall knight blocking his way. Anthony showed up. The knight's identity was obvious. It was Raven. Alex didn't expect that before he went to find Sister Tessa, the other party had already begun to have ideas about him. Judging from Anthony's words, it was because he saw the girl? So, he had been tricked by Sister Tessa first. She had used the rules to make the undead come to him. Whatever the answer was, it didn't matter now. In this narrow alley with only one person, he was blocked by Anthony in front of him, and Night Raven sealed the road behind him. What should he do? Alex tightened his grip on the dagger and tried to recall the battle experience he had not long ago. If he wanted to meet Sister Tessa, he had to solve this problem first. But could he succeed? It wasn't Anthony who attacked first. Instead, it was Raven with a sword on his back. He tiptoed and rushed at Alex with great speed. Alex turned his body instinctively and dodged Raven's attack. But before he could figure out his next move, he felt a chill around his legs. He looked down and saw Anthony holding onto his leg. Anthony stared at Alex with his horrifying face and gave him a malicious smile. A gust of wind came. Night Raven's second attack arrived at this time. Alex was one of those people who kept calm the closer he was to a critical moment. He bent his body into a bridge. After dodging Raven's attack, he took out the dagger and stabbed it into Anthony's nape. Anthony screamed in pain as a large amount of black smoke gushed out from his nape. Alex took the chance to kick Anthony away. However, he was still too slow. Raven had already closed in. At this critical moment, Alex supported himself with one hand on the ground and nimbly retreated, barely dodging Night Raven's attack. However, as soon as Alex dodged Raven's attack, a new danger appeared. A woman suddenly descended from the sky and appeared beside Alex. Xianxia Taylor? Alex looked at her face in surprise. It was Anthony's mother. However, unlike the mournful expression she showed several days ago, Xianxia Taylor's face was now filled with hatred. Her eyes were completely black. Apparently, Xianxia Taylor had been killed and turned into an undead spirit. Xianxia Taylor's appearance startled Alex for a moment. It was also this brief moment that caused Alex to fall into a desperate situation. Anthony, who was injured by Alex's dagger earlier, fell to the ground again and hugged Alex's legs. Xianxia Taylor held a pair of ghastly scissors in her hand and tried to cut Alex's neck. Raven did not back down either. He swung his longsword at Alex. Being surrounded by so many people, Alex felt like he had fallen into an abyss of evil. He could not move no matter how hard he tried. In the nick of time, he made his move. An illusion blocked the vision of the three undead spirits. At the same time, a gentle force pulled Alex out of the trap. After Alex escaped, he looked back and saw that the three undead were like headless flies, constantly moving around in a very small area. Knowing that they were trapped in an illusion, Alex did not hesitate to turn around and leave. It would not be easy to kill these undead spirits. Alex's goal was not to kill them. As long as he killed Sister Tessa, Father Ballenlang would get the authority to control the undead spirits. Therefore, the undead spirits were not his target. Alex originally planned to quietly attack Sister Tessa, but because of the obstruction of the undead, Alex's plan collapsed ahead of time. He arrived at the small garden behind Crudge Church. Sister Tessa was holding an oil lamp with an iris flower in her hand. She was looking at Alex with a pair of malicious eyes. There were more than 20 undead spirits in the small garden, all of whom were glaring at Alex with venomous eyes. Sister Tessa smiled sinisterly at Alex. She turned around, took the oil lamp, stepped into the void, and disappeared. Clearly, Sister Tessa had gone to the death space. As for the remaining 20 or so undead, they slowly approached Alex with a strong sense of evil. Dark Castle, Underground Laboratory. When Angor opened his eyes, he saw the pure white floor of the laboratory, which was a bit dazzling under the light from above. He reached out his hand and clenched his fist. When he clenched his fist, he was certain that his consciousness had returned to his physical body from the illusory cage. He turned around and saw the door slowly disappearing into thin air. As his consciousness returned, the door that connected the two sides would disappear as well. Angor checked the model of the door on his spell slot and noticed that the special energy covering it had shrunk to a tiny point. Just as he had speculated before, if he wanted to enter that strange passage again, he would have to wait for the special energy to spread out again. About half an hour later, Angor noticed that the energy was spreading very slowly. If he could maintain this speed, it would take at least half a year for the energy to reach its full capacity. If something unexpected happened, it would take even longer. Angor sighed when he was sure that he couldn't open the door anytime soon. If he needed at least half a year to open the door again, he couldn't help Alex even if he wanted to. Half a year was a short time for wizards. But it was enough time for a lot of things to change. Meanwhile, Alex's situation had reached a point where he couldn't afford to waste any more time. Not to mention waiting for half a year, it would probably take half a month or even half a day for the dust to settle. Since he couldn't go back, he could only depend on Alex to see how the big show in the confinement would end. At least he could lighten Alex's burden before he returned. A few minutes ago, when Alex was surrounded by more than 20 undead creatures, Angor once again used an illusion spell to trap them in the small garden. This time, he was going to use all the illusions he had at his disposal to confuse so many undead creatures at once. As he poured out all of his illusory energy, the energy that was maintaining the illusory body began to falter. His body became more and more illusory. Without the illusion energy, his consciousness core had lost its carrier. Angor could clearly feel the door pulling him back. It was as if the door was urging him to go back. He had no choice but to leave halfway. Under Alex's shocked gaze, Angor said, "I told you, I'm just a passerby who got off at the wrong station. I didn't expect to encounter such an interesting thing at this station. If you can leave this cage one day, maybe we'll meet again." With that, he followed the door and bid farewell to this short and magical journey. Angor's return came as a surprise to everyone. Therefore, he was actually a little regretful that he couldn't see the necromancer's spacetime with his own eyes and witness the end of this great drama. However, his departure was inevitable. As soon as Father Ballenlang revealed the secret of the confinement, he knew that it would be very difficult to locate this place. Even Ballenlang could only vaguely describe what was beyond the confinement. Beyond the confinement is an even bigger confinement. Apart from the high and mighty gods, no one can escape from it. It was obvious that no one knew the location of this place. In this case, Angor no longer had any reason to stay in Ghost Town. The only thing that kept him going was that he wanted to see what would happen in the end. It seemed that there was no other way. Even if the door could be reopened, Angor wasn't sure if he could find the way to the confinement. In the end, the future of Ghost Town, Father Balanlang's wish, and everyone else's fate depended on Alex alone. Angor believed that once he left, Alex's mind would quickly adjust. The next step was to go to the necromancer's dimension and kill Tessa while the undead was still under the illusion. To enter the necromancer's dimension, one must use an item from the necromancer's dimension as a medium. Since Alex had the dagger, it wasn't impossible for him to go to the necromancer's dimension. However, whether or not he could find Tessa, and whether or not he could kill the dead Tessa was a question mark. Angor took out his notebook and began to write down everything he learned about the model of the door. From the extraction of his consciousness core, to his speculation about the strange tunnel, and the light spot that carried him forward. Angor made a detailed note of everything. At the same time, he listed a lot of questions about each of the steps. Some of these questions could be answered with the information he already had. For example, he already had a rough idea about the origin of the illusions. When he was constructing the model of the door, he was affected by his own attribute, which caused the illusions to appear. If his talent wasn't elementalist but occult illusionist, it might not be an illusion. Instead, it might be flame body, wind body, or water body. These were some of the questions he could figure out. However, there were some that he couldn't find the answer to yet. For example, the nature of the special energy, and the final destination of the strange tunnel. These questions would have to wait until the door was reopened. After spending an entire day, Angor finally sorted out all the known information and unanswered questions. Finally, he looked at the title of the notebook. Test record of door model, Angor considered for a moment. Then, a faint light flashed on his fingertip, and he slowly moved it across the title. The words in the title immediately changed. The characters of the door model began to slowly disintegrate. The black strokes recombined, and finally, new words appeared, test record of door of illusion. Before this, Angor didn't know what effect the model of the door would have after activating the special energy. For this reason, he didn't name the first spell in his spell slot. He only called it model of door. After the short journey, Angor still had many questions, but he already had a general idea of how the door worked. It was an ability that allowed him to travel through time and space using his illusion body. Since he hadn't seen the end of the strange tunnel yet, he didn't know how to use it. However, based on the existing information, it was already possible to give it a simple name. Space meant traveling through time and space. Illusion meant creating an illusion body. Door of Illusion was the name of a spell that was based on its appearance. If he could find the end of the strange tunnel in the future and figure out the real function of the door, he could change the name to meaning if it wasn't too troublesome. After confirming the name of the Gate of Illusion, Angor stood up and stretched himself. Calculating the time, it had been 8 days since he had entered the experimental site. He wondered if Hua KK had finished researching the soft morphing worm. A moment later, Angor reached his spirit feelers out of his bracelet. The soft morphing worms had yet to come out, but according to Hua Qiao, they were not far from success. This was because the queen worm had already entered the state of laying eggs, and it was very likely that the eggs this time would be the soft morphing worms. According to his estimation, it would take at least 2 days for the eggs to hatch, even if they were soft morphing larvae. Angor didn't plan to stay idle for the next 2 days. Since there was no one to disturb him, Angor took out a series of magic materials such as mithril, antique platinum, spirit diamond. None of them were high-leveled, but it didn't matter. He just wanted to make something out of them on a whim. A day later, as the fire subsided, a strange-looking box appeared in Angor's hand. Angor didn't test the box right away. Instead, he reached his spirit feelers into his bracelet. A moment later, Flower Sparrow and Babota arrived at the test site together with the table that held the soft morph nest. They didn't know how to react to the sudden change. Angor briefly explained where they were and looked at the nest. Has the egg hatched yet? Not yet. But I don't think it'll take long. 1 day at most. Babota looked excited, but his face was pale. After staying up all night, he looked so weak that he could be blown away by a gust of wind. Angor looked at Flower Sparrow, who nodded back at him. Big brother, I have a feeling that we're going to hatch a soft morph worm this time. I'll be looking forward to it. But since it's still in the process of hatching, you don't have to keep an eye on it. You've been working hard for days, so why don't you take a break? I have something to show you. Under their curious gazes, Angor took out the small box he made not long ago. HTTPS, please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version reading website. Flower Sparrow was obviously more curious than Boboda. She floated to Angor's side and inspected the small box carefully. The box was about the size of an egg and had a strange design. There was a metal decoration that looked like a trumpet on top of the box. What's this, mister? Flower Sparrow looked at the box curiously. She sensed a strange energy wave from it that was connected to Angor's. But she didn't know what it was. Boboda was tired, but he still looked at the box curiously. It's a special mini-stage play device. Angor smiled. Boboda once told him that he always wanted to take Flower Sparrow to a theater show, but he still had a long way to go. Boboda only regretted his decision when Flower Sparrow was kidnapped by someone else. Do you want to see it? Flower Sparrow's eyes lit up when she heard the word stage play. Can I? Angor nodded with a smile. You two can relax a little. Flower Sparrow jumped around happily. Boboda looked at Angor and felt something strange. Why did he feel that Angor's smile had a deeper meaning? Flower Sparrow nodded and Angor gently touched the trumpet flower on the box. A burst of strange music suddenly rang out. The originally happy Hua Kk was startled by this strange music, and her smile suddenly froze. Boboda, on the other hand, shuddered. The eerie music reminded him of the night when he lost Little Sparrow. It was raining heavily, the sky was dark, and he was in a state of panic. What's that, mister? Angor was still smiling. It's the sound of a special instrument, called a water harp. Don't be afraid. Keep watching. It's a very special stage play. Flower Sparrow felt Angor's voice was getting fainter and fainter until she couldn't hear anything anymore. She felt like she was falling from the clouds. When Flower Sparrow came back to her senses, she found herself in a small town shrouded in darkness. The town looked ordinary, but there were no street lights. The night without stars and moon gave the town an eerie feeling. The only bright place in the entire town was a somewhat dilapidated church. The scene changed, and Flower Sparrow found herself in the church instead of overlooking the town. The church wasn't big, and there were only a few believers chanting some unknown religious scriptures. At the side of the church, an old priest was talking to a white-haired youth in a low voice. Flower Sparrow curiously approached and found that the old priest was speaking to the white-haired youth. Everything should be based on the teachings of the Holy Bible. Your way of thinking and logical evidence should also be based on the teachings of the Father. Hua Kk listened for a long time but did not understand the content. She only knew that the old priest was called Buoluan Lang, and the handsome white-haired youth was called Alex. Little Sparrow walked around the church and didn't find anything strange. The church door was locked and she couldn't push it open. Flower Sparrow recalled Angor's words. This was a special stage play. So, the location of this stage play is this church? Otherwise, it would be impossible for the door to not open. But if it was an indoor drama, why was she allowed to overlook the entire town? Flower Sparrow's mind was filled with questions. However, she felt that this kind of special stage play experience was very novel. She was actually participating in the actors and could see all the details. This was a very strange feeling. Flower Sparrow wandered around with great interest. The actors here couldn't see her anyway, and she could still hear the whispers of others. However, after waiting for several minutes, Flower Sparrow still saw no new developments. While Flower Sparrow was puzzled, the door that she thought was impossible to open was suddenly pushed open. A man with a terrified expression walked in and mumbled, "Dead. Dead." Father Buoluan Lang stepped forward. What's going on? Someone's dead. The serial killer has appeared again. This time, the one who died is Night Riven. The scene changed again after the dead man finished his words. The sound of horse hooves rang out. Under the thick darkness of the night, a group of knights holding torches and riding horses in full armor galloped quickly along the churning river. Whoosh! As the captain of the night guards pulled the reins, the horse stopped. We're here. The head of the deceased was found here. There was a stone bridge over the raging river. One of the piers was surrounded by people. Flower Sparrow was behind the night guards. She originally thought that this was a stage play with a fixed range. Who would have thought that she would actually leave the town and come to the wilderness? Late at night, the dismemberment case, the humid air, and the sound of the water zither again made Flower Sparrow shiver. Even though she was already dead, even though she had seen countless corpses, when the appropriate atmosphere was paired with the horrifying music, Flower Sparrow still felt an unprecedented sense of shock. Flower Sparrow didn't dare to go forward and look at the head of the deceased. She only hoped that the camera would quickly turn. However, the scene remained there, and the music became more and more horrifying. It seemed to be telling Flower Sparrow that the meaning of this scene was the head of the deceased. Flower Sparrow had no choice but to muster up her courage and pass through the crowd to arrive at the foot of the bridge. Night Raven's pale head instantly jumped into Flower Sparrow's eyes. Perhaps the existence of this scene was to let Flower Sparrow see Night Raven's head, so when she saw Night Raven's face, the scene immediately jumped. She returned to the church again. In the church, Father Ballenlang was talking to Night Raven's mother, Lady Connie. After a while, Father Ballenlang said that he was going to the cemetery to perform the funeral for Night Raven and asked the white-haired youth, Alex, to enlighten Lady Connie. When Flower Sparrow saw this, she roughly understood the operation of this stage play. The jump in the scene was either a spatial change or a temporal change. The theme of this stage play should be solving the case? Solving the death of Night Raven, the main characters were probably these two in the church. However, Father Ballenlang didn't seem to have much of a scene. This Alex should be the main character of the stage play. After confirming this information, although Flower Sparrow was a little afraid, she couldn't resist the curiosity in her heart and this novel experience. She slowly immersed herself in the plot. At the same time, she was guessing in her heart who was the murderer. About 3 hours later, Flower Sparrow and Babota both woke up from the immersive stage play. Babota's expression was complicated. He now understood why Angwar's smile looked so meaningful. What do you mean by relax? What do you mean by a relaxing stage play? That's not it at all. This stage play was filled with a strange and dark style. Especially when the main character, Alex, was introduced, it had a sense of absurdity. It wasn't a typical stage play, but Babota could see the complexity and struggle of each character. Before he became a wizard, Babota would never let Flower Sparrow watch such a play. However, he was about to fall into the dark abyss created by the Deep Lord, and Flower Sparrow was left alone in this barbaric world. Perhaps watching this play would be a wake-up call for her. Also, the main character, Alex, had a cold personality, which was very suitable for the wizarding world. If Alex was a real person with talent, he might become an excellent wizard. This would be helpful for Flower Sparrow's future in the wizarding world. Apart from the effect on Flower Sparrow and the content of the play, Babota also hated the fact that, "What's the ending, mister?" Flower Sparrow ran to Angwar's side as soon as she woke up from the stage play. What Babota hated the most was the fact that there was no ending to the play. Flower Sparrow looked at Angwar expectantly. Babota also pricked up his ears, hoping to know the final result of the play from Angwar. Originally, they thought that this was a stage play about solving a murder case. They didn't expect that there would be a god involved. Although they felt that it was a little strange, what they wanted to know now was whether the protagonist, whom they both hated and loved, killed the crazy dark nun in the end. Angwar considered for a moment and said to Flower Sparrow, "This play is a real story." Flower Sparrow was a little surprised. She was young, but she had read a lot of books. She also knew that most stage plays had real elements. However, this play involved supernatural elements such as confinement, undead dimension, and death dimension. If it was a real story, then it must be some kind of secret in the wizarding world. It's a real story, but I added some elements of the play when I adapted it. Angwar's attempt this time was based on the immersive movie he saw in his hologram tablet. He used illusions to simulate many things that he had never experienced before. In order to increase the tension of the story, he also made some adjustments to the dialogue between the characters. Of course, it was different from what Angwar had experienced in the past. However, the overall story remained the same. As for the ending you want to know, I don't know either. I don't know if Alex killed the nun. I don't know what happened to the outsider who helped Alex. I also don't know if Alex escaped from the confinement. Angor shrugged. So I can't give you a real answer. Flower Sparrow felt a little disappointed. But I told you it's a real story. Maybe you can see the end of the story with your prophecy ability. Angor grinned. Then I'll be the one asking you about the end of the story. The reason why Angor decided to turn his experience into a special stage play was that he had never seen before. First, he wanted to use this method to determine the location of the confinement. And this location information was a very important piece of data for studying the Gate of Illusion. Secondly, he was also very curious about Alex's ending. If he wanted to know, perhaps only a prophet could help him. This was why Angor asked Flower Sparrow to watch the play. After all, Flower Sparrow's prophecy ability was quite strong. You don't know the ending either, big brother? Flower Sparrow lowered her head in disappointment. Although this special stage play was a little scary, especially when the sound effects were combined with the sudden impact of the images, it often startled Hua Zhuke. However, after experiencing this stage play, Hua Zhuke did not feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, she began to miss the wonderful aftertaste of the play. It was rare to see a play she liked, but she couldn't find out the ending. Also, she really wanted to know what it was like outside the cage, the sky that Alex was chasing after. Well, Flower Sparrow didn't mind using her clairvoyance. She just couldn't control her clairvoyance well. She wondered if she could see the ending of the play. On the other hand, Baboda had seen a lot of things in his life. The story of this special stage play was not too bad in his eyes, but the music and the images were too expressive. Baboda had never seen a stage play with this kind of artistic expression before, and he was shocked by it. Compared to Flower Sparrow's obsession with Alex's ending, Baboda was more interested to know what happened to the time traveler. In this special stage play, the time traveler whose face couldn't be seen was shrouded in a strange light. He was Alex's time traveler, who ended his short journey in a tragic way. Where did the time traveler end up? What was his ending? If Angor was telling the truth, then who was this time traveler? Baboda voiced his doubts. Angor chuckled. I didn't ask about his ending when I heard the story. But the name time traveler sounds amazing. He's a warlock who transcends dimensions, a traveler who travels through time. Maybe he's everywhere. Maybe he's listening to your questions even when he's outside of time. Of course, Baboda didn't know what to say either. However, Flower Sparrow suddenly had an idea while listening to Angor's joke. The special ability in her soul slowly floated up in the abyss. As the ability was activated, an image appeared in front of her eyes. She saw a blurry figure in the image. The space-time traveler, whose face could not be seen, was shrouded in brilliance, standing quietly against the light. He lowered his head and whispered to the horrified Alex, if you can leave this cage one day, perhaps we'll meet again. This was a scene from a special stage play. Just from the image alone, there was no change at all. However, when he added his voice, Hua Kk was stunned. This voice was not the voice of the space-time traveler in the special stage play. She was all too familiar with this clear male voice. Flower Sparrow looked at the smiling Angor with a hesitant look. What's wrong? Angor sensed Flower Sparrow's gaze and turned to her. Her voice was gentle and pure, soothing to the ears. Hua Kk was confused for a moment, but in the next second, she came to her senses and a bright smile appeared on her face. It's nothing. She just felt that Big Brother was right. A traveler who wandered through time and space must be a very powerful existence. Furthermore, I believe that his ending will definitely be very good. He is so powerful that he will definitely start a new journey outside of time and space. Flower Sparrow's sudden agreement made Baboda even more confused. Angor, who was still bragging about himself, blushed a little. Angor cleared his throat to hide his discomfort. Ahem. How is it? Did you see Alex's end? Hua Kk shook her head. I haven't seen it yet, but if I do, I'll find a way to inform Big Brother. I'm just curious. It doesn't matter if I know the answer or not. You don't have to waste your time. However, Flower Sparrow insisted, this is also the time traveler's regret. Maybe Big Brother will meet the time traveler one day, and then we can tell him about Alex's ending. Angor sensed that Flower Sparrow was implying something, but he did not refuse since she was being kind. He stroked Huaqiqua's hair and smiled. All right, then I'll wait for your news. With that done, he put away his cage shadow. This was the special equipment used to play the stage play. Angor looked at the two people who were still immersed in the play and felt quite proud of himself. It seemed that his experiment worked quite well. The changes of scenery, the impact of the camera, and the music were all acceptable. Maybe he could open an immersive theater in the dream wasteland in the future, and it would definitely be well received. How's it going? Do you feel better after such a wonderful play? Angor looked at the siblings who were still whispering about the play. Not at all. Boboda looked away. His face was even paler than when he stayed up all night. Apart from the fact that the play scared him from time to time, Boboda was also very curious about the ending of the play. That's a shame. Angor didn't seem to be regretful at all. If so, we'll have to keep working. I just sensed that the egg in the nest is about to hatch. Boboda and Huaqiqua's expressions changed at Angor's words. They still wanted to focus on the play, but the egg was the most important thing right now. They worked so hard for so many days just for this moment. Everyone's attention was now focused on the hive. In the small room next to the insect queen, there was a special insect egg. Its body was attached to a sticky tube. This tube was connected to the insect queen and was used to transport nutrients to the insect queen. The egg was special because the other eggs inside the brood mother already had enough nutrients. However, this particular egg still lacked nutrients after hatching, which was why it was not only soaked in Akiso's blood, but also had a special tube attached to it. Not long ago, the egg didn't move at all, as if it was dead. However, a few minutes ago, Angor's spirit feeler noticed that the egg moved slightly. At the same time, a small crack appeared on the egg shell. When everyone focused their attention on the eggshell, the crack grew bigger and bigger. As the crack grew bigger, an extremely soft popping sound entered everyone's ears. The nutrient tube that had been glued to the eggs was slowly falling off at this moment. A small hole appeared at the place where the tube had fallen off. Following the appearance of the small hole, a strange soft worm finally crawled out slowly. Huh? Boboda exclaimed, the shape and color of this soft worm. It looks like this wasn't the soft worm they were expecting. The soft worm in front of them was the strangest of all the soft worms they had hatched. The soft phantom limb worm from before still looked like a worm, but this soft phantom limb worm looked like a lump of thick mucus. Green, sticky, and soft. If not for the fact that it could move, it would look like some kind of disgusting liquid. Boboda had seen pictures of soft worms before, and this one didn't look like anything at all. This snot looked more like a soft worm queen when it was first born. Could it be that a soft worm queen was born? No, this wasn't the social behavior of soft worms. Also, this one was at least 20 times smaller than when the brood mother was first born. Did you fail again? Boboda's eyes flashed with disappointment as he looked at Flower Sparrow. Flower Sparrow gave him a thoughtful look. Something's wrong. What's wrong? In the picture that I saw, it didn't look like this. The picture that Huake saw referred to the picture that she had foreseen. Angor considered. It's not necessarily a failure. Soft worms are called shapeshifters because they can change their shape at will. The pictures of the soft morphing worms that you see might just be what they show to humans. It might not be their true form. Are you saying that this snot is the true form of the soft morphing worm? Boboda asked. I don't know. Maybe it's just an imitation of the broodmother. But we can do a stress test. Sunders was alone in his study. His hair was still carefully combed. He was sitting in front of a fireplace filled with fire sprites while reading a thick book. This was what Angor saw when he arrived at the scene. Kimberly kept talking about you while you were at the lab, Sunders said as he looked at Angor. What's wrong? Angor sat down in front of Sunders. I heard that Kimberly has been receiving inquiries from all the magazines in Dark Castle. They're all asking about your breakthrough. She's so annoyed that she's cut off all contact with the outside world. Kimberly wasn't a busybody. Now that Isabella was confined to rest, she had no choice but to shoulder the responsibility of Dark Castle. She already had a lot of work to do in Dark Castle due to the reconstruction. If she had to deal with all the questions, she could understand why she kept complaining about Angor. Did she tell you anything? No. She didn't. She said she won't do anything that's beyond her authority. Everything will be settled when you show up, said Sunders. Angor nodded. If everything went well, he would accept Principal Muse's mission once he confirmed the nature of the soft larva. Then, he could show up at the Rising Star competition and solve all his questions. So, what do you want from me today? Do you want to talk about what you learned in the lab? Sunders put down his book and grinned. Or do you want to fight me so I can see the effect of your new spell? Angor chuckled bitterly. My Gate of Illusion can only be used in battle. You forced me to use it before, right? I still don't know what it is. But I'm pretty sure it's a supportive spell. You named the Gate of Illusion? Sunders looked at the boy carefully and confirmed that he was telling the truth. You named it? Yes. Angor looked at Sunders and waited for his opinion. Sunders considered for a moment. So the heavens are fair. Although your talent is very good, your aesthetic sense of urban planning and your ability to name things needs to be discussed. I'm just a practical person. Sunders grinned. I didn't forget your nickname in the Sky Tower. Do you want me to help you spread it? No. Angor cleared his throat and changed the topic. I came here because of the soft larva, Professor. The new one has hatched, but I can't confirm its identity yet. HTTPS, please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version, next, Sunders looked inside the observation box. A green, sticky liquid creature that looked like snot was slowly wriggling around. Akiso's blood was scattered around the box. The snot monster was happily running toward the food. However, when the snot monster was halfway there, a thin layer of frost suddenly appeared on the walls of the observation box. The temperature inside the box began to drop rapidly. The snot monster immediately stopped moving, and its body gradually changed. Its originally grainy skin became smooth, and there was a strange energy inside it, causing its body to slowly expand until it finally turned into a round ball. It looked like a green marble. This is its reaction to the cold, said Angor. He withdrew the frost energy from his fingertip. The temperature inside the box gradually rose. The snot monster didn't change its form right away. It waited until the frost disappeared before returning to its lump shape. The snot monster continued to crawl toward the blood essence. At this time, a yellow and black poisonous wasp was placed inside the box. The snot monster sensed the movement of the wasp's wings in the air, and its body blossomed like a flower into the shape of a sea urchin. The thorns on its skin were long and sharp, and the needles were eerily green in color as if they were coated with poison. This is how it fights against insects, said Angor as he removed the wasp from the box. Next, Angor performed several more experiments, including heat, drowning, strong wind, physical attacks, energy attacks, and so on. Basically, the snot monster would take on different forms under different circumstances. Based on the current danger, it can minimize the damage done to it by changing its form. I think it's a self-protection mechanism, said Angor. This is more like the behavior of a soft morphing worm. But I don't think it's a soft morphing worm yet. Sunders checked the box carefully and reached out a hand to touch it. A large number of illusion nodes immediately gathered inside the box. A purple-skinned insect eater descended from the sky while releasing a terrifying aura. The snot monster was startled and quickly changed its form. Just like the wasp, it turned into a green sea urchin. As the aura of the insect-eating beast grew thicker and closer, the snot monster began to slowly retreat. At this moment, a poisonous bee flew into the observation box with a buzzing sound. The insect-eating beast extended its long pink tongue and sucked the poisonous wasp into its stomach. With the sound of chewing, the poisonous wasp's aura completely disappeared. This scene gave the snot monster a fright. Angor did not know what Sunders was trying to do at first. He had already done this test before. Why would he need to repeat it again? While he was still trying to figure out what was going on, the insect eater stuck out its tongue and began to attack the snot monster. After several loud bangs, several cracks appeared on the wall of the observation box, all caused by the creature's tongue. At this time, the snot monster displayed an astonishing speed. Its body was like a ball as it quickly spun and dodged. However, the observation box itself wasn't big. Even if the snot monster could avoid the attack of the insect-eating beast, as long as it couldn't escape, it would eventually end up in the stomach of the insect-eating beast. The snot monster was getting worse and worse. Suddenly, he saw a flash of light in front of his eyes. The sea urchin monster, which had turned into a snot monster, threw out all the needles on its body at the snot monster's tongue and eyes. At the same time, the snot monster transformed into a silver-black spike. Its body expanded by at least 3 times, and it began to stab at the cracks created by the insect-eating beast. It was obvious that the snot monster was trying to dig a hole in the wall to escape. However, the snot monster did not manage to break the observation box at all. Seeing this, Sundar snapped his fingers. The insect-eating beast was created by an illusion, so it disappeared along with the sound wave. At the same time, the stinky saliva left behind by the insect-eating beast and the cracks on the wall also disappeared. These were all illusions. Since the cracks were illusions, the snot monster couldn't dig a hole in the wall. Sundars removed the illusion, but he still took out the needles he left on the insectoid monster. He inspected them carefully and handed them to Angor. Take a look. As an alchemist, he already had an idea of what to do when he saw the needles, but he didn't expect that the needles would be so valuable. However, he was still surprised when he held the real thing in his hand. It was hard, cold, and had a metallic luster under the light. However, it was not metal because there were traces of biological tissue inside the flying needle. However, Angor could not tell if the needles were part of a snot monster. They looked more like intermediate products made from living things. It's different from the thorns it showed at the beginning. When it sensed a deadly threat, it changed the properties of its skin in order to survive, said Sundars. This is more like the characteristic of a soft shapeworm. Also, look at how it transformed into an awl just now. You should be able to feel that unique energy fluctuation. Angor nodded. I sensed something similar to space ripples on its skin. That's right. This is also one of the characteristics of a soft shapeshifter, said Sundars. These two characteristics both fit the characteristics of a soft shapeshifter. So, we can be sure that it's a soft shapeshifter. As for why it looks different from other soft shapeshifters, it looks strange, said Sundars. Maybe it's also a self-protection mechanism. Sundars hesitated for a moment before saying, maybe it's also a self-protection mechanism. As Angor told Boboda earlier, the soft morphing worm could change its shape at will. No one could accurately describe its true form. If you're still worried, you can ask Kimberly or Isabel. In their era, soft shapeshifters were not extinct yet. They might know something, suggested Sundars. Sundars had used soft shapeshifters before, but they were already rare in his era. He did not know much about them compared to Kimberly and Isabel, who had lived longer than him. Angor nodded. Just in case, he decided to check with Kimberly one more time. When the cyborg led Angor to Lady Kimberly, she was looking at a large pile of documents with a frown on her face. The fantasy forest in her hair was filled with mist. The phantom creatures were all hiding in their homes, not daring to poke their heads out. Apart from Lady Kimberly, there was another person in the room. A soul, to be precise. It was Malia. Both Lady Kimberly and Malia looked at Angor when they heard the door being pushed open. Lady Kimberly put down her pen and looked at Angor. Why are you here? I heard from Natasha that you've been in the lab for a week. Why don't you stay longer? Lady Kimberly's words were emotionless. Angor could not tell if she was being sincere or just being sarcastic. According to Sundars, Kimberly had been receiving messages from various stations for days because of him. So, he decided to apologize to Kimberly first. Lady Kimberly was a little surprised. That's not a big deal. I didn't take it seriously. On the other side, Malia chuckled. Kimberly really wants you to stay a little longer. Many people have proposed to restart the experiment field these days, but she has postponed it with the reason that you're inside. Now that you're here, she has no excuse. There were many things waiting to be done, which meant that everything had to be restarted, and the experimental site was naturally one of them. Lady Kimberly was very passionate about alchemy, but when it came to dealing with the affairs of Dark Castle, she would always put it off. Angor hesitated. Maybe I should stay in there for a few more days? Why do you say that? It's like a prison. Kimberly waved a hand. It's fine. I have to deal with the mess here anyway. Angor recalled the huge scale of the test site and the piles of magic materials. If this was still considered a mess, then he had nothing to say about it. Let's get down to business. You're here for something, aren't you? Kimberly looked at Angor. Angor told Kimberly what he wanted. Kimberly murmured, I heard that soft morphing worms are extinct in the southern wizarding world. I didn't expect you to be able to get your hands on one. I haven't seen many soft morphing worms before, but Malia worked as an auctioneer 1,000 years ago. She must have seen a lot of them. Show them to me. Angor took out the observation box and told Kimberly about the experiment he did. Kimberly couldn't tell what it was. But Malia nodded without hesitation. It's an amoeba worm indeed. And it's probably the best of them all. It was hard to find something exactly the same in the world. Amoeba worms were the same. According to Malia, amoeba worms could be divided into good and bad. However, the difference between good and bad was always vague. It all depended on who you were referring to. For wizards, the biggest use of amoeba worms was their transfiguration spells. Therefore, the difference between good and bad amoeba worms was determined by transfiguration spells. Transfiguration was a cantrip that allowed one to change one's appearance. It could be as small as a mosquito or as big as a titan. However, this was only a figure of speech. There weren't many people who could use transfiguration spells to make themselves as small as a mosquito or as big as a titan. Most wizards could only use transfiguration spells to make themselves as small as a crocock or 3 to 5 times bigger than a normal human being. However, there were also transfiguration spells that were smaller than a mosquito or as big as a titan or as big as a mountain. However, only a few could reach this level. There were 2 factors that determined the upper limit of transfiguration spells. First, energy storage. Second, the type of amoeba worm. You're right, Mr. Phantom. This soft metamorphosis worm has both the properties of skin and space energy. That's why there's no need to consider its appearance. It's definitely a mutated soft form worm, Malia continued. We can only consider its species after we confirm its identity. Generally speaking, newborn shape-shifting soft worms are unable to fully utilize their shape-shifting abilities and can only make partial changes. But the better the soft metamorphosis worm, the earlier it can transform itself. According to you, this soft metamorphosis worm already assumed this form when it was born and began to consciously change its body shape. It's definitely one of the best soft metamorphosis worms out there. Angor was surprised. So you're saying that it's changing its body shape and not its true appearance? Malia, however, nodded before shaking her head. According to standards, this is indeed not its true appearance. However, in this little fellow's heart, it must think that this is its true appearance. That's because the soft metamorphosis worm. Mother is the first thing it came into contact with, so it thinks it's growing into a soft metamorphosis worm mother, which is why it changed its body shape. However, it doesn't matter what body shape it uses as its original appearance. All you need to know is that it's a soft metamorphosis worm. Nothing else matters. Angor sighed in relief after listening to Malia's explanation. He didn't expect Flower Sparrow and Babota to create a soft metamorphosis worm, and one of the best soft metamorphosis worms he had ever seen. Using Babota's right to enter the Dream Wasteland in exchange for a top-tier soft morphing worm was not a loss at all. Instead, it was a great deal. I heard that soft metamorphosis worms are extinct in the southern wizarding region. How did you find one? And such a good one? Lady Kimberly asked. He said it's a newborn soft metamorphosis worm. You still don't understand? Malia asked. You have a soft metamorphosis worm mother? Yes. Angor didn't plan to hide the truth from them. Lady Kimberly's eyes lit up. Wonderful. If you can create another soft metamorphosis worm like this again, why don't you sell it to me first? Miss Kimberly needs it too? Angor wondered. Kimberly shook her head. I don't need it, but I have students too. Maybe not the next one. I promised Mr. Cantor that I'll give him the second one if I manage to make one. After all, Cantor was the one who gave him the nest and the eggs. Hearing this, Kimberly suddenly fell silent. After a long while, she said, Cantor, Are you talking about that old man from Lilith's family? Angor looked at Kimberly's reaction and remembered that Sunders once mentioned that Kimberly and Cantor had a special relationship that was never disclosed to the public. Judging from Kimberly's reaction, mentioning Cantor in front of her didn't seem like a good thing. But since Cantor already mentioned it, he had no choice but to pretend that he didn't know what was going on between Kimberly and Cantor. He had only just broken through, so he didn't know much about it. Yes, it is Eventide Cantor. Do you know Mr. Cantor too, Miss Kimberly? Angor gave Kimberly an innocent look. Kimberly didn't answer. Instead, it was Emolia who giggled while covering her mouth. They're more than acquaintances. Kimberly glanced at Emolia in annoyance, but the latter simply shrugged and didn't say anything else. Angor pretended that he didn't hear Emolia's words and kept smiling. Cantor used the skin of a soft metamorphosis worm. He doesn't need it. So, it's for his student? Kimberly looked at Angor and asked, I heard that his current apprentice is Heidi's daughter? Yes. Keely's mother was named Heidi, and she was also a member of Lilith's family. Heidi's daughter also joined the wizarding world. Kimberly sighed. How is she now? Angor briefly explained Keely's condition to Kimberly, who was most concerned about Keely's autism. Angor decided to focus on Keely's personality, as well as the cause of her current condition. She saw her parents being killed by Flunza with her own eyes. No wonder she's mentally unstable. Kimberly sighed. Poor Keely. Cantor's a little stubborn, but he's nice to Keely. Leave one of your soft metamorphosis worms for her. After hearing about Keely and Cantor's story, Kimberly lost interest in the soft metamorphosis worm and stopped talking about it. Angor thanked Kimberly and Emolia and left. When he returned to his soundproof room, he summoned Babota and Flower Sparrow and told them about his conclusion. Both Babota and Flower Sparrow smiled happily. They worked together to achieve their goal, so they were happy. However, their happiness didn't last long. Soon, they were left with a sense of loneliness. After confirming that the snot monster was a soft metamorphosis worm, the siblings who finally reunited with each other would have to part ways soon. I'll leave Dark Castle tomorrow. Angor looked at the siblings' eyes and spoke in a small voice. In other words, today was the last time they could be together. Angor didn't want to disturb them. He gave them some quiet space to talk about their sad parting. As soon as he closed the soundproof room door, a gray shadow rushed at his face. Angor instinctively wanted to defend himself, but when he saw the shadow's face, he relaxed and allowed it to touch his cheek. The furry little head rubbed against his cheek. Next, it stood on Angor's shoulder with its head held high like a proud soldier. Combined with the leather armor it was wearing today, it looked quite majestic. This little fellow was Toby. Before going to the lab, Angor asked Greya to take care of Toby, who was still drunk, just in case something went wrong during the experiment. He left the soundproof room to find Greya and check on Toby. He didn't expect Toby to come back on its own. He patted Toby's head and walked down the hallway to the main hall. Since Toby was here, Greya should be here as well. As he expected, he saw Greya and Sunders chatting on the sofa. Angor sat down and noticed that Sunders was talking about how he went to the Nightmare Realm alone to find Greya's body. Greya's expression darkened when she heard Sunders' words. Considering Sunders' knowledge of the Nightmare Realm and how powerful he was, the fact that he lost a large portion of his memories after going there proved how dangerous the place was. Judging from this situation, it would be extremely difficult for her to find her physical body. Are you sure? Sunders looked at Angor in silence for a moment. Angor nodded. When are you leaving? Tomorrow. Sunders nodded and looked at Greya. You heard it. We're leaving Dark Castle tomorrow. What's your plan? I suggest you come with me the next time I go to the Nightmare Realm so you can get used to the place first. Greya considered and nodded. Alright, I'll go with you tomorrow. Greya didn't want to linger on this topic for too long, so she changed the topic and told Angor about Toby's condition. Toby had actually woken up 5 days ago. Greya didn't want to know when Toby woke up. She wanted to know how Toby behaved after waking up. It doesn't look like it's affected by the resentment. But that's just a facade. From Greya's explanation, Angor learned that Toby's behavior was no different from usual. However, Toby fell into a deep sleep twice in the past 5 days. Each time Toby woke up, his eyes would be filled with hatred, jealousy, and anger for a split second. But it only lasted for a split second. It was as if Toby's body was controlled by another irritable soul at that moment. When Toby woke up completely, the strange feeling disappeared. I asked Toby. He doesn't know what's going on either. I'm guessing that it's the suppressed resentment that's causing trouble. Angor placed Toby on his palm and carefully looked at the creature's red eyes. Toby's eyes were clear, pure, and pure. It wasn't easy to fake such a look. As far as Angor knew about Toby, Toby was showing his true nature. Still, he had to take Grea's words seriously. It was certain that the spirit of resentment was on the move. In Toby's dream, the spirit of resentment used its own image to guide Toby. Angor saw it with his own eyes. The only thing he could do now was to use some external means, such as letting Toby enter the dream wasteland whenever he wanted to sleep. That way, Toby wouldn't be affected by the resentment. But in order to solve the root of the problem, Toby had to defeat the resentment on his own. Since Grea was coming with them, Angor could ask her to train Toby so that the bird could defeat Grudge as much as possible. Grea planned to leave first and come back tomorrow, but Angor didn't expect her to do so. I made something a few days ago. Since Grea is here, why don't you come and take a look? Angor suddenly spoke up. Grea stopped in her tracks. Something? Sunders looked at Angor curiously. When did you make it? When I was at the lab. I was waiting for Sparrow's report, so I made one out of boredom. Angor took out a strange-looking box with a morning glory growing on it. This is it. I call it Cage Shadow. It's a special device for playing stage plays. HTTPS, please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version, and a moment later, both Grea and Sunders slowly woke up from the illusion created by the Cage Shadow. Unlike Florid and Babota, they didn't insist on asking about Angor's disappearance. Instead, they began to think quietly. Grea had experienced many illusions created by Angor, including the one inside the feather earrings, which Angor created to remind her of Toby. Also, the illusion twins, which helped Grea to create her birth spell. However, both the feather earring and the illusion twins were different from the Cage Shadow. The first two illusions allowed one to explore freely and experience different things. Also, the illusions contained the presence of nightmare energy, which could make people immerse themselves in the illusions and ponder about the stories behind them. The Cage Shadow, on the other hand, was a pure illusion without any nightmare energy. Moreover, through the rapid changes in the illusion, an interesting story was presented. This kind of viewing experience limited the range of movement in the illusion. At the same time, it relied on the development of the story and used time to push forward the changes in the illusion. Although it didn't give as much space to explore as the feather earrings and the fantasy twins, it could highlight the story itself. To put it simply, the feather earring and the illusion twins contained stories, but most of them were made up by people's imagination. You wouldn't even know if you guessed correctly. The Cage Shadow, on the other hand, simply told the story in a straightforward manner. The former was a stream of consciousness prose, while the latter was a standard storytelling. Grea personally preferred the feather earring and the illusion twins. But it didn't mean that Grea didn't like the way the illusions were presented. She simply felt that the story was interesting, but it didn't touch her heart. Besides, there were still many things left unsaid. Maybe it would be better if the story was different. That was Grea's opinion. Sunders was different. Grea was interested in the story itself, while Sunders was interested in Angor's use of illusions. Angor was very good at using illusions, especially when he created the Cage Shadow for storytelling purposes. And telling the story required a lot of illusions. To Sunders' surprise, he didn't feel uncomfortable at all when the illusions suddenly changed. Sunders already felt like he was becoming one with the illusions without even realizing it. Moreover, the scenes he set up in each illusion were all very interesting. For example, in the scene from the church to the riverside, where the knights found Raven's head by the river, the scene didn't directly skip to the process of discovery. Instead, the scene first froze at the rapid change of the horse's hooves, the flying soil, and the knight's haya as a voiceover. Finally, when the knight rode his horse to the riverside, the illusion slowly stretched the image to the point where the viewer could move freely. Although the switching of scenes seemed to be limited, it allowed the audience to be more immersed in the story. He didn't use nightmare illusions at all. Sunders understood Angwar's intention. The illusion itself was meant to express the whole story. Nightmare illusions would only attract the attention of the audience and steal the show from the main character. He didn't use nightmare illusions, but the fact that Sunders didn't even notice the illusions showed how good he was at manipulating illusions. One could even say that he was using this illusion to show off his skills. The only thing left in Sunders' mind after reading the story was his appreciation for the illusions and the satisfaction of reading the story. Well done. Sunders didn't hesitate to praise. Angwar grinned proudly. Not long ago, Sunders was mocking him for his poor taste in city planning and naming. Now, Angwar felt that he had won back around in terms of artistic taste. Greya also praised, "You're right. An interesting and original stage play. However, I personally like fairy tales, just like the cat bus that you created in Fantasy Twins. I like that feeling very much. Next time, if you can make a popular fairy tale like Bloody Princess of Dark Zombie Forest, I'll buy a ticket and watch it." A popular fairy tale? Bloody Princess of Dark Zombie Forest? He began to wonder if he and Greya had different ideas about fairy tales. If I have the chance. Angwar didn't read Bloody Princess of Dark Zombie Forest, so he had to change the topic with a smile. Oh, right. The play itself is good, but what's the point of it? Greya asked curiously. In other words, Angwar had a reason for letting them watch the play, right? Nothing. I haven't done alchemy for a long time, so I want to practice my illusion skills. Angwar didn't reveal his true purpose, but he wasn't lying either. But the story itself is true. Greya was puzzled by the first half of Angwar's words. She thought it was reasonable for Angwar to practice his alchemy and illusion skills. After all, he just broke through and needed some time to adapt. But when she heard the second half of Angwar's words, she frowned. A true story? Where in the southern wizarding region is there such a cage? Angwar didn't answer her question. Do you think the story took place in the southern wizarding region? Greya tried to recall the illusion she saw. It should be the southern wizarding region. That Alex guy's accent. I think I heard it somewhere before. Greya sank into her thoughts. Sunders spoke up. It sounds like Stone Mulberry Dynasty's 13th Seal Island. Greya nodded in agreement. Yeah, it sounds like that place. But it's still a little different. I think it's mixed with other places' accents. Angwar quickly made a mental note. Since Alex's accent was from Stone Mulberry Dynasty, did that mean he was from there? Or did he once live there? Stone Mulberry Dynasty was located in the eastern part of Fey Continent. Back then, Sunders went to a wizard fair called Punk's Theme Park to find a magic scroll that could increase luck for Angwar. The fair was located in the 7th continent of Stone Mulberry Dynasty. Alex's accent is similar to Stone Mulberry Dynasty's, but the other people in Ghost Town don't have that accent, Sunders said. I've never heard their accents before. Greya nodded in agreement. Their accents are strange. I've traveled around with Barbie's restaurant and visited other worlds, but I've never heard anything like this. Neither Greya nor Sunders knew anything about this accent. They couldn't tell from the terrain and environment. It wasn't easy to pinpoint the exact location of Ghost Town. But since Alex's accent was from Stone Mulberry Dynasty, Angwar believed that the cage was located somewhere in the southern wizardry region. Greya thought for a while but still couldn't figure it out. You said it's true, so you know it, right? Angwar shrugged. I don't know. Greya couldn't help but roll her eyes. If you don't know, why are you asking me? I'm leaving tomorrow, so I need to pack my stuff. I'll tell Felicia about it. Greya didn't want to waste time and turned to leave. Sunders looked at Angwar again. I don't know why you used the Cage of Shadows, but the overall performance of the illusion is praiseworthy. Sunders put a hand on Angwar's shoulder. Next time, you can ask directly if you have any questions. Don't beat around the bush. With that, Sunders returned to his study. Angwar sat on the sofa and stroked Toby's soft feathers. He didn't want to beat around the bush, but the special energy inside the Gate of Illusion was related to the alien eye. The teleportation ability of the Gate of Illusion could be exposed because the wizarding world already had similar abilities. But who knew what would happen if the special energy was exposed? Furthermore, the secret of the illusory door had yet to be unraveled, and he had no idea what the end of the strange tunnel was. The next day, when Angor came to the soundproof room, he didn't see Flower Sparrow. Only Babota was there. "I told my sister to leave first," Babota spoke in a soft voice. "Don't be sad. We're leaving, right?" Babota smiled. "Let's go." Although Babota was smiling, everyone could see the sadness in his eyes. For Babota, this wasn't just a parting. It was an eternal farewell. He didn't know that Flower Sparrow asked Angor for help, so it was easy to imagine how sad he was right now. "Nothing is absolute in this world," Angor said in a soft voice. "Maybe one day, you two will meet again." "Thank you." Babota thought Angor was just trying to comfort him, but he didn't know that Angor wasn't joking. Angor believed Babota's words would become a reality in the near future. Tick-tock, tick-tock, the originally holy priest's robe had a hole in the back, and a knight's longsword was inserted into the shoulder blade. The golden divine tattoo hung down and danced in the cold wind. Blood flowed along the sharp blade and slowly dripped to the ground. Scarlet slowly flowed out from the corner of Alex's mouth, and his bloodshot eyes lost their usual tranquility and gained a hint of madness. "I still won," Alex said softly. Although Raven was summoned into the necromancy by Sister Tessa and the sword pierced through his chest and back, before Raven's sword pierced his back, Alex was one step ahead and stabbed the dagger into Sister Tessa's heart. Along with Sister Tessa's miserable shriek, endless black gas kept pouring out from the wound on her chest. Memories kept coming and going. Sister Tessa was originally a servant of the Father, but from when did she suddenly change? When she was about to die, Sister Tessa suddenly saw the deliberately hidden memories. God descended from the sky and opened a magic box filled with the unknown. At that moment, the world returned to chaos. The bright day was replaced by the endless night. Cages fell from the sky one after another. No one could escape, and they could only become lowly caged birds. When faith was destroyed at that moment, a strange voice whispered in her ear, "Go, kill all the outsiders. They distort the value of life, and they are not in the reincarnation. Only by killing them will God allow you to set foot on the other side." From that day onwards, Sister Tessa lost all her past memories. She became a sharp knife, a killer who worked for the will of the cage. Haha, the guards in the cage are also caged birds. Braun Lang is right. Outside the cage, there is an even bigger cage. No one can escape, no one can hide. Sister Tessa's eyes were absent-minded. Death is an endless night that servants must spend to serve God. As a sinner against God, to be judged by the Father under the iris flowers, I die without regrets. As soon as her voice fell, Sister Tessa fell heavily into the iris flowers. The iris bushes were the only bright colors left in the space of the dead. After Sister Tessa fell, they slowly swayed. Dazzling multicolored light was constantly emitting from the iris stamen. The rainbow light went straight to the sky, like a path to the kingdom of God. As Sister Tessa fell, Alex also knelt on the ground. He looked at the dead Sister Tessa and panted. "Mr. Pat, do you see? I won." The knight's longsword fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Alex looked back. Raven stood there in a daze, as if he had lost his mind. A figure slowly appeared in the necromancy. It was Father Braun Lang in his divine robes. With Sister Tessa's death, her authority naturally fell into Bram Lang's hands. Baron Lang's expression was sorrowful. He walked step by step towards Sister Tessa's side. He bent down and gently touched Sister Tessa's eyes, which were still unable to close even after death. Finally, Sister Tessa closed her eyes. Father Braun Lang looked at the path formed by the rainbow light in front of him and sighed softly. In the teachings of the Father, the iris flowers can guide the dead to the kingdom of God. At least, you woke up when you died, and the Father will forgive you. After Braun Lang finished speaking, he walked to Alex's side and was about to hug him and check the wound on his back for him. But suddenly, Alex's figure became blurry, like a colorful oil painting. The colors faded, leaving only black and white. Both Braun Lang and Alex's eyes were filled with surprise. Bron Lang reached out to touch Alex, but when he reached out, he only felt a flat and smooth mirror. It was as if he and Alex were in a different dimension. There was a cracking sound. The surface of the mirror shattered, breaking into countless pieces of irregularly sized mirrors. Whether it was Alex or Bran Lang, what they saw each other were shattered images. Alex didn't know what was going on. He softly called out to Bran Lang, but he didn't get a reply. I just killed Sister Tessa, why did it suddenly become like this? This was Alex's last doubt before he lost too much blood and fainted. When the heavy darkness crossed the boundary of time and space, Alex woke up from his coma. He was panting heavily and sat up on the bed. Ah, crap. Don't move, your injuries haven't healed yet. A clear female voice sounded in his ears. Alex turned his head in confusion and saw a woman wearing a skirt made of animal skin looking at him with a frown. Who are you? Alex turned his head and looked around. This was an extremely dilapidated stone house. There was a fire in the center, and a stone pot was smoking over the fire. When he looked carefully, the pot was full of a green sticky liquid that was emitting strange bubbles. He could faintly see the bones of some unknown beast, which emitted a pungent and unpleasant smell. Alex had never seen such a primitive room in Auguste Town. Even the pot was made of stone. Where is this? Where is Father Bran Lang? He clearly remembered that before he fainted, he was in the space of the dead, and then a faded mirror appeared, and then he fainted. What exactly happened after he fainted? The woman in the skirt slowly scooped out a bowl of disgusting soup from the pot and handed it to Alex. Drink the medicine first, otherwise your wounds will split open again. Alex was silent for a moment, but he still took the stone bowl. He knew very well how badly he was injured before he fainted. Since he was saved by the woman, she shouldn't harm him. Moreover, when Alex looked at the bowl of medicine, for some reason, a word popped up in his mind, witch's soup. What was witch's soup? Why would he suddenly associate it with witch's soup? Alex didn't continue to think about it. He had lost his memory, and some scenes would often appear. When he fought with Sister Tessa, some battle experiences appeared in his mind, and he was able to defeat her. Generally speaking, these memories were not harmful to him. Just like when he thought of witch's soup, not only did he not feel repulsed, he even felt happy in his heart. This also meant that this bowl of medicine shouldn't be harmful to him. Alex drank the medicine without hesitation. Although it was disgusting, as soon as he drank it, he felt the wound on his back begin to itch, and his body felt warm. Seeing that Alex had finished drinking the medicine, the woman in the animal skin skirt breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know who this Father Bran Lang is. This is the abyss of the Sin Gods, and my name is Emily. The abyss of the Sin Gods? Alex frowned. He was certain that there was no such thing as the abyss of the Sin Gods in Gust. Alex, where is the abyss of the Sin Gods? Emily looked at Alex suspiciously, and then muttered to herself, have you lost your memory? That's right, you rolled down from such a high mountain, maybe you hit your head. Let me think, what kind of medicine can deal with this situation? Before Emily could think about it, Alex asked in confusion, did I roll down the mountain? Emily nodded. That's right. You tumbled down the Deathwish Hill. If Grandpa hadn't seen your hand on the ground, you would have been buried alive. However, the most serious injury on your body wasn't caused by the landslide, but by the knife wound on your back. Did you fight with someone before? Alex's mind was blown. He didn't pay attention to what Emily said after that, all his attention was on how he had rolled down the landslide. Last time, he had drifted down the landslide and reached Ghost. This time, he had rolled down the mountain and arrived at this unknown place. Could it be that he had really left that cage? What are you doing? You can't move yet. Emily was talking to herself, but when she turned to look, she saw that Alex had left the bed and was limping outside. Alex pushed the door open. As the door was opened, Alex looked outside. It was with this one look that he froze, and at the same time, his pupils shrank. Although he had guessed that this might not be Ghost, he didn't expect to see such a scene when he opened the door. In the distance, there was an endless plain, and the plain was shrouded in a large amount of black fog. This fog was filled with shadows, and it was filled with strange evil thoughts. At the end of the plain, there was a terrifying figure of unknown height, wrapped in a thick black fog, rushing into the depths of the horizon. As the figure left, a huge eye opened up in the sky. Alex was pulled back into the stone house. With a click, the door was locked. The person who pulled him was Emily. "What are you doing? Are you trying to get us killed?" Emily shouted, "Even if we are exiled in a rootless land, once they look at us, with the power of a god, they can kill us with just a look." Alex still hadn't recovered from the shock. Even though he was sure that this wasn't Gust, he couldn't help but wonder what those terrifying, gigantic shadows outside were. What were they? Hearing Alex's question, although Emily was still angry, she still answered him. "I said, this is the abyss of the sin gods, so those are naturally gods." Gods? Alex was stunned. This was a world with gods? There was an oval-shaped building located in the center of Floating Mech City. It was the main reason for Floating Mech City's prosperity, the teleportation hall. It was connected to almost every corner of the southern wizarding region and had teleportation agreements with hundreds of wizard organizations and clans. This was why Floating Mech City became the center of trade in the southern wizarding region. One day, an attendant on duty at the western area of the teleportation hall received a message from the main control panel. "Attention, the teleportation array to Silent Hill in your fairy world has been activated. 3 living beings have been detected. Please prepare to receive them." The attendant quickly stepped forward with a respectful expression. All long-distance teleportations had to be attended by wizards. Showing respect to wizards was a rule that apprentices had to follow. As the blue light shone, 3 figures appeared on the teleportation platform. When the teleportation attendant saw the newcomer's face, his heart thumped violently, and he was completely dumbfounded. He thought there would only be one wizard among them. Who knew all of them were wizards? He didn't know any of the 3 witches, but he knew who the other 2 were. Phantom Master and Angor, who was currently in the limelight. "Wait, Angor is a wizard." After a long while, the teleportation attendant finally reacted. The newcomers were 3 official magi. In other words, the Sky of Truth was right. Angor was already a wizard? When he came back to his senses and wanted to confirm again, he found that there was no one on the teleportation platform. At the same time, a door opened outside the main city area of Floating Mech City. The 3 people who disappeared on the platform came out one by one. "I heard from someone from Dark Castle that you have a short-distance teleportation spell. Is this it?" Greya looked at Angor's calm face. Greya couldn't help but exclaim, "It's just a short-distance teleportation spell, but I didn't feel any pressure at all. That means the spatial energy is very stable. This is one of the best short-distance teleportation spells we know." "Aren't you worried about getting caught by the enforcers if you use a spell in the main city?" Greya asked. "You're right." Angor remained silent for a moment before he took out his access card and showed it to Greya. "Oh, I forgot you're a member of the research department." The members of the Research Institute were the highest class in Floating Mech City. Even if you were not a citizen of Floating Mech City, as long as you were a member of the Research Institute, you would have special privileges. To a certain extent, they could even mobilize the manpower of Floating Mech City. Therefore, no one would blame him for using spells in the main city. However, the ripples caused by Angor's use of the Gate of Illusion must have been recorded, which meant the leaders of Floating Mech City already knew about his return. As soon as the illusion gate disappeared, Angor's transmitter began to glow. The communicator was a transparent piece of glass, which he received after joining the department. A pale blue humanoid light spirit emerged from the thin glass screen. "Welcome back to Floating Mech City, Mr. Pat," the blue spirit spoke in an elegant tone. "Antonio?" The one who sent the message was the guardian spirit of the Creation Temple, Antonio. "What do you need from me?" Angor asked curiously. "Mr. Pat, Mr. Muse is currently in seclusion. She told me that once you come to Floating Mech City, I'll take care of everything for her." "I see. I'll come to Floating Mech City when I'm done with my work." Angor nodded. He believed that Mr. Muse was referring to the task of being a special judge. "I hope to see you soon, Mr." With that, Antonio's figure slowly disappeared. Neither Sunders nor Greya dared to ask too much about the research department. Therefore, in the following period of time, no one mentioned Antonio's matter. The illusion gate was located near Sunders Manor in Floating Mech City. After returning to the manor, Sunders went to his study. Butler number 1 led Greya to her temporary room. Angor sat down on the sofa in the living room and took out a letter with a delicate stamp on it. To Wizard Pat was written on it. Angor took out the letter and read it slowly. He didn't show any expression on his face, but there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Is this the letter Wizard Ivan gave you?" Greya came to the living room. She had changed into a casual outfit and was holding a cup of rose-scented tea. When Greya saw Angor looking at her cup, she waved her hand and summoned a cup of rose tea for Angor as well. Angor took a sip and felt the rich aroma filling his mouth. "Rose tea. I don't think you like it?" Angor put down his cup. Greya smiled bitterly. "Can't help it. I'm influenced by this young body." Greya was in charge of the body's soul, but she didn't destroy it. She only put it into a deep sleep. As time went by, Greya's hobbies, behaviors, and actions were all influenced by the young girl. To stay unaffected, Greya had to either completely destroy the girl's soul or find her lost body. "Let's hope we can find our bodies soon." Greya sighed and changed the topic. Angor also changed the topic back to the letter. "Yes. Wizard Ivan gave me this letter when we left Silent Hill. However, it wasn't Wizard Ivan who wrote the letter." "Not from him?" Greya said, "That's right. Wizard Ivan is a nice guy. He wouldn't do anything to offend you. And from your expression, you seem to be disdainful of the contents of the letter." Angor didn't say anything and handed the letter to Greya. Greya chuckled after reading it. "So it's from Taros. However, as an apology letter, there is no substantial compensation in the entire letter. It really suits his character as usual, stingy and petty." Greya knew about the grudge between Angor and two-faced stone spirit Taros. She also understood why Angor was looking at her with disdain. "You're going to accept such an insincere apology?" "Why not? Wizard Ivan didn't just give me this letter. He also gave me this." Angor took out a card. The card was completely black with the emblem of Silent Hill engraved on it. Greya looked at it and quickly realized what it was. A VIP card from Silent Chamber of Commerce? Many wizard organizations had their own shops or chambers of commerce, such as Storm's shop in Valley of Storm, which specialized in selling special magic materials. The same was true for the Serene Merchant Guild. They were backed by Silent Hill and specialized in selling serene magic materials produced by Silent Hill. This VIP card allowed Angor to enjoy a 50% discount when purchasing magic materials from Silent Hill Chamber of Commerce. Angor didn't like Taros, but he couldn't kill the man no matter what he did. Taros was a stone spirit, the guardian of Silent Hill. Killing Taros was the same as declaring war on Silent Hill. Taros' apology letter wasn't sincere enough, but the VIP card given by Wizard Ivan was very valuable. Besides, Angor couldn't really kill Taros, so this choice was in his best interest. Besides, accepting the apology didn't mean Angor forgave Taros. He just wouldn't do anything to Taros on the surface. Of course, if Taros didn't keep provoking him, Angor wouldn't have time to deal with him in secret. The moon rose into the sky, and the blue sky was replaced by a starry sky. After studying for a whole day, Angor finally put down the thick book in his hand. Under the bright light of the fluorite, he could see a beautiful line of words written on the cover of the book, "The Essentials of Transfiguration." Angor had been studying the alchemy workshop spell ever since he became a wizard. However, learning a cantrip usually took months, years, or even decades. Now, he wasn't studying a cantrip but a real spell, the alchemy workshop. It would probably take him more time. Since he couldn't make any progress on the alchemy workshop, he decided to put it aside and focus on transfiguration first. After all, he already confirmed that the snot monster was a transfiguration worm. As long as he could transplant the worm's skin, learning transfiguration would be much easier than learning the alchemy workshop. Besides, Angor didn't forget about the tidal realm. If he wanted to go there, he would have to learn transfiguration. The transfiguration worm's skin could be used as a shortcut. However, if he chose the path of transfiguration, he would need to find a supplementary method to avoid failure. Angor spent the whole day sorting out the necessary materials for the supplementary method so that he could purchase them later. After a whole day, he was almost done with his work. Just as he was stretching his back and confirming the compatibility of the materials, the manor's energy shield suddenly showed some changes. Angor went to the balcony and didn't see what was going on. Instead, he saw Greya sitting on the roof of the opposite building, enjoying a small drink. Greya handed him a glass of wine when Angor flew to her side. Angor took the glass but didn't drink it. Instead, he asked, "What's going on outside?" Greya chuckled and pointed into the distance. "Young people are always full of energy. They can always fight in full swing." He looked at where Greya was pointing and saw two figures standing against the backdrop of a giant moon. Both of them were releasing energy ripples as they fought against each other. One of them was a woman with green hair and heavy makeup. She had a voluptuous body, but her waist was surprisingly slim. She was wearing a tight purple dress and a hollowed-out robe with complicated patterns on it. She was sitting on the handle of a long scythe. Only the blade of the scythe was shining with a cold light, while the handle of the scythe she was sitting on was made of countless glowing flowers. Together with her outfit, she looked both mysterious and beautiful. As for the man who was standing opposite her, Angor recognized him. He was wearing a black felt hat with rivets embedded in it, and his trench coat was also decorated with chains and rivets. His eyes were drooping, revealing dark circles under them. His red mouth was slightly opened, revealing his white fangs. The most eye-catching feature was the pair of black bat wings on his back, which almost blocked half of the moonlight. "What's Falca doing here?" Angor wondered. "You know him?" Greya asked. Angor nodded and briefly explained Falca's background to her. "So he's a relative of Taurus." Greya raised an eyebrow. "No wonder. One's a crow, and the other's a bat. Why are they fighting?" Angor was curious. "I don't know. I think Falca provoked the woman first, and they started fighting. But it's normal. The rising star competition is going on, and the young ones have nowhere to release their energy. Fighting is a good way to relieve their stress. They don't want to fight in the main city, so they came to the outskirts?" Greya shook her finger. "No. They're fighting in the main city too. You didn't see it in your study, but I've been watching them all day. Rune detectors were flying all over the place, and the enforcers were running around everywhere. It's so lively. The enforcers would punish anyone who got caught, but there were always people who couldn't control their temper. The fight between Falca and the Scythe woman was fine. At least they were fighting outside the main city and wouldn't cause trouble for the enforcers." Angor sensed a stronger energy ripple coming from the distance. He saw Falca and Lady Scythe fighting again. Falca turned into a bat, while Lady Scythe was swinging a blade that was much larger than her own. They were going at each other under the moonlight. Light and shadow flickered and flickered. He took a sip of his wine, put down the glass, and prepared to go back. "Aren't you going to watch the show?" "The outcome has long been decided. Falca and Lady Scythe seemed to be evenly matched, but Lady Scythe was bound to lose if the fight continued. The reason was simple. Falca had more than one demonic bat under his control, and the demonic bat's energy level had doubled under the moonlight. The Scythe woman was already weaker than Falca. Even if she used a powerful alchemy item, she still wouldn't be able to turn the tables around with the help of the magic bat. Watching a battle where the outcome could already be predicted was indeed somewhat boring. He returned to his study and began to organize the necessary materials for polymorph. Angor focused on sorting out the items and gradually forgot about the outside world. After a long time, there was a sudden knock on the door. Angor was about to make a comparison on the last material he found. He put away the stack of papers and placed them on a nailed-on chair. "Come in." The door was opened, revealing a floating metal rune eye. This rune eye was wearing a very clean top hat with a bow attached to its mouth. Angor might find it strange at first, but he soon got used to it. He could even see the rune eye's gentlemanly aura just by looking at it. It was butler number 1 of the manor. "Butler, what's the matter?" "Mr. Pat, I just received an invitation card. It says you're the one who's invited." "An invitation card for me?" Angor took the card in confusion. He just arrived at Floating Mech City today, and there shouldn't be many people who knew about his visit. "Who sent the card?" Angor opened the card and saw that the sender wanted to meet him. However, when he saw the name at the end, he was a little confused. Granny. Fingernail? Angor put away the card. He might hesitate if it was someone else, but Granny Fingernail was the one who invited him. Granny Fingernail broke her habit of attending the ceremony in person, so Angor didn't receive too much trouble during the ceremony. Otherwise, even if Dong Ming, the grafting maniac, was not here, with the alchemist's arrogant temperament, even if they agreed with Muse's opinion on the surface, they would still secretly stop Lucian from witnessing the ceremony like Margelston did. Angor also planned to visit Fingernail's alchemy shop since he still needed to buy materials for polymorph. He didn't expect Granny Fingernail to send him an invitation card before he could. Angor wondered why Granny Fingernail didn't use a transmitter to contact him. Why did she use such a formal method instead? Angor changed into a formal outfit and walked downstairs. "You're going out?" Greya asked when he was about to leave the manor. Greya continued, "There are a lot of apprentices around the manor. I think they're all looking for you after hearing that you're in Floating Mech City." "Apprentices?" Angor looked at Greya in confusion. "Yes, all of them. Some of them think the rumor about you becoming a wizard is fake, so they're here to challenge you and earn some fame by defeating you. Take Scythe Woman for example. She's the one who fought Falca just now. Falca fought her when he found out about her goal. So you're quite close to Falca, huh?" Angor tried to recall. Falca seemed to be quite hostile toward him, so they didn't get along well. The other group are people from the magazines. I don't think they're here to challenge you. They just want to know if you've become a wizard or not. But if you're challenged outside, whether you accept the challenge or not, those magazines are going to attract a lot of attention." "I see." Angor didn't really care about such things, but he would try his best to avoid unnecessary trouble. After thanking Greya, the air around him began to ripple. Angor quickly covered himself with an illusion and completely blended into the illusion. If Greya didn't see Angor with her own eyes, she probably wouldn't be able to see through the illusion. Under the cover of the illusion, Angor left the manor. As expected, he saw a lot of apprentices loitering around the manor. He ignored them and flew away. On his way to Munchi Magic Material Street, Angor saw what Greya meant by a lot of people. This place was very close to Champagne Road. Most of the contestants and spectators would be loitering around here. He already saw several fights taking place before he arrived at Munchi's Magic Material Street. Some of them were stopped as soon as the fight started. Most of them were between beginner and intermediate apprentices. There were also some battles where many magic energy eyes had gathered above their heads to give out warnings, and there were also some law enforcement squads interfering. Most of these battles were between third-rank apprentices. There were also fights involving hundreds of rune detectors and law enforcers, but no one dared to stop them. Most of them involved either the Supreme Church or the seeded contestants of the Rising Star competition. Since the law enforcers couldn't stop them, they had to wait for the captain of the law enforcers to come. Angor saw such a battle taking place not far from him. "Stop." A heavy spear fell from the sky and pierced into the ground. With the heavy spear as the center, a large number of cracks spread out in all directions on the flat street. A heroic woman in an armor dress turned into a red flash of lightning and landed on the handle of the spear. She looked down at her opponent. It was a young girl dressed like a magician from a circus. She was wearing a black and white striped magic hat, pink hair, and a white face. There was a cross drawn under her eyes, a red checkered bow tie, and a feather shawl. The most eye-catching thing was that there was a rose-patterned teapot floating in the air beside the girl's feet. The lid of the teapot floated up and down, occasionally opening a small opening. From that opening, one could vaguely see a pair of small eyes. The girl didn't expect to be stopped. She looked surprised. Carveline, the girl in divine attire? When the surrounding people saw that Carveline had joined the team, they began to discuss among themselves. In Firefly's Night Tale, Carveline was listed as one of the potential candidates who could reach the top of the Rising Star competition. In the Rising Star ranking published by Floating Mech City, Carveline was also one of the top 10. She was a real superstar. "I don't think I've done anything to you." The girl took a step back as if she was afraid of Carveline. But in the next second, she rolled her eyes and changed the topic. "Or did I offend you before?" Sorry, I have a bad memory. I often overlook the cries of weaklings. Are you one of them? The girl curled her lips. She seemed to be asking sincerely, but her tone was full of disdain and mockery. When her voice fell, there was an uproar all around. Who was this? Who dared to challenge Carveline? Did she think before she spoke? Or was she just ignorant? That didn't seem right. The fact that she could name Carveline meant that she definitely knew who Carveline was. Or perhaps, he was really too bold. Carveline didn't seem to be affected by the girl's words. She gave the girl a side glance. You know what you've done. If you don't want to lose your limbs, give me back what you stole. The girl felt wronged. I don't know what you're talking about. I never steal. People always give them to me. A young voice suddenly yelled from a nearby roof, I didn't give you the beast cutter. You said you wanted to borrow it, and then you ran away. You broke your promise. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice, only to see a little fatty furrowing his brows and denouncing them with a face full of anger. Angor, who was at the end of the street, was also surprised when he saw the speaker. He couldn't be more familiar with the fatty. It was Alan, the boy who left the old earth with him and entered the wizarding world. Angor wasn't surprised that Alan came to Floating Mech City because of the Rising Star competition. But he didn't see Alan was with Carveline's group. When did I go back on my word? I said I'd borrow it, but I didn't say when I'd return it. Magician felt even more wronged after hearing Alan's accusation. She blinked her eyes and seemed to be tearing up. The delicate teapot beside her feet also flew to her face and rubbed against it as if it was trying to comfort her. Alan's anger faded a little when he saw the girl crying. How long do you want to borrow it? Until. A cunning look flashed in the girl's dark eyes. Until you give it to me. Alan was surprised. My professor gave it to me. I can't give it to you. Then I won't have to pay it back when you're dead, right? The girl narrowed her eyes. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. At the same time, a strange aura was released from her body. In Alan's eyes, her figure seemed to have suddenly grown larger, like a giant, using her eyes, which were painted with crosses, to look at him ferociously. Alan knew the girl was strong, but he didn't expect her to be this strong. His legs trembled, and he felt like he was drowning. He couldn't breathe. However, the aura was quickly withdrawn. No one else felt anything unusual. Only Alan and Carveline, who was close by, sensed something. I like the cries of the weak, but I won't kill anyone. So don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll wait for you to die naturally, and the beast cutter knife will belong to me. The girl smiled. You're playing with me. Yes. The girl enunciated each word clearly. I am playing. You. Idiot. Carveline muttered under her breath when she saw Alan's face turn red. She then looked at the magician coldly. You're not a gourmet wizard. The beast cutter knife is useless to you. I'll give you one last chance. If you don't hand it over, don't blame me. So what if I'm not a gourmet wizard? The magician raised his head and looked at Carveline, who was standing on top of the heavy spear. I like objects that are filled with emotions. Just like this, divine armor on you. Carveline's expression changed instantly. Of course. I can't take the shepherd god's coat right now. I'll borrow it from you when I'm sure the shepherd god is dead. The magician girl emphasized the word borrow and winked at Carveline. Because of her bold words, the surrounding people instantly retreated dozens of meters away. Even Alan was stunned. He had been hanging out with Carveline and Signhouse for the past few days. He knew Carveline's taboo. It was one thing for her to covet the divine armor, but now she suspected the shepherd god was dead. She was going to piss off Carveline. The enforcers who were watching from the sidelines were shocked by her boldness. Who is she? She's going to piss off the shepherd god family. An enforcer hiding on top of the clock tower looked at the girl in shock. I don't know, but I think she participated in the Rising Star competition. But there's no information about her in Firefly's Night Tales or the Rising Star ranking. It was as if a person had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. She does have some background. At this moment, a deep voice came from above. The law enforcers looked up and saw a man with a stocky build standing at the top of the clock tower. They didn't know when he had appeared. Mr. Sabo. The enforcers all lowered their heads to greet the newcomer. There's no need to be so formal. Sabo paused. Didn't you want to know who she is? She's actually, Sabo's voice was low, but the enforcers all heard him. They were all stunned when they learned who she was. They didn't expect her to have such a powerful backer. Luckily, they were just here to watch the show. If they had offended her, they would have been in big trouble. However, they were enforcers. If they didn't stop her, they would have violated Mr. Lawson's rules. Thinking of this, they looked at Sabo. They were just ordinary apprentices. They couldn't stop her, nor could they beat her. Sabo, on the other hand, was a wizard. Sabo laughed and said, I'm not in charge of this area. I'm not in charge of what happens here. He meant that he was just here to watch the show, just like the rest of them. Sabo looked down with a smile. The people behind Magician were indeed powerful, but the family behind the girl in divine attire was no less powerful. In fact, they were even more mysterious. If they really fought, it would be a battle on the level of the finals of the New Star competition. What was the point of getting involved? Meanwhile, on the street, Carveline's face darkened after hearing Magician's bold words. Carveline had only wanted to get back the knife for their chef, but now, she really wanted to kill Magician. You're asking for it. Carveline jumped down from her spear. Following her movement, the back of her armor underwent a miraculous change. When she landed, a pair of steel wings appeared on the back of her armor. Carveline waved her hand, and the spear that was twice as tall as her fell into her hands. Flapping her steel wings, Carveline charged towards the magician girl like a meteor that was hard to catch with the naked eye. Carveline's heavy spear spun like a spiral and charged towards the magician girl. Magician wasn't afraid at all. He even chuckled like an aria. Carveline grew more and more furious. When the heavy spear pierced her body, because of the spiral spearhead, it immediately rolled up a large amount of liquid. At first, everyone thought that the liquid was Magician's flesh and blood, which had been swept away and splashed out. But upon closer inspection, they realized that it was just ordinary water. Magician had created a water avatar, but his real body was already on the other side. Magician grinned as he stroked the teapot floating beside him. Immediately, a violent water spout shot out from the mouth of the teapot, heading straight for Carveline. Carveline huffed and covered herself with her steel wings. The water spout only made her take a step back. It couldn't break through her wing shield. Carveline took the chance to fight back. But when she stabbed into Magician's body again, she heard a mocking voice. You can't find me. With that, Magician's body exploded once more, creating a huge splash. Another water avatar, Carveline blocked the water coming towards her. When she regained her vision, she realized that there were hundreds of female magicians around her. They were either sitting by the windows of the shops on the street, leaning on the rooftops, swinging their legs, or leaning against the walls. Instantly, strange laughter filled the air. What a cheap trick. As soon as Carveline finished speaking, the steel wings on her back lifted her into the air. With the appearance of an afterimage, countless steel feathers fell like raindrops. All the magicians who were hit turned into water avatars. When Carveline stopped the feathers, there was no place left intact. There were holes and cracks everywhere. All the water avatars had disappeared. But there was no real body. It was as if the real body had disappeared. But the magician girl's mocking laughter was still echoing in his ears. Carveline did not panic. Instead, she sneered, "Do you think you can keep hiding?" With that, Carveline reached out a finger and lightly tapped on the armor in front of her chest. As the radiance flickered, the strange energy extended, and the armor on Carveline's body began to undergo astonishing changes. The armor slowly melted, and the long dress was stretched out. The steel feathers that Carveline had shot out and landed on the ground also gradually dissipated. When the light retreated from Carveline's body, her armor had disappeared. It was replaced by a hooded robe that covered half of her face. This long robe was pure white with golden edges. In the middle of her chest, there was a golden heart-shaped pattern. Because of Carveline's proud figure, this golden pattern was protruding from the top of her chest. It doesn't matter where you hide. Under the power of the heart of the soul robe, everything will be revealed. As Carveline spoke, she placed her palms together on the heart pattern in front of her chest. Following the diffraction of a golden heart-shaped illusion, Carveline saw her surroundings darken. Be it the streets, the buildings, or the onlookers, everything dimmed. However, when she silently prayed for the pattern, the power of the heart would spread out like ripples. Every time the power of the heart spread out in a large area, everything in her field of vision would begin to brighten up. Within the range of the power of the heart, nothing could be hidden. Carveline saw many people hiding. For example, there were a few law enforcers hiding at the top of a clock tower in the distance. One of them was surrounded by a terrifying blood aura. He was probably the captain of the law enforcers. Another example was a blurry figure standing at the end of the street 100 meters away. He was emitting a strange and mysterious power. He was probably a law enforcer's hiding. Carveline naturally would not expose the location of these law enforcers. She only had one target, the arrogant magician who spoke without thinking. Finally, when the power of the heart reached the back of a building, Carveline saw the sneaky magician. Carveline's lips curled into a mocking smile. She pointed her finger in the air, and the magician was unknowingly marked with a soul mark. Magician muttered to herself. I remember my mentor said that the shepherd god's robe is infused with the true meaning of the demon god. It can change its appearance at will, and each appearance has a special power. What's the use of that priestly robe? Don't worry. Let's observe for a while. Thinking of this, she hid her body and looked outside. In the air, Carveline's white robe changed again into a light and simple witch robe. However, her robe was very strange. It was full of space-time coordinates that symbolized spatial positioning. There was an hourglass on her head. As Carveline waved the aristocratic rapier in her hands, the hourglass ornament above her head began to flip, and the pure white sand of time slowly flowed out. 60 seconds of time and space slaughter. Magician before magician could figure out what Carveline's robe was doing. She heard Carveline's mocking voice. Like I said, you can't get away. She turned her head abruptly, only to see Carveline standing beside magician. Carveline's golden aristocratic rapier was already swinging towards magician's neck. On the clock tower, Sabo rubbed his chin. She can turn into a space-time avatar for a short time. As expected of a divine armor, Angor, who was at the end of the street, was also surprised. He had seen Carveline's divine armor before, but he never truly experienced its power. Now that he saw Carveline's robe changing continuously, he couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. He already saw the power of the robe. It was both heroic and tough. Judging from the damaged streets and the damaged buildings on both sides of the street, it was clear that the robe's power was not to be trifled with. The soul robe's detection ability was also incredible. Angor was sure that Carveline's soul robe could still detect him even if he was in his illusion state. As for Carveline's space-time witch robe, it was even more powerful. In Angor's eyes, Carveline had turned into a puff of pure space energy. As long as the space around her was stable, she could travel through it at will. Of course, Carveline was not that strong. She could only travel a very short distance. Angor estimated that she couldn't teleport more than 100 meters away. However, this was only Carveline's personal limitation. It had nothing to do with the shepherd robe. If a wizard was wearing the robe, he or she would be able to teleport between medium and long distances. That was how powerful the robe was. As expected of a divine artifact, as an alchemist, Angor couldn't help but wonder if he could borrow the robe to study it. In the midst of the fierce battle, Magician managed to dodge Carveline's beheading strike with great difficulty. He was so frightened that he immediately threw out a large number of water clones in an attempt to hide himself again. However, Carveline seemed to have locked onto her. Every time Magician tried to dodge, Carveline would teleport in front of her and taunt her for being useless. The girl in the robe had the potential to reach the top of the Rising Star competition. However, Magician Girl wasn't weak either. She managed to escape from Carveline's space-time pursuit several times. More than half of the 1 minute of space-time slaughter had passed. However, although Magician managed to escape, she was now in a passive state. She didn't have time to cast any spells because Carveline's space-time pursuit could teleport in front of her at any time and interrupt all her movements. Seeing that she was getting weaker and weaker, Magician made up her mind and poured out a drop of warm water from her teapot. The water droplet fell to the ground, and a terrifying stream of water rose to the sky. In the blink of an eye, the entire street turned into a long river. Magician hid in the water, his body shifting and shifting. His speed was several times faster than when he was on the ground. Carveline tried to locate Magician with spacetime slaughter, but every time she tried to teleport to him, Magician would slip away like a slippery fish. At the same time as Carveline entered the water around her would turn into countless hands that dragged her to the edge of drowning. Using spacetime teleport, Carveline appeared in the air. She looked down and saw that the streets around her had turned into an ocean, which was rising higher and higher. At this moment, Magician's figure suddenly emerged from the water. She stood on the surface of the water and looked at Carveline with a smile. It seems that your ultimate move, spacetime slaughter, is just SOSO. Let me see. You have less than 10 seconds left, right? Do you think I'll make it? Carveline's spacetime sorceress robe could only last for 60 seconds. So far, only one person managed to force her to use spacetime slaughter for more than 60 seconds, and that person was Child of the Sea Jibra, who stood at the top of the Rising Star competition. Now, it seemed that the second person who managed to last longer than 60 seconds had already appeared. It was not the Rising Star competition, but it was still enough to prove Magician's strength. The fact that Magician was still in the mood to provoke Carveline under such circumstances meant that he was not in a desperate situation yet. Carveline's expression darkened, but she did not mind the mockery. Instead, she ended her spacetime sorceress robe and waved her hand, causing her body to glow with a blue light. Clearly, Carveline was using another spacetime sorceress robe. When the blue light dissipated, what entered everyone's eyes was a blue mermaid that exuded a watery luster all over her body. The mermaid still looked like Carveline, but in the light of the water, there was a kind of dreamy beauty. She was holding a trident that was as long as a heavy spear. With a wave of her hand, the water around her calmed down, making her look like a real water deity. Magician also widened his eyes in surprise. Carveline had turned into a mermaid. She's using water manipulation against water manipulation. Magician's expression did not change, but he couldn't help but curse in his heart. The shepherd god robe was too shocking. Not only could it travel through space, it could even transform into a mermaid. More importantly, how could an apprentice control such a powerful item? How were the others supposed to deal with this? If it had been at the start of the battle, Magician wouldn't have been afraid at all. She was a water elemental apprentice, and she was confident that she would not lose to someone who relied on external forces to transform into a mermaid. But now, even though she could still talk cheerfully, she did not have much energy left in her body. Carveline was a close combat fighter. As long as she used the mermaid to get close to her, she would be done for. What a bad day, I actually met a monster. Magician muttered to herself. She did not reflect on why Carveline was attacking her so crazily. With a splash, Carveline gracefully jumped into the water. The horn for battle sounded again. If this continues, the chances of me being killed are very high. What should I do? As Carveline got closer and closer, Magician's eyes darted around. When she saw that the rooftops of the surrounding buildings were filled with onlookers, her eyes lit up and her lips curled into a sly smile. Got it. Gulp, it's up to you. The moment Magician finished her sentence, the rose-patterned teapot floating around her glowed faintly. The lid of the teapot began to vibrate as though it was being burned by a boiling flame, emitting a gurgling sound. The moment the water boiled, the lid of the pot suddenly flew up into the sky, and a small otter wearing a pearl necklace jumped out of the lid. The little otter cried out, "Gudu gudu." Waves of strange sound waves traveled into the water. Before the onlookers could react, they felt a shadow above their heads. When he looked back, he saw a wave that was dozens of meters high rising from all directions. It was like a city surrounded by water, surrounding everyone. This scene was like an apocalyptic city under a monstrous flood. Gulp gulp. The otter cried out again. As soon as she finished speaking, the walls of water on all sides collapsed at the same time. With unparalleled power, they slammed down. Countless people who were not paying attention were washed down by the water. At least 1,000 people were struggling and crying for help in the raging flood. At first, Carveline could still sense the location of the spiritual mark. But as more and more people appeared in the water, countless energy waves rose, and the chaotic energy blocked her senses. Moreover, the waves were swaying. Everyone was trying to save themselves. Their methods of saving themselves often blocked Carveline's path. Under such circumstances, Carveline could only watch as the other party disappeared from her sight. https Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. Out of Carveline's field of vision. A seemingly formless stream of water followed the waves and surged towards the end of the street. This stream of water was formed by Magician. If she was still in a stalemate with Carveline when she knew that it was difficult to defeat her, then she might really die here today. Therefore, she asked Guru to create a big mess and took advantage of the chaos to secretly escape. According to her plan, the chaos behind her would not end in a short period of time. As long as she took this opportunity to follow the wave down, she should be able to leave this block soon. At that time, she would change her image and go back to find her mentor to settle this riot. Everything would be fine. However, just as Magician was about to leave the block with the wave, she saw a figure standing at the bottom of the water. The violent torrents around him didn't affect him at all. He was like a pillar, quietly rooted here. Because there were too many debris and mud mixed in the torrent, Magician could only vaguely see his clothes, which seemed to be a traditional noble style. As for his appearance, she couldn't see it clearly. It wasn't because of the mud and sand under the water, but because the other party's face seemed to be covered by a thin layer of illusion energy. What she could see was nothing but a hazy, chaotic fog. Originally, Magician didn't intend to cause trouble, and didn't want to pay attention to this motionless weirdo at the bottom of the water. However, just as she was about to bypass him, a fluctuation on his body attracted her attention. This fluctuation was extremely hidden. If the other party wasn't underwater and the surrounding water was under her control, she might have ignored this fluctuation. When she felt this fluctuation, her eyes lit up. This was a fluctuation that carried an emotional force field. Although its fluctuation was very slight, almost non-existent, she could still feel it. If this fluctuation was released, the emotional power contained within would be so abundant that it would be fascinating. As a person who liked to collect emotional things, Fui sensed it and her heart immediately burned. She looked carefully and noticed that this fluctuation came from the pocket on the other party's chest. Thinking about it, it should be a very special item. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in his chest pocket. The more special it was, the more important it was, the more important it was, the more she liked it. Just like how she borrowed Alan's beast cutter. Although the emotions on the beast cutter were too sharp and ruthless, Alan's love for the beast cutter added a reason for her to borrow a knife. I wonder what it is. I just want to borrow it to take a look. This thought arose in her mind. As for whether or not she would return it after borrowing it, was there even a need to ask? However, before she borrowed it, she also carefully observed the other party's strength. Although there were some energy fluctuations on his body, it was not strong. Come to think of it, he should be an ordinary apprentice. Thinking of this, she decided to make a move. Now that she had turned into a stream of water, she only needed to increase the impact of the current. When the time came, she would be able to reach out and take the item out of his chest pocket. Even if the other party discovered that it was missing, he would probably think that it was because the current was too strong and would not realize that she was the one who took it. What a perfect plan. Moreover, this is simply a wonderful opportunity. She slowly approached that person with anticipation and excitement. As expected, the other party didn't notice anything. She was overjoyed. An invisible hand reached out from the rushing water and slowly reached into his chest pocket. She touched something with an irregular shape. She immediately scooped it up, and without looking at what it was, it quickly turned into a stream and swayed into the distance. However, as she was about to leave, an eye suddenly appeared in front of her. As soon as the eye appeared, the sound of flowing water around her stopped, and the chaotic underwater world was plunged into darkness. The eye was the only thing in her sight. The enormous eye quietly stared at her. Her thoughts suddenly stopped, as if there was a whirlpool that pulled her into a quiet and dark world. To Magician, this process was extremely short. However, when she woke up from the chaos, she found that there was no water around her. She was still standing at the end of the street, surrounded by people who were all glaring at her with angry eyes. Angor was walking along Munchi's magic material street. There were very few people around, and the street was unnaturally quiet. Because a flood had occurred on the neighboring streets, the people of Munchi Magic Material Street had either gone to watch the show or were afraid of being implicated, so they avoided it like the plague. As a result, Munchi Magic Material Street was completely empty. Without the crowd, Angor soon arrived at Nail's alchemy shop. According to the rules, he had to answer the puppet's question before entering the shop. However, when he arrived at the door today, the puppet did not ask him anything. It simply opened the door and let him in. Wizards don't need to go through a test to enter the shop, the puppet answered. One less procedure saved him a lot of effort. He noticed that the alchemy shop was very quiet. Every time he came here, there would always be a heated discussion among the apprentices. This was the first time he saw something like this. Because they all went to take their classes, an old woman's hoarse voice came from behind. Angor looked back and saw a short old woman in tidy clothes standing behind him and looking at him quietly. That peacock feather ornament and that peacock feather made up of beautiful nails had already revealed her identity. She was the owner of the shop, and the one who invited Angor here. Good afternoon, Granny. Angor bowed. Granny Fingernail gave Angor a thoughtful look and nodded in satisfaction. So Truth Sky was right. You've already become a wizard. Just a little bit of luck. In the wizarding world, where strength is everything, humility is not a virtue. Granny Fingernail paused. No matter how you became a wizard, the process is not important. The result is what matters. Angor chuckled and changed the topic. Instead, he asked about the class snatching Granny Fingernail mentioned. Why would they snatch classes? Because a member of the research department just came back. To put it simply, a member of the research department returned to Floating Mech City. She planned to go into seclusion for a while, and she needed credit points to buy the right to buy some precious materials. However, she lacked credit points, so she accepted a teaching mission to earn some credit points. Every alchemist had different requirements when it came to teaching classes. There were even more restrictions on the number of people who could attend the class. Some restricted one's strength, such that only those who had reached a certain level were allowed to attend the class. Some restricted one's ability to learn a certain school. Some did not restrict one's ability to learn a certain school, but this did not mean it was a good thing. Maybe they would limit the number of people who could attend the class. It was said that some alchemists hated loud noises and would only allow a small number of people to attend their classes. This would lead to a phenomenon called class snatching. Only those who had the right to attend the class could enter the class. This time, this member of the Research and Development Institute had this rule. She did not care if you studied tooling or pharmaceutics, did not care if you were from the Van der Waals school or the Gypsy school, did not care if you were human or not, and did not care if you were strong or not. However, she had a limit on the number of people who could attend the class. It could not exceed 50 people. In the past, when an ordinary alchemist attended a class, people would go crazy trying to snatch the class. Not to mention that this time, it was a member of the research department. As a result, all the alchemy apprentices who usually discussed alchemy problems went to the opposite side of Floating Mech City to snatch the class. This was why Granny Fingernail's alchemy house was empty today. Angor listened to Granny Fingernail's explanation and asked curiously, "Who's the teacher? Could it be one of the people I saw at the witness ceremony last time?" Granny Fingernail did not answer right away. Instead, she changed the topic. You received the invitation, right? Are you confused as to why I invited you here? Angor nodded. That's normal. I didn't write the invitation. I just agreed to let her use my name. Granny Fingernail walked to the side and lightly knocked on the wall. With a caw-caw sound, the wall slowly faded away and revealed a winding staircase. You're curious about who's the teacher, right? Granny Fingernail paused. She's the one who invited you here. Come with me. She's waiting for you upstairs. Granny Fingernail said in a soft voice, I hope you don't think I'm being rude. Angor shook his head. Of course not. Granny Fingernail might not be the one who invited him. As long as it was someone from the research department, Angor would not refuse, unless it was a lunatic like Dong Hai. Also, Angor believed that Granny Fingernail would not allow someone like Dong Hai to use her name to send out the invitation. She's the most gentle and neutral person in the research department. Everyone, be it radical or conservative, has a good relationship with her. Granny Fingernail was implying that it was not a bad idea to befriend someone like Dong Hai. Angor already knew who Granny Fingernail was talking about. After the witness ceremony last time, Mitra told Angor about the research department, and he mentioned one particular person. Mitra spoke highly of this person and suggested Angor to befriend her. However, Angor was going to Dark Castle at that time, and the woman was not in Floating Mech City, so Angor missed the chance to talk to her. But this time Angor was surprised that Granny Fingernail invited him. Speaking of which, she came to Floating Mech City to do her research because of you. Because of me, he wanted to ask Granny Fingernail for more details, but they were already outside a hall. Through the gaps between the curtains, Angor could smell an elegant fragrance coming from inside. Here we are. Granny Fingernail pointed at the hall. Granny Fingernail and Angor pushed the crimson curtains aside and entered the hall. As soon as he entered, he heard the gurgling sound of boiling water in his ears. They followed the sound and saw a blonde woman sitting in front of a long table with her back facing them. She was holding a delicate teapot and pouring water into cups. White smoke curled up in spirals and the rich fragrance of tea filled the entire hall. The boiling water came from the teapot. Hearing footsteps behind her, the blonde woman stood up and turned around. Judging from her appearance, she looked very young. Her golden hair was as bright as the sun in midsummer, but it was not blinding. Her face was covered by a thin, watercolored veil, but one could still see her beautiful features. She wore a light blue crystal earring on her earlobe and a blue dress with fish scale patterns on it. Under the illumination of the glowing stones above her head, the dress looked like the ripples of the sea. "Wizard Pat, please have a seat." Her voice was gentle and soothing, like a gentle ripple, which could make people lower their guard. Angor and Granny Fingernail sat down, and Granny Fingernail placed the tea in front of them. "This is goat flower black tea brewed with still water. Wizard Pat, this is the first time we've met each other. Forgive me for being rude, but I'm using my grandmother's name to invite you here. Don't worry about it. I'm going to visit the Water Witch when I have the chance," Angor said in a soft voice. The Water Witch smiled. "This is a private place, so you don't have to call me by my nickname. You can call me Farina." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Farina got straight to the point. "I believe Adept Pat already knows why I invited you here, right? Ocean rhyme?" Angor muttered. He met Farina once during the witness ceremony, during which Farina expressed her curiosity about the rhythm of the ocean. She said that she would like to experience it for herself if she had the chance. When he learned that the Water Witch invited him here, he immediately recalled what he said during the witness ceremony. Granny Fingernail also mentioned that Farina's return to Floating Mech City was related to him. Naturally, he thought of the ocean rhythm. "Yes." Farina nodded. "Actually, I've known about the ocean's rhythm for a long time. Even though I'm not a member of Song of the Deep, I'm still a magus of the ocean, and I have some connections with the people of Song of the Deep. That's why I know that the ocean god has never forgotten the ocean rhythm that you made. I heard that the sea god went to the Parmajai Highlands to discuss the rhythm of the ocean with His Excellency Rhine. He wanted to buy the rhythm of the ocean from His Excellency Rhine, but the door was shut in his face. After I heard about it, I became very curious. If even the sea god could not forget about it, there must be some profound mysteries behind the rhythm of the ocean. I don't know. Can I experience it myself?" Farina already told him about this during the ceremony, so he didn't think it was too abrupt when she brought it up this time. However, Farina probably felt a little embarrassed, so she added, "Of course, I'll pay the appropriate price. I'll give." Before he could finish his words, the teapot on the table suddenly made a gurgling sound of boiling water. Farina frowned and looked at the teapot. Angor looked at it as well. He didn't notice it before, but now that he looked closer, he found the design of the teapot familiar. It looked exactly the same as Magician's rose-patterned teapot. The only difference was that this one had thorny patterns on it. As he thought about it, the teapot began to release a large amount of steam. The lid of the teapot began to shake and make clanking noises. Through the crack on the lid, Angor saw a pair of tiny eyes inside the pot. Seeing this, his expression became more and more strange. Regardless of whether this teapot had anything to do with Magician's teapot, there was a creature inside the teapot. Did it mean this was its bath water? While Angor was thinking about the bath water, the lid of the teapot was suddenly blown away by a gust of wind. At the same time, a small otter jumped out of the teapot and floated in the air. Gurgle! Gurgle! This otter looked exactly the same as the one in Magician's teapot. The only difference was that Magician's otter was wearing a pearl necklace, while this one was holding a bright red flower. If Angor wasn't mistaken, it was the sheep-dew flower. I'm sorry. Something unexpected might have happened, Farina apologized. Just as he finished speaking, the little otter cried out again, Gulu gulu. As it screamed, a bubble suddenly came out of its mouth. At first, the bubble was very small, but when it came into contact with the outside air, the bubble suddenly became bigger and finally grew to the size of a person. At first, there was only a blurry mist inside the bubble, which didn't look strange at all. However, Angor sensed a strange spatial energy inside the bubble. When the bubble reached the size of a person, the spatial energy reached its peak. At the same time, a dark shadow appeared inside the mist. After a bang sound was heard, the bubble exploded and splashed water all over the hall. A figure staggered and landed on the table. Oops! That was close. Thank goodness Gurgle didn't abandon Gurgle, or I would have died today. A familiar and flirtatious female voice reached Angor's ears. When the mist created by the water gradually dissipated, a young girl wearing a black and white striped magic hat could be seen sitting cross-legged on the table, heaving large breaths of air. It must be the doing of that abominable fellow under the water. Otherwise, how could I have suddenly fallen into a daze and been caught by someone? The next time I see him, I'll definitely. Her mouth kept spitting out all kinds of vulgarities. After a long while, she finally calmed down and finished scolding him. Only then did she notice her surroundings. Huh? This place doesn't look like a wizard tower, she muttered. While she was muttering to herself, the veins on the forehead of the water pattern witch, who was sitting in front of the table and facing her when she was sitting cross-legged, said, Shirley, do you know what you're doing? Get down here right now. Following a powerful shockwave, Shirley only felt her vision blur for a moment before she was sent flying off the table. In the end, she fell face first onto the cold floor. Shirley gasped in pain. She was hit in the chest by Carveline not long ago, and now she was on the floor again. Her face twisted in pain. However, no matter how much pain Shirley was in, Farina didn't say anything. Her expression remained cold. The rose-patterned teapot floating beside Farina floated to Shirley's face. A small otter poked its head out of the teapot and rubbed Shirley's face. However, when the otter sensed the tense atmosphere, it quickly crawled back into the teapot in fear. Shirley slowly stood up and murmured, I only borrowed Gru's path and escaped from the evil people's encirclement. I didn't do anything else. As soon as she finished speaking, Shirley saw a silver-haired old woman sitting opposite Farina. Her expression changed. Granny. Fingernail? Shirley also saw someone sitting next to Granny Fingernail. However, Farina blocked her view, so she couldn't see who it was. She could only see the corner of a black robe. But she couldn't care less. Since Granny Fingernail was here, it must be some kind of tea party. Not only did she barge in halfway, she even sat on the table. No wonder Farina, who had always spoiled her, was so angry that her face turned black. Not only was she rude, but she might also offend Granny Fingernail. With that in mind, Shirley's expression, which had been full of grievances, instantly changed. She was like the best actress, revealing a sincere and guilty expression. At the same time, there was also a hint of fear, cowardice, and shame. She put on a sincere expression that wouldn't disgust anyone, but would also be willing to listen to her lies. However, the expression that Shirley had prepared, and the apology that she had already begun to draft in her mind, instantly crumbled when she approached the table. When she got closer, she finally saw who was sitting beside Granny Fingernail. He was dressed in a traditional gentleman's suit. From his elegant bow tie to his chiseled collar and buttons with emblems on them, every part of his suit was neat and tidy. However, this outfit and the pattern on the button were still fresh in her mind. It was the strange man she met at the bottom of the lake. Shirley looked up stiffly and saw the man's face. He had blonde hair, blue eyes, and a handsome face. She recognized who he was. It was Angor, the man who had been the talk of the town recently. Angor's lips curled up slightly. It seemed like he was mocking her. When Shirley looked at him again, she saw Angor's face turning into nothingness. Everything around her turned dark. It was as if she had returned to the bottom of the lake. Shirley held her forehead in embarrassment and lowered her head. There was only one word left in her mind. It's over. She remembered Farina telling her that she had 3 reasons for coming back to Floating Mech City. First, she wanted to participate in the Rising Star competition. Second, Farina needed to refine a special item in seclusion. Third, she wanted to see Angor. Farina, Angor, and Granny Fingernail were meeting again. This must be the meeting Farina had been looking forward to. And now, not only did she lose her manners by sitting on the table. Not long ago, she tried to steal something from Angor. She had mixed feelings. She only had one thought in her mind: it's over. Farina knew her student well enough to know that Shirley must be thinking about how to apologize sincerely to gain her forgiveness. Even though she was trying to mend the pen after the sheep were lost, it was still Shirley's fault, so she had to apologize. Farina waited for a while, but Shirley still didn't do anything. She looked back and saw Shirley holding her forehead with her hands as if she was trying to say, "I'm not here." Farina frowned. She didn't know what Shirley was doing. She was always fearless, and she didn't know how to keep her mouth shut. If Shirley didn't apologize, Farina would feel embarrassed. Farina had no choice but to curse inwardly. She took the initiative and said, "Tell me what happened." And nothing. Just something small. I borrowed Gru's path. Small? What kind of small? Granny Fingernail smiled and said, "Don't be so harsh on your child. It's just a small matter. Don't make it hard for her." Farina couldn't see what was going on the second floor, but Granny Fingernail knew exactly what was going on. It wasn't a big deal for Granny Fingernail. Farina looked at Shirley's expression. She wanted to say something but stopped herself. She knew that Shirley must have gotten into trouble again. It was embarrassing to talk about something like this in front of an outsider. "I'll deal with you later," Farina whispered to Shirley. She then pretended that Shirley didn't exist and apologized to Angor and Granny Fingernail. Of course, Granny Fingernail didn't mind. Angor gave Shirley a meaningful look and smiled. "It's fine." Farina didn't think too much about it. "So, what do you think, Wizard Pat?" she asked, putting Shaylay's question aside. "So, what do you think, Wizard Pat?" "Sure." Angor hesitated for a moment before he nodded. "Sure." Angor didn't mind letting Farina experience Ocean Rhyme. After all, he already gave it to a demon. Besides, Ocean Rhyme was a support item that could be used repeatedly. It cost a lot of energy to use it, but he could afford it. The reason why he was hesitating was not because he was putting on airs or deliberately making things difficult for them, but because he wanted to get a good bargaining chip. It was purely because he had refined the rhythm of the ocean to give it to Lady Mirror. When he created the image of the goddess of ocean, he also created a bunch of handsome male figures according to Lady Mirror's preferences. Some of them were big shots in the wizarding world. The main reason why he agreed to Farina's request was that the goddess of ocean did indeed have some powerful figures around her. However, they were not exactly the same, and they only looked similar. Even if they were discovered, they would only feel a sense of déjà vu. Moreover, it was not so easy to see the goddess of ocean, unless one was extremely lucky and fell directly near the goddess of ocean after entering the illusion. Otherwise, it was basically swaying in the wild sea and finally dying in the sea. Apart from that, he also wanted to establish a good relationship with Farina. Since he agreed, he didn't hesitate and take out the ocean's melody. When the ocean's rhythm was placed on the table, everyone's attention was drawn to it. Farina had once caught a glimpse of the rhythm of the sea during the witness ceremony. However, she had only seen the appearance of the rhythm of the sea. She had not been able to see the real thing. However, the Ocean Rhymes' appearance was already beautiful enough to be considered a masterpiece. Now that Farina saw the ocean rhyme with her own eyes, she realized that it wasn't just beautiful. The aura it released felt like the real ocean. As a sea wizard, Farina felt that the aura was perfect for her. The other one who felt the same way was Shirley, who was pretending to be an ostrich. Shirley wasn't a sea wizard, but she was still a water wizard, so she had a strong sense of familiarity with the ocean. When she sensed the ocean rhyme, she felt as if she had fallen into a boundless blue ocean. The feeling of being in perfect harmony with the ocean made her stagnant water energy become lively again. She didn't even experience the ocean rhyme yet, but she already felt something like this just by feeling it. Shirley couldn't help but look at Angor. Angor noticed her gaze, so she quickly lowered her head. She already thought that she could get away with it by not talking about her. She didn't want to attract Angor's attention now. As for Granny Fingernail, she had seen the ocean rhyme before, but she still couldn't help but admire it again. Ocean rhyme is an auxiliary alchemy item. I told you during the witness ceremony that its main purpose is to increase your affinity with water, and that's true. But, his sudden change of topic caught everyone's attention. But it's more effective on apprentices, especially those who are water wizards. Angor glanced at Shirley. Apart from that, it might also have a special effect on water wizards. Angor didn't mention wizards specifically because Panis Succubus Chi had a strong reaction to the ocean rhyme. Special effect? Farina was curious. Of course. Maybe it won't work at all. The so-called special effect was actually enlightenment. It was especially effective for water wizards, which was why Chi awakened her power right away. Of course, Chi didn't use any external force, and she was already well prepared. After explaining the effect, Angor prepared to activate the ocean rhyme. But before doing so, he reminded Shirley, don't tell anyone about what you see in the coming journey. With that, Angor slowly activated the ocean rhyme. As the mermaid on the conch shell emitted a hazy light, everyone present instantly fell into a boundless sea. Apart from Angor, everyone else was included, including Shaylay. Since Angor was going to use the ocean rhyme, he didn't mind adding a few more people, even if he didn't like Shirley's behavior. For those who had experienced it this time, their luck was very bad. Immersed in the rhythm of the ocean, none of the three lasted for more than 2 minutes. Granny Fingernail lasted the longest, which was 1.5 minutes. This meant that they didn't even get to see the goddess of ocean before they fell into the ocean. After waking up, they all stayed silent and fell into their own thoughts. Shirley was the first one to realize that she had gained the least. Compared to Granny Fingernail and the Water Witch, her knowledge structure was not complete, and she did not have enough experience. She could not see through the trick in the illusion. However, in terms of personal strength, Shirley had reaped the most benefits. She had been stuck as a level 3 apprentice for a long time, but she couldn't find a way to become a top-level apprentice. After this experience, she could clearly feel that the originally stagnant water energy seemed to have been refreshed and entered an unprecedented period of activity. If she could maintain this state for a long time, she might be able to break through the barrier and become a top-level apprentice in half a year. But it wasn't easy to maintain this state for a long time unless... Shirley looked at the ocean rhyme with a burning gaze. A moment later, Shirley gave up. If it was someone else's work, she might be able to borrow it. But this was Angor's work. He was a wizard and a new member of the research department. She couldn't even take it from him, let alone borrow it. Shirley sighed and glanced at Angor from the corner of her eyes. That experience had given her too much shock. She could not imagine that such a work of art with such a deep understanding of water and ocean was not created by an ocean magus. Shirley recalled hearing someone talking about Angor in a tavern not long ago. Someone said that Angor was a genius in both cultivation and alchemy, which was quickly refuted by someone else. However, the person who refuted it was also a brainless boast. He said that Angor was no longer a genius, but a monster. A monster in both cultivation and alchemy. Shirley was not convinced by Angor's words, even though she already knew from her teacher that Angor had become a wizard. Still, Shirley believed that Angor was just lucky and talented. Luck was more important than anything else. However, when she saw Angor's work with her own eyes, she realized that Angor's mastery of alchemy was not due to luck. He had a solid foundation. He was definitely a monster. Shirley still couldn't let go of her desire for the ocean rhyme. She looked at her teacher again. She could only hope that Farina could buy or trade the ocean rhyme. If Farina could buy or trade for the item, she might even break through a major barrier in the future, let alone breaking through. However, Shirley's hopes were dashed. Farina couldn't do anything even if she wanted to. The experience was too short. It only took a minute. Granny Fingernail and Water Pattern, which were both master alchemists, so they could still see the secret of ocean rhyme. Increasing one's affinity with water was not very useful for people at their level. However, to an apprentice, this was a quick-acting method that could save them years or even decades of effort. Moreover, it was not harmful at all. This was already amazing. Farina was even more amazed by the special effect Angor mentioned earlier. Enlightenment, this was an extremely special effect. It was a comprehensive effect that combined guidance, correction, enlightenment, and other aspects of abilities. Although it was still the most beneficial to the apprentices, Farina also felt an improvement when she sensed it. She had been planning to create an ocean rhyme spell for a long time, and after this experience, she gained a new understanding of it. She couldn't tell how much of an impact it would have on her, but she was sure that it had a positive effect. Just this point alone was enough to show how precious ocean rhythm was. Farina believed that ocean rhyme was one of the top 3 alchemy works in the southern wizardry region that were related to the ocean rhyme. No wonder the god of sea valued it so much. If Song of the Deep could get its hands on ocean rhyme, it would greatly improve the overall strength of the organization. Farina knew how precious ocean rhyme was. She also knew that it was almost impossible for her to trade for it. She could only offer something of the same weight as ocean rhyme. Still, Farina didn't want to trade for it. She wasn't a member of Song of the Deep, so she didn't need to consider the benefits of the entire ocean rhyme. She didn't know how valuable ocean rhyme was. What should she give to Angor after experiencing it? Also, Angor brought Shirley with him for this trip. The ocean rhythm was definitely the most profitable experience Shirley had ever had since she came to Floating Mech City. Shirley was her student after all. Even though she was just tagging along, she still benefited a lot from it. Farina had to consider this when she thought about how to repay Angor's kindness. After pondering for a moment, Farina subconsciously looked at Granny Fingernail, who was sitting calmly on the other side. Granny Fingernail mentioned that Angor seemed to be looking for something when she was talking to Granny Fingernail. She hesitated for a moment and said, "I heard that you're looking for magic scrolls that can increase luck?" Angor nodded without hesitation. "Yes. Do you know where I can find it, Miss Farina?" Farina nodded slightly. "I know an old friend. He has a magic scroll that can increase luck." "Who is it?" Angor was overjoyed, but he held back his excitement and decided to confirm the identity of the person first. "If it was Vifit, my old friend is a wizard from Moxa Westland, Light of Twilight Vifit." Angor's joy instantly froze. "So it's him." Farina noticed the change in Angor's tone. "You know Vifit too, Wizard Pat?" Granny Fingernail spoke up. "I remember Vifit went to the Abyss Plane." "That's when Angor went there as well?" Angor nodded. "Vifit and I were part of the last group to go to the Abyss Plane with the Moonfrost Union. That's why I asked Vifit about a scroll of luck. However, it is very difficult for me to obtain what he needs." "What does Vifit want?" "A drop of Fragment of Eternity." Farina's lips twitched. That old man really knows how to ask for a ridiculous price. The value of the Fragment of Eternity was much higher than the illusory Scroll of Luck. A few drops of Fragments of Eternity could turn into a Sorcerer's Garden, which was a strategic weapon. The Scroll of Luck, on the other hand, could only last for 2 to 3 seconds, and the luck attribute itself was not a concept of absolute value. In comparison, the Scroll of Luck was much worse. "Even if I can afford a Fragment of Eternity, there's no way I can get it." Angor sighed. Farina considered for a moment. "How about this? I'll go to the tower and talk to Vifit later." "Thank you." He nodded to Farina. "Don't worry about it. I owe you a big favor today. Besides, I don't think I need to do it myself. If you go talk to Vifit now, he'll think about it." Angor was only a potential student. But now, he was a real wizard and an official member of the research department. Vifit wasn't an idiot. After Farina finished talking about Bifit, she looked at Granny Fingernail who was looking down. "I Dawn," Farina continued, she continued. "But as your colleague, I have to warn you, luck is a relative term. Sometimes, bad things don't always end well, and good things don't always lead to good things. There are too many variables in this world. If you're going to use it in alchemy, I'm telling you not to use it if possible." Angor glanced at Granny Fingernail. Granny Fingernail also told him not to use the scroll of luck in alchemy, especially when crafting mystery items. Granny Fingernail seemed to know something about it. Perhaps someone already used the same method to craft a mystery item. Otherwise, Granny Fingernail wouldn't have warned him. Now that Granny Fingernail mentioned it, Angor knew how important it was. He nodded seriously. "Thank you. I know what I'm doing." Farina only met Angor today, so she didn't want to talk about it too much. Seeing Angor's reaction, she didn't continue the topic. "I came to Floating Mech City to craft an alchemy item related to the sea. Being able to experience the ocean rhythm today is very important to me," Farina said sincerely. "Thank you for your help, Wizard Pat. Don't mention it." Farina smiled bitterly after thanking him. "But now, there's the ocean's rhythm, an insurmountable mountain, pressing down on my head. It won't be easy for me to surpass it." Farina didn't mean that she couldn't do it. This was her pride as an alchemist. Next, Farina began to talk about some alchemy topics that could improve their relationship. Granny Fingernail was more than happy to help her. The atmosphere of the tea party was very harmonious. However, Angor didn't take a sip of tea because he couldn't stop thinking about the word bath water. The only person who didn't seem to fit in with the tea party was Shirley, who was dressed like a magician. She had mixed feelings about this. She was afraid that Angor would punish her for borrowing the item. She also felt grateful to Angor for allowing her to experience something as wondrous as the rhythm of the ocean. She also felt a little resentful. If Angor didn't set her up, she wouldn't have been caught by Carveline. But since she knew that it was Angor who set her up, Shirley had to endure it. She couldn't defeat Angor even if she borrowed her teacher's power. But Shirley never regretted her mistake. When the tea party came to an end and Farina was about to leave, Shirley sighed in relief. Angor was younger than her, but his aura was so strong that she didn't dare to move an inch. She was used to being carefree, so she couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. The tea party finally came to an end. Before Shirley could leave the shop with Farina, Angor suddenly asked, "Shirley, your name is Shirley, right?" Shirley straightened her back and looked at Angor with a stiff expression. "Mr. Pat," Angor smiled. "We've met before. Don't you remember?" Suddenly, Angor's face was covered by a layer of mist. He looked exactly the same as the one Shirley saw at the bottom of the lake. Shirley couldn't deny it now. "Oh, it was Mr. Pat. I didn't notice." Seeing Angor's silent smile, Shirley's expression changed. She quickly put on a sad, apologetic, and sincere expression. "I'm sorry. I really didn't know it was Mr. Pat." Farina looked at Shirley in confusion, her eyes filled with curiosity. Angor watched Shirley's professional performance and her tearful apology. He couldn't help but think that Shirley really fit the style of Torch Academy. Her acting skills were amazing. Even if she changed her attitude right in front of Angor's face, her performance almost moved him. "Did Shirley offend you, Mr. Pat?" Farina hesitated. Angor shook his head. "No. It's just an interesting interlude." "Yes, it's just an interlude. A misunderstanding." Shirley quickly seized the opportunity. "She's just trying to steal something from me, that's all." Shirley's expression froze. She looked at Farina's grim expression and stammered, "I didn't steal it. I just borrowed it." Farina knew Shirley's personality too well. She knew that borrowed was just an excuse. She didn't think that Shirley would try to steal from Angor this time. Farina was even angrier than when she saw Shirley's rudeness. "It's all Shirley's fault. I'll give Mr. Pat a satisfactory explanation." Farina stared at Shirley with a grim expression. Angor waved a hand. "Like I said, it's just an interlude. Don't blame Shirley too much." Shirley agreed, but she didn't say anything this time. She was afraid that Angor would backstab her again. But I have some questions for you, Shirley. Farina naturally wanted to put an end to this incident. She nodded and said to Shirley, "Keep your glib tongue to yourself." Shirley grumbled in her mind. She didn't dare to lie in front of a real wizard. "What's that thing you were trying to steal?" Angor asked out of curiosity. "The thing in your chest pocket." "I thought I stole it, but it turned out to be an illusion," Shirley replied. "Do you know what's in my pocket?" Shirley shook her head. "I don't know. But I can feel it. It must be something precious." "Why?" Shirley hesitated. "Because I sense the ripple of an emotional force field. It's hard to tell, but I'm sure it contains a lot of emotional power." Her answer sounded a little strange, but Angor could tell that she wasn't lying. When Shirley borrowed Alan's beast cutter, she told him that the weapon was filled with emotions. Angor didn't understand it back then, but now, he had a better idea of what was going on. "You can sense emotional force fields?" Shirley nodded. "To be exact, it's the power of emotions." Angor pondered for a moment before he slowly opened his chest pocket. In his chest pocket, there wasn't any of the things that Shirley had mentioned. There was only a bird wearing a panda costume. She looked at the bird on Angor's palm and saw it blinking innocently at her with its red eyes. "Please remember the domain name of this book." Mobile version reading website, "Why is it a bird?" Shirley was confused. "I didn't sense any life energy before." Farina answered her question first. "It's simple. You're weaker than it. Much weaker. That's why you couldn't sense it." Shirley's expression faltered upon hearing this. Was she weaker than this childish bird? She couldn't believe it. Before she could finish her thoughts, she felt a terrifying aura dragging her into a world of darkness. In this pitch-black world, the only thing she could see was two dark red eyes the size of copper bells in front of her. After a moment of quivering, Shaylee abruptly returned to reality. The terrifying aura that made her tremble was gone. There was only a harmless seabird in front of her. "Hey, she already apologized. Don't bother her." Angor patted Toby's head. "Besides, she didn't touch you." Toby chirped a couple of times, and his imposing manner finally subsided. At this point, Shirley was well aware that this bird was far more powerful than her. It had to be at least a half-step wizard to release such a terrifying aura. It might even be a wizard-level monster. Charlie swallowed her saliva to moisten her dry throat a little. Now that she thought about it, Angor's punishment was mild. He only made her lose her consciousness, but he didn't really hurt her. If it had been this bird that had come out to cause trouble for her when they were underwater, she would probably have died by now. "Can you still feel its emotional force field?" Angor asked while Shirley was still trembling in fear. Shirley hesitated and nodded. "Yes. It's weak, but it's always there." "Can you tell me what the emotion field you sensed was like?" Angor raised an eyebrow. Shirley closed her eyes and carefully sensed the subtle energy waves coming from the bird. "Hatred, viciousness, madness, anger, and something I can't describe. It's like," Shirley deliberated over her choice of words before finally saying, "jealousy." Angor's calm expression finally showed a hint of surprise when he heard the word jealousy. Since Frost was suppressing Toby's resentment, Angor couldn't sense anything different about Toby during normal times. Only in Toby's dream did he vaguely feel that something was wrong. He discovered that the thought of extreme resentment might be influencing Toby and even guiding his thoughts. Even so, Angor didn't sense the resentment directly. Besides, Toby was still awake, so Angor couldn't see anything wrong. As for Sally, she was able to break through Frost's seal and sense Toby's resentment, which surprised Angor. "You're really good at reading emotions." Angor didn't hesitate to praise her. Out of instinct, Shirley bowed slightly. "As a magician, it's my job to sense the changes in my audience's mind and choose the right method." Shirley spoke in a very professional manner, but everyone present knew that the corresponding method she was referring to was actually missing a word. She was referring to corresponding deception method. But that didn't matter. Angor didn't care if Shirley was a magician or a trickster. What he cared about was her special ability. He couldn't tell what Shirley's super-perceptive ability was for now, but he had a feeling that it might help Toby. With that in mind, Angor spoke in a small voice, "I'm very interested in your talent." Angor didn't say anything to Shirley's puzzled look. Instead, he took out the transmitter he got from the research department and asked to contact Shirley. Shirley didn't know what Angor was planning to do, but she still did it without hesitation. Angor was a member of the research department, and no one could contact him except for the people in the department. This was enough to prove that it wasn't a bad thing to do. Angor told Shirley that Shirley's ability might help him one day. Shirley didn't say anything about it. Shirley and I will stay in Floating Mech City for the time being. If Wizard Pat needs Shirley's help, feel free to contact her at any time, Farina said. As far as Farina was concerned, Shirley should pay for what she did to Angor. However, as Farina's teacher, she was only helping Shirley. If Angor really needed Shirley's help, she hoped that Shirley wouldn't get herself killed for Farina's sake. Angor understood what Farina was implying. He nodded with a smile. With that done, Farina left with Shirley. She planned to go to the communication tower on the opposite side of the city and contact Vifit. After confirming Vifit's attitude, Farina would contact Angor again. Angor planned to buy some materials for polymorph from Granny Fingernail before going to see his brother. "You're going to learn polymorph?" Granny Fingernail asked as soon as she saw Angor's list. Angor nodded. Granny Fingernail quickly found the materials and gave them to Angor. She didn't ask where Angor got the worm. Yes, polymorph is a necessary skill for wizards. However, due to the lack of flexible morphing worms, many wizards don't bother to learn it. They think it's a waste of time to study it for decades. Yes, polymorph takes a long time. But you'll gain more knowledge and experience in the process. It's not efficient, but it's still something you can learn. I don't know where you got the worm, but I hope you can study polymorph itself if you have the chance. Angor nodded. He understood that as well. Polymorph was a shortcut, but he still lacked a real understanding of it. Professor Sunders also told him that after learning polymorph from flexible morphing worms, he should save some time to study real polymorph. After all, when you learned the shapeshifting technique from the soft morphing worm, and then reverse engineered the learning process of the shapeshifting technique, the time spent would be much less than the time spent on normal cultivation. At the same time, he could also gain the experience and knowledge that he lacked in the shapeshifting spell. This was something that most magi who used the skin of shapeshifting worms would do. Some wizards would even remove the flexible morphing worm's skin when they truly learned polymorph through reverse learning. For this reason, there was no difference between learning polymorph normally and taking a shortcut. In the end, they all came down to the same path. Taking a shortcut would indeed save a lot of time. This was undeniable. After buying the materials, Angor bid farewell to Granny Fingernail. Since the flood on the other side of the street had been cleared, many law enforcers were keeping the peace, and Munchi's magical material street was getting more and more lively. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Angor changed his appearance slightly and headed to Champagne Road. Wood Bar number 93, Champagne Road, was as lively as ever. It felt like an entire season was separated by a glass window. Outside, it was cold and windy, while inside, it was bustling with activity. Angor tried his best to hide his presence inside the bar, so no one noticed him. On his way to Fragrant Tavern, Angor noticed that the people in the bar were talking about 3 different topics. The first one was about the Rising Star competition, which attracted the most people. Most of the people in the bar were Rising Star competition contestants. Some were bragging, some were complaining, and some were gossiping. Angor also heard people mentioning Nausicaa's name. It seemed they were talking about the promotion match. The second one was about Angor. Someone said that Angor came to Floating Mech City yesterday, which pushed Angor, who was already the talk of the town, to new heights. The third one was about what happened between Shirley and Carveline. Since it happened nearby, and the flood was so powerful, many people were talking about it. Angor left after giving Shirley a small punishment, so he didn't know what happened next. Thanks to the gossip, he learned what happened next. Shirley was still caught in the illusion, and she was surrounded by a group of people. Most of the people in the bar suffered because of the flood she caused. They all hated Shirley to the core. However, Shirley's acting skills were superb. After being caught, she immediately put away her claws and teeth and played the role of an innocent, pitiful girl who knew her mistakes and could change. She even took the initiative to return the beast cutter knife to Ellen. While everyone was wavering from her deception, Shirley borrowed the otter and the teapot and ran away again. Most importantly, when Shirley ran away, she stole things from several people. Some of them were even more valuable than the knife. In other words, she didn't lose anything by returning the knife. She took something even better. She also splashed a foul smell on everyone before leaving. Not only did everyone choke on it, but the smell also lingered around them for a long time. Now everyone knew that Shirley was just acting. She wasn't a lost girl at all. She was a con artist. He had played all of them for fools. Even though they weren't there, the people in the bar still felt troubled when talking about Shirley. This was because no one had heard of Xiaoli before this. Everyone was guessing where she had popped out from. However, no one knew anything about Shirley. They didn't even know her name. However, after watching her fight with Carveline, they were sure that Shirley would become a dark horse in the upcoming Rising Star competition. Perhaps it would completely mess up the current supernova ranking list. There were only 3 people in Fangling Tavern at the moment. To be exact, there were only 2 of them. Leon and Silam. The extra person was Salem's book spirit, Dark Codex. Silam was sitting on a branch of a tree. He leaned against the trunk and concentrated on a thick book in his hand. Lion sat cross-legged in the middle of the training ground. He was sweating profusely and gasping for breath. In front of him was a plump woman holding a rapier. She seemed to be teaching Leon something. She was holding her glasses with one hand while wielding the rapier with the other. Every muscle on her body was moving gracefully. When Angor pushed the door open, all 3 of them looked at him in confusion. They all expressed different degrees of caution at Angor's uninvited intrusion. Leon even jumped up from the ground and pointed his sword at Angor. When Angor removed the illusion on his face, Leon finally let out a sigh. Lion let out a long sigh of relief, put down the sword in his hand, and continued to sit on the ground, panting. Silam jumped down from the tree and looked at Angor with curiosity. "You're back? People are saying that you've broken through. Is it true?" Silam walked around Angor. He could not sense any energy ripples on Angor's body. However, he sensed that Angor's aura had changed significantly compared to the last time he saw him in Floating Mech City. While Silam was sizing up Lion's sword skills, the lady who taught him swordsmanship walked over gracefully. "Mr. Pat. Or should I call you Wizard Pat?" The woman's voice was soft and gentle. She also winked at Angor. Silam looked at her. "Dark Codex, stop fooling around. Change back to your male form." The woman shrugged and changed into an elegant middle-aged man wearing a black suit. It was Salem's book spirit, Dark Codex. "Dark Codex is right? You really broke through?" Silam asked again. Angor nodded. "Yes. I was lucky enough to break through." Silam had heard a lot of rumors and had prepared himself mentally, but when he heard the truth, he still felt a little dizzy. They were at the same level a few years ago. But now, Angor had surpassed him by 1 major barrier and 3 minor ones. Silam recovered from the shock and felt a complicated expression. There was jealousy, helplessness, and joy for Angor's breakthrough. Silam heaved a sigh when all these complicated emotions were mixed together. "I think I need to calm down for a while." Silam held the book in his hand and walked to the side absent-mindedly. He began to read. Angor noticed that the book was not Dark Codex. Instead, it was some law book from an unknown country. There were scales, a long sword, and a gavel drawn on the book. However, Silam was obviously not paying attention to the book. His eyes were unfocused, and his attention was not on the page. Black Codex bowed slightly and said in an elegant tone, "Master is still in shock. He'll be fine after a while." Angor nodded and stopped trying to provoke Silam. Instead, he looked at his brother, Leon, who was still panting on the ground. Compared to Silam, Leon was much better. He already heard about Angor from Freud in the Dream Wasteland several days ago, so he was able to accept the news much better. Besides, Angor was his younger brother. There was no way Leon would feel jealous. Instead, he felt happy. "Since you're a wizard now, does that mean the Pat family is also a formal wizard family?" Leon asked excitedly. After Leon finished speaking, he was overjoyed. sort of. But to become a wizard clan, there are still a lot of rules that need to be followed, even though supernaturals are a must. Angor listed a variety of examples, such as recruiting new members, expanding the clan's members, establishing a supernatural system, cooperating with the wizard fair, and maintaining peace with other wizard clans and organizations on the surface. Also, a wizard clan can't think about the present, but the long-term future. So, are you sure you want to become a wizard clan? After hearing this, Lion felt a headache coming on. It sounds very troublesome, and after becoming a magus, it seems like your footsteps will be tied down. Forget it then. Leon's family was important, but his only family was even more important. Angor didn't say much. He didn't have the final say on whether he could become a wizard clan or not. After all, Leon was the leader of the Pat family. If Leon really wanted to become a wizard clan in the future, Angor wouldn't object. After chatting with Leon for a while, Angor asked about the other people in the Pavilion of Youth. Where did Nausicaa, Xianxia, and Sean go? Nausicaa went to participate in the promotion match. Xianxia and Sean went to watch. To be exact, Xianxia fell asleep, so Sean asked Gank to carry her to watch the match. The promotion match was different from the previous one. To start the match, Nausicaa needed to collect 00 points from battles beyond level 30 of the Tower of Infinity. The previous matches could be considered as the preliminary matches. The promotion match was the key to the final matches. Once Nausicaa defeated her opponent, she would become a wizard. At the same time, Nausicaa would become a new star. And once she became a new star, she would be qualified to enter the Endless Corridor. There were so many apprentices who came to Floating Mech City to participate in the Rising Star competition. 99 of them were not aiming to become the champion. They all knew that only the most talented apprentices had a chance to become the champion. What they were after was actually the qualification to become a new star. When's the match? Angor asked. So, when's the match? Xylem, who had been calming down on the side, finally calmed down. He walked to Angor and answered the question for Leon. The match has been going on for a long time. According to my calculations, it should be coming to an end now. If Angor, Wizard Pat, wants to go, it's already too late. Just call me by my name, Angor said. That won't do. It's a matter of rules. If you mind, it'll hurt my feelings. Angor pretended to feel wronged. In the wizarding world, strength was the most important thing. However, it wasn't a big problem for close friends. Like Sunders and Ness. Ness was still a level 1 wizard, but he often called Sunders by his name. He even used some joking terms. Of course, this was only between friends who grew up on the same level. If there was a slight distance between them, or if they used to be seniors, even if their relationship improved, a change in address could still be considered offensive. For example, Sunders and Rain Mute were close friends, but Sunders had never crossed the line. Xylem hesitated. But, or, you can call me by my name in private. Before Xylem could refuse, Angor moved on to the next question. Since Nausicaa's match is so important, why didn't you go? This time, it wasn't Xylem who answered. Leon scratched his head in embarrassment. It's because of me. As it turned out, Leon was going to face a very important match in the near future, which would determine whether he could advance from the first level to the second. Since Nausicaa was going to participate in the match, Xylem volunteered to stay and let Dark Codex do an emergency analysis of the match, as well as Leon's final training. Angor nodded. I see. Since it's your most important match, I'll go with you. Leon didn't know what to say. Why did he feel so stressed all of a sudden? Since Leon's match was about to begin, Angor didn't want to talk too much with him. He asked Dark Codex to give Leon some advice while he asked Xylem about their participation in the new star match. Angor was surprised to hear that Xylem joined the match before Nausicaa did. And he was already qualified as a new star. Xylem explained, Nausicaa needs to train Leon, so she doesn't have as many matches as before. Otherwise, she would have become a champion before me. Sean hadn't reached level 30 yet, so she couldn't get any points. Judging by the time, she probably wouldn't be qualified. As for Shilyu, Xylem sighed and shook his head. Shilyu is the strongest among us, but she only has 3 points. He didn't need Xylem to tell him the reason. Xylem fell asleep during the match. Angor only prepared several pills to keep Shilyu awake. Shilyu planned to use them only during crucial moments, so she didn't use them in normal matches. This caused Shilyu to fall asleep again and lose matches. If Shilyu wanted to advance, she would have to stay awake for the next few matches. Next, Xylem talked about Leon's match. Leon's matches were boring. Most of the people in the first level were about as strong as Leon. They didn't know much about supernatural spells, so they mostly used mortal techniques. Leon's matches weren't exciting, but as a bloodline master, and with Angor's original set, he didn't get hurt even if he lost a match. Therefore, he used all his strength and techniques in every match to give 100% of his strength. Lion's gains from the battle were also great. In particular, the few matches where he had lost even though he had the initial hard equipment set had given him a lot of inspiration. Comparatively speaking, Leon's gains over the past few days could be said to be the greatest. Outside the Sky Tower, Angor saw Leon's opponent for today's match list. Gospel of Death. Generally speaking, the younger a person was, the more he or she liked to use a title he or she couldn't suppress. Just like Monarch of Eternal Freeze, who could create a thin layer of frost on the ground, and he or she was already called Monarch of Ice. There was no point in trying to figure out the reason behind such a title. Compared to Gospel of Death, he was more interested in Leon's title. The screen showed that Leon's title was Lionheart Knight. Knights of the Pad family were generally referred to as Lionheart Knights. Although Angor was surprised to see Leon using this title, considering his personality and the responsibility he shouldered for his family, it made sense. Leon's match was about to begin, so Angor went to the contestants area first. Angor stood in front of the list and checked the names. Unfortunately, he didn't see anyone familiar. As for Nausicaa and the others, their names weren't shown because they were fighting in the Tower of Infinity. Angor arrived at the audience area and was surprised to see that there were quite a lot of people watching the matches. Their seats were surrounded by people. The audience was waiting excitedly for the contestants to go on stage. After listening to Salem's explanation, Angor finally understood the whole story. The audience wasn't here to support a particular contestant. They were here because the matches in the lower levels were free. The matches in the lower levels were usually crowded. Most of them were new apprentices or mortals who stayed in Floating Mech City. Plus, this was a promotion match. Even if it was only a promotion match from the first level to the second level, it was still the lowest level of the Tower of Infinity. Angor spent the whole match in the loud cheers of the audience. As for the competition, he already knew it would not be anything special. Still, he was still surprised by the result. Compared to the lower levels of Sky Tower and Brute Cavern, the matches here were much more exciting. In the lower levels of Brute Cavern, apart from some newbie assassins who didn't want to level up on purpose, most of the matches here were mortal fights. At least, one could see supernatural powers with their own eyes. For example, Leon's opponent, Gospel of Death. From the name, one would think that it was a bigoted man with the aura of a charlatan, but in fact, it was a little girl who was only 11 or 12 years old. Holding a mini scythe that looked like a cane, it could manipulate 2 souls. A man and a woman. The man's soul was the shield, while the woman's soul was the spear. From the angle of attack and defense, the little girl was completely surrounded. Although Lion had the heart set, which prevented the little girl from dealing too much damage to Lion, he couldn't withstand the waves of exhaustion. In the end, Lion had no choice but to admit defeat. However, a large part of the reason why Lion admitted defeat was that he rarely took the initiative to attack the little girl. He was basically entangled with the 2 souls. Angor understood that Leon still believed in the Knight's Creed. When it came to women and children, they would not be heavy-handed unless it was absolutely necessary. And this match was not a match where one had to risk their lives to win or lose. As far as Leon was concerned, as long as he could use his skills to his heart's content and gain battle experience, he would be able to level up in the future. Just as Angor expected, when Leon came out from the backstage area, his face was pale due to exhaustion, but he was still in high spirits. Leon learned a lot from his first battle with souls. Even if he lost the match, he didn't regret it at all. After Leon's match, Angor and Xylem went to the Tower of Infinity. They wanted to see if Nausicaa's match was over. The screen outside the Tower of Infinity showed the result of Nausicaa's match. Everyone sighed in relief when they saw the word level up behind the title of Blackberry King. However, the duration of this match was astonishing. It was close to 2 hours. Nausicaa's match only ended when Leon entered the arena. This was going to be a tough fight for Nausicaa. Fortunately, Nausicaa succeeded in the end. She was now the second member of the Pavilion of Youth team to become a new star after Xylem. Just as everyone was feeling gratified, the screen in front of them suddenly changed from the results of the battle to the current rankings. Her name was no longer on the scoreboard after her breakthrough. The top 10 on the list all had 100 points, which meant they could level up. Angor guessed they were still on the list because the match had not started yet. Apart from the top 10, there were about 300 contestants with 99 points all the way to single digits. Angor also saw Xiaoyu's name on the list. As Xylem said, Xiaoyu was at the bottom of the list. She only had 13 points, which meant her chances of winning were 50-50. It was said that Xiaoyu didn't meet any potential contestants this time. In other words, she didn't really lose any of her matches. She simply fell asleep in the middle of the fight and allowed her opponents to win. Just like when Angor first met Xiaoyu in the Sky Tower. He really couldn't deal with Xiaoyu, and just when he thought he was going to lose, Xiaoyu snored, and the scales of victory immediately flipped. Angor couldn't help it. God gave her extraordinary talent, but at the same time, it gave her a drawback. Angor could only hope that Xiaoyu could find a way to get rid of this drawback one day. Apart from Xiaoyu, Angor didn't know much about the other contestants on the list. However, he did recognize some of their nicknames. Xylem, on the other hand, knew a lot about the contestants and could give some general comments about them. He also knew about the potential contestants like the back of his hand. According to Xylem, half of the information about the contestants was collected by Dark Codex, while the other half was heard from Kihara Bar. Since the contestants often crossed each other, the information was mostly true. It was the first time Angor saw Xylem talking about the contestants so excitedly. It was obvious that Xylem valued the competition a lot. Angor didn't care much about the competition at first. But now, he was a little interested. Most of the top apprentices in the southern wizarding region might fade away due to time, but some of them would definitely become supernovas who would bring glory to the entire region in the future. Witnessing their growth was also like witnessing a piece of history. While listening to Salem's excited talk, Angor glanced at the screen and suddenly paused. He thought he saw a name. Overlook. Esoteric? Angor muttered. Xylem was still talking excitedly when he heard Angor's words. He followed Angor's gaze. Overlook, 23 points. Xylem paused and slapped his head. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. Dave is here too. Looking into the mysteries was David's nickname. Xylem then briefly explained Davy's battle history to him. Dave only joined the competition with Leona after Angor left Floating Mech City. However, Dave joined the competition frequently and rarely lost. In such a short time, he surpassed Sean and Shilyu and joined the list. Judging from Dave's current win rate, he had a chance to become a new star before the deadline. Angor knew Dave was going to join the competition. But Dave isn't staying with you? No. He's staying with Miss Leona. According to him, Miss Leona has been giving him intensive training recently. We only saw him once when he came to Floating Mech City. Other than that, we didn't see him. Angor nodded. He wanted to see Dave again, but since the man was busy with his intensive training, he gave up the idea. Nausicaa's competition ended about half an hour ago. They didn't see her at the backstage, so they assumed she had already left the Tower of Infinity. Xylem and Leon decided to go back to Fragrant Pavilion. Angor was planning to go with them as well. However, as soon as they left the Tower of Infinity, he received a message from Water Witch. Farina told Angor that she had talked to Vifit and learned that Vifit was willing to compromise on the terms of the deal. Farina happened to be in the city of Floating Mech right now. Angor also planned to visit Antonio at the research department. So, he bid farewell to Xylem and Leon and went there alone. Kacha sound was heard. Inside the central hall of the 50th floor, a glass door opened, and Angor stepped out of the elevator. The last time he came here, Mitra was still here. But now, there was no one here. Angor walked down a long, quiet corridor and soon arrived at a machine hall. There was only one display case on the 50th floor. He was planning to go straight to the city of Metz, but when he saw the lonely display case on the platform, he felt a strange sense of direction and approached the case without realizing it. Just like the last time, although the outer shell of the display box was unprecedentedly luxurious, the inside was empty. Although it was called a display case, Angor had never seen anything inside. Angor reached out a finger and slowly touched the wall of the case. When his fingertips touched the cold glass, an obscure energy rippled out from the display case. Next, a light screen appeared in front of Angor's eyes as if it was coming out of the water, which caused ripples in the air. This was the introduction of the display case. There was only one row of words on the screen: name, unknown, box of reincarnation, effect, unknown, creator, Evo Spirit. Angor's eyes flickered as he read the words. Angor once asked Mitra about this display case, but Mitra didn't seem to want to talk about it, so Angor didn't ask further. Now, Angor was looking at the screen again because of the name Box of Rebirth. As he read the words on the screen, he suddenly heard a series of footsteps coming from behind. Soon, a witch wearing a pair of glass slippers appeared beside him. Antonio told me that you're already here. But I didn't see you in floating mech city for a while, so I thought you might have gotten lost, said Antonio in a gentle voice. Angor looked at the water witch beside him. Even with the thin veil covering her face, he could still sense her breathtaking beauty. Angor chuckled. I'm just looking at the display case. I don't think I lost my way, right? Farina asked, you care a lot about this display case? Yes, I am. I see. You've seen mystery before, so it's normal for you to be curious about mystery items. Can you tell me more about the Box of Rebirth, Miss Farina? Angor asked. Farina considered for a moment. I don't know much about it. But if you want to know, why don't you ask the person involved? Involved? You mean Evo Spirit? Angor pointed at the name on the screen. Farina shook her head. Of course not. Mr. Evo has been missing for a long time. I'm talking about someone else. You know her. We had lunch at her place not long ago. Granny. Fingernail? Yes. Granny Fingernail was involved in the Box of Rebirth? Farina winked at Angor. The president once told me about it. I think it's true. I'm too far away from mystery, so I didn't ask Granny Fingernail about it. But if you ask her, she might tell you. Angor was a little surprised. He didn't know that Granny Fingernail was involved in the Box of Rebirth project. Farina said, I heard from the other members that Granny Fingernail had been quiet ever since she participated in that refining project. She rarely did alchemy herself. But before that, Granny Fingernail was one of the strongest alchemists in the Research and Development Institute. I don't know what happened when she was refining it. What Farina said reminded Angor of what Portia told him. During the ceremony, Portia told him that Granny Fingernail once created many glorious works thousands of years ago. However, due to a certain incident, she stopped doing so. Angor assumed that it was related to the Box of Rebirth project. Are you going to stay here for a while? Farina asked. Angor shook his head. Nah. Let's go. Farina opened the gate to the city of floating mech. Angor was still in awe when he saw the steel city filled with steam, gears, and machines. Apart from the fallen cinder rock, Angor liked the style of this city the most. The buildings reminded him of what Sunders said about building a new town in the dream wasteland. Angor had been thinking about how he should build the new town. Now, he felt that the city of floating mech could be a good reference. Farina had already stepped onto the metal stairs while he was still in a daze. Angor followed behind her. Unlike last time, there were no talkative mechanical birds, no bronze-skinned mechanical lions, and no soulful dancing girls. Last time, these objects were all created by Principal Muse. Now that Principal Muse had gone into seclusion, those objects were no longer there. According to Farina, she only came to the city of floating mech because Principal Muse was in seclusion. Otherwise, she would be annoyed to death. Soon, Farina led Angor to her residence. It didn't look like anything special from the outside. It was just a metal gate made of gears. But when Angor walked into the gate, he found himself in an aquarium. The 3 walls were made of transparent glass with metal edges. Behind the glass, he could see the blue ocean, corals, reefs, and all kinds of strange sea creatures. It made him feel like he was in the middle of an ocean. In the center of the aquarium, there was a fluffy carpet with pearls embroidered on its edges. A small table was placed on top of the carpet, on which a delicate tea set was placed. The teapot with Grunt inside was also placed on the table. They sat down and Farina poured a cup of tea for Angor. Angor thanked her and looked at the teacup hesitantly. But in the end, he still took a sip. The fragrance of flowers and plants wafted into his nose. Just one bite was enough to make him feel completely refreshed. "What do you think? You don't smell like bathwater, do you?" Farina suddenly asked. Angor chuckled awkwardly. Farina already knew what Angor was thinking when he was at Granny Fingernail's place. Farina patted the spout of the teapot, and the otter crawled out of the tiny spout. It was holding a bouquet of flowers in its hands, and its eyes darted around as it purred. The scene reminded Angor of the story of Aladdin's magic lamp that John told him when he was young. A fairy crawled out of an old oil lamp. Grunt is an alien demon otter. It's a space-type creature, and it likes to grow flowers and plants. You might think it lives inside the teapot, but that's not the case. It has a small garden inside the teapot, which is similar to an alternate dimension. It usually takes care of the flowers and plants there. So, don't worry. It's bathwater. Farina continued to talk about Gollum. Speaking of which, the one Gollum fears the most is Sumesh from Phantom Island. Farina didn't explain why Grunt was afraid of Sumesh, but Angor could already guess the answer. Sumesh was a tea maniac, and it was very likely that Sumesh was interested in Grunt's flower tea. In fact, Sumesh might not only be interested in flower tea, but also Grunt, who was responsible for growing it. They chatted about Grunt and flower tea for a while. When the atmosphere became more lively, they finally got to the main topic. Did Vifit really lower his request? Vifit said that he wouldn't lower his request. Vifit even said that he would think twice if Angor offered a fragment of eternity. It was obvious how much Vifit cared about his lucky ticket. Yes. Farina chuckled. Actually, when I contacted him, he already asked about you before I even told him why I came. Angor hadn't shown up in public yet, but the article your Grandpa Stone published on Truth Sky had already reached Moxa Westland. Farina didn't expect Vifit to pay so much attention to Angor. Vifit fell into silence when Farina told him that Angor was not only a wizard, but also a member of the research department. Farina took the chance to mention Angor's search for the Scroll of Luck and asked Vifit for his opinion. Vifit thought for a while and gave Farina an answer. He didn't mind giving up the fragment of eternity, but he needed the white-cheeked realm fiend's eye for an important experiment. You mean, I'll use the white-cheeked realm fiend's eye in exchange? Farina nodded. I think he's going to use some kind of bloodline art to find the answer to the truth. The white-cheeked realm fiend's eye fits his ability perfectly. The white-cheeked realm fiend's eye is still valuable, but it's not much different from the Scroll of Luck. I think Vifit is willing to lower his request because he heard about your breakthrough. In other words, Vifit gave up his stubbornness and wanted to get closer to Angor. Angor understood Vifit's intention. But even if Vifit lowered his request, the white-cheeked realm fiend's eye was still not easy to obtain. Realm fiends were monsters that loved to live in the cracks of space. It wasn't easy to find a realm fiend in the endless void of space, and the white-cheeked realm fiend was one of the rarest realm fiends. Angor visited many wizard fairs and auctions, as well as some collections of items sold at major auctions in Sunder's library. Realm fiends were very rare these days. It seemed that no one had ever found a white-cheeked realm fiend in the past few years. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version reading website. Farina noticed Angor's hesitation and asked, "What's wrong? You still don't think the white-cheeked realm fiend's eye is worth it?" Angor shook his head. The white-cheeked realm fiend's eye is as valuable as the Scroll of Luck. But the realm fiend rarely shows up in this world. How am I supposed to get it if I can't find it in the auctions or the major merchant guilds? Maybe I should ask a prophet? Diffit did lower his standards, but Angor still felt troubled. Farina was surprised by Angor's explanation. She then chuckled. So you didn't get Diffit's idea? Angor looked at Farina in confusion and waited for her explanation. Diffit really wants to make friends with you after he heard about your breakthrough. Since that's the case, he won't trouble you too much. Farina paused and continued, the white-cheeked realm fiend's eye isn't easy to find outside. But there's one place where you can find it. The magic material vault of the R&D department. The R&D department has it? Angor was surprised. Farina nodded. Yes. Diffit asked for it because he knows we have it. Of course, he does need the white-cheeked realm fiend's eye for his current experiment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given away his precious scroll of luck. Farina noticed Angor's confusion and asked, you haven't been to the vault before, have you? Angor nodded. He was in a hurry. And he had a lot of materials on him, so he didn't go there. The reason why members of the R&D department are willing to endure the president's nagging and come to live in the city of Floating Mech is because of the magic material vault. There are a lot of rare materials that can't be found outside, and they are usually only provided to members of the R&D department. Angor sighed in relief. As long as the R&D department had it, he could get it sooner or later. He didn't have to go to the void to hunt for it, and he probably couldn't find it at all. Angor thanked Farina gratefully. Farina waved a hand. Like I said, you can talk to Diffit yourself. I'm sure he'll agree. After all, Diffit is a shrewd man who can see your value and potential clearly. Next, Farina and Angor talked about alchemy. Angor also learned why Farina came back this time. Farina was planning to craft a strategic level item for the sea users. Angor's ocean rhythm could be considered a strategic level item, but it was more of a support item. The product that Farina was going to refine was a strategic level item that leaned towards attacking. Angor was a little surprised to hear Farina's description of his creation. Although Farina had crafted a strategic offensive tool based on the sea, the tool's most effective attribute was still the sea. Angor wondered if she was going to use his plan. Angor asked Farina's plan. Farina's was. Farina smiled. Farina's answer was a mysterious smile. Someone asked me to refine it. Angor was even more confused by the answer. SS asked SAS. What kind of logic was that? For example, someone asked Angor to craft an alchemy item that could counter nightmare illusions. There was no way he would make such a thing without a special reason. He wanted to ask more questions, but Farina only smiled without saying anything. Clearly, there was more to it than met the eye. Angor didn't want to pry into Farina's personal matters, so he left it at that. Next, they chatted about other topics, such as Angor's future plans and Shally. When the tea in their cup slowly cooled down, the conversation finally ended. Wizard Pat's alchemy ideas are really surprising. They gave me a lot of inspiration. I hope the next meeting will come soon. As long as Miss Farina is still in the city of Floating Mech, I'll have a chance. Angor bowed to Farina. After saying goodbye to the aquarium, Angor knocked on a metal pillar beside the street. When the crisp sound was heard, a glowing humanoid energy body slowly rose from the ground. Mr. Pat. The guardian spirit, whose face was covered by a blue glow, appeared in front of Angor. He was wearing a noble butler outfit. Hi, Antonio. Angor greeted the man politely. May I ask something? Of course. I'll answer anything related to the research department. If you have any questions about your daily life, I'll help you. Antonio paused for a moment. Do you want to know about the follow-up, Mr. Pat? Of course, Antonio was talking about the special judges. No hurry. I want to know about the magic material storage. A moment later, Antonio led Angor to a side hall near the Creation Palace. The traps here were even more complicated than the ones in the Creation Palace. After going through several layers of checks, Angor came to a wall. The wall was large and spacious, covered with intricate carvings. A light screen was floating in front of the wall, but there was no information on it. Mr. Pat, this is the teleportation wall of the magic material warehouse, Antonio explained to him. The magic material storage was located in a special dimension. Many magic materials needed to be stored in special conditions, such as moist soil, dry scorched earth, and warm weather all year round. These conditions were the most basic. Most of the magic materials needed to be stored in a vacuum, or surrounded by gaseous spirits, or rich elements. Some of them were even born in the blood pools of wizard-level monsters. Because of these special conditions, the dimension contained all kinds of conditions, which made it an all-purpose magic material storage. Because of that, only Dean Muse and Antonio were allowed to enter the magic material vault. Even the mechanical beast emperor, Lawson, had never entered it. If someone wanted to get something from the magic material storage, they had to go through the teleportation wall. After selecting the required material, Antonio would send it to Angor through the teleportation wall. The process was simple. Angor just needed to send the item to the light screen using his spirit energy, which would then show him the item's current condition. Under Antonio's guidance, Angor tried to use his spirit energy to touch the light screen. In the next second, a row of information appeared on the screen. Metamorphosis worm. Undetectable. Remaining quantity, 0 points, 25. Angor was thinking about the metamorphosis worm. The light screen showed him the metamorphosis worm's condition. Just as Mitra had said, there were no morphing worms in the magic material warehouse. Angor tried several more times. As long as there were materials in the storage, the light screen would show him the remaining quantity, the specific condition, and the required points. Angor did a quick calculation and found that 1 point was equivalent to 10,000 magic crystals. However, the value of 1 point seemed to be similar to 10,000 magical crystals, but considering the scarcity of the market and other factors, it was definitely much more valuable than magical crystals. The points here could be used to exchange for rare materials that could not be found anywhere else. For example, a metamorphosis worm was worth about 250,000 magic crystals in the market. However, it could easily fetch 10 times that amount in an auction. More importantly, there was no market for it. Therefore, the exchange rate between points and magic crystals was not really proportional. It was just an estimation in his mind. After some experiments, Angor finally managed to project his target on the light screen. Forehead of white-cheeked realm fiend. Undetectable. Remaining quantity, 3 points, 30. Just as Varina had said, the white-cheeked realm fiend's forehead eye was stored in the Research and Development Institute. Judging from the rarity of white-cheeked realm fiends, there were quite a lot of them left in the magic material warehouse. And the points he needed to exchange for them were not much. However, Angor did not have any points right now. So, Antonio, how many points can I get if I join the Rising Star competition? Back in Dark Castle, Principal Muse told him through the signal tower that he could get a lot of points if he joined the competition. He wondered if that was enough. Antonio, 10 points. 10? Angor turned around. Didn't they say a lot of points? Was 10 a lot of points? Antonio nodded. That's right. 10 points can only be obtained if you participate in at least 10 matches as a judge. If you only join one match, you'll get 1 point, and so on. After the Rising Star competition, Angor could join the competition as a judge. As far as Angor knew, there were about 100 matches in the competition. If I join all of them, will I get more than 100 points? Muse once told him that the job of a judge was to determine the outcome of a match, which sounded easy. Besides, there were judges in every match. Angor was only a special judge, so he could just sit there and do nothing. He didn't mind joining the competition as much as possible. At worst, he could become a mascot. Antonio shook his head. The limit is 10 points. Even if you join the competition, you'll only get 10 points. This rule was set before the Rising Star competition. Angor didn't know what to say. His dream of earning points was shattered. Then, can I hand in some rare materials for points? Since there weren't any soft worms here, he could ask Bobota to cultivate some for points. However, dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. You'll need the president's permission. Antonio paused for a moment. There have been members who have made similar requests before, but so far, the dean has never agreed to them. No one knew what Muse's standards were, but the passing rate was 0. More importantly, Muse was still training in seclusion and wouldn't come out anytime soon. Angor didn't have the chance to ask Muse for help. Alright then. Is there any other way to earn points apart from being a special judge? Yes. Antonio briefly explained the method of obtaining points. There were only 2 ways to earn points. The first was personal achievements. Whenever a member of the research department published an approved alchemy product, he or she would receive a certain amount of points. If they were willing to use the name of the department to spread the word, they would receive more points. The display boxes from the first floor to the 50th floor of the research department were set up for this purpose. The second way to earn points was easier than the first. It was to accept missions from the department. There were 2 types of missions. The first was issued by the department, while the second was issued by members of the department. The difference between the 2 was that the missions issued by the department would definitely reward points, while the missions issued by members of the department would be decided by the person who issued them. Antonio paused for a moment. Oh, right. Currently, no one in the department is issuing missions that reward points. In other words, he could either choose the first way, personal achievements, or accept a mission from the department. Angor preferred the first way. However, not every alchemy product he published would be approved by the department. In other words, if one were to take this path, they would need a long time to do research, and at the same time, they would need inspiration. Angor considered for a moment and decided to use the first way as a backup. This was not something he could do in a short time. Besides, he could do it at any time. Let's see if there were other easier ways first. Minus the 10 points I got as a special judge, Antonio, do you have any suggestions for me to earn 20 points in the shortest time possible? Angor asked. Antonio spoke without hesitation, there's a mission. If you agree, you'll get at least 100 points immediately. 100 points immediately? Angor looked at Antonio expectantly. Stay in the research department, Antonio said. Staying in the department would take at least years. So, as long as he agreed, he would get 100 points immediately. If he was willing to stay in the department, he would get more and more points. Staying in the research department could also be considered as acting director. As the acting director, he or she could enjoy a lot of power. It seemed very tempting, but it also came with a lot of sacrifices. For example, the most troublesome thing for the department members was that they had to waste a lot of time dealing with complicated matters that they had to do in person. All the negotiations between the Research and Development Institute and other organizations, the work arrangements of the Research and Development Institute, the formulation of research topics, the release of works, and the follow-up. These were all the responsibilities of the acting president. Unless it was someone who had a strong desire for power and a strong sense of responsibility, no one would take the initiative to accept this mission. I remember Mitra once told me that if I want to take charge of the department, I'll need to do a basic assessment of the department's members, which covers a lot of aspects. Did he say that I won't be assigned to the department anytime soon? Because this task required all aspects of evaluation, an alchemist with an extreme personality like Dong Ming, the grafting maniac, would never be assigned to the Research and Development Department. Antonio remained silent for a while. After Mr. Pat became a formal wizard, Headmaster Muse personally gave a notice that you're qualified to take on this mission. However, according to the rules of the Research and Development Institute, you won't be assigned the task of overseeing the Research and Development Institute for the next few decades. But if you want to take the initiative to accept it, you can. So, Mr. Pat, what is your answer? No. Angor shook his head. He had a lot of things to do, and he didn't want to look for trouble. Is there anything else apart from overseeing the Research and Development Institute? Nothing else? Angor asked. Antonio considered for a moment. There's one more thing that I think might be more suitable for you, Mr. Pat. Antonio slowly spat out a word, teach. As a matter of fact, overseeing the Research and Development Institute and teaching classes were both fixed tasks that almost every member of the Research and Development Institute would do. The former would only be done if they were forced to do it, or if they had no other choice. The latter, however, was something that many members were more than willing to accept. This was one of the reasons why the Research and Development Institute could become the holy land of alchemists. It had a master alchemist overseeing it and teaching classes from time to time. Besides, teaching classes was also a way to organize one's own knowledge. More importantly, the time of a class was also very flexible. Even if you only taught one class, you could stop the class at any time if you didn't want to. How many points do you get for each class? Angor asked. The points are calculated according to the duration of the class. But based on the average score of each class, you can get at least 2 to 3 points per class. Some of you can even get more than 5 points. Angor did some calculations. He only needed 20 points, which could be earned in less than 10 classes. This could be used as a reference. Teaching classes was free, after all. Besides, he didn't plan to stay in the Research and Development Institute for a long time. It would be best if he could finish his work in a short time. Antonio also mentioned several other ways to earn points. They either restricted Angor's freedom, or they were not things that Angor could master. Overall, teaching classes was the best option. Angor didn't think he was good enough to teach classes yet. But according to Antonio, the members could choose their own courses. In that case, he could try teaching some of the parts that he was more familiar with. Mitra also encouraged Angor to give lectures so that he could earn points and answer questions from other alchemists, which could help him improve his alchemy career. If you decide to teach classes, you can ask the other members about some of your questions. They can explain them better than me. Antonio was only a spirit after all. He had never been to a real class before, which was why he suggested this to Angor. Next, Angor chatted with Antonio about the special judges for a while before they parted ways. After leaving the city of Floating Mech, Angor planned to visit Lumber Bar to check on Nausicaa. But since he was already at the opposite side of Floating Mech City and the Elixir Hut was nearby, he might as well pay Mitra a visit. Also, he wanted to ask Mitra about some questions regarding his lessons as well. When Angor arrived at the Elixir Hut, the door was already opened before he knocked. "Come in." Mitra's voice reached Angor's ears. Warm yellow light illuminated the hut, which was full of life. Angor walked in and saw Mitra standing beside the stove in the kitchen, carefully examining the liquid inside. At first, Angor thought Mitra was brewing some kind of potion. But then, he smelled the aroma of mushrooms and fish. Angor looked closer and saw Mitra cooking a pot of mushroom and fish soup. The soft light, the warm atmosphere, the aroma of the soup, Mitra's serious expression, and the serious look on his face, Angor couldn't help but feel that he was not in the home of a master alchemist, but a normal family of 3. Seeing this, Angor's restless mind calmed down. As the aroma in the air grew stronger, not only did Angor's long-dormant desire begin to stir, but even Toby, who was taking a nap in Angor's pocket, also poked his head out with a greedy look. Mitra didn't say anything. He only asked Angor to sit at the table first. When the aroma grew stronger, Mitra extinguished the fire and brought a pot of soup to the table. Seeing Toby's eager face, he smiled and took out a soup plate. He scooped a bowl of soup for Toby and even put a whole fish in the soup plate. "Here, have a taste of my cooking." Angor was a little embarrassed. He wanted to tell Toby to control himself, but Toby quickly buried his face in the soup. Mitra also gave Angor a bowl of soup and asked him to try it. Angor could only thank Mitra with a tinge of embarrassment. After drinking a bowl of warm soup, his relaxed mood after entering the potion hut improved once again. He even felt a little lazy. "Mr. Mitra, why are you cooking? Isn't Miss Xianxia here?" Angor asked out of curiosity. "Don't call me Mr., and don't use honorifics on Xianxia either. You're a wizard now, and you're also a member of the research department. We're peers now." Mitra took off his apron. Angor considered and changed the way he addressed Mitra. "Mr. Mitra." As Mitra said, they were peers. But in Angor's mind, Mitra was still his senior. Mitra didn't care about the title. You know, Xianxia loves Toya a lot. She's been going to watch the Rising Star competition with Toya these days, and she's been staying in the main city. So I have to cook by myself. Even though Mitra was sighing and complaining, it was clear that he and Xianxia were very close. "Toya likes the Rising Star competition too?" "Yeah. He can't stop talking about Princess Shan. He kept asking Xianxia to take him to watch the competition. He's still so young, but he's going to be a bad boy when he grows up. Princess Xian was actually Xian from Brute Cavern. Angor learned from Toya that Xian came from the same tribe as him. Xian was the daughter of the chief of their tribe, so she was called Princess. However, Xian left the tribe a long time ago to train in Brute Cavern. Toya only saw Xian at the tribe festival a few years ago. Perhaps because of that one glance, Tu Yong started to miss Xian. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version reading website. He wondered if Tuya knew that Xian was actually older than Nausicaa due to some special reasons even though she looked like a child. Mitra let out a long sigh. But it's good that Toya isn't here. If he's here, he'll probably start begging you to make clothes for him when he sees you here. At least, he's only talking about Princess Xian, who he can't get. Speaking of Toya, Angor had to talk about Toya's real teacher. Any news from Bogula? Angor asked. Bogula entered the Pool of Echoes a long time ago. When Angor was heading to Dark Castle from Floating Mech City, Mitra told him that the ripples coming from the Pool of Echoes contained Bogula's information element. Once Bogula left the Pool of Echoes, he must have become a Truthfinder wizard. Bogula also had a grudge against Phantom Island, which was why he was forced to enter the Pool of Echoes. It was very likely that Bogula would come looking for trouble. Mitra shook his head. No. But Lawson told me that Bogula will come out soon. Mitra paused for a moment. But you don't have to worry about that now. Even if Bogula leaves the Arcane Abyss and wants to take revenge on you, you can hold on until your mentor comes to save you. Angor didn't know what to say. He thought Mitra was going to tell him that he wasn't afraid of Bogula. But he was confident that even if Bogula really did come for him, he could survive for a long time. Even if he couldn't, he could escape using the Gate of Illusion. Also, I heard that Brute Cavern sent someone very powerful here. With him around, you won't have to worry about Bogula. Brute Cavern sent someone here? Angor was surprised by Mitra's words. Now that you're a member of the R&D department, you've established a connection between Brute Cavern and the department. Brute Cavern will definitely send someone here. Not only that, but Brute Cavern would also send someone even more powerful to their outpost in Floating Mech City. After all, Brute Cavern's alchemy field would be greatly improved if Angor became a member of the research department. More alchemists would come to Floating Mech City to study in the future. The people stationed at Floating Mech City were also responsible for protecting the alchemists who were studying here. An alchemist was an indispensable talent for any organization, so the strength of the leader of the station must be raised. He wanted to ask who Brute Cavern sent, but he decided against it after some thought. No matter who it was, he would definitely meet that person in the end. After all, that person was here for the research and development department. After talking about Bogula and Toya, he moved on to the topic of teaching. You've finally thought it through and are ready to start teaching? Mitra was a little surprised. Angor didn't seem to care about the lesson last time. Feeling a little embarrassed, he told them about his lack of credit points. So that's how it is. But that's good too. Teaching won't do you any harm. Moreover, when teaching, some alchemists might not be skilled enough, but their ideas might give you a lot of inspiration. Mitra sighed and told Angor about the rules of the class. The rules weren't necessarily enforced. They were just unspoken rules that everyone agreed to. For example, when Mitra mentioned the time of the class, the default rule was to tell the alchemists who wanted to attend the class a few days in advance. This way, the alchemists who wanted to attend the class would have enough time to choose the class. Otherwise, those who really wanted to attend the class would miss it. Of course, this was only an unspoken rule. You could also start the class right away without notifying the alchemists in advance and leave the class to fate. However, in Mitra's opinion, such a class was soulless. According to Mitra's understanding, he didn't teach just to impart his experience. He also hoped to gain feedback or even enlightenment from the audience. If the class was left to fate, it would be difficult to filter out the alchemists whose ideas would clash with each other. If you told the class in advance, those who were interested or willing to listen to the class would come. Those who didn't know anything about the class would naturally be eliminated. When that happened, the chances of sparks clashing would increase. But if you're only looking for points, you can also start the class by fate. I'm just giving you a suggestion. Angor considered for a moment and decided to use Mitra's method to start the class. It wasn't because of Solus like Mitra said. It was because he would be staying in Floating Mech City during the Rising Star competition. He would stay in Floating Mech City for at least half a month. Since he had such a long time, he didn't need to start the class by chance. Mitra continued, I don't care what time you choose to start the class, but it's best if you don't bump into the other members of the research department. First, you won't have to worry about who you want to attend. Second, you won't have to worry about offending the other members. Bumping into each other's classes wasn't a big deal, but not everyone was open-minded. Maybe the other members would hold a grudge against you because of such a small detail. Even if the members of the research department didn't get along well with each other, Mitra still preferred to avoid conflicts if possible. This was a warning to Angor. According to Granny Fingernail, Water Witch would be teaching a class in a few days, so it was best to avoid her. Mitra paused a little. Of course, if Dean Muse and Regina attend the class, you don't have to worry about bumping into them. Angor was surprised. Muse was the dean of the research department, and Regina was also a member of the department. Why didn't he worry about them? Mitra explained, we'll have to talk about the content of the class. The content of the class wasn't fixed. Of course, it was better to tell the audience about the content of the class in advance so that they could prepare. Moreover, he could avoid listening to boring classes. By boring, I mean Dean Muse's class, Mitra sighed. Mitra sighed. Dean Muse rarely talks about alchemy. His lectures are usually divided into 3 parts. The first part, talk about your miserable life in the first half of your life, which will arouse your sympathy. The second part, talk about how you became successful despite your miserable life in the first part, which will arouse your enthusiasm. The third part, give a short summary. That's it? Angor's head was full of question marks. Mitra nodded. Yes, that's it. Also, the first 2 parts of Dean Muse's class are always different. Sometimes, you were an orphan who wandered from place to place. Sometimes, you were the son of a gardener who was bullied by nobles. Sometimes, you were Cinderella who was abused by her stepmother. Cinderella? Dean? So Dean Muse is lying? Mitra shook his head. No, he's not. He's just holding a book called Inspirational Characters Election, and he'll tell an inspirational story in his class. I asked him why he did that, and he said it was to make his students empathize with him. Mitra continued, so, don't worry about bumping into him. He won't mind. Also, Dean Muse doesn't hold classes for long. He only gives one class every 2 or 3 years. Every time he gives a class, people come with great expectations, but they always leave with disappointment. Angor was a little surprised. He knew that Dean Muse had a habit of schizophrenia, but he didn't think the man would go so far as to empathize with him. As for Regina, you don't have to worry about bumping into her class. Mitra's expression became a little strange when he mentioned Regina's name. Does she teach the same things as Dean Muse? Angor asked. Mitra shook his head. No. But I don't think it's useful for you. You should have heard of Regina's nickname. She's called the Mushroom Witch. She's an excellent alchemist. Especially when it comes to plant-based apothecary. After Mitra briefly introduced Regina's background, he continued, Regina is best at growing mushrooms and using them to make all kinds of potions. Her classes are also about mushrooms. But most of her classes are about how to deal with mushrooms. Deal with mushrooms? Angor didn't quite understand. Did deal with mean deal with in his mind? Mitra pointed at the soup in everyone's bowl with a strange expression. This is Professor Regina's way of dealing with mushrooms. Angor sniffed the thick mushroom aroma in the air. So, deal with means cooking? Then why didn't a gourmet wizard teach them? Yulia always attends Regina's class, Mitra explained. I went with him to listen to a few of his lectures. It wasn't bad. Occasionally, he would mention some key points about using mushrooms to concoct potions. Regina's classes aren't really related to alchemy, and she clearly states that she only teaches how to deal with mushrooms. So it's not a big deal to bump into her class. Angor nodded. He was a little confused about Regina's and Dean Muse's classes. But it also helped him understand the freedom of teaching. As the Holy Land of Alchemy, Regina's classes were still mainly about alchemy. If the classes were as casual as Regina and Dean Muse's, Angor's points would be close to 0. Next, Mitra went on to talk about registration, content selection, and so on. Angor took note of everything. Generally speaking, Antonio could take care of everything, including the early stages of the class. All he needed to do was to choose the content. As for the final points, he would get based on the duration of the class. That wasn't something he needed to worry about. The main area of Floating Mech City was now open to the public as a hub for trade in the southern wizardry region. The other side of Floating Mech City was not completely off-limits to outsiders, but it was no different from any other wizard organization. There was also a questing hall, a mechanical library, an R&D department, and so on. There was also a comprehensive academy called Xianxia, which was open to outsiders. Angor was currently in Xianxia Comprehensive Academy. Because he would be teaching here soon, he came here today mainly to do a basic registration and at the same time to check out the environment here. After talking to Xianxia, Angor gained a better understanding of the academy. Although it was called a comprehensive school, in fact, it mainly taught alchemy. However, as Mitra mentioned, there were also mushroom witches who taught classes on mushroom processing. Of course, mushroom witches were the minority. The reason why the academy was called comprehensive was because the first principal, Xianxia, who used to be the head of R&D department, wanted to establish the academy as a comprehensive one. However, the alchemy industry in Floating Mech City was too strong, so the place became an alchemy academy. Angor decided to change the name to Alchemy Academy after learning more about it. Comprehensive meant too many things, and alchemy was the main focus here. The name of the academy might not be enough to keep everyone's attention. For example, when talking about gourmet wizards, people would think of Candy House. When talking about sea wizards, people would naturally think of Song of the Deep. Floating Mech City became a destination for alchemists partly because of the R&D department, but the existence of Xianxia Academy was also another reason. A comprehensive academy might seem to cover a lot of things, but it was not necessarily good. For this reason, the southern wizardry region still regarded Xianxia as an alchemy academy despite its name. Xianxia Academy was built in Floating Mech City, but alchemists from other wizard organizations were not prohibited from studying here. Angor saw many alchemists here, but half of them were actually from other wizard organizations. Alchemists who came from outside Floating Mech City would have to sign some special agreements. These agreements would not restrict one's personal freedom, but there would be certain confidentiality clauses, as well as a fee for studying here. Usually, the fee would not be magic crystals. Instead, one would have to take on some crafting tasks while studying here. However, there was one type of alchemist that was an exception. That was, sorcerer organizations that had members of the research and development department could directly come here to study without having to sign such agreements. In other words, Brood Cavern would benefit as a whole, especially the alchemists, if Angor became a member of the research department. He didn't think too much about why Xianxia Academy would set up such a system. It had to be something to do with the school's sense of belonging. Thanks to Antonio's guidance, Angor soon finished his preparations for the class. Ashley, who was staying in Vice Principal dorm, was also very excited about Angor's class. After all, as a new member of the research department, Angor was famous but mysterious. Teaching here would definitely attract the attention of the alchemy circle. As for the content of the class, he could do whatever he wanted. But since it was his first class, he decided to follow the rules and choose something he was familiar with, enchantment. He didn't mention what kind of enchantment he was going to talk about. To avoid clashing with the Water Witch's class, Angor decided to start his class a week later under the suggestion of the vice principal. Once he was done, he left Ashley's office. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Angor spent most of his time dealing with the polymorph spell. Occasionally, he would go to Fragrant Pavilion. Nausicaa's level-up match lasted for a long time, but she didn't suffer any serious injuries. The only thing that was damaged was her mechanical arm. Nausicaa thought she would have to fight with only one hand in the next round. But now that Angor was back, he could easily repair the damaged arm without breaking a sweat. Nausicaa was a little surprised by Angor's breakthrough, but she was much calmer than Xylem. Nausicaa sighed. I knew you'd become a wizard sooner or later, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. Nausicaa wished Angor well for his success. At the same time, she became stricter with herself. Or rather, because of Angor's breakthrough, both Nausicaa and Xylem felt a sense of urgency, and they had to work harder. Actually, this was another kind of motivation. When Angor officially showed up in the Rising Star competition, Nausicaa and Xylem would probably feel the same way. All his peers, even those who used to be stronger than Angor but were still apprentices, would probably feel the same way. Nausicaa and Xylem already qualified for the Rising Star competition. The only ones left were Xianxia, and David. There were only 3 days left before the preliminaries of the competition ended. Xian was very anxious these days. She lost several matches in a row, and she was getting farther and farther away from level 30. She was not there yet, so the point system was not activated yet. Even if she reached level 30 in 3 days, it would still be difficult for her to accumulate 100 points. She had to fight more than 10 matches in a day, and she had an 80% chance of winning. Xian was basically out of the running. Xianxia, on the other hand, still had a chance. She already had 68 points, which was not far from 100. Besides, Xianxia said she would start using potions to suppress her sleepiness in the following matches. In Xianxia's matches, she basically lost to her own strong sleepiness. Once her sleepiness was gone, she would have a much better chance of advancing. David also had a good chance of advancing. According to Xylem, David should be able to reach 100 points in 2 days. Once he passed the preliminaries, he would also be qualified for the Rising Star competition. Apart from worrying about his friend, Angor also cared about his brother Leon's matches. Leon only fought 2 matches in the past 3 days. He should have gained the most experience in comparison, but unfortunately, he had lost both matches. Leon set a goal for himself. Before the preliminaries of the Rising Star competition began, he had to reach the 2nd level of the Sky Tower. For this, Nausicaa gave Leon a hell of a training session after her mechanical arm was fixed. Leon was also very strict with himself. During the day, he would train endlessly, and at night, he would go to Foundation City to train with Saber. The training in the Dream Wasteland could not be quickly applied to his muscles, but it could still improve his combat experience and his understanding of techniques. On this day, Angor spent the whole day studying the materials needed for polymorph. He planned to take a break and think about the content of his class. But before he could calm down, he heard Sunder's voice again. It was simple, Brute Cavern sent someone here. Angor was surprised. He put down the letter and walked out of his room. When he entered the hall, he was immediately stared at by several pairs of eyes. Some were curious, some admired, and some were curious. Angor looked around. As Sunder said, they were all from Brute Cavern. Some of them were familiar faces. For example, Rose Crown Leona was leaning against the window and chatting with Greya, who was sunbathing outside. Since Leona was here, David was naturally here as well. From outside the hall, he stuck his freckled face out of the curtain and made a funny face at Angor. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version reading website. Apart from Leona, Wallace was the other person Angor recognized. Wallace was wearing his usual white robe. He was talking to a female apprentice with short black hair at a table on one side of the hall. The female apprentice had an outstanding appearance. Her eyes were the color of wisteria, short black hair, and deep red lips gave her an exotic look. Her eyes were like the eyes of a cat. When she squinted, her pupils looked like vertical slits, which gave her a murderous look. Angor recognized her. She was one of the 2 strongest apprentices in Brute Cavern. She was Wallace's student and the holder of the golden poster, Nanagi. Speaking of Nanagi, Angor had to mention the other apprentice who shared the title with her, Vice Edward. Vice was also in the hall at this moment. He stood behind a gray-haired man with his head lowered in silence. His face, which was usually filled with a strong sense of aggressiveness, was now restrained. The man sitting on the sofa in the center of the hall and talking to Sunders as an equal was a wizard Angor had never seen before. Angor couldn't tell his age, but he looked like a middle-aged man. He was wearing a black wizard robe, which gave him a cold and distant aura. The man's aura was so cold that Angor could feel the chill seeping into his bones even before he came into contact with the man. Apart from the chilling aura, the man's most eye-catching feature was his eyes, which were a pair of strange pupils. His left eye was the same color as his hair, which was gray like the eyes of a blind man. His right eye, on the other hand, was golden in color. It was pure gold, as if it had been polished to the point that its surface was shiny, bright, and dazzling. Whenever the man's right eyelid fluttered, there would be a tiny golden flash. Angor had never seen this man before. But considering Vice and the strange pupils, Angor had a rough idea of who this man was. If this man was the one Master Mitra talked about, then, that would be a big deal. Angor walked into the hall. As soon as he entered, the atmosphere in the hall changed. The wizards who were busy with their own business all stood up and took their seats at a long table on one side of the hall. As the owner of the manor, Saunders sat on the main seat. The gray-haired man sat on his right while Wallace sat beside him. Angor sat down on Saunders' left side, facing the gray-haired man. The gray-haired man's cold expression softened a little as he nodded at Angor. Leona sat down beside Angor and whispered to him, "Congratulations. I didn't think you'd make it this fast." Leona's sweet scent lingered around her body as she spoke to Angor. Angor nodded with a smile but did not respond right away. Those who were seated were all official magi, while all the acolytes were outside the hall. As everyone took their seats, Butler number 1 flew in leisurely. There were a few plates floating around him, and on each plate was a wine goblet. There was a crystal-clear liquid inside, and it emitted a rich wine aroma. Vaguely, the wine aroma turned into mist and formed butterflies dancing in the air. Lady Greya said these are Felicia's floating butterflies, Butler number 1 explained, and she said they were made by Felicia. This is the only cup, no refills. Leona smiled and picked up the goblet first. As expected of Madame Butterfly's wine. This smell can be used as a perfume with some supplementary materials. Oh, and please thank Lady Greya for her. Butler number 1 nodded and left the hall. Everyone took a sip of the wine, and the originally cold scene slowly became more relaxed because of the wine. Angor already knew all of them, so Saunders focused on the gray-haired man in front of him. Horace has been traveling in the general plane for a long time and just returned recently. Because of his interest in alchemy, Mr. Rain arranged for him to stay in floating Mech City. He's now the leader of the station here. Saunders only gave a brief introduction, but he already provided enough information. Angor already knew who the man was, but he still felt his heart skipping a beat when Saunders mentioned Horace's name. Lord of Winter Horace, a powerful wizard who lived in the same era as Mr. Rain. Before Saunders rose to power, Horace was the strongest wizard in Brute Cavern apart from Mr. Rain and the Ancestor Soul. Angor could tell how powerful Horace was from the general planes he traveled to. There was a plane named Horace Realm in the extraterritorial space. This was the highest honor that could be bestowed upon the discoverers and explorers of unknown dimensions. They were given this name in their own name. Horace had discovered a plane that was filled with danger. In terms of development, he had far surpassed the other adepts. Therefore, the plane was named after him. There was no doubt about Horace's power. Angor still remembered Eternal Dawn Daikiel, the chief editor of Firefly's Night Tales, said something about Horace that was widely spread. When the golden eye of Horace looks down on you, the curtain of the plane named you will be pulled down. No one can wake you up from the eternal ice. You will forever be trapped under the Lord of Winter. Daikiel's comment was not made up. It was the Lord of Winter that Horace displayed with his own power. Even among the rank 2 Truthfinder wizards, Horace was definitely one of the best. Angor felt a little cautious when talking to Horace. Horace, on the other hand, did not treat Angor coldly. It's all thanks to you that I'm able to study in floating Mech City. Angor became a member of the research department, which pulled Brute Cavern from an alchemy wasteland into the core world of alchemy. Horace was also interested in alchemy. Without Angor, it would not be easy for him to study in floating Mech City. I heard from the vice principal that you'll be teaching in Ashilia soon. I'm looking forward to it. Angor was a little surprised by Horace's words. He did not want to run into the Water Witch. Angor remembered that he would not tell anyone about his class until tomorrow. He did not expect Horace to know about it already. Oh, Angor is teaching in Xianxia? Leona looked at Angor in surprise. Then I must go. Horace spoke in a plain tone. I heard there are many alchemists who want to attend Angor's class. You might not be able to get it. Leona looked at Angor. Is that so? If I can't, I'll have to think of a way to get in through the back door. The conversation between Horace and Leona eased the tension in the air. However, Angor still felt a lot of pressure. Angor was only going to teach to earn some credit points. But now, it felt like they were here to observe his class. Sunders was also surprised by Angor's request. If Horace did not mention it, Sunders would not have known about it. To earn some credit points, I need a magic material, Angor said. Vifit needs it. Sunders immediately understood when Angor mentioned Vifit's name. He doesn't need fragments of eternity? Angor nodded. Yes. He lowered the price a little. But what he wants can't be bought outside. The research department has it, but it requires credit points. Sunders nodded. He had been trying to contact some of his old friends to see if there were any fragments of eternity for sale. Unfortunately, they were too hard to find, and those who found them all kept them to themselves. Since Vifit was willing to lower the price, it would be for the best. Everyone at the table listened to Angor and Sunders' conversation in confusion. It felt like something fishy was going on. What are you two talking about, Sunders? Why do I feel it's so strange? Leona and Horace were not in a good position to ask, but Wallace, the academism wizard who never got along well with Sunders, did not hesitate to ask. Just some personal matters. Sunders glanced at Wallace. Speaking of which, I didn't invite you here today, did I? Wallace didn't get angry. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and smiled. I'm not here for you. I'm here to congratulate Angor on his breakthrough. Or do you think I should go and congratulate him in private? Sunders' expression froze for a second. Horace had just returned to the southern wizarding region, so he did not know what they were talking about. Leona used a voice transmission to explain. Wallace has been eyeing Angor for a long time. Before Angor became a wizard, Wallace wanted to trick Angor into becoming his student. Now that Angor was a wizard, Wallace's goal was to get Angor to become a teacher at Seagull Academy. Horace nodded. Angor's style is more like Wallace's. They were both academicians. If Wallace went to congratulate Angor in private, he might be able to persuade Angor. Sunders glanced at Horace and Leona. Can you two use a worse voice transmission spell? Although they used a sound transmission spell, everyone present was an official wizard. Without a special channel, it sounded like they were talking loudly to each other. Due to Horace and Leona's voice transmissions, Sunders didn't argue with Wallace, and Wallace didn't pursue the matter either. Let's talk about other things later. Back to the main topic. Horace came here for two things. First, to establish a connection between Brood Cavern and Floating Mech City. Second, to discuss the new station manager of Floating Mech City. Both of them had something to do with Angor. Since Angor was a member of the R&D department, he would naturally become the central link between Brood Cavern and Floating Mech City. In the future, Brood Cavern would send apprentice alchemists to Floating Mech City for further studies, and Angor would need to give Horace some authority as a member of the R&D department. Horace becoming the new manager of Floating Mech City would greatly increase the importance of Floating Mech City. Of course, it was also because Angor was a member of the R&D department. However, Angor did not need to do anything. He could just be a spectator. Everyone was talking about Angor and Horace. However, Horace wasn't a talkative person. Most of the time, it was Wallace who explained everything to Angor. The atmosphere was getting more and more harmonious as the wine went on. Angor also contacted Antonio and asked him to grant Horace some authority as a member of the research department. This way, Horace could take Angor's place and make decisions regarding the future of Brood Cavern and the research department. This was to make it easier for Horace to carry out his work in the future. As for Horace becoming the new head of the research station, there was also a formal banquet which was held in the evening at Brood Cavern's research station. Most of the time, they spent most of the time chatting. Since it wasn't a formal banquet, several apprentices, including Dave, Nanagi, and Vice, were also invited to sit at the end of the table. Everyone was talking to each other, but the topic was still related to Angor. They talked about how Angor became a member of the research department, and how he became a member of the department. Angor only chose to talk about the things he could talk about. He didn't mention anything about Dark Castle or Frost. It wasn't like he couldn't tell Angor anything, but only in private. Once Angor finished talking, they would still talk about him from time to time. However, they didn't talk about him as much as before. Angor also learned some things about the southern wizarding region, Brood Cavern, and even individuals from Wallace. For example, the chaos in the Evernight Kingdom showed no signs of calming down. The kingdom had already begun to invade its neighboring countries. Almost all the countries that bordered the Evernight Kingdom suffered to varying degrees. Only the Richland Kingdom, where Moxa Westland was located, and Parmagi Highlands, where Brood Cavern was located. The reason why the Richlush Kingdom hadn't been affected as much was because the border between the Richlush Kingdom and the Evernight Kingdom was a desolate, barren land. Therefore, the rate of infection was slower than in other kingdoms, but it was still spreading in an orderly fashion. Parmagi Highlands was a natural barrier, but it still couldn't stop the rainbow dragonflies from invading. Currently, the reason why the infection was relatively low was because of the ruins. At the mention of the ruins, everyone's expression did not look too good. In other words, Brood Cavern's recent misfortunes were all about bad luck. The only good thing was that Angor was now a member of the research department, which gave Brood Cavern some hope. Brood Cavern's recent misfortune, the Evernight Kingdom, had caused a lot of uncertainties to their future. Plane fusion was a good thing. As long as the final entrance to the plane fusion was located at Parmagi Highlands, it would benefit Brood Cavern. But alas, the plane fusion failed at the final step. The prophets of the Starliege Church had yet to find the reason. However, this was not the end of it. Due to the fusion of the remaining energy, a large number of ruins were discovered on Parmagi Highlands. One of them was a strange ruin that had become a major threat to the wizards of Brood Cavern. The disappearance of magi, the gathering of rainbow dragonflies, and so on had all happened in this ruin. Even now, no one knew what was going on in the ruin. Since the ruin was right next to the mirror world, Brood Cavern did not want to affect Brood Cavern. Of course, the ruin did not seem to be a threat yet. The nightmare monsters were the real threat to Brood Cavern. However, the nightmare monsters did not only appear near the Evernight Kingdom. They had also appeared in other places, such as Tamagica Forest in Noon Farmer Duchy, Lataki Mountains in Prisoner Island, 7th Root Island in Stone Mulberry Dynasty. Rainbow dragonflies could be seen everywhere. It was as if a great storm was brewing in the southern region. The shadow of the demon god, which everyone was worried about, had disappeared due to the death of Lord Flameless Soul in the Abyss Plane. However, the nightmare monsters had replaced the shadow of the demon god and were now looming over their heads. This conversation ended in this obscure shadow, and everyone was worried sick at heart. Horace and Wallace had to prepare for the banquet tonight, while Leona stayed in the manor with Greya to keep her company. Angor and Dave also had some free time to chat. However, they did not talk for long before Dave hurried to the Tower of Infinity because he had a match to attend. Time flew by, and the banquet was over. Nothing special happened during the banquet. However, Mr. Lawson also attended the banquet. He looked calm when facing Horace, but there was still a hint of fear in his eyes. Horace was a level 2 Truthfinder wizard after all, and Lawson did not know whether it was a good or bad thing for him to stay in Floating Mech City. After the banquet, Angor and Sunders returned to the manor. Since they came here in a carriage, which Sunders cared a lot about, they took the same carriage back to the manor. Inside the carriage, he leaned against the soft fur. The warmth of the stove in the center of the carriage, combined with the slight bumps of the carriage, made him feel sleepy. "We might need to go back to Brood Cavern in a while," Sunders suddenly said. "Because of the ruin?" During the day, Angor noticed that Sunders seemed to be hesitating when Wallace mentioned the ruins. As expected, Sunders nodded. "Mr. Rain already told me about the ruin." Rainmute knew that the ruin had something to do with the Nightmare Realm because of the large number of rainbow dragonflies. Only Phantom Island knew about the Nightmare Realm. Therefore, he had already told Sunders everything he knew about the ruin before coming here. The ruin is strange. It's not just about the nightmare creatures. It has something strange about it. There were many ruins on Parmajai Highlands that were forced to open due to the residual energy from the plane fusion. Most of them were explored by the ancestors of Brood Cavern. Some of them were even occupied by wizards for daily experiments. But the ruin was different. Before the rainbow dragonflies took over, the ruin already showed signs of danger. Several wizards were trapped inside, and no one knew anything about it. After the rainbow dragonflies took over the ruin, it became even more dangerous. The ruin is near Brood Cavern, so we have to get rid of the danger. Otherwise, we have to move away from the mirror world. I'm asking you to go back because you're the only one who knows what's going on inside the ruin. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version reading website. To be more precise, the rainbow dragonflies would only show their non-aggressive behavior when facing Angor. Angor was the only one who could sense their emotions. Should he try to figure out why the dragonflies chose to occupy the ruin? What kind of secrets were hidden in the ruin? I can sense their emotions, but it's hard for them to express their thoughts. Angor hesitated for a moment before saying, but they can't really express their thoughts. Crimson moon, diamond, and flowing light, dawn, quartz, and drifting light. His hoarse voice echoed in the carriage. Angor hesitated for a moment before he realized what Sunders meant. In fact, this sentence came from a classic fairy tale. It was an old-fashioned story where a young prince went through all kinds of adventures to save a princess who was kidnapped by a demon. In one of the stories, the young prince had to find a secret chamber left behind by a priest of light in order to find a weapon that could defeat a demon. The key to the chamber was not a real key. It was a strange riddle. The riddle was, crimson moon, diamond, and floating light, dawn, quartz, and floating light. The young prince could not decipher the riddle, so he went through many obstacles and found a prophet from a neighboring country. Using the prophet's power, he finally understood the riddle and opened the secret chamber to retrieve the weapon. Of course, Angor had heard of the story before. Sunders had a simple meaning behind his words. The rainbow dragonflies did not know how to express themselves completely, but that was not important. Angor could use every bit of information it revealed as a clue and a password, and he could use all kinds of methods to decipher it. If there was no other way, there was still the prophet in the fairy tale. The prophet in the fairy tale was a character created by the author to serve the plot. It was fictional, but there were many similar characters in the wizarding world. For example, a well-read scholar, or a prophet who sought the path of fate. I see. Angor nodded. He should be able to find out some information about this place. There was a rainbow dragonfly in Angor's nightmare domain. Rainbow dragonflies were not intelligent, so they could not express many emotions. Sometimes, they could not even praise the moon, the queen, or Shava. However, the rainbow-colored dragonfly was able to express a lot more emotions. Compared to the other nightmare monsters, the rainbow dragonflies were much less intelligent. For example, the frog chanter, the fox zither player, and so on. Their intelligence was no less than that of humans, but their way of thinking and logic were different from humans. However, there were advantages to having low intelligence. Some of the nightmare monsters, such as the ministers, respected Angor's identity as Shava, but they still questioned Angor's actions from time to time. However, the rainbow dragonflies were different. They had low intelligence, but they were more innocent. In other words, they were easier to fool. As long as we can deduce the truth of the ruin, we can find a way to deal with it. He did not want to see a ticking time bomb in front of Brood Cavern. It would be best if he could find a way to solve it. The carriage slowly made its way back to the manor. He went back to his soundproof room and planned to keep studying polymorph. But after some consideration, he took out a new piece of paper and wrote something on the top of it, lesson preparation. At first, Angor did not really care about the lesson. He only wanted to earn some credit points and give some random lectures. Today, however, Horace mentioned that everyone in the alchemy circle was waiting for the news about Angor's class. Leona also showed great interest, which put some pressure on Angor. It was his first time teaching a class, so Angor decided to take it seriously. In the blink of an eye, the morning light tore apart the curtain of darkness and covered the main district of floating Mech City with a bright golden edge. The door of Fingernail's alchemy house was pushed open. A man wearing a robe with a black emblem walked in. He lifted the hood on his head, revealing a face with regular features. This was a middle-aged man. Although he wasn't the handsome type, he looked very honest. However, his eyes were flickering with a sense of shrewdness and calculation. He was definitely not as simple as he looked. The man looked around and fixed his eyes on Grandma Fingernail, who was sitting by the table and drinking hot tea. He greeted Granny Fingernail with a smile and took a seat in front of her. "Marion, what brings you here today? The Rising Star Challenge is about to begin, and your shop should be quite busy." Marion was the man's name. He owned a shop right across from Granny Fingernail. It was a shop that sold spellcasting materials. "I need to ask you something, Granny." Marion looked around. "What's going on today? Why is there no one here? Don't you usually have alchemists arguing with you about something boring?" Granny Fingernail did not answer him right away. Instead, she took a sip of her tea and looked at the emblem on Marion's robe. The emblem was a circle of light that emitted mist. Inside the circle, there was nothing but darkness, as if it was a total solar eclipse. "The emblem on your robe." Granny Fingernail frowned. "Why did you join Abstruse Alchemy Union?" Marion shook his index finger. "I didn't join Abstruse Alchemy Union. I just joined them. Otherwise, I wouldn't have drawn the abstruse mark on my robe. I'll just leave it on my skin." Abstruse Alchemy Union was an alchemy exchange in floating Mech City. It did not cause too much trouble, but it did cause a lot of trouble. People like Granny Fingernail didn't like the Alchemy Union at all. This was because the Abyssal Alchemy Guild was actually an extension of the Abyssal Demon God, the Abyssal Lord, to his followers. The total solar eclipse was the mark left by the Abyss Lord. "Why did you join Abstruse Alchemy Union?" Granny Fingernail looked at Marion's curious eyes and realized something. She had known Marion for many years, and she now knew why he joined the union. To take advantage of others? Not to take advantage of others. "I'm just there to collect low-priced resources." Marion spoke in a serious tone. "Actually, I'm here because of this union, Granny." Marion took out something that looked like a round plate from his pocket and handed it to Granny Fingernail. "This is an intermediate alchemy item. I did some calculations. The material cost is about 330 magic crystals, but he sold it to his members for only 350. I think he can make a profit if he sells it in bulk. But this one only costs 20 magic crystals. That's too cheap. So I'm here to ask you." Granny Fingernail glanced at the plate and tossed it to Marion. "It's an intermediate alchemy item. The quality is fine. But the maker used the power of the Abyss Lord." Granny Fingernail turned the plate over and pointed at a small mark of a total solar eclipse in the corner. "You can use it, but I don't recommend it. It's a way for the Abyss Lord to extend his power. If you come into contact with it often, you'll become one of his followers." Granny Fingernail looked at Marion. "You don't want floating Mech City to become a gathering place for demon followers, do you?" Marion took the plate with a hesitant look. Seeing Marion's hesitation, Granny Fingernail said, "You've earned enough money. I think Lawson will come after you soon." When Marion heard Lawson's name, his body trembled, and his eyes flickered. In the end, he sighed and said, "All right, I won't earn this money. Sigh, if I had known, I wouldn't have sneaked in last night. After listening to The Deep is Above for the whole night, my head hurts." Marion paused and continued, "By the way, Granny Fingernail, you haven't answered my question yet. Why isn't anyone here today?" Granny Fingernail sniffed her tea and spoke slowly. "They all went to take classes." "Take classes?" Marion was puzzled for a moment. "I remember that the Water Pattern Witches class was finished a few days ago. Is she going to start another class? Or Mr. Vanderson's class? Wait, Vanderson's class shouldn't be so crowded, right?" Vanderson was a very famous alchemist in Ashley Comprehensive Academy. Rumor had it that he and Jalal, the mithril innovator of the Tower of Hurricane, were the most promising alchemists to join the R&D department. However, Angor showed up out of nowhere. Vanderson was an excellent alchemist, but he was a pioneer among the reformists. He often despised traditional alchemists in his classes, which was why most traditional alchemists refused to attend his class. Granny Fingernail shook her head. No, it's not Vannerson. Water Witch isn't going to start her class. But the one teaching this time is a member of the research department. Research department? Is it a grand potion master, or did someone return from outside? Marion was curious. He heard that Water Witch was the only one who returned to Floating Mech City. Granny Fingernail paused for a moment. The one who's going viral right now. Viral? Marion widened his eyes in shock. Granny, you're not talking about Angor? Granny Fingernail nodded. The one you're thinking about. He's already back in Floating Mech City? And he's starting his class? Marion muttered to himself for a while. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh and stood up. Are we snatching classes now? I'm going to try. Why are you stealing classes? With your mediocre alchemy skills, you're wasting your seat. Marion continued, I made a bet with Jim who sells witch soup next door about whether Angor has become a wizard or not. The bet is 100 magic crystals. I have to see it with my own eyes. I can tell you the answer now, Granny Fingernail said. Don't. Please don't tell me. I have to see it with my own eyes. That's how it feels like, Marion said and prepared to leave. Granny Fingernail said, he's stealing classes today, but he'll have to wait for another 4 or 5 days. If I remember correctly, Angor will be a special judge for the second round of the New Star contest. Marion stopped in his tracks. You should have told me earlier. Marion returned to his desk. The first round of the New Star contest would end in the evening the day after tomorrow, while the second round would begin the day after that. If Angor was going to be a special judge for the second round, he would be able to see for himself whether Angor had really become a wizard. No wonder you don't have anyone here. Not only is he a hot topic now, but he's also the center of attention in alchemy circles. If he's going to start a class now, all apothecary alchemists will go to him. Marion often came to Granny Fingernail's alchemy house. He was not a very good alchemist, but he knew a lot about alchemy because of his frequent visits. But I didn't think Angor would be able to teach now. I think he's the youngest one among Ashley's teachers. That's a great honor. End of chapter 1523. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.